Hi, I'm author Ellie Hall, and I would like to welcome you to my Sweet and Swoony Romance Audiobooks channel. You are about to listen to a digitally narrated version of the Blue Bay Beach Romance series box set, books 4 through 6. That was a mouthful. I hope you sit back, relax, and enjoy your trip to this small town sweet romance, and thank you for listening.
Blue Bay Beach Romance Series. Box Set Collection Books 4 to 6. By Ellie Hall. Copyright 2021 Ellie Hall, all rights reserved. Summer with a Cowboy. Chapter 1. Chevy. Chevy Ann Muller had never been kissed. As the bus came to a stop and let out a long sigh, she did the same. She gathered her belongings, which wasn't much, she'd been traveling light for a long time, and stepped off the bus. A sign welcomed her to Blue Bay Beach. She'd never been to South Florida, and if rumors were true, it was probably a retirement community. She didn't imagine that her first kiss would happen anytime soon. The air was sticky on that early summer day and salty, but as she moved from the edge of town along a sand-strewn street called Mansion Mile, a pleasant breeze blew back her long dark blonde hair and a different kind of sigh escaped. The one when the bus stopped was resignation. The second sigh was one of tranquility, ease. Waves gently lapped a white sand shoreline, and for the first time since she convinced herself to get on that bus, she felt a sense of peace. Chevy had been all over the world and had created her own sort of criteria for whether or not she liked a place and would consider staying a while, but never more than a few months, enough time to earn some money and experience the place. The key was not to get attached to anyone or anything. She walked past the post office, Beach Wave Salon, a boutique, the church, a candy shop, and the Sandy Shore Inn before the road curved and narrowed toward the seabird streets. She stopped at the market and picked up a few supplies. She was starving after the long bus ride. There would be plenty of time to check out the stores, the boardwalk, and meet people, but she feared if she didn't go straight to her destination right away, she'd talk herself out of it. Chevy pulled the letter she'd received several months prior out of her pocket, double-checked the address, and kept walking until she reached Egret Avenue. She remained focused and didn't let herself admire the bungalows, the whimsical streets named after seabirds, or the flowers. She gripped the letter in one hand, the key that came with it in the other, and cautiously approached house number 8. Another sigh escaped. It faltered on her exhale, as though not sure whether to turn around and not look back. Chevy had never met her father, Warner Muller. For her entire life, that house was just an address. Numbers and words inked on her annual birthday card envelope in the upper left-hand corner. Later, he was simply the address on at least 100 postcards she'd sent to him over the years. He was gone, but the house was real. And ugly. An eyesore on the street of quaint cottages with white trim and matching fences, festooned with colorful lantana, bright bougainvillea, and orange blossoms with a delightful fragrance that would have made her smile had circumstances been different. Like the other cottages on the street, number 8 was craftsman style with a covered front porch in front of a wide window, with a door to one side. But unlike the other houses, that one had missing shingles, peeling paint, and was a mess. The grass grew in clusters like it wanted to succeed, but wasn't sure if it would get enough water, or if it would get too much sun. Chevy took a few hesitant steps along the stone path. Chevy had a wanderer's heart. She never felt like she belonged anywhere, and was reluctant to set down roots. She turned around, glancing back toward the fence and across the yard at the reluctant-to-grow grass. "Me too," she said on a long exhale as she wondered if she'd made a mistake going there. Still clutching the letter in one hand and the key in the other, she continued. As she neared the house, the rest of the greenery was overgrown and jungle-like. At second glance, the house really just needed some TLC. The truth was, Chevy didn't have anywhere else to go after she'd received notice that her father had passed away, and his remaining assets had been passed on to her. She was out of money and had to face the past as intangible and as painful as it was. Summoning strength, Chevy rolled her shoulders back at the same time as thick drops of rain fell from the sky, ushering her onto the covered porch. As she slid the key into the lock, she had the sense that she wasn't only about to open a door to a house, but she was about to unlock the past and what it meant to her in the present. But she shoved that strange notion aside as the rain pounded down, blurring the world at her back. The door creaked as she pushed it open. The musty scent of a space that had gone unused for a time filled her nose. Despite the rain, she left the door open behind her to air the place out. The furnishings and decor were sparse and mostly comprised of dusty shades of orange and brown. She imagined her father had been a bachelor by the looks of things, and hadn't updated anything since he'd moved there. According to the letter she received outlining the terms of her inheritance, the deed was dated exactly 28 years ago, which was her exact age. Chevy fought the urge to call Warner. Instead, Dad came out at a whisper. Tears sprung to her eyes. Of course, he didn't answer. After years of working at a fishery down the coast, he'd succumbed to untreated prostate cancer. At least that's what the lawyer had said when she'd called after receiving the notice. Had she known or had the guts to reach out to her father, maybe she could have helped in some way. But the closest she'd ever gotten to the man was through those once-yearly acknowledgments of her existence in the form of a birthday card. Chevy had been on the move since she'd turned 18, so she had no idea if he'd sent any in the past decade. However, she'd sent plenty of postcards to him. Taking a slow spin in the center of the living room, the kitchen was somewhat of a disaster. Taking a peek, the bedroom and bathroom doors were ajar and not in much better shape. From what Chevy could tell, a solid cleaning would make a huge difference, and she hoped she'd be able to sell the house quickly and move on. Behind her, the floor creaked. A strange muffled sound caused her to startle and turn, but no one was there. Chevy placed a hand on her hip. She'd traveled around the world on her own, and even though she was a relatively quiet, reserved person, she was adventurous and bold for having set out abroad. There was no way she'd take any nonsense from neighborhood kids or ghosts, not that she believed in that kind of thing. If anyone is here, this is my house now, so scram, she said, and then shook her head slightly. The flight from South Africa had been long, and the bus ride even more tiring. It must have been going to her head. Outside, the rain had stopped as quickly as it started. As she stepped onto the porch, a small and shaggy dog with fur the color of sand stood in the yard staring at her. It must have been what she heard and belonged to one of the neighbors. The house on the left was almost identical to number 8, but also the opposite. Whereas hers needed paint, the other one was a chipper shade of orange with white trim. Whereas hers needed landscaping, it was manicured and tidy. However, the guy leaning over an old Ford in the driveway muttered a few untidy words and then scuffed the ground with a cowboy boot as he fiddled with something under the hood. She waved and called to him, but he must not have heard. The house on the other side of her dingy cottage was charming and worthy of a home show on TV. Whoever lived there must have had a lot of pride of ownership with the way no detail was spared, from the crushed shells lining the path to the expansive porch, the lush greenery, and the flag fluttering in the breeze. Chevy had the sudden urge to make her father's house less of an eyesore. Without a care in the world, she'd traveled a ton, done paid and volunteer work alike, and met people from all walks of life. Never had she settled down. Okay, she had one care in the world. She was on a quest to find home. Not her way home. She wasn't lost. Not really. She had wanderlust. Or maybe that was just a way of saying she was afraid to put down roots. And selling number 8 Egret Avenue would afford her to get back out there on the road to complete her quest. But first, she'd do what she always did when in a new place. She'd put out her welcome mat, so to speak. Among the many things that Chevy had done in her life, and there were many, staying in one place for more than a few months, owning a home, having a pet, or her first kiss were not on that list. However, the one thing she always did when she got somewhere new was to bake her famous loaded cowboy cookies. It was the only thing her mother had passed on to her aside from trust issues. She could learn a lot about the place and people in it, along with whether she'd like it there if the ingredients were available, and if the folks asked for a second cookie or for the recipe. After poking around in cabinets and drawers, Chevy located enough cleaning supplies to carve out a space to work in the kitchen. Then she located a mixing bowl and cookie sheet. She took it as a sign that the house was equipped to bake cookies. Her mother had painted her father to be little more than a monster who lived in a lair, but from the looks of things, he was a regular guy who'd gotten sick and let his house slip into disrepair. Soon, the scent of the cookies baking replaced the stale air in the house. She tested the first cookie out of the oven after they cooled. A little sigh of delight escaped. They turned out perfect, crispy around the edges, soft in the middle, and full of flavor. Chevy put together a couple of plates to bring to her new neighbors. Outside, the sun was back. The guy who'd been working on the car was gone, but the vehicle was still in the driveway. Because of the chilly reception from him, she opted to go to the other house first. A woman with white hair pulled back in a clip and bangs skimming her eyebrows answered the door. Her smile was wide and welcoming. Her skin was deeply tan and creased from many summers spent in the sun. "Hi, I'm from next door. I brought some cookies," Chevy said, holding out the plate. A ripple of confusion rolled across the older woman's features. "Isn't it usually the other way around? If you're new to town, aren't I supposed to welcome you with something warm and delicious?" Chevy wasn't sure what to say. She didn't want to turn out like her parents. Broke and broken. She made it her life's mission to give to others in whatever ways she could. Cookies always went over well. Just then, an older man who looked somewhat like a bulldog with a bald, round head bustled to the door. "Did I hear someone say something about cookies?" "No, dear, you can't hear a thing. You smelled the cookies." Betty laughed warmly. "He's getting hard of hearing," the woman whispered. "I am not. I hear you nagging me plenty." He brushed his hand dismissively and smiled at Chevy, then at the plate. She passed him the cookies, and he was practically drooling. She had to admit, they were irresistible. "Also, I promise that you won't have to look at that house, well, the way it is much longer." "On my father's behalf, I'm sorry," Chevy said. Betty pressed her hand to her chest. "Wait a minute. You must be Warner's daughter. Chevy, right? Oh, he thought the world of you." "We're Gus and Betty." "That's Tucker," she said in one long breath. "Actually, I go by Anne," but the correction to her name was lost in the sound of Gus exclaiming how delicious the cookies were around a mouthful. Chevy turned slowly around as the floorboards of the porch shifted behind her. She took in a pair of worn cowboy boots, dungarees, a fresh white t-shirt, and capable hands with grease under the trim nails. As she worked her way up, she felt like drooling a little herself at the sight of a pair of muscled arms, a broad chest, and a chiseled jaw. A perfect set of lips gave way to a lazy grin, but his eyes were hidden under the brim of a cowboy hat. He was cute. A very cute cowboy. His gaze hovered over her and she felt herself break out in a full-body flush. However, his grin didn't last a moment longer. He muttered something, then turned on his heel and sauntered down the path through the gate. Chevy whipped around back to Betty and Gus. Her eyes were wide. "What just happened? Glad I didn't try to bring that cowboy a plate of cowboy cookies. A bucket of coal would be more fitting." She changed her mind. He wasn't the cute cowboy. He was the cranky cowboy. Betty shook her head. "Don't mind him. He's been through a lot. And I don't think he'd turn down a cowboy cookie. He sure could use a little sweetness in his life." She winked. Chevy wasn't convinced. "I grew up in your house before your daddy bought it from mine. If you pull back the wallpaper in the smaller bedroom, you might find my name written in pencil. I imagine you have a lot of work to do, but come over here anytime." "And I owe you some pie," Betty said. "And a few stories about your old man if you'd like," Gus added. Chevy waved and made her way down the path. Twilight settled like a watercolor painting in soft hues of gold and purple as Chevy got started cleaning the bungalow. It would likely take her a week or more of solid work to get the place presentable, and by the look of things, some minor repairs would be necessary. Perhaps Betty and Gus could direct her to a local handyman. Oldies music filtered from next door where the cranky and fine, she had to admit, cute cowboy was back working on his car. His image had crossed her mind a few times that afternoon, but she quickly squelched it when she thought about how rude he'd been. He'd looked her up and down, then stormed off. What kind of welcome was that? Someone outside hollered an unfriendly word. Setting down her rag, she walked toward the door to see if they were in trouble or hurt. Out front, she watched as the cowboy picked up his boot like he'd stepped in something, sniffed the air, and then scowled. He wasn't wearing his hat, and their eyes met. Even from that distance, his were so blue and so piercing, she felt like shrinking back into the house. Chevy startled as the cowboy stomped up her path and said, "Keep your little yappy dog out of my yard." She looked around as though he might have been addressing someone else. Nope. What was with that guy? She would not be pushed around. "Sir, keep your dirty, stinky boots off my porch." Then the strangest thing happened. He smiled at the same time the sun set with one last burst of golden light. Chevy had the unsettling thought that it was the most breathtaking thing she'd ever seen.
Chapter 2. Tucker. Tucker couldn't help himself. His new neighbor was so cute and so confident. A smile bloomed on his face like his mother's precious fields of bluebonnets back home. "Can I help you?" his new neighbor asked in an irritated tone that suggested she'd do nothing of the sort. He was suddenly all itchy inside. She had the kind of hair that tangled in the wind. Her coffee brown eyes were both alert and curious, like she really looked at the world and saw people. He didn't want her to see him. He wished he had his hat on. A sudden warmth flooded him even in the dusky evening. It was as if his mother was suddenly beside him, nudging him to remember the lessons she'd taught her boys. Had Tucker been wearing his hat, he would have taken it off and hung his head. As it was, he couldn't tear his gaze from the cute girl next door. "Sorry, miss. I forgot my manners." She lifted one eyebrow as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You certainly did, storming off before and then hollering at me. But that's more like it." She nodded her little chin primly. The way she leaned in the doorframe made him want to linger. But he knew better than that. "If you please, keep your dog in the yard." He glanced back at the broken fence. Tucker had moved into the cottage next door the summer before and had only seen Warner Muller a few times. He gathered the older man had gotten sick. Between Gus, Betty, and himself, they'd tried to look after him, but he was grouchy as all get out, and eventually went to the hospital and didn't come back. Betty visited several times and gave him updates. It was about 6 weeks later that he got word the man had passed. Then for the last 6 months the house sat empty and fell into greater disrepair. "If you'd like, I can help you fix the fence to keep that animal in." He'd had enough experience repairing things around the farm that the fence was simple. Her jaw was set, and she locked him with what his daddy called a low-level glare. According to his old man, his mother had 3 stages to her glare. There was the low level, and was like a warning. It said, "Address this or things won't be too pleasant around here." There was the mid-level glare, and it suggested things could get ugly if the matter at hand wasn't resolved. Then there was the red alert glare, and if his mama fixed any of them with that look, life was over for the time being. Even those memories of his mother had become fond after losing her. A slow smile spread across his lips. He couldn't shake the sense that she was there with him, giving him a stern poke in the side to remind him to behave himself. She'd always joked that her sons were a pair of rascals. He'd grown up a cowboy, but became a mechanic, trading in the power of horses at the ranch in Texas Hill Country for horsepower on the streets late at night. His biggest regret. Now he lived a quiet life in Florida, hoping he'd outrace the past. "Something funny?" Tucker's new neighbor asked. "No, nothing. But about your dog. I'm out there most afternoons working and can't turn around and step in." "Oh, you've stepped in it all right." Her tone was low, warning like a cold breeze coming across the plain. "Alert, alert." She'd activated mid-level glare. "For your information, I do not have a dog. Never have. And maybe you should look after your yard. Had you been paying attention and watched where you were going, you wouldn't have had the unpleasant experience and then marched over here, accusing me." But like the memories of his mother's glare, there was nothing unpleasant about the experience. Granted, he didn't want to rile his new neighbor up, but from her eyes to the color rising to her cheeks, to that one little crooked tooth on the side, to the full lips that pronounced each word, there was nothing unpleasant about her. Not at all. But the odor of what Tucker had stepped in wafted between them, and that was wholly unpleasant, and brought him back to his senses. "Where is that thing? Little. Shaggy. Yappy?" he asked. "Sir, I do not have a dog, and if I did, I'd be sure to keep it away from you. While I'm at it, I'll steer clear too." The glare was intensifying. She had a point. If he knew what was good for him, he'd return to his yard, but something kept him rooted to the spot, and it wasn't that he didn't want to track dog droppings on her porch as he sauntered away. But she was on a roll and kept talking. "Also, for your information, a dog like the one you assumed I own wouldn't leave much for you to step in. Their droppings are small." They started bickering about dog do, and cowboy boots, and the whole thing made him think about his brother. Tucker didn't like dogs much, especially little ones. Parker was more of a dog person. Tucker preferred horses. That made him miss home. The range. The place he'd been avoiding. It wasn't like Tucker was hiding out, but he didn't want to be noticed either. He wasn't on the run, but didn't want his past to catch up to him. It was nice of Gus and Betty to help him out. They practically owned half the cottages in Blue Bay Beach and rented one to him. While Betty took him under her wing as a surrogate son, Gus took him on as an apprentice. Tucker grew up around horses and cars and knew how to take care of both. But Gus took it to the next level. Tucker had never met anyone with such a vast knowledge and appreciation of the way steel and oil could come together to create combustion. Gus referred to the fine mechanisms as works of art. To him, a V8 wasn't just about speed. Although that had been the case with Tucker and his friends growing up. He'd learned the cost of going too fast. Meanwhile, Betty kept him fed. His mother, God rest her soul, must have been grateful and sent her as an angel on earth. Tucker had heard every word that had come out of his new neighbor's mouth but had become mesmerized by each blink of her eyes and movement of her lips until she said, "And you can ask Betty how delicious my famous cowboy cookies were, loaded with oats, chocolate, coconut, and a secret ingredient. Too bad for you missing out." Her arms were still across her chest as she whisked back into the house, leaving the screen door to hit the frame a few times before it settled crookedly against the wood. He swallowed hard and made himself promise he would not return to that porch no matter what. He'd had enough trouble with girls next door. He'd learned his lesson on that account too. The next day, Tucker had the afternoon off from the auto repair shop where he worked in town. Gus had given him the job after he'd retired, though that was just on paper. Gus was still in the garage daily. Like usual, on his days off, the two tinkered under the hood of one of many vintage cars in need of restoration. So far they'd successfully revived a '32 Ford Coupe, an old Woody, and an Aston Martin, just to name a few. Quaint cottages populated Egret Avenue. Years previous, Gus and Betty Lyle had bought an adjacent property to theirs in the back. Using that land, Gus created a custom garage, unlike anything Tucker had ever seen. It was like a vintage showroom with black and white tile floors, a jukebox, neon lights, and so much chrome a man could go blind. Sure, it got a bit greasy in there, but now that Gus was retired, the space was his pride and joy and he looked after it. "Okay, start her up," Gus called from under the hood. The man was magic when it came to repairs. Tucker turned the key in the ignition, and the Corvette T-top growled to life. They both whooped. Betty poked her head through the door and said, "That's the sound of success, which means you two have earned yourself lunch." They started through the door adjacent to the house, and she barred the way. "Boys, wash your hands." Her tone was stern, but her smile was golden. They had a big family, 5 kids total, though they were adults now. 3 boys and 2 girls. 12 grandchildren and 9 great-grandbabies with another on the way. They adhered to a more the merrier rule of thumb. Tucker got the sense that he gave to them in a similar way they gave to him. Tucker and Gus could talk for hours about what the click, RRRRR under a hood could mean, to walking through complicated carburetor repairs to debating the exact right pH for car washing soap. They'd grown as close as family. He missed his back in Texas, but leaving was for the best, even though he knew his mother would disagree. The sun beamed through the window just then, warming him. There were moments like that one, like when he stood on the porch with his new neighbor and accusing her of leaving her dog loose, and when he'd first met Gus and Betty that he was certain his mother was somehow with him, at least in spirit. He'd parted ways with the Lord after everything that happened, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. Like his mother had a window into his thoughts and was scolding him for losing faith. She may have been pleased he'd ended his racing days, but she would not be happy that he'd walked away from his church. Growing up there was faith, family, and the farm. That was the beginning and the end of the story. He'd strayed but had his reasons, and those he kept to himself. Betty set 3 tuna salad sandwiches on the table. The plate of Cowboy cookies from the neighbor sat in the middle. He reached for one and Betty swatted his hand. He stopped himself from saying, "Come on, Ma." Instead, he chuckled. "After you eat your lunch, you can see what you were missing yesterday. I had to stop Gus from polishing off the whole plate himself. I'll have to ask Chevy for the recipe." They chatted for a few minutes, but Tucker was starved and soon got his cookie. "My, she is such a sweetie. She certainly deserved a warmer welcome than the one you gave her, Tucker." Betty pitched a stern eyebrow. He grumbled an apology. He hadn't meant to be rude. Betty was a mother through and through. Had I known she'd arrived next door, I would have brought her over a welcome basket. Betty took a sip of iced tea. "I thought you did this morning," Gus said around a mouthful. "I did, but I would have liked to have done so yesterday. She just appeared without warning. She seems like a lost soul, but I have a feeling she'll find herself here in Blue Bay Beach. We all do. This place has a way of drawing out the best in all of us." Tucker practically choked on an oat from the cookie and coughed a few times. "You okay, son?" Gus asked. "Yeah. I forgot I have to pick up a part for the Thunderbird. Thanks for the grub, Betty." "See you around dinner time?" she asked, but he was already out the door. Betty's words pierced something inside, taking his breath away, and an oat crumb from the Cowboy cookie along with it. He scarcely had a moment to think that it was the most delicious cookie he'd ever eaten, and his mother was a prize-winning baker, so that was saying something. It was also what Betty meant about Chevy being a lost soul. But the biggest snag was the comment she made about people finding themselves in Blue Bay Beach. He'd gone there for just the opposite. To forget. Tucker wanted nothing more than to forget himself. Lost in thought as he shuffled past number 8 Egret Avenue, he only stopped when a low moaning sound came from the direction of the house. He told himself he wouldn't set foot on her porch again, but the sustained and doleful sound came from the garage, so he wasn't technically breaking any rules. Was his neighbor upset? She'd lost her father, and he had been harsh with her. He resolved to apologize and make sure she was okay. The garage door was busted, and he easily lifted it. But the space was dank, dusty, and empty of human life except for what appeared to be 30 years' worth of junk crammed inside. Boxes carved a narrow path leading to the door separating the inside of the house from the garage, the same as at Gus and Betty's. The moan came again. He didn't believe in ghosts, but the sound was eerie, and the hairs on the back of his neck lifted. "Anyone here?" His voice was low and commanding. If there was something unwelcome or unearthly, he'd be sure to scare it away. But the sound came again as he moved deeper into the garage, squeezing past a broken chair, lamp, and countless boxes. All at once he brushed up against something warm. Or rather, someone. There came a yelp and a crash as boxes and junk spilled between him and a beautiful woman with brown eyes.
Chapter 3. Chevy. "You scared the life out of me," Tucker and Chevy said at the same time, although he'd used a different word than life, which was reminiscent of what he'd stepped in the day before. "Watch your language," she scolded. "Watch where you're going," he fired back. Chevy shoved aside a wicker basket, the base of a blender, and a pot with a dead plant. She grunted. "Watch where I'm going." As she poked his chest, punctuating each word, she said, "What are you doing in my garage?" He held up his hands in surrender. "I heard a noise." "Me too. I came out here to figure out what it was and found out why the inside of the house was relatively empty. My father had stored everything out here." She huffed, not looking forward to the work ahead of her. She should have looked in the garage the day before to really get a sense of the scope of work ahead. The moan came again, as though telling them to stop their bickering. They both went still and tilted their heads, listening. Chevy pointed over Tucker's shoulder back the way he'd come. Yes, she wanted him to leave, but was grateful someone was there in case the house was haunted. The night before, she'd hardly made a dent in cleaning it, but did clear a spot on the couch and managed to clean a set of sheets. She'd hardly slept, but it wasn't because of the unfamiliar place or the many questions that came at her sideways about her late father. She let herself think about him once a year on her birthday and when she arrived in a new place, and she'd send him a postcard, but that was it. She didn't allow herself to wonder what he was like, if the harsh things her mother had said about him were true, or what he was like at all. There was no point in it. They'd never have a relationship, not back then and not now. He was gone. As the house had settled the night before, the palm fronds brushed against the window in the living room as thunder rolled in the distance, and the neighborhood slept soundly. She remained restless, awake, and with her mind racing. "Are you okay?" Tucker said, as they both crouched down in front of something large that was covered with a tarp. She shrugged. She'd been okay, had a good life, and managed to get by, but now she wasn't sure of much. She wasn't sure what to make of how she felt, where she was, or what she ought to do. Plus, why did he care? The moan turned into a whimper. He gestured she move back as he lifted the corner of the tarp. He had hands that he wasn't afraid to get dirty, and she got the sense he could also protect her from whatever laid in wait under the tarp. The sound came again and they both shuffled back, but it was only the dog from the day before. He was stuck behind the chassis of an old car, and they could just barely make out its furry face. "What are you doing there?" she asked. "I thought you said that dog wasn't yours," Tucker said. "It's not. But how did it get under that old rust bucket?" "It's not a rust bucket. That there is a 1965 Chevrolet C10. A gem of a truck in its glory days and would be after it's restored. Glad you appreciate a useless hunk of junk. What's that saying? One person's trash is another person's treasure? But of greater concern is the dog that's trapped. We have to help him or her. There was thunder last night. Probably got spooked and found a way in. Dumb." She shot him a look. "That may not be my animal, but I'll have you know that I love dogs." "I thought you said you'd never had one." "No matter. They're a girl's best friend." "The saying," he drawled. Chevy got the sense he was mocking her comment about trash and treasure, is man's best friend. And that role is reserved for horses. "Oh right. You're a cowboy. Born and raised and proud of it too." He rocked back on his heels and tucked his thumbs in his belt loop. The only thing missing was his hat, must have been lost in the avalanche of junk or left it next door. He was cranky, but she'd be a liar if she denied he was attractive, with a rough shading of stubble along his angular jaw, strong chin, and those eyes of his. "Well, cowboy, born and raised and proud, will you please help me get this dog free?" "Nice to meet you. My name is Tucker Ritchie and I would be much obliged." "It's like you just switched those manners on and off. In the future, I recommend you keep them on." "Do you now? And where are yours, Miss Chevy?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest and cocked a hip. Betty must have told him her given name. It was probably how her father referred to her since he didn't know better. "My name is Chevy Ann Muller. I go by Ann." Chevy liked the car. "I like that better." "It's not up to you what I'm called." She huffed. "And this must be the dog. Capital T, capital D," he chortled. He extended his hand as if to shake. She had a bucket of soapy water in the kitchen, a ream of newspaper and vinegar solution, and a house to clean. Never mind that she was wearing the same shirt as the day before. Her hair was a mess under her kerchief, and the grime under her nails matched Tucker's motor grease. She may have been a mess, but Chevy Ann Muller was nothing like her mother, and would use her manners. "Nice to meet you, Tucker Ritchie." She gripped his hand in a firm shake, but try as she might to infuse the gesture with cold hostility, her palm melted against his. Tucker was tan, likely from years spent outside in the open air, riding horses or fixing cars. His eyes were bright and mesmerizing. She imagined they'd once had a twinkle to them. He had masculine features and perhaps a broken nose once. The only thing that tore her gaze from his was the slow smile that spread across his lips. "Mighty fine to officially meet you, Chevy." She was going to correct him, but the way his lips rolled over the letters made his voice sound like a deep country melody. The kind that sung secrets under the stars. A little breathless, she said, "Likewise." When their hands dropped, they both seemed to snap back to the matter at hand. There was a trapped dog and an underlying sense of aggravation between them. She couldn't pinpoint why he got her hackles up and likely why she did the same for him, but for the next 30 minutes, while they cleared a space in the garage and filled up the driveway with all manner of castaway items, they set the animosity aside. At last, the dog wiggled free and into Chevy's arms. "I thought you said," Tucker started with accusation in his voice. "I think he knows I'm a friend of animals. A best friend." "Does that make me the enemy?" he asked. She gave him a long side eye. "That depends. Do you want to be?" After the words had dropped, she sensed the double meaning behind them. "Not especially." "Well, good. Now I bet this little guy is hungry." The dog walked over to the yard and relieved herself. "Correction, little girl. I don't reckon your pantry is full just yet. I have some leftover chicken in the fridge. I'll be right back." Tucker sauntered off. Chevy soothed the dog and checked for a collar, but there wasn't one. Tucker was back in moments with a bowl of shredded chicken. He set it on the ground and leaned against the frame of the garage door. The dog scarfed it up. "You don't seem the type to cook," she said. "Not especially, but I do grill. Barbecue is my specialty." Chevy loved grilled food. "Then I'll expect an invitation sometime," she said without thinking. "As long as you share some of those cookies you brought over to Gus and Betty for dessert." Her jaw almost dropped. "My cowboy cookies? I would have brought you a plate, but I think we got off on the wrong foot," Tucker said, shaking his boot a little. Chevy instantly thought of him stepping in dog dew, and then accusing her of letting the animal that wasn't hers loose. "I think you're right. After all, we are neighbors and you know what the Bible says about loving your neighbor." He smirked. Again, it was a moment too late that the double meaning of what that comment could have meant struck Chevy. A flush warmed her cheeks. "And there I thought my cookies were what scared you off when you so rudely hurried away after Betty tried to introduce us." Tucker scrubbed his hand through his hair. His bicep flexed. "Yeah. Sorry about that. Are you going to explain?" "I already apologized, but again, I'm sorry I was rude." Chevy snorted. It didn't seem there would be any winning with him. "In that case, me too. And I'm awfully sorry for your loss. For what it's worth, I've lost a parent too." Chevy bit her lip and stepped closer. "Thanks. That means a lot. My father, Warner, and I didn't know each other. He'd send me a birthday card once a year until I left." She was going to say home, but none of the places she'd ever lived felt like that. It was what she'd been seeking in all of the countries she'd visited. "That's tough." "It's life." She shrugged. "I'm going to get this place cleaned up, do some repairs, and then fund my next big trip." "Oh, you travel?" he asked in a tone of surprise. "I've been to all 7 continents. 104 countries and counting." Tucker's mouth dropped open. "Are you serious?" "As serious as prostate cancer. It turned out that's what he died of." Saying it out loud made Chevy's eyes mist over. "I don't mean that as a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know what's come over me." Tucker stepped closer. "Hey, no one knows how to deal with this kind of thing until it happens to them. Even if you didn't have a relationship, his passing brings that to the surface, you know?" The gentle look he gave her suggested that he knew exactly what he was talking about. Chevy felt like someone put words to how she felt. She felt understood in a world where things suddenly stopped making sense. Her father seemed normal, and not the bad guy she'd been made to believe he was. Chevy couldn't stop herself from what she said next. I lost my mother a while back and we did have a relationship, at least until I was 15 and sent to foster care. She had a lot of problems. Substance abuse mostly. I was there at the end though. We made amends. Well, as much as we could, given the amount of time we had and her state. I still pray for her every day. Tucker's expression was unreadable. It was like she'd given him as much to think about as he had with what he'd said about the way losing someone, even someone like her father, whom she didn't know. That particular kind of loss caused the pain associated with the lack of a relationship to spill right over. She didn't need Tucker to say anything. But he did. I suppose praying is the only thing you can do. Better than asking questions that will never get answered. Chevy swallowed back tears. All the while, the little dog hadn't left her side. So you're just here until this place sells? Tucker asked. Stricken with a sudden pang that she couldn't pinpoint, she turned to the boxes of junk and countless broken items scattered across the driveway. There's little in the way for a garage sale, but perhaps I can clean up a few of the items for a profit. If you're looking to make some cash once fixed, that truck would be a gold mine. Tucker pointed to the garage. Chevy laughed. Cars? They're not my thing. He smirked. His scent of long days in the sun, horsepower, and engine grease wrapped around her. No, cars weren't her thing, but he could be. As soon as the thought had wedged itself in her mind, she scrambled to get free of it, probably much like the little dog had when it was stuck under the car. Chevy was always on the move. As true as it was that she baked cookies and found the church when she was new to town, she also had the rule that she didn't date. She wasn't going to break hearts, or have hers broken when she inevitably left town. But as Tucker sauntered away, leaving her and the little dog in front of the garage, she worried about what would happen if she broke a rule. She'd been in Blue Bay Beach for less than 24 hours, and with the dog at her heels, she rushed into town and toward the church she'd spotted when she'd first arrived.
Chapter 4. Tucker. Several days had passed since Tucker had then re-met Chevy Ann Muller, and he couldn't get her out of his mind. If she ever asked him why he took one look at her standing on Betty and Gus's porch, and then turned right around, it would have been because he knew what was coming. Seeing those soft brown eyes and that long wild hair blinked like a warning light on his internal dashboard. With that one look, he knew that she'd ruin him. She'd consume his every thought and cause him to break down like an old car. It had happened once before, and he vowed never to let a woman have that kind of control over him again. During his early morning runs, before it got too hot, he'd seen her walking the dog. Often later in the day she'd be out shuffling things around the house and going to town. They'd exchanged friendly hellos, but the more he tried to avoid her, it seemed the more frequently she appeared. Getting the mail, chatting with Betty, and repeatedly trying to mend that broken fence so the dog wouldn't get loose. From what he could tell, she'd hardly stopped scrubbing, dusting, and mopping the house next door. He'd only been inside number 8 a few times. As Warner aged, his eyesight and energy declined. Poor guy. With a twinge of guilt, Tucker thought of his own father. No chance Chevy would respect him if she knew how he'd let his family down. There he was, back to thinking about her. He doubted that a spot was spared from her cleaning spray and rag. The outside was another story. Florida vegetation grew thick and fast in the humid weather, with a brief rain shower nearly every afternoon. Gus called it the Florida car wash. If his vehicles weren't under cover after it rained, he'd be outside in a hot minute with a chamois, so the rainfall didn't leave any spots on the shiny paint. Shiny like Chevy's hair. Oh man, he had it bad. He shook his head, scolding himself. As busy as Tucker had been at the shop with a Triumph with an oil leak that had him stumped on, he couldn't stop thinking about her. What she'd said about making amends with her mother and praying for her every day made him think his own mother would like to hear that. Caroline Ritchie would have been happy if he'd brought her home to meet the family. His mom had never liked Dahlia, the one girl he dated. None of the Ritchie clan had. Granted, Tucker didn't need to make amends with his mother. However, his father was another story. And if he knew anything about his mother in heaven, she was praying hard for that to happen. But it wasn't just Chevy's faith that snagged his attention. It was her heart. She seemed selfless. Already, he'd heard from Betty that she'd baked cookies for the weekly senior luncheon, and made friends with Billy, who owned the Coconut Cove Cafe, and ran the weekly food delivery program for people in the community who needed the extra help. Billy wasn't exactly cuddly best friend material. Although, from what he'd gathered, again from Betty who knew everything about everyone in town, after marrying Rhodes, the restaurant owner softened up quite a lot. "How's she lookin'?" a sudden male voice said, slapping his hand on the hood of a 1960 Chevrolet Bel Air. Tucker was halfway underneath as he worked on the tie rod. He needed a break from the Triumph. At the same time, Tucker's phone rang. He had it propped up against the tire so he didn't crush it. Rarely did he remember to take it out of his pocket before he rolled under a car. A familiar name flashed across the screen, causing him to ram his elbow on the crossbar. Fumbling, he almost dropped the socket wrench on his face and knocked his knee into the metal frame. He rolled out from under the car, muttering a few salty words under his breath. His mother would have had his hide. "You okay there, boy?" Gus asked. Tucker was hardly a kid, already in his 30s, but to men like Gus and his father, he was just a pup. And there Chevy popped back into his mind with thoughts of dogs. "Oh," Gus said, hiding a smirk. "I see you were distracted." "I wasn't, he started to defend himself. Gus lifted his hand to cut him off. "Now you're working underneath almost 2 tons of American steel, not a time to be thinking about." He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Tucker opened his mouth to protest, but Gus cut across him. "So how's this Chevy treating you? She giving you any trouble?" It was obvious Gus knew how the name Chevy tangled up Tucker's thoughts. "No, sir. I'll have it ready for you by the end of the day. No rush. The owner won't be back from up north until next week. Sometimes it's best to take these things slowly. You have to finesse the situation. Tease out the..." This time Tucker lifted his hands. All right. I get it." Gus smirked. He and his longtime friend Vince co-owned the shop. Officially, Gus was retired but still came by daily and did all the bookkeeping orders and manned the phone much of the time, not that the shop was booming. They worked on all makes and models of cars, but specialized in classics and drew auto enthusiasts from all over the country. The plan was, Vince would retire that summer and they'd decide what to do with the shop. Tucker would probably have to find another job that paid cash, or go crawling back home and come clean with the truth. One of the massive garage bay doors was open, and Betty appeared backlit by the sun. "Hey, my 2 favorite guys." She was almost always cheerful, a ray of sunshine in the same way that his mother had been for his father. Once upon a time, Tucker thought he'd like to have that. Too late for him. "I'm heading over to the cafe to meet Chevy for dinner at Coconut Cove," Betty said. In tandem, the 2 guys tilted their heads in question. "Dinner, when you miss lunch and it's too early for dinner. Since it's already past 3 and I didn't eat lunch, I'm famished. Can't wait much longer to eat. I'm starved." Betty used to work full-time at the restaurant but now just pulled 1 breakfast shift and 1 lunch shift per week, plus occasionally covering for others. "If you wait a little while, it'll be an early bird," Gus said. "Oh, come on, we're more like night owls," Betty teased, giving her husband a nudge. "Goodness knows you can't help but have a late-night snack of a bowl of ice cream before bed." "It's hardly a bowl. More like a scoop." Yeah. Tucker chuckled at their banter. "So we're having dinner this evening?" Gus asked. "Well, I'm having pie," Betty said. Tucker's mouth instantly watered. The Coconut Cove Cafe served Betty's famous key lime coconut cream pie. "You should come join us," she said as though reading his mind. "Aw, thanks, but I should get back to work." Tucker's stomach growled in protest. Betty cocked an eyebrow, reminding him of Chevy. "Gus, I told you to make sure he takes a lunch break." "Hey, that's up to him to remember to feed himself. I only just got here. This boy gets focused on one of these projects here and keeps on working through the noontime hour. Soon he's going to be nothing but skin and bones. More like muscle and brawn, but whatever you say, dear." Gus walked toward the door, likely realizing his wife wasn't going to give up until they were all seated on the deck at the restaurant. Betty was persistent. However, she didn't follow her husband. "Tucker, please take your lunch break." He supposed it would be rude to say no. They exited the building and closed the big door. Betty hurried across the street, where a couple of women were standing on the corner in front of the Sandy Shore Inn. Gus talked about the bad tie rod in the Bel Air when Tucker heard a familiar voice. Betty was talking to Ruby, who helped out Sandy LeBlanc, the owner of the Sandy Shore Inn. A beautiful woman stood with them. She seemed to be making herself right at home in town. The little dog was on a leash, sitting patiently at Chevy's side watching a seagull peck at something. "You should come too. Billy will be so pleased to see you," Betty was saying as they approached. "I'd like to, but Sandy, she hasn't been herself lately." "I should head back in," Ruby said. "In that case, I'll bring you both dinner on my way back and visit," Betty said. Ruby softened and squeezed Betty's arm. "Thanks, I think she'd like that." Tucker sensed that perhaps the owner of the inn was ailing. "Oh, Ruby, have you met Chevy? She's Warner Muller's daughter and moved in next door to me." "It's nice to meet you," Chevy said. "But to be clear, I haven't moved in. More like passing through. Hopefully, I'll be out of your hair in no time." Tucker was about to say something when he cut himself off and slapped an invisible bug on his arm. Ruby and Chevy's eyes landed on him. He cleared his throat. "No see they're bad this afternoon." Betty gave him a look because they both knew the pesky little bugs were rarely spotted at the beach. Gus chuckled lightly at Tucker's sudden jumpiness. Chevy had him turned around and inside out. "Are we going to have dinner or what?" He dragged Betty off as she started to explain the compound word she'd made up. Without breaking pace, she went on to tell Chevy all about working at the Coconut Cove Cafe. As they stepped onto the dock that stretched over the water, ending in a restaurant with a thatched roof that was patronized by people on foot and boaters alike, she finished with, "And they make the best key lime coconut cream pie in the world." "That's not an exaggeration," Tucker added because it was true. Gus chuckled again. "Don't be fooled, Chevy. Betty is biased because she's the one who makes it. But it is the best. Won prizes and everything. Then what are we waiting for? Let's have dinner. Though thinking about it, I think the more accurate term would be pre-SSERT. That's like pre-dinner dessert," Chevy joked. Everyone laughed as Gus and Betty sat on one side of the table on the dock deck. Chevy and Tucker sat down on the other, and as they both lowered, they knocked into each other. It was far more welcome than his elbow and knee colliding with the undercarriage of the car. Warmth caressed his skin where her forearm had touched his. He knew he was being silly, practically acting like a teenager on a first date, and in the company of people who were old enough to be his parents. Even though Gus and Betty had been together for the better half of their lives, the two could talk a blue streak, which cut down on any chance of there being an awkward silence between himself and Chevy. Although he wanted to talk to her. Ask questions. Hear about her life and travels. He ordered a BLT and ordered his thoughts to heal like the dog seated quietly beside Chevy. There was no way he was going to let himself get caught up in her. Yes, she was pretty and kind and smart. But that's not what he needed in his life. No way. No how. After their food came, he snuck the dog a few nibbles of bacon. "Tucker, I've been meaning to ask you, what do you think of heading up the classic car show this summer?" Gus wiped his mouth with his napkin. "Vince and I have been talking about it for years, but we can't seem to get it together. With him retiring this summer, I thought it would be a nice send-off." Tucker didn't wait to hear more. Yes, of course. He'd do anything for those two guys. He was indebted to Gus and Betty, and he knew it would make them both happy beyond measure. Betty clapped her hands together. "Gus has been talking about doing a club or a show in Blue Bay Beach for years. That would be wonderful. We could also add a swap meet. Like a town-wide yard sale. The attic space is filling up." Betty rattled off a few more ideas. Tucker tried not to show the nervousness in his smile. He'd never done anything like that before. "We could have a barbecue, Cocos Cones could set up for ice cream, and Coconut Cove Cafe could have a refreshments table and sponsor a gift card for the raffle. I know Billy would say yes." Betty twirled her straw in the coconut lemonade as she excitedly continued. All the while, Tucker couldn't ignore Chevy's proximity, or the fact that he didn't know the first thing about hosting a classic car cruise, as they were often called. The most he'd done was enter the county fair with his family's livestock back home, but that was it. After finishing dinner, Chevy ordered a second piece of pie. Yes, it's that good. She smiled at Betty. When Billy brought it over, Chevy asked for a second fork, then passed it to Tucker. All the while he'd sat there like an obedient puppy, and took the fork, just as the dog had gladly gobbled up the bacon. What had come over him? She nudged the plate between them and said, I can't possibly eat the whole thing, but I'm putting this on my list of favorites: gelato in Italy, croissants filled with chocolate in Paris, and now key lime coconut cream pie here. Betty beamed. It's like we're on a double date. The words hung in the air along with Chevy's fork and his, as they'd both just moved in for another bite of pie. Tucker told himself not to look at Chevy for her reaction. He couldn't do it. But it was also that he didn't want her to see his reaction. His ears flamed red. A double date? As Betty rattled on about her and Gus's first official date, Tucker peered at Chevy. She bit her lip. He offered an apologetic smile and hardly listened as Betty continued. Not because he meant to be rude, but because he worried that Chevy sensed his discomfort and his desire. Oh, he'd stepped in it all right. Stepped in it so bad he felt like he was falling for the girl next door. A couple from town paused at the table, and Gus and Betty chatted with them. Without a distraction, the words double date floated between them like a flashing sign, at least Tucker thought so. It's like we're on a double date. What to say after that? The dog whined a few times, likely to go to the bathroom. Thank goodness. Chevy took the last bite of pie. I'd better get her to shore. They were just on the dock, but he knew what she meant. You must be tired after all that cleaning. Tucker, why don't you walk Chevy home? Betty had filled many roles in her life, and it turned out she was playing matchmaker too. At least it seemed that way. Not wanting to turn a darker shade of red, he obliged, and they said goodnight to the Lyles. When Chevy and Tucker stepped off the dock, the sun hovered over the lip of the ocean, the deep orange gold. It's beautiful, Chevy whispered as they waited for it to sink and melt away. And she was too. Some unattended parts of Tucker wanted desperately to tell her as much, but he bit back the words. Betty sure is. Chevy started, likely thinking the same thing he was about her enthusiastic involvement in their lives. Special and I'm a great baker. They both laughed, diffusing some of the tension. Thanks for walking me home. I know my way now, but it has been a long day. She smiled and linked her arm around his, elbows clasped. At her touch, the tension ratcheted right back up. He tried not to wince, but his elbow was still sore from when he knocked it. You okay? Yeah, hit my funny bone earlier. He didn't add it was because he'd been preoccupied with thoughts of her. That was a no-go zone. What's funny about that? She asked deadpan. Their eyes met, hers filled with mirth, and they both laughed. Nothing at all, he answered. And neither were the stirrings inside when he was around her, that were getting increasingly difficult to ignore. Chevy was the girl next door. He already had trouble with the girl next door in the past, but as they neared their neighboring houses, they both lingered in the lane. His phone rang. Same number as before, but it wasn't a call he was going to answer.
Chapter 5. Chevy. Tucker's cell phone beeped repeatedly in his pocket, but he ignored it. Chevy had been asked on countless dates, but the number of times she'd accepted was far fewer. It had just been her and her best friend who'd set out on that first trip. Had Enrique stuck around, maybe things would have developed between them, but she'd never know, and keeping it simple was probably best for their friendship. Nonetheless, she was hung up on Betty's comment about the double date, and how it was like a domino stacked between her and Tucker. The way Tucker's ears had turned red was a second domino. And the way her nerves jittered, fluttered, and were ready to take flight when in his presence. A third domino. Their arms linked as they strolled down Egret Avenue. A fourth domino. This is not a date, she blurted. The stack threatened to teeter over. No, of course not. He gripped the back of his neck and the muscles of his right arm flexed. She may as well call his muscles the fifth domino. She didn't even realize she liked muscles. And his smile. Sixth domino. His lips. Seventh domino. Thank you for sharing your pie though, he said at last. His drawling voice. Eighth domino. Consider yourself lucky. I might not next time. She meant it as a joke, but the words next time added to the others, and she feared one more comment would cause the dominoes to fall. He held her gaze as though he sensed it too. The breeze whispered through the palms and brushed dangerously close to the precarious stack of dominoes. One false move and the whole thing would topple, and she sensed she'd fall along with it. His phone beeped again with a call, startling her from the moment. Tucker glanced at it and held it tight, as though torn between continuing their evening or answering. Are you going to get that? He opened and closed his mouth, then clicked off the phone and slid it into his pocket. How many dominoes was that? 9. The dog licked Tucker's hand and wagged her tail. He patted her on the flank. I saw you sneaking the dog some of your bacon. Chevy managed to return to her light, joking self. Maybe you don't hate dogs after all. I never said I hate dogs, he said defensively. I'm just not fond of the little yappy ones, or when they do their business where I walk. Actually, I like them a lot. And I think the dog likes you too, Chevy said. It was too late. She couldn't take the comment back. 10. That was the last domino. Tucker straightened up from the crouch in front of the dog where he'd given her a good scratch behind the ears. His eyes were bright in the dim light. Piercing. Almost flinty. Is that so? His voice was low, rugged, yet amused. She recalled the red tint of his ears. She felt the same stain on her cheeks and was thankful the streetlight wasn't too bright. Chevy swallowed hard. We should say good night. Yes, we should, he replied as if he sensed the wreckage of the fallen dominoes around them. But neither one spoke the words. Likely, because they didn't want the night to end. Going to sleep was impossible for Chevy that night. It wasn't just because of the storm that had rolled in off the Gulf, or the way the wind rustled the palms that still needed trimming. No, the dominoes that fell led right to Tucker. He'd invaded her mind much like the vegetation outside had taken over the yard. Well, minus the grass and dirt patches. She tried to focus on that, other things in that open space. Since arriving in Blue Bay Beach a week earlier, she'd been introduced as Chevy to everyone. With scorn, her mother had told her that her father had somehow gotten a hold of the nurse to pen her name on the birth certificate before she'd had a chance. He'd picked Chevy because cars were his true first love. Then why wasn't she? The question had popped up from time to time while she was cleaning. Why didn't he try to be part of her life? Well, she had a new life of sorts. She was starting over. No one there knew that she'd hardly done a thing with her life except roam the earth. Sure, she'd seen the world and worked hard at the odd jobs she took, but what did she have to show for it? She'd never had a home or a sense of belonging in any particular place. Betty and the coastal town had grown on her, like the vegetation, like Tucker. And there she went again, circling back to him. For the next hour, she thought about their every interaction. Betty said he had his reasons for being rude and cranky. Well, he'd have to reconcile them because she wasn't someone who put down roots, meaning she wasn't averse to tearing up weeds. At the foot of the bed, the dog let out a long lamenting sigh. And you just up and moved in. Made yourself at home. We'll have to find out if you have a home and someone is beside themself missing you. Chevy's voice turned soft. At odd moments, she found herself missing the man she never knew, her father. He had a collection of old tea tins and license plates. Turned out he'd lived in at least 9 other states, including Georgia where she was originally from. She also missed out on having a home, and other relationships, local friends, neighbors, and even a boyfriend, partner, husband. Being on the move for so many years, it was like all of that caught up to her and piled up. She'd never had a pet, and the dog had quickly carved out a corner in her heart. Was Blue Bay Beach working the same strange magic? Was the cute cowboy next door too? Before she could answer that thought, she fell asleep. The next morning, the rain still hadn't let up. The dog whined by the door, so she let her out in the yard. After Chevy made herself some toast and tea for breakfast, the dog still hadn't returned. Usually, she scratched at the door to be let in. When she peered into the yard, sure enough, the fence was broken again. She'd hardly done a good job repairing it. She called for the dog a few times and told herself to get bacon the next time she was at the market. Apparently, the dog liked it, Dot and Tucker. Just then, he came up the path, carrying the little rascal who was wet and muddy. He called, "You missing someone?" I was just about to go searching. Tucker, always wearing his cowboy boots, stepped onto the porch. "Is she paying rent?" he asked, nodding at the dog. Her nose and whiskers twitched a few times, then she tilted her head as if waiting for an answer. Chevy stifled a laugh. "Oh no, she just up and moved in. She's cute and cuddly enough to get away with anything." Tucker smirked as he cradled the dog in his arms. "I suppose so. But she also tried to get these muddy little paws into my house." Chevy held out the leash, but Tucker didn't give the dog up. "I think she's growing on you," Chevy said. "The same way Blue Bay Beach is growing on you?" Tucker asked. There was something behind his question. Something in his eyes as they held hers. "I do like it here, but it's already been a week, and I haven't even made headway on the garage. Once you get that truck out of there, it'll free up a lot of space." He rubbed the dog's stomach. She looked like she was in pup heaven. "Do you have any idea how much I could sell it for? You said something about a gold mine." She pointed toward the garage. "You can't sell that thing as is." "Well, I can't drive it." "Not like that, you can't. But it can be fixed, then you'd make a nice profit." Still standing on the porch as the rain pattered down around them, Chevy shifted from foot to foot. She blinked, her eyes closed, and squished up her face. It had never really mattered before, but for some reason, she didn't want to admit to Tucker that she couldn't drive. His gaze drifted over her. "Wait a minute," he said, setting the dog in the house. The screen door knocked shut. "Wait just a minute, Chevy," he repeated, but added emphasis to her name. "You mean to say that you don't know how to drive?" A little sound of frustration escaped. "No, I don't know how to drive. I never needed to. Didn't have anyone to teach me." Her throat felt thick at that last part. "What about your dad? The owner of that truck?" Tucker nudged his head in the direction of the garage. She shrugged. "I told you that I never knew him. Never, ever." Her shoulders dropped along with her stomach as emotion overwhelmed her. A sad smile lifted the corners of Tucker's lips, and he reached for her arm, giving it a gentle squeeze. Then a smile bloomed on his face. He stepped off the porch and threw open the garage door. The rain had slowed to a drizzle. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm going to fix this thing up." He started unearthing the truck. "What for?" "To teach you how to drive." He set some lawn equipment off to the side. "Me? What for?" she asked, meeting him in the driveway. "You said you want to leave." He remained in motion, moving items until the hood of the vehicle was visible. "I'm not sure where I want to go." For the first time, she had the desire to stay put. Then a little voice, the one that was as flighty as a bird, told her she couldn't stay long. Certainly not forever. It was too risky. And so was spending another moment with Tucker, but her entire life while traveling solo was one big risk. Tucker slapped the hood of the vehicle. "Oh, she's a beauty. I can see you behind the wheel, Chevy." He beamed. "I don't know," she started. Before she realized, his arm was slung over her shoulder. Warmth ran across her back, chasing its way to her belly. "There's nothing to it. You'll be an old pro in no time." He turned his head so he was facing her. All chiseled jaw, slightly crooked nose, and brilliant eyes. Her knees went weak, but he held her up. The two of them facing the garage, facing the future. "As my mother used to say, no risk, no reward, right?" he said, giving her a squeeze. The emotion was almost too much, thoughts of her father, his passing, that led her to Blue Bay Beach, and Tucker by her side. Just then, the sun beamed from the clouds, shining on them. She suddenly felt little shoots digging into the dirt beneath her feet, with a promise of roots and leaves and blooms.
Chapter 6. Tucker. Chevy's expression flitted between concern, caution, and something else Tucker couldn't pinpoint. Naturally, she'd feel that way, having never been behind the wheel of an automobile. Nonetheless, he asked, "Are you okay?" As she nodded, the side of her face pressed against his chest. He was considerably taller than her, and it felt like she belonged tucked under his arm. But they were getting too close. He didn't want to give her the wrong idea. He dropped his arm and continued to haul junk out of the garage, exposing the car. "This is going to be great. We'll fix it up. I'll teach you how to drive, and..." She wrung her hands. "How will I repay you?" "You don't have to. Consider it a labor of love." Just like how the penny dropped when Betty commented on the double date and Chevy said the dog liked him, the word love held a certain kind of energetic charge that was easy to trip over. And he almost did, along with a stray cord from a lamp. Tucker got his balance and cleared his throat. "But if you want to repay me, just keep your dog out of my yard." He winked to show he was joking. "You sound like a grouchy old man." "I thought I was the cranky cowboy." Her hand flew to her hip. "Hey, how'd you know, Betty? Did she say I called you?" Chevy's hand flew to her lips. "Anyway, it's not my dog." The dog stood at attention next to her. "Sure looks like your dog to me. But you could also provide me with a lifetime supply of cowboy cookies, and I promise, I'll try not to be cranky." "Oh, so you do like cowboy cookies? I thought we established that." "Fair enough. I'll keep the dog out of your yard, provide you with a lifetime." Chevy paused a beat like there was yet another word to get snagged on. "Lifetime supply of cookies." She snapped her fingers like she'd just got a great idea. "And I'll help you out with the classic car show in exchange for driving lessons." He brightened. "Would you really?" "Sure. I've organized loads of events. I've never turned down a job or opportunity. Let's see, there was the time." She held up her fingers, counting off several odd jobs in as many countries, including helping dredge bicycles from the canals in the Netherlands, working at an olive farm in Spain, a ski instructor in Japan, and at a cafe in Brazil. "You're so worldly." "Hardly. I don't even know how to drive." She bit her lip. "I've only spanned the distance between Texas and Florida." "Oh, that's right, you're from Texas. Horse country. I was a trail guide in northern Italy for a summer." "You ride?" She just kept surprising him. She slapped her hip. "You bet your saddle I do. Though probably not very well. I'm no cowgirl. Looking back, I was probably foolish because horses are powerful, but I never turned down a job if it meant cash. The position was open, but I didn't want to admit that I wasn't qualified, so I took a few lessons at a rival barn. The trainer said I was a natural. The investment more than paid for itself in the next 5 months, from experience and cash." "I like your attitude. My mother also used to say, we can't control the weather or the world, but we are responsible for how we look at things and how hard we work." Tucker hefted another box out from the slim space between the driver's side of the truck and the wall of the garage. She sounded like a wise woman. He nodded as he set down a box of what looked like old photos. "You may want to look through those." She peered inside. "Little by little, I'm starting to see the world a little differently through my dad, my old man, as I've heard you say." He chuckled, not realizing she'd been paying attention. "How do you mean?" "My mother painted a terrible picture of Warner. I believed it. Now I'm not so sure. And I sort of understand why he never left this little town to visit me. I'm not so sure it was a matter of him not wanting to visit you. Betty has said a lot of things about Blue Bay Beach, including that it has an anchoring quality." She nodded. "Sounds like the women in your life have a lot of sage insight." Including Chevy. In the short time they'd known each other, due to her influence, he'd started standing a little taller, smiling a little more often, and asking himself questions he'd all but left back in Texas. Chevy absently flipped through a few old newspaper clippings from the box. "It seems like everyone around here has a purpose. As soon as I was able, I left Georgia seeking that and a place to call home." "Did you find it?" "I'll get back to you. In the meantime, I feel a strange kind of pressure to obtain a skill, learn something. Go to college." She laughed. It's never too late to grow into whoever you're meant to be. Did your mom say that too? He tipped his cowboy hat. No. That's a Tucker Ritchie original. Her laugh that time was more of a flirtatious giggle. She snapped her fingers. Sounds like we've made ourselves a deal. You work on the car and teach me how to drive, I'll take the reins on the car cruise and bake you cookies. What about the dog? I'll make sure she visits you as often as possible. Chevy laughed. What about cleaning up the house? Will you have time to do that and everything else? All I have left are a few odds and ends inside the garage, the exterior, and the yard. No sweat. She was amazing. But I'll consult you because I've never done a car cruise before. She held out her hand for them to shake on it. As their palms pressed together, a surge of buzzing energy accelerated up Tucker's arm and into his chest. His mouth went dry. He managed to say, I appreciate it, Chevy. I'm good with cars, moving parts, fluids. People. Not so much. I think you're just fine with people, she said. Their hands were still pressed together, electrifying him. At the same time, they lifted their gazes, and the high voltage threatened to blow apart Tucker's world. Instead of letting that happen, he turned his focus back to the truck, the same thing that held him together the last time he found his life in ruins. After another half hour, they'd excavated the junk, revealing the entirety of a 1965 Chevy short bed, step-side pickup truck. Tucker's eyes bulged. Chevy bit her teeth together. Looks pretty rusty. No, Chevy. No, you have a gem right here. A diamond in the rough. He pulled a few more things out of the way to reveal the machine in all its glory. He felt like an archaeologist unearthing treasure. Do you think you can fix it up? I haven't seen under the hood, but I know I can. I wonder if Gus had any idea this was tucked away in old Warner's garage. Doubtful. He would have figured a way to get his mitts on it, Tucker said, answering his own question. Chevy stood in the middle of the driveway, staring at the disarray in the rusty old truck. Where she saw a mess and impossibilities, he saw a challenge and potential. He gripped her upper arms and smiled. You just wait. It's going to be magnificent. By the next day, Tucker had the pickup at the shop in town and was already assessing the scope of the project and creating a list of parts that needed to be replaced. Sure, it would be a lot of work, but he was more than up for the challenge. For the next few days he was busy with customer repairs, but in every spare moment he thought long and hard about the Chevy truck and the person. It was Friday, and the garage was dim when his stomach let out a long grumble. He'd missed lunch again, and by the look of the fading light, dinner was fast approaching. Gus gave him free rein over the garage during off hours, and he anticipated getting to work on the pickup. He'd been meaning to see if there were any documents in the glove box that might be helpful, including previous maintenance records. When he popped it open, there was a pair of driving gloves, a packet of tissues that were nearly disintegrated, a Baby Ruth candy bar that was surprisingly solid considering it had likely been in there for ages, and a yellowed envelope. Tucked inside was a photo of a little girl wearing an Easter bonnet and standing in front of the truck during its heyday. He flipped it over. On the reverse side in black ink were the words Chevy Ann and the date. Tucker's heart sped up a beat. He crossed the street to grab a bite to eat at Coconut Cove Cafe when he heard a familiar voice say, Ford, like the automobile manufacturer. Chevy and several others were gathered around Cocos cones. Ford, the owner's husband and father of the ice cream stand's namesake, answered, Chevy, like the automobile manufacturer, he echoed. Ford and Chevy both nodded. Should I ask if a car aficionado was involved in naming you? Isley asked Chevy as she passed a customer a cone. They all laughed. Chevy brightened when she spotted Tucker. He was eager to show her the photo, but maybe during a more private time. She might get emotional again. He'd mostly grown up with his brother and all his male cousins, but was not entirely unfamiliar with the whims of the Ritchie women who weren't strangers to emotions as strong as a Texas tornado. After the customer paid for the cone, Isley said, Bobby isn't hiring right now, but if you're able to look after Coco, Ford and I wouldn't say no to a date night. Coco was petting the dog, and Chevy crouched down to their level. I think we'd make great friends. What do you say, Coco? She was so good with kids, so sweet and attentive. The little girl nodded as Claudia and Carter showed up with 3 little dogs in tow. What followed was a lot of sniffing and barking among the dogs. Isley introduced them all. "And don't forget about Bella Bear and Lulu," Claudia said, pointing to each of the little dogs. "When did you guys get back into town?" Isley asked. "After a whirlwind trip to Europe where Carter played at a festival, we got in late last night. Dot and are back on the road next Tuesday." Claudia let out a long breath. "That's a lot of travel," Ford added. "And a lot of time in the kennel for these poor little guys." Claudia explained that she'd inherited the fur babies from her aunt. Between Cocos and Chevy's attention, the 4 dogs looked like they were in a complete state of bliss with all the belly rubs. Chevy seemed so at ease. At home with herself. He admired her for it. Meanwhile, he'd been on the run, trying to escape the past. Chevy tilted her head up, and her gaze landed on him with her soft brown eyes and full-lipped smile. He'd scarcely been able to stop thinking about her. "I have a surprise for you, Chevy," he said, as though it were just the 2 of them. "Wanna grab dinner?" Everyone went silent. A moment later, Tucker realized it sounded like he was asking her out. He was known around town as the Lone Ranger, at least that's what Betty told him. Despite the reputation Florida had for retirees, there were plenty of younger women in Blue Bay Beach, and that town in particular had plenty of eligible women to date. However, since arriving the summer before, he wasn't interested. At least, not until recently. His stomach sank as the silence stretched among them, as everyone gazed between the pair, as though watching a history-making event. Chevy smiled as she stood up. "Is this a triple date invitation? Or just the 2 of us?" His lips quirked. "Just the 2 of us." He didn't realize it until that moment, but aside from being hungry, the tight clench of his stomach told him that he didn't want her to say no.
Chapter 7. Chevy. Once again, Chevy felt swept up in the emotions of the moment as she waved to Isley, Ford, Claudia, Carter, and Coco. New friends, job opportunities, and then Tucker's invitation to dinner raced alongside ideas and feelings and inspiration. Having the giant swap meet, garage sale, yard sale, tag sale, or whatever it was called, would help her buy the parts for the truck and fix some things up around the house, but wasn't enough to live off until she sold the place. She needed a job. And the truth was, she liked working, helping people, and contributing. Even when traveling, she wasn't the sort to laze around. "I had an idea," she said to Tucker as they walked away from the ice cream cone stand. "That this is a date?" Tucker asked. She stopped, stomach plunging, wondering if she'd been too bold. When he'd asked her if she wanted to get a bite to eat, those dominoes reappeared along with the tension. The only way she knew how to keep it at bay was to make a joke about Betty saying they'd been on a double date. He paused. "Because if you'd like to join me for some fish and chips, and maybe a milkshake, I'd like to treat you." Relief washed through her as surely as the waves lapped the shore. "That sounds delightful, but I wasn't kidding about the triple date." She wiggled the leash. "We have a companion." Tucker chuckled. "The dog is definitely welcome." "In that case, let on." They continued along the boardwalk as Chevy thought out loud, picking up on the ideas she'd been having. "I love kids and dogs and have been thinking about an idea for work while I'm here. I could start a dog walking service. I bet the dog would like some friends, or maybe you'd find the owner." "Exactly, and I'd get to know people around here too." They were nearly at the snack shack that served fish, chips, burgers, onion rings, and milkshakes. "I mentioned how I've been feeling a little pressure to obtain a skill. Learn how to fix cars or go to college. There's a big span between the 2. One is very expensive. I guess you could look at it that way, but you have a skill. I have." She felt like she always did since she was a little girl. Like she had nothing. "I've worked plenty of odd jobs, but I want a passion like you have for cars." You lit up when you saw the pickup truck. It was like Christmas morning. He laughed lightly. "I just don't know what I want to do with my life." "Me neither, darling, me neither." His eyes floated over to hers, and before she realized what was happening, they'd both stopped just short of the snack shack. The lights strung up around the area sparkled on the water. A little tickle moved through her at Tucker's use of the word darling, in his smooth Texas drawl. Another domino. The truth is, I think a lot of us are trying to find the one thing. The true thing. He glanced over her shoulder and she followed his gaze. The church steeple was lit up now that the sun had gone down. My mother would have said it's a lot closer than we think. Tucker's face moved in and out of shadow as a car passed on the road. Yeah, she said softly. I suppose you're right. At first glance, it didn't seem like the hand of God was involved in Chevy's formative years. Her mother struggled with alcohol and later drugs. There was a revolving door of boyfriends that were verbally and sometimes physically abusive to her mother. When it became too much, she was put in foster care. There weren't any relatives that stepped in. She never felt like she belonged anywhere. Later, her mother had complications due to substance abuse and became very sick. Chevy returned and was there at the end with her mom. When she went back to her travels, the chapels and historical sites she visited took on a new light. She had a transformative moment in a cathedral in Barcelona. She felt the light, the spirit. Felt it. Knew it. Believed it. She couldn't explain it. But she didn't feel the need to. It was then she realized that the reason she'd survived her childhood and was able to make peace with her mother was because of God. Neither of them could control her mother's decisions, but they could forgive her. That was the light. And the truth of love above all. She gazed into Tucker's eyes and her breath caught. When she let it out, she said, "You mentioned you have something to show me? Let's grab some food and then I think you might like this." They ordered extra fries and dipping sauce along with their fish. In short order, it was served in baskets with newsprint lining, and they took a spot at an empty picnic table. Families and couples filled in the rest of the space, all enjoying the warm summer evening. I hope you don't mind, but I looked in the glove box of the pickup to see if there were any documents that might give me info about previous repairs made. Tucker slid the envelope across the table. And I found this. Chevy pulled out an old photograph. A little girl wearing a dress and Easter bonnet stared up at her. She clutched a basket filled with eggs and stood in front of the very same truck they'd uncovered. Chevy's eyes grew wide and then filled with tears. She flipped it over to read her name on the back and studied it for a long time as she sifted through memories. Finally, she said, "I don't understand. My mother told me my dad left right after I was born. Never even went into the hospital room to meet me. Never came back." "I'm sorry if it upsets you," Tucker said gently. She shook her head. "No, that's not it at all. Thank you. Since being here, I've had this strange feeling like part of me finally belongs. Almost like I'd been here before. Whether or not that's true, I may never know, but there are parts of my past that I don't remember. Things that may have happened that are different than what I'd been told. It's like I've been living a lie." Tucker snorted. Sometimes it just takes time for the truth to come out. She didn't know what else to say or what she thought on the matter, so took a long sip of her milkshake. Tucker smirked and his eyes sparkled. He leaned forward and wiped away her little chocolate mustache. "Hey, I was saving that for later," she said. He laughed. After eating, they walked back to the cottages. Chevy had been quiet, but the photo weighed on her mind. If what her mother said wasn't true, what else was a lie? Perhaps her father had known her and loved her. If so, why would her mother have told her otherwise? The painful truth was, she may never know. Tucker walked Chevy up the path to her bungalow. The dog sat down by the porch swing. "Seems like a good idea," Chevy said, then patted the seat. Tucker looked from it to the dog and back again. For the first time since seeing the photo, a smile lifted wide on her lips. "I mean for you to have a seat, Tucker," she said. He lowered onto the rickety old thing. "So you're looking for a job. Does that mean you're going to stay?" She wasn't sure how to answer. "For a time." "Where did you spend the longest?" She had to think about that. Possibly Latvia, but that was because a guy. Goodness no. Nothing against Latvian men, but I've led a very single life. I find that very hard to believe, he echoed in the same tone. True story. She went on to tell him a few funny tales about her trips, dates gone wrong, misunderstandings, and the one time she got locked in a museum overnight. The two of them were laughing when there was a creaking sound, and then all of a sudden the legs to the porch swing gave out, and they crashed onto the wooden deck. Are you okay? Tucker asked, brushing them both off. I'm intact, she said, unable to keep slight laughter from her voice at the unfortunate moment. We're on the edge of the patio, and had the position been off by another few inches, we would have careened onto the ground, which is several feet lower than the patio, and covered in overgrown shrubs, weeds, and who knows what kinds of creepy crawlies. Tucker sounded relieved that was not what happened. Still laughing, Chevy said, well, at least there's a cushion. Tucker let out a long breath. Now I can see the stars. He gazed upward and she followed. Her head had somehow settled on his shoulders as they remained there atop the cushion of the broken swing. Delightful shivers rippled through her at their proximity. She sighed, and it was altogether different than the others that had escaped when she'd first arrived in Blue Bay Beach. She felt settled. Content. It's a lovely night. I like the way you can see the good in things. I suppose that's one of the only ways to get by. If I focused on the bad, I'd be no better off than this swing. We'll get the truck fixed up and can bring this and anything else that's beyond repair to the dump. There's a lot of broken stuff around here. That, along with the photo and being here, has got me thinking. What if I fail? What if I'm no different than my parents? A sob hovered on the edge of Chevy's lips. Tucker's strong arm fit around her, drawing her closer. His cheek pressed against the top of her head. No, Chevy. You've already succeeded. And from where I stand, or recline on this patio with you right now, your parents gave the world to you. To me, that's not a failure on their part at all. His voice was even as he went on. They may not have fit the mold for how anyone wants parents to be. Then again, a lot of us don't meet our parents' expectations either. His tone suggested he spoke from experience. But we can always start wherever we are now to fix things for our loved ones, for ourselves, and our future families. I think all that sage wisdom from the women in your life has been rubbing off on you. I ought to start calling you the wise cowboy. He laughed. I'm not so sure about that. But thank you. The cicadas chirped from the brush and the waves sounded in the distance, but Chevy and Tucker fell silent. She tilted her head so she could look up at him. The stars shone in his bright blue eyes, and with them it seemed that the sparkle that she imagined had once been there had fully returned. What are you smiling about? He asked. The stars, she said. No matter where she'd ever gone in the world, the lacy blanket in the sky was just about always the same. Woman of the world, if you could go to the moon or another planet, would you? Tucker asked, around a laugh. She joined him. No. Probably not. I like Earth, thank you very much. You. I suppose it would be best for me to leave the country first. You know, test the waters before I attempt an interplanetary expedition. Smart. You mentioned that you're from Georgia. What prompted you to leave the US anyway? I've been asked this a lot. I always start by saying that I love my country. While that is true, the next part of the answer that I typically give is a lie. Chevy wasn't sure if it was something about the stars or Tucker or the truth unraveling in her life, but she had to speak it. She had to tell someone.
Chapter 8. Tucker. Lying there with Chevy was perfect. Well, not the broken porch swing part, but everything else. She was soft beside Tucker. Her scent was honey and sunshine. For the first time in a long time, he felt content. There was nothing else he wanted or needed. Everything was perfect except he sensed what she was about to tell him. I used to say that I wanted to explore the world. Okay, not a lie exactly, but really I was running. Running away from the past. From a childhood I couldn't control. From foster care situations that were less than ideal. From the unknown. Tucker released a breath. Yeah. I understand that to a degree. He'd been trying to escape the past too. Enrique was my best friend, the only friend that stuck by me through all the chaos when I was younger. Each day after school we'd walk all over. Walk until the sun set. Walk until our feet ached. He told me about this Spanish word vasondo. The way he explained it was the idea of wandering where the experience of doing that is more important than the destination. It's like being a traveler rather than a tourist. He loved this book called The Motorcycle Diaries and she broke off. I've heard of it. I think they made a movie based on it. Probably. Also, 2 actors did a documentary about riding around the world on bikes. That would have been his dream. He loved that kind of thing. Tucker noticed that she spoke about Enrique in the past tense. Maybe they had a falling out. We both worked hard, saving up before graduation. We each bought a one-way ticket to Spain. His mother was born there and his father here in the States. We didn't plan anything beyond the flight, except that we were going to travel 26,000 miles to circumnavigate the Earth before we came back. Sounds like the ultimate adventure. Did your mother know? I went to say goodbye. She said I was unreliable, self-absorbed, selfish. She told me to refund the plane ticket to pay her back for all the food and things she bought me over the years. Hardly. We had state assistance. She'd never worked. Can you imagine? Chevy shook her head. He couldn't. How awful for her. She was doing pretty bad then. That was it for me. I left and never looked back, until Enrique's mother got a hold of me. But before that, we went to Seville San Sebastian, wandered the cobbled streets, did part of the Camino Santiago. Sadness shaded her voice the more she spoke. Tucker's grip around her tightened, assuring her that it was okay for her to go on. As I said, Enrique loved motorcycles, and racing. Back home in Georgia, he was involved in street racing. I knew it was dangerous. Mostly looked the other way, you know? I mean, we were young. Invincible. We were forever. We bought a bike real cheap in Madrid, and that was how we got around. Then we met up with some guys who also liked bikes. They were involved in illegal drag racing. Think of it like the running of the bulls on those old narrow streets, but on motorcycles. Night after night we watched them. Then Enrique took up the challenge. He didn't make it. Chevy fell silent and then sniffled. Tucker didn't let her go. He couldn't let go because his own past was catching up to him at a high rate of speed, slamming into him all over again. There was a reason he'd left home, and now he could never tell Chevy. Her voice floated back to him, streaked with the agony of memory. I watched the whole thing. It was like a slow-motion nightmare. The bike took a turn wrong, the trajectory, the velocity. He caught air. Got crunched between a wall and a car. Every day for the following year, I'd wake up and remember. But I also remembered what we'd set out to do, so I carried on. So what was the lie? Tucker dared to ask. That I wanted to explore. Instead I was running, and I kept running. I was looking for a place to call home, and also finishing what Enrique and I set out to do. Eventually, I was trying to rebuild my life, trying to find myself. Did you? Yes, she whispered. And where were you when that happened? He asked. Right here. Again her voice was soft, barely audible above the chirp of the cicadas, the beat of their hearts. He wrapped both arms around her, holding her against him, steadying her as she moved through a quiet storm of emotions. Chevy curled into him like she was safe in his strong arms. Only the truth was that he was weak. He should have done things differently, told her. That was a true sign of strength. But it wasn't his moment to dwell on the past. That time right then was for Chevy. I've never told anyone the entire story or this. Everyone I've ever loved, or had the potential to love, leaves. That's the truth that I've been trying to avoid. I won't leave, Chevy, Tucker said, but as the words fell from his lips he wasn't sure he could keep that promise. But it also spoke volumes about how he felt about her. That scared him. That's why I don't get close to people. Why I always leave first. The truth was painful to hear. He was sorry that was her experience, but he also wanted to do something to change that. Prove her theory wrong. Tucker and Chevy remained on the patio a bit longer, chatting about her travels and Enrique. It seemed helpful for her to talk about it. He was glad she found in him someone she could trust with the secrets of the past. The two were busy the next few days, and Tucker got the sense that after her confession, Chevy needed a bit of space to process everything from the photo to confronting what had drawn her out of the country. He made progress on the old truck, doing a complete overhaul on the suspension. Fortunately, the transmission and exhaust were in decent shape. Getting replacement tires was expensive if he wanted to stick with the classic white walls. He had to focus on making sure everything was sound on the truck and doing repairs, but his mind would inevitably float to Chevy, namely, anytime he thought about the truck he was working on, and then to his own family situation and what caused him to leave. But he couldn't linger there. Much like the porch swing, the whole thing was broken and there was no fixing it. One afternoon, a few days later, there was a bunch of yapping from outside the garage, which was located just down the street from the post office. "Hello," a familiar female voice called. Tucker popped up from under the hood of a Dodge Charger with a coolant leak. Chevy stood in the open bay of the garage with 5 leashes in hand. Her hair was in a ponytail, and she wore a bright pink tank top and leggings. "Check it out, I started my own dog walking business." A yellow Labrador barked, and another started to circle her legs like it was going to take her down. She teetered, and he reached out to steady her. Even though his hands were dirty, touching her soft skin after being around metal and grease all day was a delight. "Still getting the hang of it," she said, as she rearranged the configuration of the leashes. "Congrats on the new biz," he said. "I was bringing them over to the park for some free time to run and play. Want to join me? I skipped my lunch break, so I suppose I could cut loose for a little while." Those were the words he said, but he'd make the time for her no matter what. "Who's your boss anyway?" she asked. "Gus is the one who cuts the checks. Vince is the one who gives me the jobs. But usually, I'm the only one here. You work hard. I've been given a lot. A second chance, if you will. Don't want to mess it up." She was about to ask a question when one of the dogs started barking at a seagull. "Stanley," she called. "Stop that racket." Soon, they were at the park. After Chevy closed the gate to the fence, she let all the animals off leash. They ran and scampered about, blissfully bounding and sniffing. Meanwhile, he gave her a full update on the pickup truck. "Sounds like you're making good progress. Thanks again. And I've been busy working on plans for the classic car show. I have a schedule planned out, created flyers to post, and have received a few donations for the raffle." "Sounds like you're making good progress too," he echoed. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. But you'll have to give me a tutorial, because I have the feeling Gus and Betty will want me to organize it again in the future. Do you think the truck will be ready in time? I have a guy who promised to do the paint next Thursday, so I think if I put in a few late nights and the vacuum hose arrives in time, I had to special order it, we'll be able to pull it off. But the real question is, will I be able to drive it?" Tucker bit his lip. "You'll need your license." She pulled a slip of paper from the fanny pack around her waist and waved it. "I have my permit." "Ha. I knew you needed authorization to walk these little beasts," Tucker said as the dog ran up to him. Chevy laughed. The way the sound made his heart tick a little faster made him feel like he'd been running too. "Here's something I still don't understand. You've lived an adventurous life. Been all over the world. Done tons of things. But you never got your license." She shrugged. "Never met a cowboy either. Well, not a real one from Texas." She tapped her sneaker against his boot. "It's pretty cool. Do you miss home? Your family?" she asked. "All the time." But that wasn't something he was going to think or talk about, because the real reason she never got her license hit him as hard as an oncoming car right then. Enrique. She didn't get her license because of what happened to her best friend. His throat was thick. He pivoted, not wanting to go there. "You've ridden a horse but didn't drive a car. I have to admit I'm tickled by this fact." "I've never done a lot of things, Tucker." The way she said his name was flirtatious, a tease. "Not by the sound of it. Ever been married?" That time she laughed and turned to face him as the dogs continued to play. No, Tucker. I've never even been kissed. Her cheeks turned the prettiest shade of rosé. He almost laughed but caught himself. She was teasing him for sure. I don't believe you. Her head tipped up and down as her lips parted. It's true. There's no way a woman as beautiful as you, who traveled to Spain and all those other places associated with romance, has never been kissed. She glanced in the direction of the church. Honest to God. And if you think I'm lying, I'll sick my dog on you. So it's your dog now? In addition to the flyers for the car show, I made signs for the missing dog. Tucker cleared his throat to regain focus. Well, you've been missing out on something. That's for sure. We should schedule your lessons behind the wheel soon so you can learn how to drive. We have to do something about these things you've never done before. Tucker left off the part about how he also wanted to kiss her. Chevy's lips quirked and he fought the urge to lean in and change one of those nevers right then.
Chapter 9. Chevy. Chevy had done a lot of bold things in her life, namely traveling the world solo. But what felt like an even bigger deal was telling Tucker what had happened to Enrique. And that she'd never been kissed. The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. Could she shove them back in? Nope. Could she run back to Egret Avenue and pretend the whole thing hadn't happened? Yup. But she didn't. The way the breeze blew softly against her skin, the warm summer air and the sun shining overhead kept her rooted there. And Tucker's eyes. They were curious, a bit wide with surprise by her confession, and definitely interested. Never had a guy's gaze made her feel so at home. Maybe home wasn't just a location, but a feeling. A feeling shared with someone else. Because of someone else. Enhanced by someone else. Chevy had been searching for a place to live, to call home. Perhaps she'd found it. And him. Tucker's gaze lingered on her, sending a flutter of sensation through her body. Her skin hummed, lit up by the sunshine and spark in his eyes. His fingers grazed her arm, exciting the flutters and the hum. He inclined his head and his lips parted. Chevy lifted onto her toes. She was drawn to him. Would he give her kissing lessons in addition to driving lessons? She was about to find out. He was close enough she could see a few freckles on his nose, make out the flecks of silver in his eyes, and get lost in the contours of his lips. Just then a dog barked, running headlong between them. Chevy jumped back as a seagull took flight. Tucker pressed his hand against his chest as though he'd almost had a heart attack. These dogs are rascals. Chevy had to catch her breath. Her own pulse was going a mile a minute, and not only because she'd been startled. If she could rewind the last 60 seconds, she was quite sure she'd have witnessed an almost kiss. I should get going, she said. I think these guys have had enough playtime. And I have to start posting signs for the car show and a missing dog. Yeah. Tucker raked his hand through his hair. I should head back to work. The kind of quiet that suggested they were both processing what had almost happened, laced between them as they walked up Main Street. What could be said about it anyway? Hey, we almost kissed. Or that almost kiss was something, huh? Or I really enjoyed almost kissing you. We should try again sometime. A little smile lifted the corners of Chevy's lips. She bit back the words and was lost in how right it felt, how full, how perfect it had been as they'd moved closer together. When they reached the garage, Tucker tipped his cowboy hat. Still holding the leashes, she awkwardly waved. See you at home. That was not what she meant to say. Or was it? Probably better than all that stuff about kissing, but it confirmed what she'd been feeling. Blue Bay Beach and Tucker might be what she'd been searching for. Over the next days, Chevy took care of dogs, prepared for the car show, the swap meet, and continued to clean up number 8 Egret Avenue. She and Tucker had settled into a bit of a routine. While he was fixing up the truck, she'd bring him Cowboy cookies. While she was cleaning the house, he'd bring her ice cream from Cocos Cones. All Chevy's life, she'd kept everyone except Enrique at arm's length. Didn't let them too close. However, she looked forward to time together with Tucker. All she wanted was for him to get closer. Despite being so busy, her thoughts repeatedly landed on the almost kiss. She wished she had a sister or a female best friend. Heck, even her mother would have been good to talk to. She was excited and nervous and worried that she might not do it right if it turned into more than an almost kiss. She'd seen kisses in movies and knew the basic mechanics, but that was just it. Kissing wasn't something she could read about in a guidebook, receive coaching on, or even get lessons, though if Tucker offered, she'd sign right up. Sure, kissing had some basic components, but really it came down to the chemistry of two people. And like love, that was inexplicable. A good kiss just happened. While Chevy painted the windowsill, Betty pulled in next door and took a grocery bag from the trunk of her car. Drawing a deep breath, she set aside her paintbrush, tightened the kerchief around her hair, and marched next door. There was one more bag in the trunk of Betty's car, so she grabbed it and walked up the path. Betty saw her immediately and exclaimed, "Oh, I love having a helper. Gus is over at the garage." "Thank you, dear." Inside, she set the bag down on the counter and shifted from foot to foot. "Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something." Betty quickly put the eggs and milk in the fridge and then poured them each a glass of iced tea. "The rest can wait." "What's going on?" They sat down at the kitchen table and Chevy launched right into it. "I've never kissed anyone." Betty nearly choked on her drink. "I know it's unusual and please don't judge me or laugh." Betty squeezed Chevy's hand. "I'll do nothing of the sort. I admire you in a way. You're a brave woman, doing something that goes against the norm. When I was younger, there was a lot of pressure to kiss. I was lucky and found Gus. When you said that, I suppose I was shocked, that's all. Not at all what I expected you to say. I was thinking it had something to do with a car cruise." She fussed with a straw. "I suppose it does. You see, I'd like to kiss Tucker." Her cheeks went up in flames. Betty waggled her eyebrows. "I had a feeling. First, please tell me if there's a reason you have never kissed anyone." Chevy lifted and lowered her shoulder. "My mother did plenty of kissing when I was growing up, and more," she said with an air of annoyance. "I wanted the person I kissed to be special. I wanted it to last. And I've never stayed in one place long enough to let that happen. That was because I was afraid that if I did, they'd end up leaving." There, she'd said it. Her deepest fear. Betty's eyes crinkled at the corners and she smiled. "I've met a lot of people in my long life. Never anyone quite like you, Chevy. That's the thing about our Creator. He makes each of us unique. Tucker is a lucky man to have won your affections. As I said, you're brave. That's a big thing to realize about yourself. So, how can I help?" "Well, what do I do? We almost kissed. I think. But what happens when, how, oh gosh, this is so awkward to talk about." Betty didn't skip a beat. "When it came to Gus and me, I made the first move. I knew he was interested, but almost everyone, even Gus, who doesn't have a timid bone in his body, is afraid of being rejected, so he hung back. I made sure he knew his interest was welcome." "What did you do?" Chevy leaned in. A mischievous smirk streaked across Betty's face. "I stole his car." Chevy slapped the table and her eyes grew wide. "You what?" "We were at a party on the beach. I'll tell you stories about those someday. Anyway, he'd left his keys in the ignition. We did that back then. It was a cherry red Mustang convertible. Still out there in the garage, as a matter of fact. He never let that one go." She giggled. "So I took it to the next town, filled up the trunk with soda, snacks, and a few folks who were looking for some fun. Returned an hour later to find Gus fuming on the edge of the road. He was about to call the police to report the theft." "What did you do?" Chevy's mouth hung open. Talk about brave. "I dangled the keys in front of his nose and I said, 'You'd better be more careful with these. I hear keys, especially the ones that belong to hearts, are hard to come by.'" "You did not." Betty lifted her hand in the air. Honest truth. Chevy leaned back in her chair. Betty couldn't hold back her laughter. Chevy either. The screen door swung open and a cowboy sauntered in. "What are y'all laughing about?" Tucker asked as he helped himself to some iced tea and refilled the women's glasses. "You," Betty blurted. Chevy felt Tucker's gaze bump over her. She had already been pink-cheeked, but they turned as red as the paint on that Mustang. Of course, Betty, who had the audacity to steal her future husband's car, would spill the beans. "All good things?" Tucker asked. Betty smirked. "Very good things." Mercifully, she brought the conversation around to the car show, which was only a week and a half away. "Is Gus around?" Tucker asked. "I have to ask him about a part." He lifted and lowered his eyebrows. "I expect I'll have a certain Chevy pickup truck here ready for my Chevy." He got up, set his glass in the sink, and sauntered to the garage. "My Chevy. My Chevy. My Chevy." The words filled her head. He meant her. She was his Chevy. Betty let out a low whistle after the door closed. "Think about it this way, dear. You have done a lot of living and you have a lot ahead of you, leaving you with plenty of time to kiss. And I am certain you will." For the next week, the busyness continued. While walking the dogs, Chevy would pass Tucker doing his daily jog along the beach. But no kiss. She checked in on his progress repairing the truck. But no kiss. They collaborated with preparation for the car show. But no kiss. And he'd initiated Chevy's driving lessons. Every evening around dusk, they'd get in Tucker's truck. It wasn't a classic like the C10, but a recent model Ford F-250. But no kiss. She carefully pulled into his driveway, a couple of nights before the date of the car show. "You are doing great. Just like you said about riding horses, you seem to be a natural," Tucker said, patting the dashboard. She passed him the keys, recalling Betty's story. Their hands brushed and tingles tore up her insides. "I take that as high praise coming from you." From her house next door, the dog rushed to the window and started barking. "I've been meaning to ask, you posted all of those signs. Anyone claim the dog?" She shook her head. "I even contacted all the local animal shelters, the pound, and pet stores. No one is missing her." Chevy had started to think that she'd miss the dog if she found the owner. And she'd miss Tucker and Blue Bay Beach if she left. "Did all that driving work up your appetite?" he asked. "I could cook us some burgers on the grill." "Sounds great. I have some salad fixings. I'll be right over." She certainly didn't want their time together to be over. In less than a half hour, they were seated at the table on Tucker's back deck. The air filled with the scent of the grill, the lights strung up overhead glowed softly, and the sun had said goodnight. He was telling a story about Pepper, a naughty old Appaloosa, back on his family's ranch. "That doggone animal practically ran the place. Only listened to my mother," he said. "Do you ever want to go back? Do you miss it?" "Sure do. But I don't know. I like it here." His eyes floated to hers. Her heart did a little dance. "I've been thinking about the dog walking thing. Like, maybe I could make a proper business out of it. There's an open commercial space in town. I could have a doggy daycare, grooming, a little shop." She shrugged. It was a small thing, but in her rare spare moments, she'd been obsessing over it, doodling little logo ideas, filling out a business plan she'd found online, researching bank loan options to get started. "I thought the Picky Puppy could be a cute name. Or the Discerning Dog." "I like both, but what about the dog?" Tucker said, gesturing to his feet. "She'd be the mascot. She's the inspiration. And she doesn't have a name." "I'm working on that too." "So, are you thinking of staying in Blue Bay Beach?" Tucker's voice had noticeable depth as he asked the question. "I've never had a house or a yard." She gazed at the space surrounding them. "I'm just not sure. I've always lived with uncertainty. That was my thing, waking up in new places, figuring out how I'd get along. But I'm not sure anymore." I'm looking for a sign to know what to do. For instance, once I had the opportunity to go to Greece. There was a job available at a market. Sure enough, every restaurant I went to for the next week served some kind of Greek food, gyros, spanakopita, souvlaki. I also had a friend who was headed to South Africa to learn to surf. She asked me to join her, and sure enough, that night, the movie that was playing at the place where I was staying was a surfing flick. She shrugged. You're so spontaneous. I've never been that way. Tucker took a bite of his burger. I think that's one of the things I like about you. You're solid, rooted. She liked a lot of things about him. His voice was especially low when he spoke, as though the compliment struck him. To be clear, you're looking for actual signs? It sounds silly, but yes, I am. Then I know exactly where to go. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 8:45. Dress in your best, Tucker said with a wink. Ooh. Sounds adventurous, she said. My favorite.
Chapter 10. Tucker. Tucker had been looking for a sign too. When Chevy mentioned she was seeking an actual sign, he instantly knew the place to go. After what she'd said about visiting cathedrals and lighting candles, he hoped returning to church would help him figure out if he should return his brother's repeated calls. Chevy's question about a sign was the little nudge he needed to spark the idea. All he could think about was his neighbor with the kind of hair that could get tangled in the wind while on the open road. He had the urge to tame it and let her tame his wild heart. The only way things could move forward between the two of them was if he reconciled his past. He just wasn't sure how to go about doing that. There was so much that had happened: tragedy, misunderstandings, words unspoken, and lies told. For years he doubted it could be fixed, but after Chevy told him what had happened with her best friend Enrique, the only way they could be together was if he made things right. He could hardly live with himself and the secrets he kept. That was why he'd left the ranch. The more distance he put between himself and everyone back in Texas, the better off they all were. He didn't expect Chevy would be able to accept the mistakes he'd made either, but he had to try. After getting dressed, Tucker peered out the window. Pale clouds filled the sky, which wasn't a great sign for the car show. Some of the locals called the early morning dreary skies June gloom. He hoped it would burn off by the afternoon. The screen door of number 8 Egret Avenue knocked against the frame, and Chevy stepped out wearing a pale yellow dress that reached her calves. Her hair was down, and he could hardly think straight for his desire to run his fingers through it. She was the one. She was the sign he'd needed. For years he thought there was nothing for him after all he'd done. In her he saw hope, promise, and joy. Letting out an uneven breath, he crossed the driveway and met her on the path leading to her bungalow. Good morning, sunshine, he said. You look downright beautiful. She smiled and her cheeks tinted pink. It is a good morning, but I'm not so sure about the sunshine. I bet it'll clear up in time for the big event later. Speaking of big events, are you going to tell me where we're going? She asked. Let's see. Do you want to guess? He asked as he lifted his elbow for her to take. She narrowed her eyes, playing along. It's Sunday, you're not wearing jeans, and I mentioned I was looking for a sign. I have a pretty good idea where we're headed. Church. Ding ding ding. What should your prize be? She smirked. My prize is communion with the good Lord. If you must know, I've been going weekly, sometimes daily with Betty. Where do you find the time? You make the time for God in gratitude for the seconds, minutes, hours, and days He's granted you on earth. Tucker sensed his mother in her words. If she was still around, she'd have scolded him for not attending weekly service. But starting today is as good a time as any, Chevy added in a softer tone. I'm not one to judge. That's between you and your maker. But when I said I was looking for a sign, I meant an actual sign. I turn each day over to God to do good through me, so I trust that I'm already on His path for me. But I'm not so sure that He gets bogged down in minor details like what I should name my dog business. She laughed. As they turned the corner onto the main street, a little girl walked along holding her dad's thumb with one hand and a stuffed animal puppy with the other. She dropped it, and her dad kept walking while she tried to reach it but at the same time not let go of her father's thumb. He was on the phone as quiet tears washed down her face. Chevy paused to watch for a moment and then rushed forward, scooped up the stuffed animal, and returned it to the girl. "Thank you," she said. Tucker jogged over to them. "Oh, hi, Coco," she said to the little girl. "Did you do something different with your hair?" With her puppy in hand, she poked at her pigtails and then wrapped her arms around Chevy's legs. "You saved my puppy," she said in her little girl voice. "That's not the only one," Tucker said. Chevy smiled. "No, I suppose not." Ford got off the phone and they chatted for a minute. He explained he had an urgent call and wanted Coco to get some fresh air and run around before church. They waved goodbye and then stepped onto the sand along the beach, leaving big footprints and little footprints in their wake. "Playful Paws," Chevy blurted. "That's the name of my dog business, and I'll foster dogs and host rescues." Her eyes were wide with inspiration. "I like it," Tucker said as he wrapped his hand around hers. They turned around, walking back toward the church. Chevy went on to describe the details she'd hashed out since they'd last spoke about her business idea. Tucker was listening, but again, he was struck by the truth and familiarity of what she'd said before about faith. That was just the way his mother viewed life and her relationship with God. That unusual warmth, like being filled with sunlight, washed over him. He sensed that Caroline Ritchie was there, gently guiding him home. Not back to Texas necessarily, but to truth and faith, the real source of fulfillment and meaning in life. As they took their places on the long wooden benches, the feeling of golden light went dark. As they moved through the service, shame dredged up the ghosts of Tucker's past, reminding him of how terrible and unworthy he was. He tried to focus on the readings and the gospel. He tried to let the light back in. He kept his eyes on Jesus as his mother always told him to do, but it was a fight as he battled with the inner voice that told him the opposite of the good news. He envisioned those days of dragging Maine in the fast cars, the deal he made with what may as well have been the devil, and the wreckage it had caused. Tucker's throat felt thick and scratchy. His insides were knotted and his limbs heavy. Toward the end of the service, fingers twined in his, and the scent of honey in the sun filled his nose. Be here with him. Whatever it is, surrender it to him. He wants your heart, Tucker. He was certain Chevy had spoken the words, but they were so filled with spirit he opened his eyes to be sure. She smiled warmly at him and squeezed his hand. He returned his attention to prayer and did what she said. He humbly went before the Lord, declaring his sins and asking for forgiveness. After the service, they stepped outside. The clouds didn't part, but Tucker felt considerably lighter. We have a couple of hours before we have to head over to get things ready for the car show. Chevy gazed toward the boardwalk that led to the town common by the snack shack. They'd be providing food for the event, along with Coconut Cove Cafe. But first, Tucker had a plan for brunch. I have a surprise for you, he said, catching Chevy's hand in his. I guessed that we were going to church together this morning, but I have no idea what this might be. He smiled as they walked toward the garage. With each step, her smile grew as though she was quickly figuring it out. Giddy with excitement, her hand tightened around his as they stopped in front of the garage bay. The door slowly opened to reveal a shiny, fully restored 1965 Chevy short-bed, step-side pickup truck. The polish was perfect. The chrome gleamed, and that was just the outside. Chevy jumped up, wrapping her arms and legs around Tucker. And wrapped up in the excitement of the moment, she kissed his cheeks, his forehead, his nose, and then paused in front of his lips. His heart hammered against his chest, having her so close and seeing her so happy. It's beautiful. Amazing. I can't, she caught her breath. As Chevy lowered to her feet, their eyes met for 1 second that felt like a million. Then she whooped and raced over to the vehicle. The guys and I worked around the clock to get it done in time, but I think you'll find it runs well and will get you where you want to go. Go? She asked as she scampered from the hood to the driver's side door, to the bed, to the passenger side. She peered through the open window to where Tucker stood on the other side. I don't want to go anywhere unless it's with you. Again she raced around the truck and threw herself into his arms. He held her close as she hopped lightly on her toes. Then she paused. A picnic basket was in the back, along with a blanket. I thought we could take a ride, have some brunch, and then head over to the car show where you can proudly show off your new ride. Our new ride, she corrected. Newly licensed, Chevy got behind the wheel of the pickup truck as though she'd been doing so all her life, and like it was in her blood. She opened up the engine along Mansion Mile, the long road that led out of town. Sure enough, the wind whipped her hair as music played on the radio, and she stretched one arm out the window and whooped. Chevy Ann Muller was the embodiment of freedom. The exact girl he'd been looking for all of his life. He pumped his arm as they sang along to the song about summertime, joining her in the joy of a simple Sunday spent in praise of God, run by gasoline, and with each other. He had the sudden urge to kiss her. Kiss her madly. He wanted to smother her with kisses at stop signs, when she was walking the dog, when they'd see each other at the garage. All the time. But she'd saved her first kiss for a reason, and he'd respect that, even though it felt impossible. A few miles down the road, Chevy pulled off by the beach. "You did great. A natural," he commented on her handling the truck. On the sand, Tucker spread out the blanket and set out the items Betty had kindly packed for their picnic. As they ate melon and egg sandwiches, Chevy kept glancing back at the truck. "I love it," she exclaimed repeatedly. "I love it." He wanted to repeat those 3 words but change one. Change it to you. But that darkness inside of him didn't abate. It held him back. Held him prisoner. He tried to embrace the freedom Chevy felt, but couldn't quite get there. "Hey Cowboy, you realize it's not lost on me that this brunch is the partner to the dinner we shared on our first date." He chuckled. "Does it count since it was a double date?" he asked. "We make the rules, so I'd say yes." She smiled. "Hey beautiful," he said, echoing her words but changing Cowboy to beautiful. She tilted her head and looked at him through her long lashes. He moved closer, resting on his elbow and with his legs kicked out on the blanket. The closer he got to her, the more the darkness faded and the light filled him. "How'd you know that I needed to hear those exact words about faith when we were on our way to church? How'd you know I needed your hand in mine at that exact moment when we were at church?" As I said, I let him guide me. It seemed like the right thing to do. "And you've hardly ever spoken about your past, home, family, friends. The most I've heard about is Pepper the naughty Appaloosa. The past isn't something I like to think about." Each word was like trying to crank a rusted bolt loose. "I don't want there to be secrets between us, though." Her eyes were alert as always, but there was no sign of judgment. He drew a deep breath. "I left the ranch because a long time ago, there was an accident." Chevy's throat bobbed up and down as though she sensed what was coming. "I was afraid to tell you after your story about Enrique. But you need to know. The boys and I, my brother, cousins, all of us Richies, well, we were about as poor as dirt despite the last name. We'd grown up riding and racing horses, but when our family farm was failing, I turned to a different kind of horsepower. I started racing cars, illegally at night." Tucker swallowed hard. He wasn't sure he could say it, but he had to. People would place bets. Usually, I'd win. My older brother got behind the wheel. I didn't realize it because I was Tucker scrubbed his hand down his face. Chevy's expression was moments away from cracking. She leaned in as though lending him the courage to continue. "Just because something is difficult doesn't mean it's impossible," she whispered. As the words dropped, so did the rain, and they scrambled to gather up the picnic items and rush toward the truck.
Chapter 11. Chevy. If only to diffuse the tension and disappointment at the rain ruining the car show that was scheduled for later that day, Chevy paused outside the truck and started laughing. Tucker tossed the picnic basket on the floor, but instead of getting in, he rounded to where she stood with her arms outstretched, letting the rain drench her. She spun in a slow circle and opened her mouth, catching the drops with her tongue. She gripped Tucker's damp shirt. "How's that quote go? If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans," she said as more laughter spilled out of her. She couldn't hold it back. Whatever Tucker was going to tell her about the past didn't matter. She had him, home, and faith. That was all she needed. Her smile was as wide as the shoreline as she turned to Tucker. He held up the keys to the truck, dangling them in front of her face. "I think you need these." She recalled Betty's story about letting Gus know she was interested. Chevy snagged the keys from his hand but then stepped forward, closing the space between them. Her stomach tightened. Her knees felt wobbly. "No, Tucker Ritchie. I need you." He blinked once, twice. He leaned in. The world blurred. She closed her eyes. Time and the rain seemed to stop as their lips collided, though it was his cowboy hat that shielded them from above. Chevy shivered a little bit. Not because she was cold. She was on fire. It was like she'd been shocked. And she was. She'd never kissed anyone before. But somehow her heart knew to wait for Tucker. He was the one. Her cheeks flushed as his mouth moved against hers. Warmth spread through her like wildfire. The kiss was at once hungry and demanding, but as sweet as sugar and as soft as silk. It turned out she didn't need lessons. Her body knew exactly what to do, even though she felt like she might overheat like an old truck. She melted against his mouth. Her heart thundered against her ribs. Her blood raced in her veins. Her arms and legs and chest made contact with Tucker, scrambling for surface area like rubber meeting the road. The fingers of one of his hands knotted into her hair. The other roamed her neck, dropped to her back, and snugged her closer. She smiled against his mouth, unable to restrain her joy, her passion. His stubbled cheek tickled her and she giggled. He made a low noise in his throat that suggested he was enjoying the kiss as much as she was. It gave her confidence that she was doing it right. As the rain continued to fall, the kiss deepened. It didn't dampen the moment, but accelerated Chevy's sense that she'd chosen right. She trusted Tucker with her heart and with her lips, and he had not let her down. His mouth matched hers breath for breath. His hands twined around hers like they were making an agreement, a pact. She was his and he was hers. They slowly pulled apart, and Tucker brushed one more kiss on her lips as though to assure her that he wasn't done. Drenched, they got in the truck. Chevy sat there with her hands on the wheel, but didn't turn the ignition. The windows quickly steamed, even though they were seated apart. She swallowed hard. For a first kiss, you just won. Won what? Tucker asked, around a laugh. The race, the car show, my heart. She turned her head to face him. He reached across the space dividing them and wrapped his hand around hers. I just hope you'll let me hang on to it. She caught the time on the watch around his wrist and said, oh no. Despite this rain, we have to get back to town. Even if we have to postpone the car show, everyone will be wondering what's going on. As Chevy carefully maneuvered back onto the road and they drove back to Blue Bay Beach proper, the rain slowed and eventually stopped. Ah, another Florida car wash, Tucker said. Not that the truck needed it. I just polished her to a high shine. As quickly as the rain had started, it stopped. Sure enough, everyone gathered by the boardwalk for the car show, which had turned into a festival of sorts. Chevy had worked out all the details and prepped the day before. Thankfully, she'd used the tarp that used to cover her father's truck, plus a few more she'd rustled up, to protect the tables for the swap meet, the raffle, and information booth for making donations to the community meals program. Triangular blue and yellow flags hung from the light posts and fluttered in the breeze. A Ford Galaxy, a Model A, and a few muscle cars including a Camaro and a Chevelle paraded down the main street, pulled in, and lifted their hoods to show off the fine engineering beneath. Isley, Ford, and Coco were at the ice cream booth. Claudia and Carter played live piano and music on a small stage. Billy and Rhodes worked the raffle station with gift certificates for Coconut Cove Cafe and pie samples. That line was already long. Betty was at the information booth where Chevy joined her, after leaving Tucker with the truck, along with the rest of the vehicles Gus had on display. The storm clouds blew out to sea. Chevy had the overwhelming sense that the event was going to be a success, and that there would be many more. Tears misted over her eyes and she felt like her father was there, smiling proudly by her side. She couldn't remember him, but somehow he'd summoned her home. A home she didn't know she had with people she didn't know she could love so well. There were smiles, laughter, and chatter as everyone in the small town poured onto the town green, the boardwalk, and overflowed onto the sandy beach. Kids were racing around, making car noises. Old folks enjoyed the famous kettle corn from the Sandy Shore Inn. And car aficionados who came from all over the county to admire what hard American labor and love could produce in the form of rubber, steel, and polish. Betty wrapped one arm around her and squeezed. It's something, isn't it? Chevy didn't even need to ask what she meant. Sure is, she replied. Sure is. Welcome home, dear, Betty added. The rest of the afternoon and evening breezed by. Every spare moment Chevy had, her mind wandered to the kiss she and Tucker had shared. And every time she spotted him across the common or leaning over a V8 or chatting with someone about a difficult car repair, her gaze wandered to him and lingered. She wondered about what it meant now that they had kissed and that she told him he had her heart. Would they have a future? By the time they got everything cleaned up from the car show, it was nearly midnight. Once back at the cottage, Chevy collapsed into bed, forgetting everything except the warmth of Tucker's lips against hers and the feeling of finally finding a place and a person to call home. For the next few days, Chevy was busy with finishing up cleaning and painting the house. She wanted to stay put, set down roots. But Tucker was scarce, busy with a Rolls-Royce for an ornery customer. As the days passed, her mind wandered to the open road. He'd kept the truck at the shop because he needed to do some fine-tuning. It was okay because in her spare time, she also continued to develop her plan for her new business, Playful Paws. It hadn't rained in all that time, so Chevy finally decided to tackle the yard. The grass hadn't grown in at all, but the vegetation seemed to have gotten thicker and more unruly. With a pair of big garden shears, she hacked at the thick vines that wound their way up to the roof of the front porch. The dog sniffed around in the yard. Chevy made a mental list of all the things she needed to do out there, now that the interior was mostly done. From down the road came honking. Tucker pulled up with the truck and waved. "It's official," he called as he parked in the driveway and hurried up the front path with the keys jangling in his hand. Chevy lowered the garden shears as she called, "Watch out." A knotted branch fell and Tucker leapt back just in time. "I think you're supposed to say timber," he said. "That's if you're chopping down trees. Although these vines may as well be." She wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Exactly." Tucker reached his thumb up and brushed some dirt and leaves from her cheek. "Be careful though, sometimes snakes and even rats hide out in growth like this around here. It's better to hire a professional." "Speaking of that, what were you saying about something being official?" He took her hand gently in his, dirt and all, and turned her palm over. Placing the keys there, he said, "That 65 Beauty over there is officially fixed and roadworthy." Chevy smiled. "How can I repay you for fixing up the truck?" "You already did," Tucker said as he leaned forward and kissed her softly on the lips. She wanted to linger there, but he pulled back. "I have to get back to work. Gus and Betty went out of town for a few days, and Vince is, well, let's just say it seems like he's put in his retirement early. It's just as well." There's nothing like that smile when someone gets their car fixed and their keys in hand. "What? A smile like mine?" she asked. "My favorite." He kissed her one more time and hurried down the road and back to the garage. Chevy followed Tucker's advice and got a landscaper to come in and clear the bulk of the overgrowth, leaving the finer details for her. In the coming days, the routine they'd established with little visits throughout the day, including cookies and ice cream, got thrown off. Both of them were busy with their respective work, Chevy getting her business going and Tucker at the garage. One night, it was raining and she settled in to watch TV, something she hadn't done since arriving in Blue Bay Beach because there hadn't been time. A program about orphans and poverty in other countries reminded her of her travels and the work she'd done. It highlighted Christian service missions and the good work volunteers did, including a man she recognized named Dr. Caleb Robinson. The follow-up report said he'd moved on to become the director of surgeons at the premier cancer clinic in the country, but still encouraged people to serve at all levels. He commented that everywhere he'd been, as much as he gave, he'd received more. The comment lodged itself in Chevy's mind, and she wondered if she'd made the right choice. Had Blue Bay Beach given her more than she'd given it? Should she head back out on the road? The urge to leave surged inside of her and she felt a sudden restlessness. As she got up to consult the map she kept in her journal of all the places she'd been, someone knocked on the door. It was just after dark and she flipped on the porch light. Tucker stood on her porch and she opened the door. "Howdy, stranger," she said. He smiled, or half smiled. She fell into his arms, but they didn't kiss. Something felt off, or maybe it had just been a while. What? A few days, and they needed to get back in their groove. "Howdy," he repeated. "I was hoping we could talk." She nodded and fought against a cratering feeling in her chest. When they'd met, his smile was faint. His eyes didn't sparkle, but as time passed, both were regulars when they were in each other's company. That night, he seemed preoccupied. Dim. Dull. He gestured she'd join him on the porch. They sat on the steps and he took off his cowboy hat, placing it between them. "Remember I was telling you about dragging Maine?" She tilted her head in question. "About illegal drag racing back in Texas?" The beginning of his story filtered back to her, but the only thing she'd been able to focus on from that day was the kiss. There was something he'd wanted to tell her, but it had started raining and had been forgotten. "I was full of myself back then. No humility. There were a lot of girls hanging around at the time, maybe drawn by the recklessness, the parties, and the high speeds. There was the girl who lived next door to our ranch, who my brother had a crush on. One night, she and I had left the crowd and were talking. My brother must have seen. Got jealous. I'd like to say that wasn't my intent, but we'd had a stupid argument earlier that day, and I didn't care. Wanted to get under his skin. What I did care about was the ranch, and that night, I had the opportunity to win big and pay down some of the debt. We were headed for foreclosure, and I'd have done anything to help out my father after Mom died." A deep furrow grew between Chevy's eyebrows as she listened. "Next thing I heard was the gun pop to signal the beginning of the race. I wasn't behind the wheel, but my car streaked past. A few minutes later, there was the screech of tires. I rushed over to find my brother in the driver's seat of my car. Another driver who had been drunk had crashed into him. I wasn't sure if Parker had any. As a rule, I don't drink and certainly not drive, but those racing nights would get wild. There was no telling what people would do. Anyway, I hauled my brother out from behind the wheel and got in myself. He was the one with the steady job, and I didn't want him to take the fall." "Was he okay?" "I don't know. I haven't spoken to him since." The words were heavy. "From what I gathered, my brother was ticked off at me because he thought I was with his girl. He took the keys. Took off, posing as me. The police came. The other guy, the one who'd been drinking, didn't make it. We got in heaps of trouble. But I took the fall for Parker. Then everyone heralded me as the golden boy. I'd escaped without a scratch. But that wasn't true. My family was broken. I was a liar, so I took off." His lips parted like he was going to say more, but he closed his mouth. "I know what it's like to run away. The guy in the other car died, Chevy. Just like Enrique." Her pulse picked up the pace as she thought about her best friend. She wanted to take Tucker in her arms, but she was afraid that if she did, that would be the last time, because both of them would keep running away instead of toward each other. He'd done something wrong in the past, kept it a secret, and then ran. Every time she'd ever loved or had the potential to love, she was left. She feared he'd be no different. Just as she decided to stay, she knew the look on Tucker's face. He was going. She was sure of it. Headlights beamed across Egret Avenue, coming rapidly toward them. The streets in their neighborhood were usually quiet. Betty and Gus were home, and the cars belonging to the other houses were all in their driveways. A large truck came to an abrupt stop in front of Tucker's bungalow. A man cut the engine and got out. He marched toward the house next door. His cowboy hat was a silhouette in the low light. Tucker got to his feet. "Parker," he called. The man turned and was illuminated by the streetlight. He resembled Tucker with his large frame, muscular arms, and the little bend in his nose that must not have been a result of a break, but a family trait. Chevy took one glance up at Tucker, and it was like he was a candle and someone blew him out. He spared her a glance over his shoulder as he raced down the path and into the night. She went inside. She'd lost him.
Chapter 12. Tucker. What was Parker, Tucker's brother, doing on Egret Avenue? Tucker wasn't going to have his past collide with his present, at least not in front of Chevy. It was hard enough to tell her the full story and feel the crippling pain of her rejection. No, she hadn't said as much, but he knew it was coming. There was no way someone like her would want him with his history. Parker stood as tall and strong as he remembered. He was the typical older brother, bigger, smarter, and bossier. He also had 8 years on Tucker, and often gloated about how much more mature he was. He gripped Tucker by the shirt and pulled him in for a hug. Real men wore cowboy boots and real men hugged, that was what their mother always said anyway. Then he took a long look at Tucker. It was almost like looking in the mirror. They had the same light blue eyes and bend in their nose. The eyes came from their mother, and the nose was a Richie trait. Then Parker pulled back his arm and punched Tucker square in the face. "What the?" Tucker hollered as he cupped his nose. He didn't waste another second. He swung, landing a jab on Parker's jaw. He grunted and then leaned against his truck, rubbing his cheek. "I deserved that. You did too. Now let's go." He didn't argue. Mostly because he didn't want to explain things to Chevy. The relationships among the Richie men were masculine and complicated. The women had drama and difficulties of their own. Maybe that was why the ranch was in shambles. The family could hardly figure out how to get along after Caroline died. She was the glue that held them all together. Tucker took Parker's arrival as a sign that it was time to leave. To go home. To lick his wounds. He'd see Camden, Jameson, Harrison, and the others. He'd tend to things on the farm. He'd forget about the fantasy on Egret Avenue. It was better for Chevy anyway. This is how it's going to work. Go get your stuff. Follow me west. You got it? Parker's tone was all command. Tucker nodded and did as told. He'd always been in his brother's shadow and rarely defied him, except that one time he flirted with the girl next door and landed them in that dreadful situation. If only Tucker had been in that car, maybe he'd have been the one with the broken ribs and concussion. Instead, Parker had the injuries and they had to lie, saying he'd been in a tussle. Or perhaps Tucker would have seen that Rory Tomlin had been drinking, would have stopped him from racing, and the guy would still be alive. Tucker snorted. Their mother always warned them against lying and sin. She'd said, "Boys, don't ever do anything that disconnects you from or puts distance between you and Jesus, and you'll live a good life." They'd certainly screwed that up. Tucker got into his truck, and without a backward glance, he pulled out of the driveway and away from Chevy. The girl whom he'd kissed, who'd sparked life into him, ignited his heart. It was scorching, burned through his shields and fears. But they all raced back to him, leaving him feeling low, no good, and undeserving. Even though he didn't see her face as he departed without a goodbye or explanation, he could imagine the confusion and disappointment. It chased him north on Interstate 75. It would likely stick with him, filling him with regret and pain as he traveled west on 10. He pounded the steering wheel, wondering what he'd done. Why he'd ruined it. Because that's what he did. Ran from his problems. Or more accurately, drove away. Illegal street racing started as an attempt to make fast money to save the ranch. It was wrong and he knew it, but there were medical bills, regular bills, and the Richies weren't rich to begin with. Their mother also used to say, "We're rich in love. Remember that. It's what matters most." Tucker would give almost anything for 5 minutes to talk with her. To ask her what he ought to do. The more miles he put between himself and Chevy, and the closer he got to the ranch, it became more and more clear that he'd never be able to live down the shame. He could never make things right. His chest ached with the truth of it. As he drove through the night, it swallowed him up. Turned his thoughts grim. Even though he hadn't done anything other than flirt with Parker's crush, he'd betrayed his brother. Then he took the fall, betraying the Tomlin family of the truth. Not that they would have liked it any better than what they thought happened, but Tucker was pushed into a position where he was made into a hero, walking away from that accident without a scratch. No, but he'd come away with other wounds. To a lot of people, a lie like that might not seem like a big deal, but it was like a splinter that dug into the deepest parts of himself. He felt it sting then and knew he couldn't be with Chevy because he couldn't trust himself to be the man his mother raised him to be. A man worthy of a beautiful woman like Chevy. If Caroline were still alive, she wouldn't be able to look at him. His father would probably disown him. He was raised to be honorable, and he'd done the exact opposite. Shortly after they reached the Panhandle, Parker pulled off the highway at a truck stop. He probably needed to gas up. Tucker glanced in the rearview mirror. His nose looked uglier than usual. He grabbed a napkin and wiped off the blood from when his brother slugged him. Both guys pumped gas. When they were done, Parker went inside and grabbed some food and a drink. He didn't say a word to his little brother. He almost preferred the punch in the face. At least it told Tucker how Parker felt. They drove straight on for almost 20 hours, only stopping for gas. Tucker felt the air change as they neared Texas Hill Country. Typically, his shoulders relaxed, the clear sky was as deep as his inhale, and he had a deep sense of belonging. That time tension tightened the back of his neck, his eyes burned, and his breathing turned shallow. As they exited the highway, the broad shoulder of the road narrowed and filled with the familiar sage and scrub brush along with oaks and elms. He followed Parker's truck, and dusk settled over the hills with its cherry laurel. If he let himself take a deep breath, he'd probably be able to smell it in the open air. But the taillights ahead were like stoplights, telling him life as he knew it was over, and the wave-like hills rolling one over the other only reminded him of what he'd left, Blue Bay Beach and more specifically Chevy. Tucker never imagined a life away from Ritchie Ranch, but since leaving, he wasn't sure he was welcome back. In the years of his absence, the gate with the two-letter R's lined up along the stem of the letter looked rusty and in need of tending. The fence was broken in places, and the fields, while always wild, had a loneliness to them that he'd never felt before. Was it just him imposing his own feelings, or had things gotten worse? Guilt on top of shame rolled over him like a prickly tumbleweed. He never should have left his family. He figured the money from the race would have made things right, but it seemed like nothing he did was right. Had he stayed, he would have brought more disgrace upon his family who already struggled. Leaving brought its own problems. Both trucks came to a stop in the wide driveway of the homestead that had been his granddad's legacy, with its dramatic front porch and stone elements. Tucker's throat went scratchy because if Everett Ritchie saw the place now, he'd hang up his hat. When Tucker cut the engine, the last rays of the sun dipped beneath the hills to the west. He felt that strange warmth he sometimes did, reached for it but went cold. In the chill of twilight, and in the loneliness and silence, it was like a little candle inside tried to spark to life. No, Granddad Everett would pull on his boots and figure things out and fix whatever needed fixin'. But the weight of the past and whatever prompted Parker to drive all the way to Florida and summon him all the way back, leaving Chevy like that, and his own mistakes threatened to bury him in the Texas dirt. Parker stormed over to the truck and thrust the door open. He looked like he was preparing to punch him again. "I see you've had plenty of time to stew in your anger," Tucker said. "You get down here and face this like a man." He pointed aggressively. "Face what, Parker? You haven't told me a dang thing." Tucker lowered to the ground and slammed the door. "You'd know if you'd answered your phone, returned my calls, or checked in with your dang family." He didn't have an answer for that. The shame had wormed its way inside, and it was easier to ignore it all. But that candle within flickered then, as though telling him a truth. Ritchies don't take the easy way out. They're accustomed to doing hard things. It was what bore each of them, the ranch and his granddad's legacy. "So, what is it?" Tucker asked. "Dad is sick. You have to see him. We have to put this behind us." Tucker shifted from foot to foot. Parker was right. But how? As if reading his mind, Parker said, "You remember when we'd get into it when we were boys?" He stepped back. Of course he remembered. She'd make us recite the Lord's Prayer to each other, emphasizing the part about forgiveness. She'd always said that holding on to anger, hatred, resentment, and not forgiving hardened the heart, kept the Lord's love and light from getting in. She also had them hold hands while doing it. Tucker swallowed, and at that moment he realized it wasn't just shame that afflicted him, but pride too. Together, in the driveway of the family homestead, they recited the prayer. Afterward, Parker said, "I forgive you, brother." Tucker repeated those words. Parker added, "Okay, now you need to forgive yourself." Tucker looked the older Ritchie up and down. He had some white whiskers in his stubble, and the lines around his eyes were deeper than when they'd last been face to face. Whether they were from worry or laughter, Tucker wasn't sure. However, he got the sense Parker was speaking from experience about self-forgiveness. "Oh, and Dad doesn't know that I know." "Know what?" Tucker asked. "That he's sick. Probably already sleeping. You do best to see him first thing in the morning." Tucker didn't have a chance to ask what he meant as Parker marched inside. Exhausted, Tucker passed out in his old room. The next day, he found his father seated at the kitchen table, in his usual uniform of a flannel shirt and dungarees. Instead of a commanding presence, his back was hunched and he looked thinner, sallow. Clay Ritchie lit up when he laid eyes on Tucker. "Look what the hills rustled up." The two men embraced. Beneath Tucker's arms, Clay felt smaller, almost frail. When they parted, Clay leaned back like he was going to slug his son. Instead, he took a good long look, then asked, "What brings you home after all this time?" "That's a good question." Clay seemed to weigh the response. "Then I know where to find the answer. Come with me." He sauntered toward the door, leaving Tucker with no choice but to follow. Clay was a man of few words and preferred action, so it was typical of him to do rather than to talk. They walked to the barn, and the state of things at the ranch was worse than Tucker had imagined. The Ritchies weren't strangers to hard work, but money was harder to come by. Like when he left, it seemed more than a little was needed to buy supplies to fix the fences, diesel for the tractors, and likely repair parts for those too. The paint on the barn was peeling, which was less of a concern than the roof, which looked like it might blow off in a stiff wind. Tucker had been gone too long. He should have been sending money home. He'd failed. The cost of his mother's treatment and care had been so high, they'd put everything into it, even borrowing money. But in the end, they lost her anyway. That thick, scratchy feeling returned to Tucker's throat and didn't leave when his father saddled up the horses. They rode through the most glorious hill country in the world as the sun came up. He could cry just being there as the light of a new day filled him. They rode through the back trails into the cemetery, which was not where he'd expected his father to lead him. But it was where Caroline Ritchie had been laid to rest. His father dismounted, and he followed suit. "Son, there's an angel buried in here. I'm sure of it. I come here when I need to," he cut off. "Well, when I need a sign, a reminder to firm up my belief that God is good, and He is here with us. Things haven't been easy since you've been gone. I don't reckon they'll get easier either. But your mother had a way of making the best out of the most difficult times." Tucker remembered the day when she learned her diagnosis was terminal. Throughout her treatment, she kept her chin lifted and had a positive attitude. When she told her boys what was going to happen, she shed a few tears. Then she explained it wasn't for herself, but for them. She was sad about leaving them behind. She lived each day in gratitude for what God had given her, not what had been taken away. She didn't look at it that way. If we want to live a righteous life, we ought to do the same. If we want to honor her and these gifts we've been given, we have to make amends. Tucker thought of Chevy and her mother, the candles she'd light whenever she went to a cathedral or church. "You're right, Dad. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all that I've done and haven't done. Will you forgive me?" "Just as soon as you forgive yourself." Clay winked. Tucker was quite sure he knew about dragging Maine. Maybe even the accident. The two sat there for a long time as the sun shone on them. Tucker thought about everything that had gone wrong and decided for once it was time to focus on what had gone right. Chevy came to mind. Why had he just left? Same reason he left home originally. He couldn't face disappointing others. But a thought came to him along with a surge of warmth. Maybe the only thing he'd done to disappoint Chevy and his family was to leave. "Oh, that look. I know that look. It's the same one I have every time I think about your mother. You found a lady, didn't you?" Clay said, breaking into his thoughts. Sitting there before his mother's grave and beside his father, Tucker told him everything. "There are 3 things for you to do. 1. Apologize. 2. Tell her how you feel. 3. Ask her to marry you." That last one he wasn't expecting. It's once in a lifetime a woman like that comes around. Do whatever you can to make sure she feels like the gift that she is. When they rambled back to the house, Parker was waiting. "I considered not telling you, but no more grudges, eh?" Tucker couldn't quite read his brother's expression. "A gal named Chevy said she's on her way," Parker said. "What? Where?" Tucker asked. Parker gripped Tucker's shoulders and repeated himself. "Said she's coming to Ritchie Ranch in an old truck you helped her fix up." Tucker's stomach flipped. She'd only just learned to drive, and they'd hardly tested out the truck. No way should she drive all that way alone. As though reading his son's mind, Clay said, "Signs, huh? You said your lady was looking for signs." For the next 30 minutes, Tucker, Parker, and Clay employed any and all contacts Camden, Clint, Jameson, Harrison, and all the Ritchie family had with the highway department between Texas and Florida. Just then, the familiar warmth surged through Tucker, lighting him up, and he realized what it was. Hope.
Chapter 13. Chevy. Chevy stuffed the notebooks and plans for her new business into a folder. Playful pause would not come to be. Tucker up and leaving like that gave her a lot to think about. She didn't just have second thoughts, she had third, fourth, and fifth thoughts. She'd opened up, put her heart on the line, and trusted Tucker. The dominoes fell. It was over. It wasn't so much his story about the dangerous drag racing and lying, then taking the fall for everything. It wasn't even the similarity between him and Enrique. No, it was that he left. He abandoned her after she told him that's what everyone in her life had done. He was no different. As soon as she'd decided to stick around, he'd taken off. Well, now they'd be going their separate ways. How had she been so foolish to give him her heart? She trusted him. She loved him. She feared her heart would always belong to him. But he couldn't have it if she wasn't there. Chevy decided to sell the house after all. She could fund her next big trip. She wasn't leaving the continent that time though. She decided that she and the dog would set off in the truck, travel around the country. Stop in little towns and big cities, parks and lakes. She'd have a new adventure. As she gazed out the window at the rainy day, keeping her from finishing up the landscaping, the last task before she could put the house on the market, she gazed at the empty bungalow where Tucker used to live. She'd arrived there not having a clue about how her life would change. She also wasn't counting on the cute cowboy next door. But it wasn't too late. She could leave, and it would be like she was never there. She couldn't work outside, so she decided to pack. There wasn't much left from her father's belongings, except a box of old papers she'd found in the small attic crawlspace. It was probably time to go through them. It was a job she'd been putting off because likely it was old bills, receipts, and documents that didn't matter anymore. Putting the box on the table, the dog settled by her side and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, it was just as she expected, but on the bottom was a stack of postcards wrapped in a rubber band. The images were all places she'd been. When she flipped the first one over, she realized they were, in fact, the postcards she'd sent her father. Greetings from London, Spain, Paris, Greece, all over the world. She sat down as memories flooded back. She had no idea he'd received them, or would have cared to save them. Tears brimmed in Chevy's eyes. She'd never known him, but he'd gotten little glimpses into her life. She felt like he knew her. Those she was saving. She was about to dump everything else back in to toss the lot out, when she spotted another stack wrapped in a rubber band. Instead of postcards, they were envelopes, all addressed to Chevy Ann Muller, and all returned to sender. She suddenly felt dizzy as possibilities of what that meant crashed into her. Had Warner been writing her letters all along, and her mother had been sending them back? Gripping the table, she lowered to sitting and pulled off the rubber band. There were at least 100 letters. Maybe more. Each one was addressed to her. They were the same in number as the postcards. She read the first one. It was in reply to her first postcard from Spain when she'd gone there with Enrique. He'd asked questions, told her about his life. Tears poured from her eyes as she continued reading letter after letter. It was well into the night when she was done. Her eyes were dry but her heart was full. She realized her father replied to each of the postcards she'd sent. He'd never given up trying to reach out to her. As she read, Chevy suddenly felt like she knew her father. A man who lived with a lot of regrets. Loved dogs. ate hamburgers almost every night because it was the only thing he knew how to cook. He highlighted the changes in the seasons, projects around the house, and his desire to see her. For them to meet. For her to introduce him to all the foods she'd describe in her postcards. He had his troubles, but so did everyone. She couldn't make amends with him in person as she did with her mother, but the next morning she woke up early and went to church. She lit a candle. She prayed. She forgave. But not only her father for his absence. She forgave Tucker for his departure. She couldn't take flight with so much weighing her down. When she got back to the cottage, the Chevy pickup, which had been lovingly restored, sat waiting in the driveway. It would be a while before she could pack up and leave, but she got behind the wheel anyway. It was a way to be closer to her dad. She inhaled the leathery and musty scent of the old interior. She caught a whiff of Tucker's scent too, cypress grease and fresh air. Chevy didn't know how to drive, but he'd taught her. She'd never been kissed, but he'd showed her how he felt. She'd lived a life where she made rash decisions, wandering around and always on the go, running from the past. She turned the key in the ignition, and the dog leapt onto her lap, then got in the passenger seat. Maybe it's time to run toward the future, she said. Or drive. A smile bloomed on her face as she pulled out of the driveway and toward the open road. Chevy had to stop and make a few phone calls, but didn't let herself turn back. She was a woman on a mission. She'd sent her father countless postcards, only to discover he'd been trying to reach her. They were like two ships passing in the night. Or like two old trucks on a two-lane road whizzing by. She wasn't going to let that happen with her and Tucker. She was going to his ranch. They were going to have a talk like two responsible adults, and to not leave it all up to a misunderstanding. If it didn't work out, well, she'd have to face that. But like with what happened with her father, she wouldn't live the next part of her life not knowing that someone who cared about her was trying to reply. Or vice versa. Gripping the wheel tightly, she got on Interstate 75 in the old truck. She turned up the music and rolled down the windows. The dog's tongue was flying and the breeze rustled her fur. Chevy sang along to the music, only interrupted by the GPS on her phone from time to time. She'd gone about 50 miles when one of the electric highway signs spanning overhead, typically showing messages about traffic or safe driving, blinked. She thought she saw her name. Must have been a warning about a stolen Chevrolet or something. She drove on, and when she approached another sign with its glowing orange letters, she was certain she saw her name. She couldn't make out the rest in time, so she pulled off, went south, and then got back on in the northbound lane. Sure enough, the sign said, "Chevy, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." She kept driving, wondering if she was imagining things or if someone was tricking her. But who? Why? At the next sign she read, "Chevy, I want to be with you. I'm coming home." She'd told Tucker that she'd been looking for a sign, and she meant it literally. Her heart took on a fluttery beat, and her stomach found itself full of butterflies. What was going on? She kept driving though, trying to understand. A third overhead sign came into view and it said, "Chevy, I have to ask you something. Please wait here. Love, Tucker." She carefully pulled onto the shoulder of the highway, and far from the passing traffic. On the grassy hillside, she let the dog out on her leash. She waited and waited some more. She wondered and worried. She'd traveled all over the world, and nowhere was it a good idea for a woman to be alone on the side of the road. Then a truck screamed to a stop behind the pickup. She hurried back to the Chevy. But it was Tucker who got out. He rushed toward her, wrapping her tightly in his arms. He was almost shaking. She was too, and tears dripped from her eyes. "I thought I lost you." They parted and she let out a laugh. "Well, it seems you found me here on the side of the road. What's going on?" "I made a mistake. I left and I shouldn't have. I went from being a cranky, closed-off cowboy to meeting a woman who broke open my heart." Those flutters inside grew in intensity. "We're not on the open range. We're not in the city either. We're on the side of the road in I don't know where, but I'd like to figure out how to do this. To get along with each other and in life. To stop running. I was always looking for where I belong. Never felt like she did, she said, letting out her hurt. You belong with me, he said. That fluttering feeling landed in her chest. On one condition. No more secrets. Well, there is one. He bit his lip. She took a deep breath, bracing herself. I love you, Chevy. A beam of sunshine lit up his face and his eyes sparkled. She felt the light spark in her heart. I love you too, Tucker. Then, right there on the side of the highway, he dropped to one knee and held up a shiny ring as gold as the sun, and with a diamond as sparkly as his eyes. Will you marry me, Chevy Ann? She squealed so loud that the dog barked. Sounds like the dog thinks it's a good idea. She took Tucker's hands in hers. And I do too. At that, he slid the ring on her finger, got to his feet, and took her in his arms. All Chevy's life, she'd felt flighty, kind of lost, but with Tucker, she was found. They'd found each other. Then his lips found hers and they kissed as the world drove by, and as the sun dipped in and out of the clouds. Her heart had found its home, wherever they were, it was with Tucker. Epilogue. After the marriage proposal in the most unlikely of places, Tucker and Chevy returned to Blue Bay Beach. It was strange going back in two different vehicles after the monumental moment, but it gave them both time to think, to feel, and to process. There were numerous questions to answer about where they'd live, but they had an entire future to figure that out. After they pulled into their respective driveways, they didn't waste any time hugging and kissing all over again. There was hunger and desire there, now that they'd tested the waters and were assured neither one of them would run off. That it was real. Chevy smoothed her hands along Tucker's chest, feeling the planes of his muscles before knotting her fingers behind his neck. His strength was an anchor for her. Feeling her soft skin beneath his calloused fingers, he smoothed them through her long silky hair, realizing that even though she might always be a bit wild and carefree, she'd tamed his heart. Their lips pressed together, and the kiss deepened and lengthened, and captured the unique chemistry that only they had. It was a mystery, but so was love, and yet they'd found it there in Blue Bay Beach, along with healing from the past. Chevy inhaled deeply as they parted, gazing into each other's eyes. She smelled like honey in the sun. His scent was of horses from the ranch and gasoline from the long ride back to Florida. The dog ran laps around them, barking with glee. I think someone is very happy. Do you mean the dog? Well, both of us, but her too. I think it's time we call her something other than the dog. I think she's ours now. Ours. And I'm yours, Chevy said, lifting onto her toes and pecking Tucker on the lips. You have my heart now and always. These sound like wedding vows. His lips quirked. He never thought he'd be getting married. She never thought she'd have a place to call home. Let's think of a good name for a rascally kind of dog. She was already trying to get through the hole in the fence. They each listed a bunch, including Boots, Molly, and Monty. I think that last one would be a male dog's name. Wait. I know. How about Rascal? Very fitting, Tucker said, as he made sure she wasn't going to escape through the fence again. After the long drive, they were both starving, and headed over to Coconut Cove Cafe. Chevy ordered a slice of the key lime coconut cream pie as an appetizer, and promised Tucker she'd get one for dessert too. In the coming days, the future started to take shape. They decided to have their wedding in Blue Bay Beach, and a reception at the ranch in Texas. It was unconventional, but with Tucker's father not at full strength, it made the most sense. They'd get married the next month, then move into number 8 Egret Avenue. There were several reasons they'd opted to stay there instead of return to the ranch. Namely, Chevy's Playful Paws business, and Tucker learned from Gus and Vince that a nationwide classic car restoration company contacted the garage and asked if they'd be interested in signing a contract that involved them sending cars to smaller specialty garages like theirs. It came with a lot of money that neither Gus nor Vince wanted to turn down, but couldn't rightly keep working with retirement on the horizon. They offered the garage to Tucker. He couldn't say no. In fact, he was overjoyed. He'd always loved the majesty and power of horses, but at least for a while, he also liked the kind of horsepower that came with at least 8 cylinders. It also meant he could send money home. Though they talked about going to the ranch someday, if they could relocate the garage, and if Chevy wanted to take on rescue dogs. There was plenty of room out there for an animal rescue. Amidst all the excitement, Betty stopped by one evening, blinking back tears. I'm not sure if either of you knew her, but Sandy, who owned the Sandy Shore Inn, passed away last night. Both Chevy and Tucker gave her a big hug. The women had been longtime close friends. They found out she'd had cancer. It was a reminder that with so much joy in life there was also pain and heartache, but like Tucker's mother said, gratitude came from what a person had, not what they'd lost. Even though they didn't know Sandy all that well, she'd brought a lot to the lives of the people of Blue Bay Beach and the guests at her inn. Sandy didn't have much family to speak of. Neither did Chevy. In her friend's memory, Betty stepped in to help Chevy with all the wedding planning. It seemed to take her mind off things. The two women visited with each other nearly every day, sipped iced tea and created a guest list, designed the invitations and decided on details. It would be a small wedding, and afterward, they'd have a barbecue for dinner, along with cowboy cookies and key lime coconut cream pie for dessert. They'd reserve the big reception for the ranch. Tucker whisked into the kitchen at the cottage where she and Betty were making plans. He had a rag in his back pocket and a smear of grease on his t-shirt. Definitely cowboy cookies, Betty said, replying to Chevy. Did someone say cowboy cookies, because I'm a cowboy and I love cookies? Tucker sniffed the air. Betty waggled her eyebrows. I have a theory those were what won him over. Chevy laughed. I never did find out what the secret ingredient is, he said, nudging Chevy with his elbow. She tilted her head from side to side. We did make the no secrets rule. Okay, fine. I'll spill. The secret ingredient is love. She giggled. Of course it is. Tucker planted a kiss on top of her head and headed back out to the garage. Chevy turned pink. Betty beamed. Chevy was a little nervous to meet his family, especially after Parker's surprise arrival. Tucker had explained that the Ritchie men weren't afraid to throw fists or hug and make up. He told her everything that had happened, from when he hit the highway behind his older brother's truck, to hitting the saddle with his father at the ranch. Betty and Chevy went with a cowboy classic car theme for the wedding. They even took a secret trip inland, so Chevy could get a pair of cowgirl boots of her own. She'd wear them under her gown and surprise Tucker. He had some surprises of his own, namely their honeymoon, after she mentioned her plan to cruise around the country before she shifted gears and started out for Texas, for him. They'd take a few weeks and drive around the country before settling down, just in case she had some lingering wanderlust. But he was excited too, having hardly seen much of his own country. He'd picked out a few of their stops, including Tennessee, New York City, and some others, but also left room for spontaneity because he knew Chevy would appreciate that. In the coming weeks, they took nightly walks with Rascal along the beach. The sunset was always spectacular, and they'd always pause to watch it dip below the horizon. Pausing on the sand one night, Tucker felt the now familiar warmth and light fill him. Chevy saw it on his face, lighting his eyes, and felt it too. He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. She curled into his sturdiness. You, me, a dog named Rascal, and a cottage in Blue Bay Beach. Sounds perfect. Sounds like home, he said. It is home, she added. Then Chevy lifted onto her toes and kissed him boldly. His breath came heavily and his voice husky. For someone who'd never been kissed, you sure learned fast. That's because I had a good teacher, and behind the wheel. She winked. Why, thank you. What if I tell you that there's something that I've never done before? He asked. She clicked her tongue and felt a tinge of nervousness in her tummy. But she trusted Tucker. Whatever it was, they'd get through it. Remember, no secrets. Not a secret, really. His eyes played with amusement in the dim light, and her anxiety disappeared along with the last golden beam from the sun. It's that I've never loved someone as much as I love you. Not even close. Even without the glowing orb in the sky, she felt the light within. The light of love. She even sensed that her parents played a role and God had something, no everything, to do with it for sure. Then that makes both of us. He cradled her jaw in his big hands and gazed deeply into her eyes. There's no mistaking how much I love you, Chevy Ann Muller, soon to be Mrs. Ritchie. I like the sound of that. They kissed again, and as usual, Rascal barked in approval. Ritchie Ranch Clean Cowboy Romance Series. Spin-off series. Where you'll read about Tucker's brother Parker, their cousins, the mystery they need to solve to save Ritchie Ranch, and a few cowgirls too. Click here for more. The end.
Summer with the Carpenter. Chapter 1. Ruby. It felt wrong for the sun to shine on the day of Sandy LeBlanc's funeral. Sandy, you wouldn't have had it any other way. Would you? Ruby knew it was strange to be talking to a dead person, but maybe that was because she didn't want to believe the woman who had become like a grandmother, mother, aunt, sister, and best friend, all rolled into one, was gone. Tears brimmed in Ruby's eyes as she zipped up the side of her black dress. But the tears didn't fall. She already missed Sandy with the kind of ferocity that occasionally came to the hideaway South Florida beach town between the months of August and November. Hurricane season. It was only July, but the storm was already on its way. She kept up the dialogue with Sandy to keep what felt like inclement weather at bay. In a fragile state, Ruby reasoned that if she continued her days as they'd always been, she could ignore the rumble of thunder in the distance, and the way the rustling wind showed the underside of the leaves. Mercifully, the sun shone through the massive windows at the front of the inn, as Ruby made her way downstairs the morning of the funeral. Sandy had been gone a week and the inn was empty, but Ruby still rang the bell to indicate breakfast was available, brewed the coffee, and set out the newspapers. She wanted nothing more than to proceed with business as usual, co-managing the Sandy Shore Inn with the usual morning coffee meeting, addressing everything to be done that day, reviewing meals, activities, and the particular needs of their guests, whom they made to feel at home at the quaint bed and breakfast. But Ruby was alone in the stately old Victorian-style house that had been converted to a B&B. I'll add creamer to the list for the market. And we're nearly out of birthday candles. Best to stock up on those. She took a sip of coffee, drinking it black but with sugar like Sandy always had. The particular taste had grown on her, like the woman herself. Sandy was salty and sweet, weathered from so many summers in South Florida with the sun, humidity, and hurricanes, but as kind and big-hearted as they came. Sandy liked to say that she wasn't everyone's cup of tea, but she'd never met anyone who turned down her famous kettle corn. She was just as irresistible, at least once you got to know her. Spunky yet kind, no one ever dared to disagree with her. I know you've been wanting to get a website made. I'll add a note to the comments box after booking a reservation for guests to designate if they're celebrating anything special, like a birthday or anniversary, Ruby said out loud. Sandy had successfully run the place for almost 50 years before succumbing to kidney disease. Everything was done old school, over the phone, and it was the personalized little touches that had kept guests coming back. But Ruby had gone over the books, and the numbers had dwindled to nearly nothing. It didn't help that the inn was closed for the week after Sandy's passing, but Ruby had a funeral to plan. Of course they had their seasonal regulars, but new people couldn't visit the inn if they didn't know it existed. The Sandy Shore Inn business name online had remained unclaimed. Getting the website up and running was but one of the many things that needed doing. Ruby had been there for almost 5 years. Looking back, the last few were less about tending to things at the inn and more taking care of Sandy. She was glad to do it. The woman didn't have any family to speak of, and Ruby could think of little worse than being alone. But now she was. She had her own family, but their betrayal was what landed her in Blue Bay Beach. Sandy knew the entire story. She'd said it was a blessing in disguise, and that someday she'd see that. She also got Ruby going to church regularly, and if she didn't get a move on, she'd be late for the funeral service. The floor creaked in all the same places as usual when Ruby walked to the kitchen. The air smelled as it always did, fresh salt air mixed with coffee and the sweet undercurrent of baked goods. The two women found their footing over a shared love of all things butter, sugar, and flour. If they'd had more time and been internet savvy, they could have had a successful food blog, which might have driven traffic to the inn. However, there was always so much to do, and little left over in the coffers for extras. Lately, Ruby didn't have an appetite for anything. I know. I can't just drink coffee for breakfast. But your scones and muffins were better than mine. I'm sorry I never admitted it to you before. They also competed over whose baked goods were better. Sandy won by a mile. Ruby picked at a cranberry orange scone she'd found in the freezer. One summer, during the annual Blue Bay Beach Christmas in July event, the inn was at capacity and the oven stopped working. It could have been a disaster, but they did their best to cater to the guests. Many stayed at the Sandy Shore Inn partly because it was renowned for serving all the delicious Christmas favorites, everything from fresh-baked cookies to puddings to pie. From that day on, they kept a backup supply of food in the freezer just in case. In her grief, Ruby had been barely able to eat the food brought over by Betty, Billy, and several other local friends. She suddenly stood up straight, having a flash of inspiration. Okay, fine. It's your idea. You always had good ones, Ruby said. Had Sandy still been alive, she'd be the one sending out warm dishes, casseroles, and baskets of baked goods to those awash in grief. Ruby went to the basement where several deep freezers held loads of food, and hefted a few containers of baked yumminess upstairs to defrost. It made a strange kind of sense for Sandy's amazing baked goods to be featured at her funeral. Like the sunshine that day, Ruby had a feeling the beloved woman wouldn't have had it any other way. Of course, she'd planned the funeral, and Betty ensured that there would be food at the reception, but Sandy always erred on the side of the more the better, especially when it came to butter. She was never wrong. The proof was evident in the fact that everyone cleaned their plate when she served up a meal, tea, or dessert. She'd joke that it left her with less work to scrub the dishes. Ruby had already set up everything else for the reception after the funeral. Sandy would have wanted it at the inn, which was home to her and everyone who walked through the front door. As Ruby stepped outside to walk over to the church, she fought the urge to call out "Be right back" as she'd always done. She was afraid a passerby would hear her and think she'd walk straight off the end of the dock and into the Gulf of Mexico. The problem was, there was still so much she wanted to say to Sandy. So much to learn from the woman who'd lived a relatively quiet life in Blue Bay Beach, but had gleaned so much from everyone who'd stayed at the inn over the years. And what of Sandy's life before she ended up at the inn? Ruby knew very little, and she'd never find out. At the end of the path leading to the white picket fence that surrounded the garden in front of the inn, Ruby took a deep breath. They did everything there themselves, including tend to the bright pink pentas, periwinkle, and the bulbine lining the fence. The bougainvillea growing on the trellis overhead needed some trimming, but was beautifully in bloom. During Ruby's first year as the resident assistant at the inn, in her spare time, she set up an easel in the garden, took out her modest supply of paints, and replicated the Sandy Shore Inn in all its glory, complete with the window boxes overflowing with geraniums, the flag rippling in the wind, and the chimney with its crumbling brick. She'd gifted it to Sandy, who hung it proudly in the front sitting room. Sandy then gifted Ruby back with a new set of paints, and a space in one of the infrequently used upper storage rooms to set up her easel. Sandy was correct when she'd said, "Guests are going to want to buy that painting. Best to have a backup." The sales of the paintings were so successful, other businesses commissioned Ruby to paint their shopfronts. However, short on time because they were busy at the inn, and then with Ruby caring for Sandy when she fell ill, she couldn't do it. As Ruby gazed at the bulbine, she snorted. She never quite captured the yellow-orange of the flower when mixing her paints. Sandy had said it was perfect, along with the portrait she'd insisted Ruby paint of her before she'd passed. Ruby never felt like her art measured up, and like it was good enough. Story of her life. Ruby glanced back at the inn. It held up decently well year after year, but was in great need of maintenance. Soon it probably wouldn't be her problem. The inn would likely be taken by the bank, or whatever happened to estates that had no heirs. She blinked a few times, regaining her composure as she gazed at her surroundings in Blue Bay Beach, at the soft blues and pastels, the sun-bleached shade of the sand in the near distance, and the bold pops of sun and sky. As hard as that particular day was proving to be, warmth suddenly settled over Ruby. Under her breath, she muttered, "Thanks for making me stay, Sandy." All those years ago, Ruby had thought she was just passing through. Instead, she'd found a new home. Blue Bay Beach was like that. Sandy had said, once it captured your heart, it didn't let go, and if you were lucky, you didn't either. In the church, which was next door to the Sandy Shore Inn, Ruby joined Betty and Gus Lyle. Betty was Sandy's longtime best friend, well, aside from Ruby. Betty gripped Ruby's hand throughout the service. Both offered readings, and said a few words about their late friend. While Betty broke down in tears, Ruby kept her voice even, refusing to show anyone how she felt. She'd spent years practicing her pout, her smile, and looks of indifference, or as the bigs in the modeling industry had called, the neutral look. That was the one where she didn't reveal anything. She couldn't let anyone see how much she hurt inside. Afterward, they went to the cemetery. It was the finality of that goodbye that pushed the tears to the front. That made Ruby's lip tremble. Her body fought back a quaking sob. Betty held her tight and whispered, "It's okay to cry." But it wasn't. At least not for anyone to see. She'd learned that lesson. So she held her emotions back along with the thought that her life was going to fall apart without Sandy there. She also wasn't sure where she'd go. She had a bit of money saved up, but the rentals in Blue Bay Beach were costly and few and far between. Returning to New York City wasn't an option. But she couldn't think about the future with so much hurt in the present. After the burial, everyone slowly paid their respects, leaving Gus, Betty, and Ruby graveside. "We should head over to the inn," Betty said softly. She wiped away a tear with a well-used tissue. "I'll be over in a minute. Everything is already set up." Ruby's voice threatened to crack. She needed a minute. Billy was probably there at the inn, welcoming everyone. Her uncle, whom she'd been close to, had passed, and Billy had been one of the few people who seemed to understand how surreal the last week of Ruby's life had been. Billy had been a quiet but kind presence, dropping off food, watering the flowers, and being helpful without needing to be asked, but also not asking how Ruby was doing. There wasn't yet a coherent answer. Fine or good were lies. Billy must have known that. She was one of many amazing residents of Blue Bay Beach. It was that kind of community, and Ruby was thankful she'd been able to call it home. The minister at the funeral had said that Sandy was going home. That God had called her to him, to his heavenly home. But Ruby wasn't ready for her to leave, and felt like it wasn't fair to take her so soon. She was only in her late 70s. Their time together hadn't been enough. On one level, Ruby knew it was Sandy's time, and she was in a better place and all the platitudes she was sure to hear at the reception. It was probably true, and definitely well-meaning. But on another level, the ache was deep. Almost selfish. She wanted more of Sandy's salty sweetness. Theirs was the maternal, mother and grandmother relationship she'd never had. The storm of sobs threatened to come full force. Tears pierced the corners of Ruby's eyes, her jaw trembled, and her chest felt like it might explode. Just then, someone cleared their throat slightly, drawing her attention. For a slim second, Ruby thought Sandy was going to tap her on the shoulder and say, "Just kidding. I'm still here." Of course, no such thing happened. A tall man dressed in black and with a beard shot with auburn stood nearby with his hands clasped, gazing at the ground. Ruby didn't recognize him, but refused to let a stranger see her cry. She paid her last respects and turned to go to the inn. Inside, it was full of friends and food, but nothing was the same without Sandy there. She'd have been solemn, respectful, and then say something quietly that would make Ruby crack a smile. Sandy had always said laughter was the best medicine, even though some people saw her as prickly. They hadn't gotten to know Sandy. That was the thing. She knew who she was and what she wanted, and didn't apologize for it. She never let anyone take advantage of her, or pull one over. She liked to say she was a straight shooter, possibly a term borrowed from her love of old Western films and books. As guests helped themselves to food, they exchanged memories of Sandy, most notably her love for the annual Christmas in July Jubilee. "I loved those kettle corn bags she'd make and trim the tree out front with," said Sylvia, whose daughter owned the salon in town. She was talking to the guy with the beard from the cemetery. He must have been around Ruby's age. Maybe a few years older. It was hard to tell with the facial hair. The corner of his lip lifted, as if he too enjoyed the round bags of popcorn Sandy would fill, tie with a ribbon, and hang on the tree and sell to passers-by for $1. "They were called kettle corn bells," he said with a deep rumble of a voice that caused something in Ruby's stomach to twitch. The older woman shrugged off, and walked to the banquet table to help herself to a blueberry lemon tart. The guy with the beard held a plate topped with pigs in a blanket, a scoop of macaroni salad, and some of Sandy's pickled cucumbers. "Actually," Ruby started, addressing the unfamiliar man, "she called them kettle corn bulbs. Like Christmas bulbs that you hang on the tree." He shook his head, as though to argue. "Bells," he said. His hair was full and slightly darker than his beard. She imagined it was softer than his comment had been. "Bulbs," she countered. "I'm quite sure she called them kettle corn bells." He took a bite of a pig in a blanket. Ruby squished up her nose. "I don't think so." "I know so," he replied. Her eyes narrowed as they met his. They were stormy, ocean eyes with flecks of blue and silver, slate and cerulean. Paintable eyes. She erased the thought instantly. He had a slow, lazy smile that she wanted to wipe off his face. It was the kind that, during any other circumstance, would have brought a grin effortlessly, reflexively to her lips. He was undeniably handsome, tearing Ruby from thoughts about Sandy and the funeral. Yet, there was something about him that also reminded Ruby of her. She wanted to sit in her grief and not argue about whether the kettle corn bulbs were called that, or bells, or gaze wistfully at the stranger with the firm muscles hidden beneath his black button-down shirt. However, he didn't give up, insisting they were kettle corn bells. She hated him instantly.
Chapter 2. Trent. There was a moment when Trent's gaze met a pair of pretty eyes that his breath caught in his chest. The woman could only be Ruby Rossi. He felt a flicker pass between them, but just as quickly it went as dark as her eyes. It was clear that she loathed him already, a rarity among women of all ages. Sandy had once warned him that his charm was going to get him into trouble. So far, it seemed to bring him luck, especially when it came to the ladies. It was rare for them not to be interested, and even rarer for them to argue with him. Being an alpha male was helpful on job sites, as he organized teams of tradesmen and seemed to attract plenty of dates with women. Of course, that was where it ended. With his charm came the sense to act like a gentleman, but on this account, with the bulbs versus bells debate, he wouldn't back down. "No, I'm certain she called them kettle corn bells," he said, arguing his side. She didn't relent either. Bulbs. Her arms crossed in front of her chest. She was so short, he could easily eat said kettle corn off the top of her head. "Bells," he repeated. "Bulbs," she insisted. It looked like she was going to stomp her foot, and steam would funnel from her ears. That said, they were cute ears. Tiny and studded with a pair of pearls. "Bites," a third party said. It was Betty, Sandy's longtime friend. "Kettle corn bites." The woman with a shock of white hair smiled as though that settled things. "Ruby, I see you've met Trent." Trent, meet Ruby Rossi, Sandy's resident assistant and best friend. So he was right, but he wasn't expecting the second part. To his knowledge, Betty had been Sandy's best friend. Then again, it had been a shamefully long time since he'd been to Blue Bay Beach. It was a shame that ran so deep it nearly kept him away that day, too. She called them kettleball bites, Betty repeated. Ruby opened her mouth to argue, but another guest had already grabbed Betty's attention. Instead, she muttered, "Bulbs. I know you called them bulbs." His brow furrowed. Was she talking to him or someone else? Was she talking to Sandy? They stood there one long and slightly awkward moment before his attention caught on something behind her. On a memorial table, along with numerous photos that captured Sandy's life and an array of flowers, was a framed painting of Sandy. Granted, she looked slightly older than he remembered her, but it was an exact likeness, right down to the slight jut of her chin and that gleam in her eyes. "It's perfect." It was his turn to mutter under his breath, but he had no idea whether Ruby heard him. In the lower right-hand corner was the name Rossi. Was that Ruby's signature? Did she paint it? He turned to spot Ruby talking to a stooped, older gentleman. She wore what most would call the Mona Lisa smile. He couldn't read her at all, and didn't appreciate her arguing with him at a funeral over kettle corn bells. She smoothed her hair and then looked away quickly when their eyes met. He helped himself to a cup of coffee, notably in a simple white mug from the coffee station. Trent added a sprinkle of sugar but otherwise drank it black, just as Sandy had. He probably didn't need another shot of caffeine. He'd stopped at the coffee shop in town earlier before heading to the funeral service at the church. It had been a long drive from North Dakota where he'd just finished a massive project. Even though he'd stopped at a hotel overnight, he hadn't quite adjusted to the lack of sleep while on the road. He could have flown private, but the truth was he needed to prepare himself. Trent had stayed away for too long. He regretted not visiting sooner. Funny thing, during his last day many years previous, Sandy had told him that the next time he was in town it would be for his wedding. Ironic that it was for her funeral. When he'd popped into the coffee shop earlier that day, a teenager filled the napkin dispenser from behind the counter, but seated in the corner, sipping cocoa and doing a crossword puzzle, was the man with the white beard who'd been there for years. Young Trent was convinced he was Santa. He had a twinkle in his eye and a round belly, the whole bit. All those years ago when he'd asked Sandy about it, she'd just winked. Sure enough, it was as if the man hadn't aged a day. But Trent had. He was old enough not to believe in silly stories about a man with a white beard and a red suit, to know that Christmas was a time when tempers flared and hope was lost. Trent was a man who'd built a contracting empire, who traveled all over the country managing jobs. Big jobs. Hotels, resorts, commercial spaces, and multi-million-dollar homes. He'd started in high school, about the same age as the kid behind the counter at the cafe earlier. He'd loaded shingles onto roofs, hauled insulation, and then swept up at the end of the day. It was menial work, and mostly the stuff the other guys with more seniority didn't want to do. However, Trent never stood idle, and soon learned the trade. When his boss finally trusted him with a hammer and nail gun, he thought he'd hit it big, but Sandy had once told him to dream bigger. So he did. It was true that he hadn't done a kitchen remodel in a while. Nowadays, he rarely got his hands dirty or his clothes covered in sawdust. But he had worked his way up to be one of the most sought-after contractors in the business. It was his knowledge, ability to problem-solve on the spot, and his charm that won him huge contracts. As he gazed around at the inn, it was clear that it hadn't been paid a visit by a contractor or even a handyman since he was last in town. However, the building had good bones, as they called them in the biz. It was a wooden 3-story Grand Victorian with gingerbread trim, scalloped shingles painted yellow, and a shade of blue that fit in with the style of the South Florida town. The broad wrap-around porch sat beneath several others, connected to some of the many guest rooms on the upper floors. It had a classic charm that was hard to resist. So was the woman who ran it now that Sandy was gone. It wouldn't be easy to give her walking papers. She was still talking to the older gentleman, then shifted, revealing the memorial display. His throat became thick as the thought hardened in his mind and filled him with guilt. He eyed the portrait of Sandy. Why had he bothered to come? To say he was sorry? What use was it now? Trent didn't have many regrets in his life. There was a job in Greensboro that he should have bid higher on. He'd learned not to be the highest bidder or the lowest either. Best to stick in the middle, to stick with what was fair. There were also a few women he probably should have paid a courtesy call to after a pleasant enough first date. He wasn't the type to go on second dates, and did his best to make that clear. Throughout the next half hour, several female guests approached him and asked how he knew Sandy. They seemed more interested in his dating status than his memories of her, and that wasn't him being conceited. It was the way their hands lingered on his arm, the lift of their gazes and the soft puff of their lips. They wore the same expressions, had the same body language, and had the same flirtatious purr in their voices as the women who approached him at charity events, sports games, and anywhere else he went. One even asked for his number. He never gave it out, period, and certainly not at a funeral. He returned his attention to the painting of Sandy, the reason he was there. For her. Ruby drifted by with a bowl of fruit to put on the banquet table. A guest patted her on the arm and wore an expression of condolence. He wanted to ask her about the painting. If he could buy it. He suddenly had to have it. But wasn't sure how to make her an offer without reigniting the battle over popcorn bells and bulbs. Ruby smoothed her long brown hair. It was the color of dark chocolate. 85% cacao, to be exact. His sister loved the stuff. The darker, the better. However, bitterness was about the only thing left between them. Ruby's bangs brushed just above her big eyes rimmed with thick dark lashes. She had the delicate features of Audrey Hepburn complete with red lipstick, above generous feminine curves that were hard to ignore. She had poise, a grace that was at odds with the laid-back, sleepy beach town. She belonged in a tea room or at a table with royalty. He imagined she appreciated Sandy's teacup collection. He was mostly a mugman himself, but had one of Sandy's teacups from her collection that he treasured. Ruby turned slightly, and the sunshine illuminated the slopes of her silhouette as she talked with a family. Trent would be a liar if he didn't also appreciate Ruby's shape. Unlike Audrey Hepburn, she wasn't thin. Rather, she was perfect, at least for him. He let out a long breath. A lot could be said about Trent, but not that he was a liar. He stood by the truth and his word at all costs. Even if it meant that sometimes leaving part of the truth out of the story. For a man who dealt in lengths of wood, angles, and exact measurements, there was a softness to Ruby that was nearly irresistible. But resist it he would. When the family waved goodbye, she tidied up the banquet table. He sauntered over and whispered in her ear, "Any kettle corn bells out back?" He meant it as a joke, a way to re-break the ice and smooth things over. She startled, knocking her elbow into the firm plane of his rock-hard stomach as she straightened. Her hand clamped over her mouth and she spun. "I'm so sorry." Then her expression darkened. "Oh, it's you. Right. Kettle corn bells. I should have known." She paused, and for a second he thought she was going to add, "and knocked you harder with my elbow." Instead she said, "For the record, it's bulbs." He rubbed his firm stomach, mocking pain. She sniffed. "Sorry." That hardly seemed the case. He took a sip of coffee, glad that he hadn't spilled any in the shuffle. "I didn't come here to argue with you." "Then why did you come?" she asked. That was the question he'd been asking himself since he rolled in past Mansion Mile. Well, aside from the obvious, to pay his respects. He had a job that was delayed due to a permitting issue that not even throwing an extra few thousand at it could solve. It gave him the month off, the first stretch of time he wasn't working since he'd last been in Blue Bay Beach. She lifted her eyebrows as though awaiting his response. Maybe right then wasn't the best time to ask about the painting. He looked at the gaps in some of the crown molding, a water stain on the ceiling and the single-paned windows. Seems like this place needs a little TLC. Sandy loved it well enough. I do too. You can love something and still want to improve it, want what's best for it, and ensure that it lasts. The words were stiff, weren't coming out right, and not the usual way he charmed customers. Not that she was one. He'd have the place looking perfect in no time. That was another reason he brought the truck with the toolboxes and retractable bed cover, filled with everything he'd need before he put the building on the market. Sandy said not to trust contractors. The corners of his lips dipped. Really? What else did she say? He asked, suddenly curious about their relationship and why Sandy would say such a thing knowing that was his profession. Ruby grunted in response, glancing around the room as though looking for a way out of the situation. However, he couldn't help but notice a spot of color had risen to her fair skin. Trent cleared his throat. I take issue with that. True, there are plenty of fly-by-night blow-and-go guys who don't care about quality or customers. But it's also true that countless contractors take great pride in their work, do what they say they're going to do when they're going to do it, and leave the customer in a happier home than when they'd arrived. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. I do. Cabot Building and Carpentry, Inc. Licensed and insured. He smirked. I wasn't done talking, she huffed. Sounds like you know what you're talking about, except when it comes to kettle corn bulbs. That again? She didn't give up, did she? Well, neither did he. The floor needs refinishing. He pointed. I see there are some stair railing spindles out of code, and the wainscoting is not only out of date, but really busted up. Sanding and painting it would be an improvement in the very least, but removing it would be best. I think Sandy would approve. Why would Sandy trust you? Why would I, especially when you've got it wrong about the Christmas kettle corn popcorn bulbs? I suppose you shouldn't. But I am honest, fair, and skilled. I'd also like to stay the night. There's no vacancy. I'd rather not sleep in my truck, and the Sandy Shore Inn is the only game in town. No vacancy, Ruby repeated. She was feisty. His lips quirked. I don't take up that much space. Oh, I can tell that you do. Was that a criticism of his large stature, or was she flirting? No one is staying here right now. I'm also Sandy's grandson. Then just because she was starting to get under his skin, he added, bells. Best to have the last word.
Chapter 3. Ruby. It took Ruby a moment to decide which ridiculous notion to reply to. The massive man with big hands and broad shoulders couldn't possibly be Sandy's grandson. And he was definitely wrong about the whole bells thing. Betty bustled over. Sorry, I couldn't talk more before. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that this many people came to the reception. Sandy was such a fixture in town. I used to tease that she could run for mayor. Gus appeared and wrapped his hand around his wife's shoulder. How are you holding up, dear? Have you had anything to eat? Drink? Betty nodded. And I see you've helped yourself to some of the Cowboy cookies that Chevy brought. He had a few crumbs on his black shirt. Gus smirked. Speaking of Chevys. My, oh my, Trent, you've grown into a beast of a man. He chuckled. I mean that in the nicest of ways. But I doubt you'd fit into the old Corvette. Remember that ride we took? Yeah, and you let me behind the wheel over by the drive-in. Nice to see you, Mr. Lyle, Trent said politely. They shook hands. Oh, you can call me Gus now. It's been years. 20 at least. Gus, Betty scolded. Am I understanding correctly? You let Trent drive the Corvette that time he visited? He was barely 12 years old. Gus winked. I had our boys behind the wheel on their 10th birthday. She swatted him gently on the arm. Ruby had a feeling they'd be talking about it for the rest of the day, month, possibly for years to come. The conversation confirmed that Trent was indeed Sandy's grandson, which meant she must have had a son or daughter, and never told Ruby. Why? Her eyes misted. She looked away. Her thoughts drifted. Someone set down their drink on the coffee table and didn't use one of the coasters Ruby had painted and Sandy treasured. The glass was sure to leave rings on the wood. Guests entered and exited, not taking care to close the screen door gently behind them, and instead letting it slam into the wood frame with a clatter. The spring was faulty. That was something Sandy had meant to get fixed. Someone else leaned against the mantel, upsetting the framed photo of Sandy in front of the inn when she first bought it. Ruby wanted everything to remain just as Sandy had left it. To preserve the woman's imprint on the space. To keep her there. Ruby wasn't ready to say goodbye. However, Betty and Gus said their goodbyes, leaving Ruby and Trent standing there alone. "She never mentioned you," Ruby said to him. She waited for his face to fall with disappointment, the same way she felt herself splinter into pieces when she learned who he was. She waited for his face to crack into a smile, and for him, Betty and Gus, to return, laugh and tell her it was all a joke. Or a misunderstanding. Or something. How could the woman whom she felt closest to in the world hide the fact of her family? Ruby wasn't particularly close to her family, but Sandy knew about every piece of Rossi dirty laundry inside and out. "How much for the painting?" Trent, the big stubborn oaf, asked. Okay, fine, it wasn't fair of her not to include handsome, but she didn't want to think about that right then. And he wasn't an oaf, as far as she could tell. Just obnoxious. Also, he infuriated her. "It's not for sale," she said. "Everything has a price. That painting doesn't." Neither did the inn, for all the memories it held, but soon it would slip through her fingers. "Is that your signature?" he asked, pointing to the lower right-hand corner. She nodded. "Then you can paint another one. Duplicate it." But she couldn't. Sandy had sat there, telling her the story of how she bought the grand Victorian house all those years ago. Ruby had infused the portrait with Sandy's memories, her courage at opening the inn, and the way she'd poured all her passion into it. But thinking about the portrait and the photograph on the mantel, Ruby had the vague realization that there weren't any pictures of family members on the memorial table, or in the inn, not even in Sandy's office or bedroom. Ruby looked Trent over carefully. His hair was light brown, his eyes were a shade of blue-gray, and his beard was trim with the faintest flicker of silver amidst the auburn. But his haughty, full-of-himself expression told her he'd probably be the type of guy to shave it before he let it go gray. She looked for fragments of Sandy, and found them in the glimmer in his eyes. She bit her lip. "So, how much for the painting of my grandmother?" he asked. How tacky of him to play that card. "Name your price." "I'll pay for it," he said. "You don't have enough money." Ruby's mother had always said to marry rich. She believed money was the solution to every problem. Too bad, even after taking all of Ruby's savings, her theory proved false. And whatever problem you're looking to solve, the solution won't be found by writing a check or gazing at a mediocre painting. Hardly mediocre. It's perfect. Warmth at the comment teased Ruby but quickly disappeared, replaced with the dark thought that nothing she ever did was perfect or good enough. The thoughts she fought to keep out of her mind must have snuck in at the reminder of her mother. Her skin felt prickly all over and the dress suddenly too tight. Trent set down his coffee mug. "And why do you think I'm trying to solve a problem?" "Because you came here after all this time." "I came to pay my respects." "Then please have some and stop trying to buy my painting." Then, just to be a brat and because of his comment about bells, she added, "bulbs." Then she stormed away. The memorial service was over too soon, but Ruby also wanted to be alone. Alone with her thoughts, questions, and grief. Betty struggled with the folding table, and Trent appeared, helping her with it. Gus stacked the remaining extra chairs that they'd set out. Betty paused in front of the painting of Sandy, and her shoulders lifted and lowered with a sigh. Trent placed a hand on her arm. Betty patted it. It was Ruby, who should have been over there comforting the woman, her friend. Instead, it was Sandy's imposter grandson. Yet they seemed to know each other and have fond memories. Why didn't Ruby know about this? "You'll stay here, right?" Betty asked. Trent shrugged. "That's if the innkeeper will let me." Betty smiled as though he was joking around. "Of course Ruby will. The inn has been vacant for the week. It'll be nice to have a guest, isn't that right, Ruby?" She felt her face blanch but plastered on one of her practiced smiles and said, "Of course. Wouldn't want him on the street." Oh, but she would. After Betty and Gus left, Ruby brought some of the extra chairs and items out to the back shed. Trent was on the phone by an obnoxiously large truck. There was no denying that the guy was ruggedly handsome with his chiseled jaw, beard, and frame built for masculine things like hiking expeditions. He probably led them in Nepal in his spare time. He glanced over from the back parking lot and gave her a little wave like he could read her thoughts. Her cheeks warmed. She told herself it was the glow of the golden hour, the time of day just before sunset when the world was cast in warm, buttery shades of marigold and honey. It was her favorite time to paint, but so fleeting that she rarely captured the colors with accuracy. Her cheeks flushed, and she was sure they matched the hibiscus growing by the bench in the garden as she passed. She would not let someone as arrogant and stubborn as Trent get her flustered. No, she'd focus on why Sandy never mentioned that she had an incredibly attractive grandson. No, just the grandson part. Sandy and Ruby had once watched a documentary about mountaineering. In peaks over a certain elevation such as Mount Everest, there was an altitude called the death zone, where there was limited oxygen. If a hiker stayed there for too long, their body would shut down. Go kaput. Game over. If Ruby's attention lingered on Trent's defined arms and broad shoulders too long, she worried he'd turn around and catch her staring. Then their eyes would meet, and it would be all over for her. Death zone for sure. But it wasn't only that. No, she knew the truth about herself, more precisely her appearance. Her mother had been wrong about a lot of things, but one of them was that she was no longer attractive. Sharon Rossi's exact words had been, "A minute on the lips and a lifetime on the hips." And Ruby had hips. That was for sure. She didn't mind her body. In fact, she reminded herself of Renaissance paintings when women were voluptuous, had more padding. But her mother disapproved. Presumably, men did too, as evidenced by the fact that Ruby had been single for a long, long time. Her relationship with her body was mostly favorable, but complicated by her mother's voice in her ear, nagging and criticizing her. It wasn't one she wanted to listen to, but from repetition, had worn a groove in Ruby's mind that was hard to shake. She didn't wait for Trent to give her a look that proved Sharon was right. Instead, she went inside. That night, Ruby hardly slept. It was partly because of the long day, the loss, and how her mind churned with memories and thoughts. Thoughts about Sandy, and how she'd never mentioned her family. Then there was the visit to the lawyers the next day. It wasn't something she was looking forward to, especially because it meant she'd have to figure out what her next move was. Would she be able to figure out a way to stay in Blue Bay Beach, or would she have to say goodbye? That would have been the moment to cry. Even though she was alone, and Trent was probably sound asleep in the room downstairs, she forced away the tears. There would be time to weep later. The next morning, Ruby followed her normal routine, if a little sleepily. No amount of concealer hid the dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't washed her hair the night before, and piled it in a bun at the back of her head. After smoothing her bangs, she went downstairs. It was a coffee day for sure. She brewed a fresh pot, rang the bell to indicate breakfast was available, even if it was just leftover pastries from the reception, and set out the newspapers. She leaned on the sink in front of the window overlooking the backyard, when a disturbing fact hit her. Yes, she was going to the lawyer's office for the reading of Sandy's will, but it was only so she could be informed if there was anything she needed to relay to the new owner. There was the toggle on the hot water heater that sometimes needed tickling, the cranky spigot in the back garden, the loose floorboard on the third floor. Before, she thought it would be the bank. It was then she realized Trent would inherit the inn. Sandy's grandson. Given the fact he was the only family member who showed up at the funeral, he was likely the heir. Her chest sunk. It stung. Why hadn't Sandy told her? She'd told her everything else that came to mind. Always add cinnamon to oatmeal. The best sea glass came from the northern beach by the breakwater after a storm, and falling in love was dangerous if you weren't ready. Not that Ruby needed the last bit of advice. Falling in love wasn't going to happen anytime soon. "I guess this is it," she said. "You left this place to Trent." You didn't tell me. I get it. Maybe I was just the help. I'll pack soon. I wish we could have spoken to each other one last time. Goodbye, Sandy. Her eyes filled and she closed them, blinking away her sadness. The stairs creaked, and Trent trotted into the room. Good morning, he said. Did someone else stay last night? She shook her head and sniffed, then took a sip of coffee, ignoring the ache of loss and sudden confusion. I thought I heard you talking to someone. Nope. No one. The words were stiff. Sandy wasn't no one, but she felt betrayed. It wasn't that she owed Ruby anything. Of course, the inn was hers to leave to whomever she wanted. But a small part of Ruby, the part that hadn't yet figured out where she'd go next, had hoped that if the bank took it, she could work something out with them, get a loan or something and buy the inn, keep the legacy going just as Sandy would have wanted. Then again, perhaps that wasn't what she wanted given Trent's appearance. He opened a cabinet, and then another. Where are the teacups? He asked. Of course, he knew about her teacup collection. You drink tea out of a teacup, not coffee, she said sharper than she meant. He grumbled. I see someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. As for me, I slept like a king. Yeah, a king about to inherit a castle. Glad to hear. Sandy always said there was something special about the air in Blue Bay Beach. Yeah, she said it was magic. The kind that makes you fall in love. His ocean eyes weren't as stormy as the previous day, and his gaze locked with hers. There was a twinkle there, like sunshine sparkling on the water. A buzzy feeling, like Ruby had drunk too much caffeine, even though her mug was still full, zipped from her stomach to her limbs. Sandy always said she loved this place. Trent looked around at the kitchen, then smiled when his gaze landed back on Ruby. He settled against the counter like he meant to stay a while. Given the fact that he'd inherit the inn, she hoped so. At least then he wouldn't sell it only for it to be picked up by a big-shot real estate developer. Billy and the town had nearly been victim to a resort investor the summer before. Now she was married to the guy. Go figure. She sure did love it. Me too. I really love it. You? He asked. Yeah, she answered. I love it. But she practically choked over the words. He smirked. She got the feeling there was a lot that Ruby didn't know about the inn, Sandy and Trent. But that she'd soon find out.
Chapter 4. Trent. If given different circumstances, Trent imagined Ruby was usually perky in the morning. She had bright brown eyes, and the delicate point of her chin made him think she usually smiled. Not that day. She seemed tired, heavy-lidded and sluggish, which was understandable, considering the funeral the day before was exhausting and the recent loss heavy. Despite the emptiness he felt over losing his grandmother and the regret at not visiting her more often, he'd slept well. Like a champ. It was probably the long drive and the salty sea breeze that lulled him into blissful rest. Also, the bed and breakfast had all the comforts of a home you didn't want to leave. Given the fact that he was the only relation Sandy had, he imagined he'd be there for a week at least, as he figured out the next steps he'd take to finding a new owner and selling the place. It wasn't ideal, however, given his demanding job, he wouldn't be able to run the inn. Surely, there would be someone who'd gladly take the torch. Maybe even someone in Blue Bay Beach. He didn't want to see it go to a real estate development firm, but his brief assessment of the structure during the last 24 hours was that the building itself had seen better days and wouldn't prove much of an asset to him. Better let it be someone else's liability. Someone with the time to repair, update, and remodel the place. Trent finished his coffee in one long sip. When he set it down, Ruby was staring at him. He'd stared at her plenty. There was no denying the fiery and feisty woman was a sight to behold, even half asleep on her feet. Whatever you do with this place, please think of Sandy, she said. It was as if she'd read his mind. Of course, he said and got to his feet. He meant it too. She got up as well. They did an awkward shuffle as he pushed in his chair, and she tried to get by, knocking into him with her shoulder. It was more forceful than the elbow to his gut the day before, but sent a jolt through him just the same. "I'm sorry." Her cheeks flushed. He held his hands up in a sign of surrender. "Do you have something against me? Think if you hit me hard enough you can get rid of me?" He asked the questions with a smile on his face to show her that he was joking. "No, I'm just tired. Long day. Longer night. If you're going to wind up and punch me next, give me some warning, okay?" He laughed lightly. She did not. "I'm kidding around with you." She exhaled, as though it had been a while since she'd been in a joking mood. "There's nothing funny about this day. Anyway, we'd better get going." "Are you coming to the lawyer's office too?" "Figured I'd better in case Sandy left me any instructions," she said. She probably wanted some closure. Everything from the funeral to the reception, to little things helped a person say goodbye. On the way out, Trent passed an open cupboard and tried to close it. It popped back open. Ruby knocked on it twice with the heel of her hand, and it stayed closed. "See? Stuff like that. The new owner should know the unique quirks about this place." She gave him a pointed look. He knew it was a little dig. Had Sandy really not told Ruby about him? It never came up? Pressing his lips together to summon his patience, Trent returned the pointed look. The new owner can fix things like that. It's probably out of plumb. "All the same," she said as they exited through the rear door. Trent glanced at the address for the law office in an email on his phone as he got in his truck. Ruby walked over to a dusty blue Toyota. Being a gentleman, he'd wait and let her exit the back lot first. And waited. She remained in the car. Perhaps she changed her mind. As he passed her, he rolled down his window. Her brow was wrinkled. She wore an expression of fierce determination as she turned the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. "Won't start," she said. Then she mumbled, "Sandy sold her car a few months ago when the dishwasher died the same week we had the place repiped. Had to cover expenses." "Water stain on the ceiling?" he asked. "I was getting to it, but then." "Well, it's not your problem anymore." Her face fell. He squirmed uncomfortably. He didn't mean for her to think he was being harsh. Glancing at the time on the dash, he said, "The lawyer was nice enough to meet with us on the 4th of July to move things along, best not to be late." He got out of the truck and opened the passenger side door. "Hop in. We can drive down there together, then later, I can look at your car. The battery probably died." She leaned back on the seat side and then got in the truck. They were quiet as the truck rumbled down Mansion Mile and out of town. Seated on the passenger side, Ruby seemed small but poised. She was the kind of woman who could carry off riding in a pumpkin carriage, atop a horse, or in a truck with equal amounts of grace. He wanted to chat with her, but wasn't sure what to say. She was way out of his league, and that was saying something because often women fawned over him. As they neared the next town, signs for the fireworks display that night were posted. "Blue Bay Beach doesn't do fireworks?" Trent asked. "The towns along the coast alternate years so visitors can patronize the shops and restaurants, bringing in revenue." "Ah, that's why Blue Bay was so quiet this morning." She nodded, rather quiet herself. "That seems very cooperative and patriotic, allowing other towns to benefit commercially," he said, making small talk. "We have the Christmas in July Jubilee every year. Probably not this year, though. Not with Sandy gone." Trent recalled his grandmother being the heart and soul of the festival. She loved it. Too bad Christmas had been ruined for him. He'd applaud Sandy if he could. Somehow, she didn't sour on the holiday, after everything that happened. American flags along with red, white, and blue decorations lined the street as they passed, and then got on the route south that led to the lawyer's office. Ruby was quiet the rest of the way. Once at the law offices of Edward Brown Esquire, Ruby and Trent introduced themselves. "Just the two of you?" the lawyer asked. Ruby shrugged. "This should be easy then." Ruby and Trent sat down in a pair of leather chairs opposite Edward's desk. There were a few formalities before he unfolded a piece of paper and started reading, "The Last Will of Sandy Lauren LeBlanc." To Ruby Rossi, I leave Sandy Shore Inn located at. Trent didn't hear the rest as the words registered. What? He said, interrupting. The lawyer reread the few lines. Trent and Ruby blinked a few times. She didn't meet his eyes. Did you know? He whispered because it was all he could muster over the sting of betrayal. What was his grandmother thinking to leave it to her? The place was falling down. Ruby seemed nice enough, but she certainly wasn't a qualified carpenter. Her car didn't work, and she didn't seem like the type with loads of money in the bank to fund all of the necessary repairs. No, she replied. I had no idea. What were you thinking, Sandy? Do you mean what was Sandy thinking? Trent asked with hostility. The lawyer interrupted the seething conversation between the two of them. There's more. I request that my grandson Trent Cabot do the necessary repairs to the inn. Please see the attached list. The lawyer lifted another sheet of paper. It was long. So let me get this straight. My grandmother left her one asset to Ruby, which, let's be honest, was hardly smart considering the laundry list of repairs. Repairs that she wants me to make? Ruby looked pale. The lawyer cleared his throat. One more thing. Two, actually. They both leaned in. Ruby Rossi forfeits her ownership of Sandy Shore Inn, unless she and Trent Cabot get married by July 25th of this year. Ruby's mouth dropped open. Trent's went dry. And the last item. If they decide not to wed by the appointed date, the property goes directly to Ryan Barson Builders, Inc. The words seemed to float in the air before sinking fast like a lead weight. Ruby hadn't moved. Trent was shocked and terribly sad when he'd received word that Sandy had passed, but this was absolutely surreal. What was she thinking? He asked out loud, practically echoing Ruby's earlier comment. That seemed to pull her out of her stupor. She lifted a finger, pointing at the paper. In other words, if I want to keep the inn, we have to get married. If not, Barson, whoever that is, gets the inn. Trent gritted his teeth. Ryan Barson is my biggest rival and the biggest real estate developer in the region. He has a contracting arm. Everything is done in-house. He's called the Devastator because he levels entire towns. Filled the vacuum Rhodes Bishop left when he retired. Ruby smoothed her hair. This doesn't make sense. Sandy hated real estate developers who came in with a swift hand wiping away everything, and then replacing it with a mock-up of what they'd ruined. I hate them too. Barson especially. Trent nodded as anger caused his muscles to contract and fists to form. No way was he letting Ryan have anything. I've heard about him sniffing around in this area. The town is safe thanks to Rhodes Bishop and the conservation efforts he's taken, but individual properties, unless granted historical status, are not protected, the lawyer said. Why would she do this? Ruby asked. More important question, why did she leave the inn to you? Trent seethed. Did she owe you anything? No. She fired back. To answer your other question, I have no idea why she'd leave it to me, but she made the choice. Honor it. Easy for you to say, you're the one walking away with the win. My best friend, your grandmother, is gone. I don't think I won anything. Ruby's nostrils flared. She had him there. It was a dumb thing to say. Guilt spiked him hard. Sorry. You're right. But he wasn't done being rude or insensitive. He had to know. Was Sandy of sound mind when she created this? He asked the lawyer. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind she was perfectly competent. We had it witnessed and everything. Edward spun the papers to face him. Sure enough, the documents were in order, and the black ink was stark with the reality of his grandmother's wishes. He just didn't understand. The regret over not keeping in better touch with her built like storm clouds. I get the inn, Trent fixes it, and we get married, otherwise it goes to a real estate developer, Ruby repeated as though also still trying to understand. There has to be another way, he said to the lawyer. Ruby lifted her gaze, hopeful. Is there? Edward folded up the papers. I'm afraid not. It's ironclad. I'll make you both copies. He exited, leaving them both in impenetrable silence. Moments later, Edward passed them both the copies he'd promised, offered condolences for their loss, and then said, "Happy Independence Day." It felt like nothing of the sort. Trent had been independent. He wasn't the type to settle down. They returned to the truck. Without a word, he started driving back toward Blue Bay Beach. The traffic thickened the closer they got to the town, advertising the 4th of July festivities. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl. He should have expected the roads would be busy. People lined both sides of the street, pulling wagons filled to brimming with food, blankets, and picnic items. Families pushing strollers and loads of kids riding bikes past. Some held flags, streamers, and balloons. "Is it like this every year?" he asked. "Yeah." "I wasn't thinking ahead, preoccupied." Ruby's voice cracked. "At least your truck has air conditioning." She sighed. He took it that her Toyota did not have AC. "As I said, I can look at your car for you. If there's a major problem, Tucker, who owns Gus's shop now, can probably repair it." "Going somewhere?" Ruby looked around at the gridlock traffic. "Not anywhere fast." He meant it casually, wondering her thoughts on the will and the inn. It was all he could think about. They sat there for several hours, inching along, both likely thinking about what the lawyer had relayed. After a while, Trent muttered, "What do we do?" "That's easy enough. Go back to the inn. It's my place now." She sounded resolved. "Not unless you get married," he corrected. "We get married." There was no mistaking the emphasis on the word "we," and there was no affection in her tone. He started laughing. "In that case, let's go celebrate our last night of being independent." Away down the road, when there was a space big enough for the truck, Trent pulled off and parallel parked. "You want to watch the fireworks?" Ruby asked. "And eat funnel cakes and sing the national anthem, and if it gets hot enough, swim in the ocean." He laughed, feeling like something inside of him had sprung loose, or maybe it was connecting, a tether that had brought him back to Blue Bay Beach after so many years. Her cold expression said that celebrating was the last thing she wanted to do. He cut the engine. "The last thing my grandmother said to me was that next time I came to town, I was going to get married. That was decades ago. I didn't intend to stay away for so long." Ruby's eyes widened. "She and I only met about 5 years ago." It was surprising enough that Sandy left her in to a veritable stranger and stipulate he remodel the place. But that he marries the woman who was as stubborn as she was pretty blew his mind. He wasn't the type to settle down. He liked his independence. However, as Ruby gazed out at the sea of people and the Gulf waters beyond, she wasn't just pretty, she was gorgeous in a classical way. Despite his internal protests, he feared that he didn't stand a chance.
Chapter 5. Ruby. As Ruby and Trent joined the crowds lining the street and moving toward the long stretch of boardwalk and beach, she was suddenly lost in a sea of red, white, and blue. Everyone, young and old, wore the colors of the U.S. flag to show their patriotism. Some people even had hair dye and face paint. She felt out of place wearing black, but it hadn't occurred to her to dress for the occasion. Ordinarily, she participated in the local holiday events, but didn't plan on going that year. Trent had been ahead of her as they moved through the crowd, but she suddenly didn't see him. He was tall, so that helped, but some people had their kids on their shoulders, wore goofy hats, and carried balloons and flags, obscuring her view. She tried to remember what he had been wearing. A blue t-shirt? Yep. It hugged his biceps and the firm swath of muscle across his chest. That was a double whammy. He wore blue, meaning he blended right in, and he looked good in it too. She'd noticed while in the truck when he shifted gears and then at the lawyer's office. And she was supposed to marry him. Ruby sighed. Frustrated. Flustered. Ruby felt completely lost and overwhelmed as she edged forward with the mass of people. She hardly remembered where they'd parked, didn't have Trent's phone number, not that she had a cell phone, and even though she loved her country, her grief was so fresh that celebrating that day wasn't top on her priority list. Sweat beaded along her neck, back, and brow as she tried to find him. Then she stopped right there amid the heaving crowd. She wanted to cry. Just give up. Drop onto the ground and stay there until something made sense. But there were too many questions without answers, and she risked being trampled. She pressed on, hoping to catch up with Trent or find a familiar face and catch a ride back home with them. Surely, some of the folks from Blue Bay Beach would be there. However, there were so many people. When she reached the boardwalk, a deep voice called, "There you are. I thought I lost you." Trent was smiling, apparently enjoying what he'd called his last night of being independent. She suddenly felt the opposite. Trapped in the crowd and in life. Why did Sandy do this? Panic laced her voice. What was that? Trent asked over the cacophony of passers-by. I don't understand. He leaned in to hear her better. She caught his masculine scent, and for a moment felt lightheaded. However, it was no use. They'd have to talk about it later. She should have just stayed in the truck. Trent was gazing at her, apparently waiting for her to continue. His ocean eyes were bright, and he smiled broadly. How could he be happy at a time like this? Come on, we're going to have fun, he said. Then his hand was in hers, gripping it tightly, securely. An unexpected jolt zipped to her belly, turning her frustration into flutters of excitement. It was not the time. He was not the guy. She tried to talk some sense into herself, but the sight of his large hand around hers made her lightheaded once more. I'm not going to lose you, he said loudly. The roar of questions and worries in her mind went silent. His grip and his presence had somehow anchored her. Lost and adrift, she then felt guided and held. He'd already started walking. She stared at their hands as he led her forward. The boardwalk was lined with vendors, food stalls, and the Cocos Cones ice cream stand. When they reached it, Isley and Ford were busy with the long line. Ruby waved and mouthed, "We'll be back soon." Isley smiled and nodded, and then her gaze landed on her hand in Trent's. At the same time, Ruby realized she'd used the word we. Had the simple gesture of him taking her hand unified them, thrust them toward the arranged marriage that Sandy had masterminded? Again, more questions that she couldn't ask, and no one to answer them anyway. At last, they found a line that wasn't too long, got some hot dogs, fries, and lemonade. When they finally found a spot on the beach, the sun was lower in the sky. It was dinner time, which worked out well. They wouldn't have to wait too long for the fireworks, and then she could finally go home. But it wouldn't be her home for long. There was no way they'd marry. Ruby took shallow sips of breath at the thought. Trent kicked off his shoes and plopped down in the sand. He patted the spot next to him. Reluctantly, she toed off her shoes too. The sand was still scorching, and she was still sweating, dressed all in black with the sun beating down. Sandy stipulated in the will that we have to get married by July 25th. That's Christmas in July, she blurted. Even though that had already been established, she was unable to hold it in any longer. 3 weeks. That's enough time to figure out a loophole. The lawyer said it's ironclad. Trent fussed with the ketchup pouch to put on his hot dog. But we can't get married, and we can't lose the inn. It's a Blue Bay Beach mainstay. She was caught between a rock of a man and a hard place, Barson the devastator and scourge of small beach towns. She thought of the garden at the inn, flowers, flags, and front porch, then all the treasures inside. Nothing valuable to guys like Ryan Barson or Trent Cabot, but to people like her and all the guests over the years. Ruby was determined to prove herself worthy of the legacy Sandy had left. Sounds like a lose-lose situation. I prefer to create opportunity, scenarios where all parties feel like it's a win. Trent still fussed with the condiment. That sounds like a business strategy. She dropped her head into her hands. A firm hand pressed against her back, rubbing small circles. She quivered, and a thrill danced through her. Trent leaned in, smelling of summer, sunblock, and sawdust. She fought against breathing deep. It's going to be okay. That's impossible. We can't save the inn unless we get married. Like I said, impossible. Nothing is impossible. She tilted her head. No. Let's see. Men having babies. Humans sprouting wings and flying. Sandy coming back. Shall I go on? His ocean eyes twinkled. Ruby, marrying you isn't impossible. There was command and certainty in his tone, and maybe something else too, but she wouldn't let herself entertain that I am possibility. She opened and closed her mouth, but there was no snarky retort. Again, no answer. Did Sandy ever steer you wrong? He asked. Now that was a question she could answer. No. For some reason, my grandmother thought we ought to get married. I have no idea why, but she did, he said simply, as if the whole thing was straightforward. Ruby tilted her head slowly. So you think we should go through with it? Do we have a choice? He shrugged. It's Independence Day. This country was founded on that very premise. Of course we do. She was flabbergasted. Fair point, but the alternative to getting married is dismal. It's not better than just saying yes. A deep V formed between Ruby's eyebrows. Marriage is a sacred covenant between two people who love each other. Arranged marriages have been known to turn into something more, he said. Are you quite well? Sunstroke. Dehydration. I think there's a care station up on the boardwalk. Trent took a long sip of lemonade. There was no ignoring his lips. I'm perfectly fine, and yes, I'll marry you if it means keeping Barson from getting a hold of the inn. And there it was. The truth. Ryan Barson was Trent's rival. Of course he'd want to win. It was true that Ruby had thought the marriage ultimatum was insane. However, in the last moments of Trent's willingness to go along with it, she'd had a glimmer of hope that maybe he was interested in her. That was obviously ridiculous. Her cheeks, already red from the sun, got warmer. She fanned her face at the same time as Trent finally got his ketchup pouch opened. Balancing the hot dog on his lap, the ketchup spurted, shooting Ruby in the side of the head. She yelped and slapped her hand to her face. Trent gazed at her wide-eyed and hurriedly started wiping her with napkins, but only managed to mash the ketchup into her hair. As he leaned over to get a few more napkins, he must have squeezed the mustard pouch, and it too nailed Ruby in the nose. She gasped. What are you doing? He held his hands up, and his hot dog rolled into the sand. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I didn't mean. She knew that, but was still peeved, as she grabbed the napkins from him and did her best to wipe off the condiments. He stared sadly at the hot dog in the sand. I was really looking forward to eating that. You can have half of mine and the fries. I'm not all that hungry. She was tearing the hot dog and bun in half at the same time as a kid ran by spraying them, the hot dog, and the French fries with sand. Trent groaned. What the? Ruby tried wiping the hot dog halves off, but it was no use. The white sand made the fries look especially salty, but rendered them inedible. They were a lost cause. I'll get us some more, Trent said. There was no shortage of food or vendors, but the lines were terribly long. Want some ice cream? He asked. You don't have to trouble yourself. It's no biggie. As he started to get up, a flock of seagulls descended, drawn by the food in the sand. Trent tried to shoo them away, and everyone nearby started to shuffle around, protect their picnics, and holler at the birds. Ruby also got to her feet at the same time something wet and sticky landed on her shoulder. She hopped back. A bird had gone to the bathroom on her, and she then bumped into someone who spilled soda down her entire front. She profusely apologized, but everything was chaos. Trent was hopping from foot to foot because the sand was hot. His eyes landed on her, then widened. Squawking, the birds finally flew away, and everyone else settled down. I see they got you, he said, standing in front of her. I'm sorry, I used all the napkins. Yeah, on the ketchup and mustard. If it's any consolation, they got me too. He turned around. All down the back of his blue t-shirt were bird droppings. It's bad, she said. And, he lifted his arm to reveal a brown circle dotted with rainbow sprinkles on his blue t-shirt. He tilted his head to the family behind us. While I was waving my arms, a kid carrying a cone ran into me. Ruby blinked a few times, shell-shocked by what just happened. Then a strange feeling came over her. It pushed past the stone of sadness that rested in her chest. It almost vibrated with its urgency as it pulsed through her. All at once, laughter poured out of Ruby. Hysterical laughter. Trent's eyes crinkled and he joined her. They stood there in the sun, laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Then Ruby abruptly stopped. Sandy always had such a sense of humor. Trent grinned, tossed his keys and wallet in his shoes, then took her hand in his. That time, when their palms pressed together, a wonderful thrill rocked through her, igniting her skin as he led her to the ocean. They splashed into the shallows, and Trent dragged her deeper until they could both dip underwater. She welcomed the warm liquid, and took a moment while under the surface to rub the ketchup and mustard out of her hair. When they both bobbed to the top, he was smiling, and then he splashed her. "Hey," she called, splashing him back. He did it again, and they were splashing each other and laughing once more. With a scoop of her hand, she got him right in the face. "Oh, you're playing dirty?" Trent lunged, grabbing hold of her and dunking them both under. His grip was firm around her, and their legs tangled together. She felt light, carefree, like she was a secret mermaid, and he was Poseidon. She hadn't had fun like that, ever. When they surfaced, he had a gleam in his eyes like he was going to dunk her again, so she lifted up, then pressed down on his shoulders. They both splashed backward, playfully wrestling in the ocean. His touch tickled her and made her feel fully alive. She gurgled a laugh and scooted just out of his reach. His laughter was low and throaty as he drove forward like a football player, grabbed her around the waist, and once more they dropped into the water. "Say, Uncle," he said. "Is that like Mercy?" she asked, recalling childhood games. "Yep." He kicked his feet up and floated by her side. She did the same, and closed her eyes as sudden guilt swept over her like a wave. She shouldn't have been having fun so soon, after Sandy had passed. As if knowing what Ruby was thinking, Trent reached for her hand. They floated together as Ruby quietly struggled with confusion over how she felt and how she thought she should feel. Fun was not on the menu. Neither were hot dogs and fries, apparently. A voice as quiet and still as sifting sand said maybe that was the point. To show her that life goes on, and that Sandy wanted her to be happy. That was why she brought the two of them together. No, that was impossible. Or was it? What was impossible was that the disaster of an evening could get worse. However, just then, it started to rain. Big fat drops fell from the sky. Ruby hadn't even noticed the clouds roll in.
Chapter 6. Trent. Trent kept his hand laced around Ruby's. There was no way he was going to lose her in the crowd again, especially as people panicked in the sudden rain shower and raced toward cover and their cars. As he and Ruby got to shore, he whooped with laughter. He had a feeling she was going to tell him there was nothing funny about the situation, but he begged to differ. The entire day had been absurd. From the visit with the lawyer to the flock of seagulls that attacked, to how amazing it felt to hear Ruby's laughter, to see her smile and feel her hand inside his. There was nothing about that day that was expected, least of all how right it felt to close his fingers around hers, to experience the softness of her skin against his calloused palms, and to make her feel safe amidst so much uncertainty. They dashed across the boardwalk to a stall that wasn't already crowded. It had a slight overhang which didn't really matter since they were already drenched. She slipped on something discarded on the ground and skittered into him, bracing herself on his muscled frame. He gripped her waist, steadying her. Their gazes met. Her deep brown eyes widened. She didn't look away. It was almost like she was studying him. "You okay?" His voice was gritty. Her focus on him didn't waver. He shifted but wasn't uncomfortable. "Sometimes your eyes are as bright and blue as the sea, and other times they're stormy, like right now. I can't quite figure out the color." Her voice was breathy, likely from running through the crowd and weather. "You have ocean eyes." "And you have beautiful eyes," he said. She bit her lip. It occurred to Trent that he'd like to kiss her lips, to experience that softness. But she had no interest in a guy like him, a bearded contractor who was little more than a mistake, unwanted, worthless. He'd learned that lesson young and with frequency. And no matter how successful he became and how many homes and businesses he built, he never was able to get past the long-held belief that he would never be good enough, not for a woman like Ruby, not for love, and definitely not marriage. "They're stormy right now," she whispered. He raked his hand through his wet hair. Did his eyes reveal his thoughts? "Could be the weather," he choked out, stating the obvious. She shook her head slowly. "No, it's more than that." The prickle of discomfort gave way to a thought that was as soft as the rain, which had slowed. Maybe she saw something else in him. Perhaps that was why Sandy brought them together, because Ruby would be able to see the deep-down truth that was inside. The one that carried too big a risk to reveal, that he was good, lovable. No, that was impossible. He cast the notion aside as the crowd flurried by them. Everyone was drenched. "Should we head to the truck?" he asked, eyeing the sky. "No, let's wait until the crowd thins out. It might start pouring again." She shrugged. "I'll take my chances." It could have been the soda shower, the dunk in the ocean, the rain, or all three, but it was like something had shifted in Ruby. She seemed lighter, easier going. The corners of her lips lifted toward a smile. Sure enough, the rain picked up. People who'd risked going to their cars shrieked and splashed past. "Good thinking," Trent said, giving her a little nudge. The smile was gone, though. Her face broke, crumbled into 1,000 pieces. Tears dropped from her eyes. She covered them, and without thinking, he drew her close, enveloping her in his arms. Violent sobs racked Ruby's body. He held her securely. "I've got you," he whispered into her hair. Her hands slowly dropped from her face and found their way around his back. She fisted his shirt, hugging him, hanging onto him as if for dear life. The crying continued as the rain pounded down around them. She leaned into him, letting him support her. For the first time in his life, he felt truly useful. Like he meant something. An anchor in a storm. When she finally stopped, the rain also slowed. She drew away, but he found he didn't want to let her go. "It's okay to cry," he said. She shook her head. "I don't know what came over me. I was having fun, and then it tore loose." She lowered her voice and added, "That was the first time." "You cried?" He understood that she meant it was the first time since Sandy passed away. Everyone handles grief in their own way. She sniffled, then said, "Trent, that was the first time I've cried in front of anyone since I was little." There were loads of people crying at Sandy's funeral and reception. He wasn't a teary-eyed kind of guy, but then he realized her eyes had been dry too. "Do you want to tell me why?" Sensing she needed someone to lean on to tell the story, he opened his arm to let her tuck underneath. "When I was little, my mother had me involved in dance and pageants. I was kind of shy and didn't want to go on the stage. I was 4. As kids sometimes do, I had a tantrum. My mother grabbed me by the cheeks hard. She told me that big girls don't cry." Trent felt Ruby shrug under him. "I never disobeyed her again." It killed him that her mother was so awful, so heartless to treat her daughter that way. His mother had her problems too. "It might not sound like a big thing, but I haven't cried in front of anyone since that day. I did everything I could to be a big girl. And that's another part of me she doesn't approve of," Ruby mumbled the last bit. "But when we were in the water and even running, it was like I was a kid again. Carefree. Having fun. I could laugh as loud as I wanted to. Apparently cry too. I'm sorry." Trent turned so they were facing each other, and he braced his hands on her shoulders. "Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry for laughing or crying or for how you look. Not with me." If a few tears were the price to pay to hear her laugh, for her to experience freedom, then they were well worth it. She was worth it, which meant maybe he was too. As soon as he'd had the thought, he drew her into a hug. She curled into him, and he didn't mind that they were soaking wet. At that moment he too needed an anchor, even one shorter than himself, and curvier too. He'd heard what Ruby had said about her mother, and the criticism of her body. He thought her size was perfect. But he held fast and listened to that little voice. He needed to hold tight to the anchor because he'd always been the guy to drift away. After walking back to the truck, drenched by the rain, they returned to Blue Bay Beach. They'd waited long enough for the traffic to abate. It was completely dark out by the time they got back to the inn. "So much for fireworks," Trent said as they went inside. "Happy 4th of July," she said as she neared the stairs. "You mean Happy Independence Day," he said, recalling that they were supposed to get married if they ever wanted an inn to return to after July 25th. She left him with a half-smile. Trent took his thoughts to his room upstairs and turned on the shower. Without checking the temperature, he hopped in, but then quickly jumped out of the way of the spray and fiddled with the taps. He couldn't seem to get warm water to flow, so he took a quick and cold shower. After putting on dry pants and a hoodie, his stomach growled with hunger, so he went back downstairs. Ruby was in the kitchen, and her hair was damp from her presumably not cold shower. She looked warm and huggable as she put something in the oven. "I have to file a complaint with the management of this place," he said, startling her. "My apologies, sir," she said, picking up her role as the innkeeper. "How can I help you?" She took some vegetables out of the refrigerator. It looked like she was making a salad to go with whatever was in the oven. The water in the shower was frigid. She lifted a cucumber and punctuated the air. "Ah, that would be the water heater. I have to go tickle the toggle. Sounds like a tongue twister and sounds like you need to get a contractor over here. You know, you could hire one. Fix things up." The water heater would be an HVAC issue. "I'd probably hire a plumber, but thanks for your expertise." He smirked. "It is, in fact, my area of expertise. I'm also licensed in plumbing, electrical work, and masonry. A real jack of all trades. But you know what they say. That makes you a master of none." She clicked her tongue. Oh, she was in a mood. Likely, she was as hungry as he was after the hot dog fatality on the beach. "Let me help," he said. She didn't budge. He stepped behind her where she was standing at the cutting board and roped his arms around to help her slice a tomato into a perfect dice. She smelled like lavender and soap. He inhaled deeply. "Oh, so you fancy yourself a chef too? Remember, I'm the one with the knife." He stepped away because it was clear she was done playing. "And the one with the deed to this place." She squawked a laugh. "That is if we get married. And clearly we cannot." "And why's that?" he asked, risking the theft of a carrot from the counter and taking a nibble. "Because we can't even have a conversation. I thought it was going fine. Along with the contractor, plumber, and chef, we could hire a mediator." "And I suppose that would be you too," she huffed, tossing the salad and setting a serving on each plate. The oven dinged. He peeked inside to find 2 personal-sized pot pies. When he'd visited as a kid, that was his favorite. He realized that Sandy had made them before she died. They must have been frozen. Despite her grouchy mood falling into silence, they finished getting the meal together. It was like they'd been working side by side in the kitchen for ages. Maybe she knew Sandy's movements and habits so well she'd adapted them for herself, and he remembered them, making it work seamlessly. Perhaps they didn't need a mediator after all. They sat down at the table, and without asking or instruction, they linked hands and said a blessing. It was the same one Sandy always offered before a meal. He immediately dug in. "This is so good." She didn't even lift her fork. "Listen, Trent. I can't imagine this working." He lifted and lowered a shoulder. "We basically just survived a visit to a lawyer, a monsoon, and preparing a meal together. You plus that knife seemed kind of dangerous, but I think we could try to figure this out." She huffed. "I have to run this place until July 25th and plan the Christmas in July Jubilee." He recalled Sandy's pet project and his pain associated with the actual holiday. Bah humbug. "See? You don't like Christmas. It would never work. Don't you think one Christmas is more than enough? Of course, there's only one Christmas. We don't hold the Christmas in July Jubilee to replace the celebration of the birth of our Savior. Then why bother? But he knew why, and wondered if she knew about that part of Sandy's past. Because it makes people happy. He grimaced. You're such a cynic. She shook her head and glared. I'm going to show you how wonderful Christmas in July is. At that, she dug into her pot pie. It was doubtful, but he'd let her try. After they cleaned up, the grandfather clock in the sitting room chimed. It was getting late. Trent said, Want to show me that water heater? I'd like to take a warm shower tomorrow morning. I can fix it. I can help, he said. She gave in and led him to the basement. The ceiling was so low he had to duck and skim around cobwebs, boxes of Christmas decorations, and rotting framing. We need to do something about that, Trent said, pointing to a load-bearing beam. Yeah. I know just who I'll hire. Trent ducked under another wooden beam. That's the spirit. Not you, she said, shifting aside a few crates. You heard the will. Since you're that Ryan Barson guy's rival, I thought you only did high-end McMansions palaces and stuff. His laugh was quiet in the low space. Palaces? Not yet. More lichen stuff. But since getting back from the beach that night, the idea of making the inn into a sort of palace of sorts for them, a place to call home, had consumed him. Just as Ruby seemed to have been renewed by their time in the ocean and the rain, he felt it too. Although since returning to the inn, she was cranky and distant again. Later, as Trent laid in bed, he couldn't sleep as his mind churned with the events of the day. By the sounds coming from downstairs, neither could Ruby.
Chapter 7. Ruby. Ruby attempted to sleep but failed, just like the water heater, the beams in the basement, and numerous other things at the inn. Like her car, it needed a tune-up. In Sandy's will, it was obvious why she indicated Trent do the repairs. He had the skills. Still, it didn't make sense. As if Sandy was listening, out loud she said, Why did you order us to get married, or else lose it all? Sure, Trent is capable and successful, and after the evening at the beach he seems like a fun guy. But we have nothing in common other than you, Sandy, Ruby said. Ruby was on the shorter side. Trent was very tall. She was curvy. He was muscular. They didn't fit together. But his hand clasping hers told another story. Her palm tingled at the memory, and her stomach fluttered. His was a firm grip, filled with certainty and meaning. Or was it? Did he just not want to let her out of his sight, in case she ran and he had to forfeit the inn to his rival Ryan Barson? What Ruby had meant earlier about them being an impossibility became clear. There was no way a guy like him would be interested in or attracted to a girl like her. He was the kind to have a tall blonde on his arm. The kind that wore tight dresses and high heels to show off her ballerina muscles and long legs. That was not Ruby. Never would be. But it was whom her mother wanted her to be. Those thoughts clouded her mind as she tried to make a batch of Sandy's famous kettle corn on the stovetop in the kitchen downstairs. She accidentally knocked a pot off the hook, sending it clattering to the floor, spilled the tub of ice in the freezer and broke a glass. She hoped it didn't wake Trent. Why was that day filled with so many calamities? Even aside from appearances, Ruby liked to paint, and she had no idea what Trent's hobbies were. He liked kettle popcorn bells, and she knew with absolute certainty that they were bulbs. Sandy, it's true that you'd never steered me wrong, but you were mistaken in trying to arrange a marriage between Trent and me. It just won't work. Of course, there was no answer. But it felt good for Ruby to get the thoughts out of the vortex of her mind. Just like every other woman on the planet, Trent was Ruby's type, who'd turn their nose up at a tall, muscly guy who knew how to fix things. There's no way I'm his type, she said. She was a crybaby, as her mother used to say, and a woman no guy would ever find attractive after she'd gained weight. In her mind, Ruby could still hear the exact tone of her mother's voice when she said all of those hurtful things. It was riddled with disappointment and disgust. Also, her mother wouldn't believe someone like Trent would even give Ruby the time of day. If they got married, she'd be convinced it was forced, which it was. She added yet another reason why it couldn't happen to the list she'd started in her mind, since returning to the Sandy Shore Inn that evening. Ruby had broken down and cried in front of him. His arms around her were so stable, so reassuring. She felt like she could have cried a river, and he wouldn't have let her go. He was like a raft that would have brought them safely through turbulent white water. Hope glowed in her chest. She closed her eyes, feeling the firm grip of his arms around her all over again. But now it couldn't be. Even if Trent had been mildly entertaining the idea of fulfilling your wishes, apart from wanting to best Ryan Barson, I ruined it. And she'd ruined the popcorn. It was burning in the bottom of the pot. She quickly turned on the oven fan so the smoke detector didn't go off. With Ruby's mother filling her mind, she really felt like she couldn't do anything right. "What do we have here?" a male voice asked from the doorway to the kitchen. He wore plaid pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and he leaned on the doorframe. Ruby startled. She felt foolish in her pink pajama shorts with fluffy sheep on them shaking pom-poms and a shirt that said ba 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 instead of rah rah rah. Despite her mother, Sharon's cruelty about her shape, Ruby had been a popular cheerleader in high school. "How long have you been standing there?" What she wanted to say was, "What did you hear?" Ruby found it incredibly therapeutic to talk to Sandy out loud, but it probably had to stop. "Long enough to see that you need a little kettle corn cooking lesson." "I don't. I just got distracted." "By what?" She took a stilted breath. "Everything." With his hip, he gently nudged her aside. Every time he touched her, she lit up inside like a Christmas tree. The only thing worse than him having overheard her talking to Sandy about him would be if she had a star on the top of her head that flashed each time his hand or arms or hip touched hers. By the heat in her cheeks, she may as well have. "Watch how it's done," Trent said as he took over making the popcorn. Then he looped his fingers around her waist, picked her up like she was as light as a feather, and set her down on the counter beside him. Even though it was a warm night, shivers raced through Ruby. Her face got hotter. "Cute jammies, by the way." His lip twitched with a smile. She looked down and was sure her cheeks matched the pink fabric. Trent cleaned the burned remnants from the bottom of the pan, mixed up the white and brown sugars, and measured the kernels. "The trick is to constantly shake the pot." "I know. I just..." "So what's on your mind?" he asked as the sweet smell of the sugar replaced the burned smell from her popcorn-making failure. "I miss Sandy. There's so much I want to say to her. So much left for me to hear." Her jaw trembled. "I miss her too. I have for a long time. I'm sure she misses you. How about you tell me what I've missed? For instance, did she still reuse her tea bags? Read the comics in the paper?" While Trent continued to make the popcorn, Ruby answered those questions and more. They laughed at Sandy's idiosyncrasies and smiled fondly at stories Trent had never heard before. When the popcorn was done, Ruby said, "You know, under that cynicism and plaid, there's a sensitive guy with feelings." Trent cleared his throat. "And muscles. Big ones." He flexed as he passed her the bowl of popcorn. She swatted him with the dish towel that she was using to dry the pan. "Muscles that can lift heavy things, fix old houses, and give good hugs." She almost clapped her hand over her mouth, shocked she'd said that. "You think so?" he asked, brightening. Telling her cheeks to calm down, she said, "Yeah, thank you for earlier. I don't know what came over me." He leaned in. "It was grief, Ruby. You have to let yourself feel it. Maybe that was one reason Sandy brought us together, because she knew we'd need each other to lean on." His gaze drifted over her in a way that made all those Christmas lights on her skin glow brighter. Had there been a star too, it would be ablaze. It felt good to be understood. To be seen when for so long she'd tried to hide. "You said that there were things you still needed to hear from her. If there were two things I could have Sandy tell you, one would be that her signature Christmas decoration was kettle corn bells." Trent's lips lit with amusement. Bulbs, she countered. But bells, balls, bulbs, or bites, according to Betty, what does it matter? Why did she leave the sandy shore in to me? Because she knew you'd take good care of it. He stepped closer. And maybe she knew I'd take good care of you. Trent plucked a piece of popcorn from the bowl that was practically shaking in Ruby's hands. What did he say? The air sucked from her lungs. From the room. His gaze drifted to meet hers. It was like the popcorn was popping in her stomach. The storm was gone from his ocean eyes. Instead, there was an invitation to pleasant waters. He chewed the piece of popcorn, still holding her gaze, and then said, "Perfect." She was speechless, stuck in place. "Are we going to watch a movie or what?" he asked, sauntering toward the door. Her voice was scratchy when she said, "What was the other thing you'd have Sandy tell me?" He grinned. "That you're worth it." Ruby scurried to catch up with Trent as his comments caught up with her. He'd take care of her. She was worth it. He settled in the middle of the couch, forcing her to sit right next to him. She curled her legs underneath her seat, but there was no way to keep from touching him. The edges of their thighs pressed together. Those shivers didn't stop, and if she wasn't careful, they'd turn into tremors. He crunched a handful of popcorn and held out the bowl for her. "Thank you," she said. "You get credit for the idea. I do love a midnight snack." "It's not quite midnight. But I meant to thank you for being there for me. For saying what you did. It means a lot." "Of course. Now what are we going to watch?" "Paint Your Wagon with Clint Eastwood." "That was Grandma Sandy's favorite," he said, and then recited a few lines. "I wonder if I remember the words to the songs. We probably watched it a dozen times, so if you've forgotten, I can help you out." Ruby regained her ability to breathe. She didn't want to choke on the popcorn. Trent pushed the buttons on the controller, and the opening credits came on. Ruby moved to turn the volume down so as to not disturb the guests, and then remembered there was no one else there at the inn. They were alone. It's strange not having the inn full. It feels empty. It echoed with emptiness without Sandy there. Trent lifted one arm and smoothed her hair and then drew her closer. She could stay there forever, nestled against him. The pulse of his heart was steady, almost a lullaby. "I think she is here. She's here with us," he said softly. "Do you really believe that?" Ruby asked, sitting back up. His shoulders lifted and lowered. Could have been why she tried to make this happen. To carry on her legacy. So I could know her the way you had gotten to know her, and vice versa. For a guy surrounded by wood and nails all day, you sure do have deep thoughts. I'm not sure that's a compliment. But what was it you were saying about my big muscles earlier? Trent asked. Ruby laughed. I imagine you might be right. I like the sound of that. I'm also right about those beams in the basement. They need replacing. Before we deconstruct and reconstruct this building, tell me about the Sandy you knew. Trent stiffened beside her, then said, Okay, but first I'd like you to know that I really like the sound of we. As in, we're in this together.
Chapter 8. Trent. Trent could not deny the growing attraction he felt toward Ruby. She was gorgeous by day and adorable by night, especially in the cheerleading sheet pajamas. He felt at ease, comfortable by her side. She was soft and warm, inviting. A woman who made him want to settle down. At that, he dropped a piece of popcorn onto his shirt. Where did that thought come from? Ruby plucked the piece from his shirt and said, Open up. She tossed it into his mouth, and he caught it easily. Oh. 10 points. Let's try again. She giggled. He liked this playful side of her. She took aim and got another in his mouth. Then another. Okay, your turn, he said. Oh no. I'm not going to sit here with my mouth wide open, trying to catch kettle corn. Well, then I win. She narrowed her eyes, popped her mouth open and said, Okay, try me. They were at close range and she caught the first piece. She leaned back and got another. The third one she missed. He cheered. I win. What's my prize? He wouldn't mind a kiss after staring at her lips for the last few minutes. Her eyes captured his as though the thought crossed her mind, then quickly looked away. Trent was certain his grandmother knew she was the woman for him, and that was why she made the ridiculous order in her will for them to marry. It was the only way they'd follow through with it. But first she needed to know the truth about his family's past, or at least part of it. Grandma Sandy wasn't always the warm cookies and milk sort of grandma. That's not exactly a surprise. She described herself as not being everyone's cup of tea. Trent nodded as he drew on old memories he'd all but stowed away. Cold tea. I remember the first time we met. She didn't even hug me. Ruby frowned. Wait. I don't understand. I didn't either. Not for a long time. People say I'm a man of few words, but when I was a kid I refused to speak. My mother brought me to the doctor who referred us to specialists and a speech therapist. No one could get me to talk. My mother was young, inexperienced. Frustrated. She showed up here at the inn with me. I didn't remember ever meeting my grandmother before that. Didn't know she was my grandmother until I was told as much. When we arrived, Sandy was furious. At first she wouldn't even talk to us. Awareness made its way across Ruby's face, and her eyebrows lifted. Not exactly surprising then that you wouldn't speak. Let's just say my mother and my grandmother had their problems. Big ones? He wasn't going to open that can of worms. Then my mother just left me there without an explanation. Grandma Sandy set me up in the room with the blue wallpaper. Coincidentally, that was where he was staying that time too. She loved that room. Now I think I understand why. It was yours. A few days passed with me staying here, and she thought I wouldn't talk because I was being stubborn. She wasn't wrong. You are stubborn, Ruby said with a gentle laugh. Takes one to know one. His lips quirked. I suppose so. The fact of the matter was that I just didn't speak. Ever. How old were you? Considering I remember this all vividly, I believe I was about 4 or so. Too young for kindergarten, and that was but one thing my mother was so worried about. Anyway, the Sandy you've come to know and love is much warmer than that woman I met on that chilly Florida day. Anyway, after about a week, we were sitting at the kitchen table and eating pot pie, believe it or not. She makes a really good pot pie. Then Ruby corrected herself. Made. But you see? She lives on. That's the thing. People we love leave their mark. He paused before going on with the story. So she said to me, I remember your first word. You were just a little thing. And now silence. Are you keeping quiet on purpose? You didn't answer, Ruby says, guessing correctly. Trent nodded. Grandma Sandy went on to say something I'll never forget. She said, in case no one told you, life isn't always easy. Or fair. I'm telling you that now, but it's no reason to shut yourself up. Everyone needs to be heard and seen. Ruby's eyes widened. Sounds just like something Sandy would say. Sweet and salty. Like her kettle corn. But it got me thinking, and so did what she said about my first word. Naturally, I didn't remember her when I was that young, but I started wondering what that word was. I became obsessed with it. Ruby frowned. You know, I don't know what my first word was. Trent let out a breath. When I was alone, I'd practice forming letters with my lips. He demonstrated, not letting out any sound. I thought maybe that would help me figure it out. One day, Sandy caught me. Right then, she realized I wasn't faking it. She sat down and said, Trent, I don't know much about the young woman I raised, your mother, but I'd like to get to know you. Ruby smiled. Wow. The memory was one of his fondest. My mother was young, fairly selfish, and stubborn, as if that's any surprise. Ruby's smile fell. Sounds familiar. She was preoccupied with her social life, the music scene mostly. She hardly spent time with me. It doesn't matter, really. That was then. It seems juvenile to dwell on it. Trent didn't mean to say that last part. It was part of the commentary of his thoughts but not the story he told, not that he'd shared his history with many people. His jaw tightened as he held back his emotions. Ruby shook her head. I don't think it's a maturity thing. Most people want to be seen, to be loved, to connect, especially with their parents. That's just being human. I suppose so. Trent cleared his throat. I just want you to know that I have really big muscles. Her small hand braced his bicep and she smirked. Yes, Trent. I know. They're the most muscly muscles this side of the Mason-Dixon line. Laughter and lightness filled her voice. Not in the whole world, he asked, mock insulted. Okay, fine. Since you won the popcorn toss contest, you get the prize of the most muscly muscles. I'd like a trophy, he teased. All I have is an old broken-down inn. It's more than that, Ruby. Hope flared in his chest because he thought she meant that he had her hand, which wasn't wearing a ring. Not yet. Did that mean she was willing to marry him? Sandy always said that everyone has a gift to give. I'm glad you found yours. Do you mean my muscles? He was joking. Mostly. She shook her head. No, I mean your voice. Something you said to me before struck me deep. I think you need to hear it too. You told me that I'm worth it. You're worth it, Trent. As Ruby had said, the words went deep, but he wasn't exactly sure what she meant, only what he had when he'd said it to her. He wanted Ruby to know that despite whatever relationship she had with her mother, and the damage the woman may have caused, Ruby was worth the world. Could he mean something to her too? So soon? The only answer he had was that Sandy knew they'd be perfect together. Tell me about your mother. Ruby shifted and settled beside him on the couch. He had the remote idea that he never wanted them to vacate that space of openness and honesty, of proximity. Trent cleared his throat. She was a photographer. Took shots of bands mostly. But it was at the expense of spending time with me. My dad wasn't around. We never met. It was like she was closer to her camera than me. We were perpetually separated by the lens. Ruby's breathing changed, as though the idea of cameras made her uneasy. He'd met a few women who didn't like their pictures taken. He couldn't imagine she was one. Ruby Rossi was a stunning beauty. Anyway, there's not much more to say. Back to Grandma Sandy visiting my room and mentioning my first word. Like I said, I was obsessed. And the part about wanting to get to know me. I sat with her in the kitchen when she cooked, shadowed her as she tended to guests. And because I didn't talk, I was a powerful observer. It was absolutely the best experience I'd had up until that time. Well, on par with the one time my best friend Robbie Shipley and his family took me to the amusement park. Ruby's lips lifted into a grin. Even though Sandy was salty at times, she had a way of making people happy. As she'd said, life could be hard, but she had a way of making it okay, especially the tough parts. Trent nodded as a memory flew into his mind. I was there for a total of 3 weeks before it happened. Grandma Sandy said that she had something to add to her comment about how life can be hard. She said, it's also filled with sweet joy, smiles, warmth, and having you here, Trent, makes me very happy. She opened her mouth and said, me too. Then tears brimmed in Ruby's eyes. Having her say that to you was such a gift, her special gift. The problem was, I didn't believe her. I just knew that I loved it here, and I loved her. It wasn't because she was lying, but because, well, I don't know why. Maybe due to my relationship with my mother. Yeah. Mommy issues. I have those too. Ruby huffed a breath that fluttered her bangs. Trent's fingers inched around Ruby's, and a surge of intensity washed through him. Do you now? She asked. His nod came slowly. Yes, he did, because there he was back at the inn and with Ruby, and it was all thanks to Sandy. It was easy to talk to Ruby, and argue with her. But she knew his grandmother. She seemed to know and understand him in a way that few people did. Sure, he was big, gruff, and loud at times. Obnoxious at others, at least according to Ruby. But he was also kind, gentle. He supposed he didn't have many opportunities to share that side of himself and trust that he wouldn't be rejected. So what was your first word anyway? Ruby asked. Sandy never told me. I've often wondered if she just said that to light a fire in me, to coax a few words out. Sandy was clever like that. Case in point. She gestured between them. About us getting married? She nodded. It seems strange that she never told me that she had been married. I suppose there's a lot I didn't know about her. My grandfather died in the war. She raised my mother alone. And your father? Trent shifted uncomfortably. Like his first word, he had no idea. The movie was still playing on the television in the background. Trent turned back to it, singing the tune under his breath. Ruby nudged him with her shoulder. If you knew Sandy, then you must know the rules. If you're going to sing, you have to belt it out. He recalled his grandmother singing along to the musical. Together, they sang along to Best Things and laughed together. Trent slung his arm over Ruby's shoulder and kept it there until the credits rolled.
Chapter 9. Ruby. For the few days after Ruby and Trent spent the 4th of July together, made kettle corn, and watched the old classic Paint Your Wagon, she alternated between stark sadness that Sandy wasn't there with bright awareness that her grandson was. There was so much Ruby didn't know about Sandy. She never mentioned that she'd been married and had a daughter. Why not? Did Ruby really know Sandy at all? Then thoughts like those transitioned to the fact that she had so much to learn about Trent, from basics like favorites of all sorts to what had broken his family to keep him away for the last couple of decades, to why he was such a grump about Christmas. Given the fact that Sandy had given her the ultimatum to marry Trent or forfeit the inn, she contemplated whether they could try to make it work. Of course, they could just get married, sign the deed to the property over, and then divorce the next day, but Ruby held marriage as a sacred union between two people. Even though she never imagined she'd say, "I do," especially after what her mother told her about no man ever being interested, it seemed like Trent genuinely liked her. In the previous days, he was up early and got the coffee brewing, always fixing it the way she liked. He even made a batch of muffins, which was a big surprise. The ones from the freezer were great, but there was nothing like something fresh from the oven. He'd spend the days assessing each room in the inn, and what absolutely had to be done, as well as ideas for what could be done to improve the spaces. He told Ruby that he was intent on maintaining the integrity of what always made the inn special, while modernizing when possible for an even more comfortable stay. He was a font of knowledge about all kinds of things, including upgrading water heaters to save space, water, and ensure that guests had warm water on call at all times. It was one thing for him to create the list of improvements. Paying for them was another matter altogether that Ruby couldn't bear to think about. What she did have to think about was the Christmas in July Jubilee. Whether or not she and Trent got married, she owed it to Sandy, along with the rest of the town and beyond, to put on the best celebration they'd had yet. To get in the mood, she pulled out Sandy's Christmas Carol records and put a Christmas Classics album on the player. Joy to the World boomed from the speakers. "This one is for you, Sandy," she said, and started to sing along. Footsteps pounded down the stairs. Trent appeared, covering his ears. He held a clipboard in one hand as well. "What is that racket?" Ruby twirled toward him, still singing along. The tune brought joy to her heart as she reflected on the birth of Christ the Savior, and what it meant to the world, to her and to Sandy. The record scratched and went silent. Trent had turned it off. Ruby stopped abruptly. "What are you doing?" "Trying to think. To game plan." She narrowed her eyes. "And one of my favorite Christmas devotionals is stopping you from doing that. How?" "I'm not a fan." "What kind of music do you like?" "Country. Rock." "I have a country Christmas CD, if you'd prefer that." He huffed. "No, not Christmas music. It helps me think and brings joy to my heart. I have to plan the Christmas in July Jubilee, and I find it inspiring, so." She lengthened out that last word and put the needle back on the record. Joy to the World trumpeted through the speakers. Trent's nostrils flared. He lifted the arm of the record player and set it back in the holder. The album spun to a stop. Can't you download it on your phone and put in earbuds or something? The only phone in this inn is the old rotary in the hallway. One of the many ancient relics, he muttered. I happen to like ancient relics, if that's what you want to call them, and so did your grandmother. Yes, but... Ruby cut him off. Here's the truth. We operated on a shoestring to begin with. I made minimal money but got free room and board. We couldn't finance new phones or cell phones for that matter. Then we need to get people here. I intend to work on the website and get it listed on the travel sites, but first I have to plan the Christmas in July Jubilee. What if you had help? Are you volunteering yourself? That would be a cold day in July in South Florida. No. But I could find you some assistance. The event was Sandy's baby. She left it to me. Ruby's chest rose and fell as she became impassioned about defending the unique holiday celebration. No, she left you this inn, he fired back. In that case, what we need to do is address the elephant in the room. We can talk all day about improvements and upgrades, but how can we do them if Sandy Shore Inn is owned by Ryan Barson? Ruby asked, knowing he had no answer. She'd resigned herself to the fact that the Christmas in July event would be the last one, a farewell of sorts to the mainstay in Blue Bay Beach and to the inn itself. I thought you were going to say the elephant was to ask how we're going to pay for repairs and upgrades. That's more of a me-sized problem. Trent folded his massive arms in front of his chest. She folded her much smaller arms in front of her chest. She didn't understand what he meant, but didn't want to admit it. They were at a standoff, Dot and were having a staring contest. His ocean eyes were stormy, full of grays and gales. Let me spell it out. Sandy named me the person to fix up the space. Free labor. I have the skills. May as well put them to use. It's been ages since I used a saw or replaced a banister. Oh right, and you're a plumber and electrician too. What else? Are you a billionaire? How is completing the items on this massive list of yours going to be funded? She asked, stabbing his clipboard with her finger. She caught the smirk that filled in his lips. No, I'm millionaire, but I'm working toward the 9-digit figure. You're a contractor. Trent took a step, shrinking the space between them. That's true. I am a contractor, and I came from nothing. Thank you for the reminder. What you don't know about my story is when I left home, I took my mother's old record collection as collateral. Not Christmas carols, but old classics that were worth something at the time. I found a collector and sold them. It was seed money. I got a place to stay. A job. I built an empire on sweat, determination, and never ever backing down. I admire how stubborn you are, Ruby. But make no mistake, I am too. Her breath caught. He was commanding in a way that made her pulse race, but also suggested he knew what he was doing. He was the kind of person who could face any obstacle and overcome any challenge. Trent was someone who looked after his assets. What else could he take care of? Towering over her, he continued his story. My mother never forgave me for taking her precious records, but they were moldering, and she didn't even own a record player. I've since bought every album back for her, and a record player as interest. Did she forgive you? No. Remember, I come from stubborn stock. Well, we're not selling Sandy's records if that's what you're thinking. Of course not. In addition to being stubborn, I am also a contractor who invested early on, and wisely. The estimate I'm projecting for what needs to be done to this place is a drop in the bucket in my bank account. Then the real elephant in the room is, Ruby wagged her finger between them to indicate she meant them. What were they going to do? Say I do. Then what are we going to do? Trent asked, saying what she couldn't. I want to make the inn a success. I want to prove that I can carry on Sandy's legacy. I want you to admit that you need help. That you need me. The muscle in his jaw ticked. She bit her lip. "What do you want, Trent?" But he didn't answer and stormed out of the room. In his absence, Ruby found herself thinking about his arms strung around her, securing her there, but maybe the challenge he had yet to face was himself. Ruby's motivation faltered, but then she had an idea. One that would reinforce Trent's idea that she was stubborn, but also showed that she was determined. She was going to tackle some of the building repairs herself. She'd start small, but she'd show him she could do it. Turning slowly in a circle, she tried to determine what to do first. Trent's list was long. Her gaze landed on the big picture window and beyond. She'd start with the picket fence. It needed to be sanded and painted, which was perfect because it was one of the first things visitors saw when they arrived at the inn. One good thing was, Ruby knew how to paint. The downside was, she had no idea how to sand. Sandy was the original DIer, and had a toolbox and supplies in the basement. Ruby found some sandpaper, and went outside to get started. Rubbing the gritty paper back and forth, she worked up a sweat but wasn't making much progress. The sandpaper was old, and merely left streaks on the old painted wood. It probably didn't work anymore. Ruby could face challenges and overcome obstacles too, so she went into town, being sure to grab the flyers to post for the Christmas in July Jubilee. There were already a few shop windows with summer-themed Christmas displays, Santa figurines in board shorts, beach-style Christmas stockings, and the flags on the lantern posts were red, green, and gold. The town maintenance staff strung up lights in the trees and candy cane stripes around the palm tree trunks in exchange for free food during the Jubilee. First, Ruby stopped at the cafe to get an iced tea to fortify herself. Then she'd head across the street to the hardware store. In the cafe, the old fellow who'd been in there since the first day she arrived in town sat at his usual table, doing a crossword puzzle. He had a puffy white beard and a round belly, evidence that he enjoyed all the pastries, cookies, and other baked goods from the cafe. Ruby placed her order, but her attention was repeatedly drawn back to the old guy. Sandy and Betty, who knew everything about everyone in Blue Bay Beach, had never mentioned him. She didn't know the old fellow's name, but she did have a brilliant idea. Forgetting she was sweaty and covered in flecks of paint and dirt from working on the fence, she approached him. "Excuse me, sir," she said warmly. He glanced up over his wire-rimmed glasses. "Yes, dear." Ruby opened and closed her mouth. His likeness to jolly old Santa Claus was remarkable. "Do you happen to be busy on July 25th? She went on to explain the event. The older man smiled. "I thought you'd never ask. I'm Nick, by the way." He extended his pudgy hand to shake. "Of course it is." She smiled. "And I'm Ruby." "I know," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "You've been a very good girl. What you did for Sandy was remarkable." "Do you mean the funeral?" she asked, not sure what else he could be referring to. Thinking back, she did recall him being there, but was so swept up in the day she didn't acknowledge it. Nick nodded sadly. "She was a lovely woman. I didn't realize you knew her." "Very well, actually." He sighed. "And what you and Trent are doing for the inn is wonderful too." She wrinkled her nose, not sure how he knew about that, but it was a small town, and everyone knew everyone else's business. Well, except for Sandy's will. No one knew about those details yet. She was about to say goodbye when a question sprung to her lips. "Do you know Trent personally?" "No, but I'd like to," Nick said. Her shoulders drooped. "If you did, I was going to ask if you could try to convince him that Christmas is, well, wonderful." The older man's eyes twinkled and he said, "Will do." The church bells rang, urging Ruby along. She gave him a quick wave. Wrapped up in the strange encounter, she hardly noticed Betty in the hardware store when she entered. She also forgot that she was sweaty and dirty after attempting to fix the fence. "Oh, hello, Ruby," Betty said eagerly. "What a coincidence. I was just talking about you." Ruby blinked a few times, wondering why and to whom, when Trent sauntered up to the sales counter. She felt fluttery and flustered. It truly wasn't fair that he could look so good in his white t-shirt, and she could look so wretched when she'd been trying to fix a fence with neither the proper skills nor the tools. "I came to get some sandpaper," she said, ignoring Trent and addressing Phil, the guy who owned the hardware store. He was about to reply when Betty cut across him. "Hang on just one sec, Phil. I have to head over to Coconut Cove, but want to ask Ruby something really quick." She turned to Ruby. "Will you make Chevy a bouquet from the garden at the inn, using the periwinkle and bulbine? I thought it would be a nice way to have Sandy there with us." She smiled sadly. "Absolutely. I'd be happy to." Ruby had completely forgotten about Chevy and Tucker's upcoming wedding ceremony. "Oh, and do be sure to bring a date." Betty's eyebrows waggled in Trent's direction. Ruby's gaze shot to him, terrified of his reaction. "Oh, I'm not her date," he said coolly. Ruby's stomach dropped to her knees. She wasn't expecting him to go with her to the wedding, but he could have been more of a gentleman about it. Then his arm slung around her and he gripped her shoulder. "I'm her fiancé."
Chapter 10. Trent. Ruby staggered backward, but Trent gripped her tight, holding her upright. He smiled broadly at her. She merely blinked a few times. Betty clasped her hands in front of her chest. "Is this true, Ruby? Why didn't you tell me? Have you made the announcement?" "Set the date?" she asked rapid fire. Ruby stammered, "Yes." No and no." She tilted her head and met Trent's eyes. There were multiple questions in her expression. Trent took the lead. "Ruby didn't want to steal Chevy and Tucker's thunder, so we were waiting to share the special news." "That's completely understandable, but you are going to be the talk of the town." Betty spent the next couple of minutes asking questions. Ruby stood frozen as if in shock. Trent played it all off with his affable charm. When they finally left the shop, Betty was still chattering as she walked down the street, marveling at what Trent had referred to as the special news. When they were well out of earshot and in front of the inn, Ruby turned to him. "What did you do?" His lips quirked as he noticed one of the white picket fence slats in front of the inn had been sanded. "Well, sort of." "What did you do?" he asked, pointing. "A DIY project. Taking matters into my own hands." In her hands, she had a packet of sandpaper that was ancient and the wrong grit for the project. "You need the right tools for the job, and those are not them. A scraper and an orbital with medium grit sandpaper are your best bet." He had his hand on his hip. She huffed and scrunched up her features in frustration. It was kind of adorable. "I meant, what did you do by telling Betty that I'm your fiancé?" Ruby asked. "Just told the truth." He shrugged. "But it isn't. Would you like a proper proposal?" "Trent," she hissed. He sensed she was getting rip-roaring mad. The truth was, he hadn't thought about what he said before he'd said it. He held up his hands in surrender. The words just sort of slipped out. "Well, slip them back in," Ruby scolded. "Too late now." "Yeah, your special news is out of the bag, and everyone will know by the end of the day. Betty is like the town crier. Actually, it's our special news, and who cares if everyone knows?" She pushed through the gate, stomped down the path and into the inn. He hurried after her, calling, "Ruby, Ruby." Wait. He'd enjoyed their banter and the flirting, but had he pushed things too far? He assumed that she wanted to save the inn, and if not, why bother with the stupid Christmas in July thing? Trent caught up with her at the foot of the stairs. Her bangs hung in her eyes. She folded her arms in front of her chest, cocked a hip, and frustratedly blew the bangs out of her eyes with a huff. "Ruby, Sandy's will aside, I got the sense that you were attracted to me. I am beyond attracted to you, so why not make it official?" There. He said it. He certainly couldn't go back now. Her jaw trembled and her eyes filled with liquid. She cast him a harsh glare and thundered up the stairs. A moment later, the door slammed. "What did I do?" he asked out loud. Rejection slammed into him. He'd never asked if she had a significant other. But she couldn't have one, otherwise Sandy wouldn't have put the stipulation in her will that they marry. He believed she somehow knew they'd make a great match. Since he'd stayed away for so long, his grandmother never had the opportunity to introduce them. Made sense, right? Trent liked Ruby. A lot. The 4th of July and the night watching the movie showed him as much. Stipulation or not, he wanted to make it work. While he let her cool off, he fixed a broken drawer in the parlor built-in cabinetry, greased a squeaky door, and made the executive decision to refinish the floors. Earlier, he drafted up sketches of his plans and drew up estimates for all the work to be done. It wouldn't even dent his savings. He went upstairs to find Ruby and talk things out. From the hallway he heard her say, "I don't understand. Why would someone like him like someone like me? Why on earth did you think I'm good enough for him?" Confusion froze him in place. Who was she talking to, and what did she mean? She said she didn't have a cell phone. The real question, was he good enough for her? Not likely, but he'd try. He rapped lightly on the door. It was partially ajar, and he pressed it open. "Hey," he said, long and slow. Seated at a work table, Ruby faced away from him. It looked like she was painting Christmas decorations and working on baubles made out of seashells and glass. An easel stood in the corner by the big window, but angled so he couldn't see the canvas. "Who were you talking to?" he asked, but then he realized it must have been Sandy. Before waiting for her to answer, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders. They were tense but softened under his palms. "What are you doing?" he asked, peering over her shoulder. "Getting things ready for Christmas in July." She sniffled. He slowly turned her around to face him. Her face was splotchy like she'd been crying. "How are you doing?" "Fine," she said. He leveled her with a knowing look. "You know that I'm a contractor, so I hear a lot of salty language, but fine is my least favorite F word." A ripple of interest crossed her features. "I'll explain. When people ask how are you doing, oftentimes, they don't really want to know. They want to hear that you're good, okay, or fine. If you say something else, it can feel awkward or uncomfortable. So we answer by saying good, okay, or fine to spare everyone, including ourselves, from having to admit how we feel in front of other people. Feelings make us vulnerable. This is something everyone knows but doesn't admit, but we're all guilty of doing it. Well, most people." She nodded slowly. "So I'm going to ask you again. How are you?" Her jaw trembled, but she drew a deep, steadying breath. "I'm sad, and confused. I'm sad because Sandy is gone, but confused too. You weren't wrong about me being attracted to you. You're able to be honest and vulnerable. You talk about feelings. Deep stuff." The corner of her lips lifted ever so slightly. "And don't worry, you still have really big muscles. But the confusing part is, I don't think I should be feeling this way since Sandy passed away so recently." He grinned. "Glad you didn't forget about those." He flexed teasingly, then tucked a finger under her chin so she'd meet his eyes. "She's the one who brought us together, Ruby. If anything, I think she'd be happy to know that we aren't at each other's throats or alone and lonely." She let out a long-held breath like he had a point. "I heard what you asked, Sandy a few minutes ago. About why someone like me would be attracted to someone like you. If you'd like, I can name the reasons. You're beautiful, smart, thoughtful, funny, stubborn, they're all true. I never lie." He cleared his throat, entering uncertain territory, but he'd gotten the gist that her relationship with her mother was difficult. "When I say you're beautiful, I mean it with every fiber of my being. If someone ever told you otherwise, they were wrong or a liar." She nodded slowly, as if what she was led to believe and what he said were at war. He leaned down and kissed her softly on the cheek. "I'd be proud to call you my wife." At that, he left her to her craft projects but took the thrilling warmth of his lips on her soft skin with him downstairs. A little more than a week passed, and the inn was still vacant, but the idea behind that was so Trent could have time to do the repairs, and Ruby could plan for the Christmas in July Jubilee. Now they had Chevy and Tucker's wedding smack dab in the middle. Luckily, the church was next door, and the reception site was at the Coconut Cove Cafe. It was a small affair in Blue Bay Beach with a larger reception planned later to include the enormous Ritchie family back in Texas. Ruby was upstairs getting ready while Trent paced in front of the door. He'd never liked weddings and certainly wasn't the type to settle down, but he reckoned that was because he hadn't found the right woman. Ruby was more than the right woman. He'd scarcely been able to stop thinking about her. Now that they were attending a wedding together, the pressure was on to make their title as fiancés official. Wearing a robe, she appeared at the top of the stairs with 2 dresses on hangers. "This one or this one?" she asked, holding them in front of her. He slowly walked up the stairs. Difficult choice." "Exactly. I'm sorry, but I'm fretting over what to wear. I don't like having my picture taken or getting dressed up." His eyes drifted over her from head to toe. He loved what he was looking at. "I don't see why you wouldn't like having your picture taken or getting dressed up. You're beautiful. And the choice over what to wear is difficult because it comes down to you looking beautiful or you looking beautiful." He smiled. She frowned. "But?" "No buts," he said as he shooed her away. "Put something on or we're going to be late." A few minutes later, she appeared with her hair in soft, loose waves. Makeup highlighted her eyes and, as usual, she wore a deep red lipstick. The dress she chose was lavender and had a few ruffles at the bottom where it reached her calf. She wore eyelet pumps with a strap over the top of her foot. He recognized the set of pearls around her neck as some his grandmother used to wear. "More than beautiful. Gorgeous," he said, kissing her on the temple and holding out his arm for her to take. The church ceremony was moving and illustrated the deep love Chevy and Tucker had for each other, as they welcomed God's blessing on their marriage. Trent had a hard time not imagining himself and Ruby in the same spot, and soon. It sent an exciting warmth like sunshine beaming through him, as well as a nervous roll of thunder in his stomach. Sandy always said that storms made way for glorious days. He chalked his nervousness up to that. As the happy new couple exited the church, the handful of guests showered them with colorful confetti in the shape of cowboy hats and trucks. Tucker, wearing a cowboy hat and boots, caught some on the brim. They'd only met briefly, but Trent liked him already. At the end of the path, Chevy turned around and lifted her gown a few inches, revealing a set of cowgirl boots. "My husband and I invite you all to come have some barbecue, pie, and dance the night away with us." Everyone clapped and cheered. After the delicious meal, Trent met some of the locals, courtesy of Betty. She introduced him to Isley and Ford, who ran Coca's Cones, and their adorable daughter Coco. She was dancing with a dog on the deck at Coconut Cove, where the reception was being held. Claudia and Carter played a song on the piano and guitar, dedicating it to the couple who then shared their first dance. Billy and Rhodes congratulated him on his recent engagement. Yup, the whole town knew. The reception had a cowboy beach theme, and there were a few other guests who joined the dancing when the song changed. Ruby hung back and he strode over, extending his hand. "Can I have this dance?" "I don't really dance," she said. "But you sing Christmas carols. And this is with me. Your future husband. We have to practice." She cracked a smile and relented. They started slow, but when the song picked up, the woman demonstrated that she had moves. She was the best dancer there, and he didn't think that because he was biased. He could have danced with her all night, but the fact of the matter was they were just getting warmed up. Soon it would be their wedding, and they'd have their first dance and a future together. As the night wore on, Trent offered to fix the fence at 8 Egret Avenue where the newlyweds were going to live. Apparently, the dog, Rascal, whom Coco was dancing and playing with, kept escaping. "Consider it your wedding gift, since I came empty-handed." Tucker clapped him on the back. "A practical man. I like you, Trent." They also talked about the classic car show and swap meet the month before. Trent had spied the old Chevrolet pickup truck outfitted with cans off the back bumper and a sign that said "Just Married." "Funny how that day started out rainy and we got sun. Then on the 4th of July we started with sun and got rain," Chevy said, adding to the conversation. "Let's hope for the Christmas in July celebration we just get sunny weather." Betty said, "I know Sandy typically handled everything herself, but I say this year we all chip in." That was exactly what Trent wanted to have happen, but he dreaded the holiday. Nonetheless, he plastered on a smile. Everyone started discussing the various elements of the event, and who could do what. "How'd the whole thing get started anyway?" Tucker asked. "Last year was a blast." "You're going to love it, darlin'," he said, planting a kiss on Chevy's lips. One year, Sandy had a tough Christmas holiday. Family trouble, you know? That sometimes happens, unfortunately. Betty slipped Trent a surreptitious look. He prayed she wouldn't give details. Since Betty and Sandy were best friends, likely she knew the entire sordid story. Anyway, she was upset and disappointed the holiday didn't go as planned. She stewed and brewed for weeks. Hardly left the inn. Then one afternoon, it was like nothing had happened. She went about her business. Then in July, she started decorating for Christmas. Posted flyers. Had a party on July 25th. It started small but built momentum. Now all the businesses and houses participate. It's made the newspaper and has been featured online. Betty glanced at Trent again. "I think the point of it was a reminder to celebrate Christ every day. Celebrate our blessings in Him and in our lives. Family, friends, good food. And because it's fun. It makes people happy. Brings in a lot of revenue for the town as well." The chatter continued about the event. Not wanting it to go on much longer or for the truth to get out, Trent raised his glass. "I'd like to toast the couple. May you have many years of dancing, barbecue, dogs, and love." Everyone clinked glasses and cheered. Tucker and Chevy kissed again. Relieved the focus was off Christmas and back on the couple, Trent sidled up beside Ruby. She smiled at him and tapped her glass to his. Chevy and Tucker seemed so in love. "So happy," he whispered in her ear. "Could be us," Ruby said softly. "It will be us," he said and wrapped his arm around her, falling for her warmth, her smile, her laugh, and everything about her.
Chapter 11. Ruby. In the days after the wedding, the pressure was on. Year after year, somehow Sandy single-handedly organized the entire Christmas in July Jubilee event by herself. But she did it over the course of 365 days. Since she'd been sick, preparations had scarcely been made. Even though Ruby had the help of friends in town, she was worried if it would all come together in time. But focusing on that was a lot better than the worries plaguing her about marrying Trent. He was wonderful. Amazing. Tremendous. And those muscles. She really liked him. True, they bickered, but that kept things interesting. In time, they'd learn how to navigate each other's pet peeves and how to communicate better. Even though her mother told her to marry rich, the one thing she knew about a successful marriage was that it took time and work. But it was like the volume on her mother's voice in her head kept getting louder, so she turned up the Christmas carols and tried to focus. In the kitchen, Ruby set up the Christmas countdown display that had little wooden blocks numbering the days until the event. Then she sorted through Sandy's teacup collection, searching for the ones she put out for the Christmas in July event. The inn served tea, the cafe served cocoa, and the Coconut Cove Cafe served spiced cider. Trent entered the room with a teacup that looked familiar. His hair was damp, and he looked ready to seize the day. T-7 days and counting. He grunted. "Is that one of Sandy's teacups?" Trent winked. "It was. I borrowed it when I was little. Had it for ages. I like to use it rather than a disposable paper one." Fizzy excitement built inside. "Do you mean you take it to work? Like on job sites?" That seemed unusual. "Yeah. I always wanted her to know what I did, so I figured why not? If she ever came looking for it, she'd see what I was up to and be proud. Know that I made something of myself." Ruby's expression was blank. Of course Sandy would have been proud. "I know it sounds silly." "Yeah. You're a weirdo." He laughed. "And you're marrying me." She lifted and lowered her eyebrows. That remained to be seen. She couldn't wrap her head around actually getting married. Everything was happening so fast. "Right now, I have to make sure we have enough cookies." Sandy had some in the deep freezer, but we'll need to make and decorate sugar cookies, gingerbreads, pinwheels, peanut butter blossoms. She wasn't done listing them off, but Trent gripped her arms. She tipped her head back to meet his ocean eyes. Her breath caught. But there was so much to do. Kettle corn bulbs, she whispered, nearly struck silent by the intensity in his gaze. Bells, he corrected around a small laugh, breaking the spell. It's all going to work out. But we have to decorate the tree, make sure the carolers have the right music, the ornament craft station, the lights maze, rope off the area on the beach for the Sandman building contest. She was almost out of breath thinking about it. Oh, and I have to make sure. Trent pressed his pointer finger to her lips and guided her to the living room where, once more, they sat on the couch. As before, he plonked down in the middle, forcing her to sit near him. Though the truth was, she didn't mind. His closeness sent delicious shivers across her skin. She hadn't felt that way about a guy since before her mother blurted the fateful words that shut down her dating life. You and me, we're going to work out all these details, but Sandy wouldn't have wanted you to fret, Trent said softly. Ruby took a deep breath. He was right. Planning the Christmas in July Jubilee brought Sandy so much joy. She had to let that spirit infuse everything she did, or she'd miss the point. She'd thought a bit about what Betty mentioned about a past Christmas that had gone sour, and that was what inspired the July celebration. Sandy never mentioned it, but Ruby had a feeling it had something to do with Trent's history too. They spent the next little while with his clipboard in hand, making lists of everything that was done, needed to be done, along with details and a timeline. After a little while he asked, "Do you feel better?" She nodded. "I do. Much less overwhelmed and much more organized." Trent pumped his fist triumphantly. "And this is why I'm the best contractor and get paid the big bucks. I run an efficient and streamlined job site." "Well, if you have a suggestions box, Mr. Bigshot Contractor, there is something that could have made the experience better." Trent turned to her with amusement lighting his eyes. "Christmas carols in the background. They're very inspiring and motivating." He chuckled. "I'll take it up with management, but I might have to include a surcharge to my fee." That got a laugh out of her. He leaned back on the sofa. "Look at us working out these details. Turns out we can work together, and really well, I might add." "I suppose you're right. We haven't bickered once," Ruby added. "No, we haven't. You know what else we haven't done?" Trent's eyes slid across her, halting at her lips. She bit her lip, and then hurriedly reviewed the list on the coffee table between them. "Did we miss something?" Trent turned to her and took the clipboard. "You know, these are kind of like Santa's list." Oh. It looks like you're on the naughty side." "Actually, I met jolly old Saint Nick, and he assured me that I've been a good girl. If anyone is on the naughty side, it would be you." Her lips quirked. He laughed again. "So what did we miss?" The way he was gazing at her with his lidded eyes brought tingles to her belly and a rosy glow to her cheeks. "Do you mean we have to arrange to get married?" She'd already consulted the pastor. She also saw under some of the other papers on his clipboard that he'd applied for the license at the town hall. Were they really going to go through with it? "Well, in order to get married, first, we have to make sure that we're compatible," he said, drawing her attention back to his mouth. Tingles bubbled inside her at his meaning. The air crackled between them. He swept his thumb over her lower lip, and then he pressed a calloused hand against her cheek. She curled into it, warmed by his embrace. He leaned forward. "I think we need to kiss." Without another word, his lips swept hers hungrily. The last thing she saw were his ocean eyes as the kiss carried her into a place where she forgot her worries, the past, and her insecurities. Trent exhaled roughly, but Ruby no longer needed oxygen. All she needed was Trent and his lips. Her stomach flipped inside out, upside down as the kiss deepened. She pressed her hands to the firm muscles of his arms, gripping tightly, never wanting to let go. As his fingers tangled in her hair, holding her equally close, sparks lit behind her eyelids. As the kiss continued, the sparks turned into fireworks. A light so bright, so warm, so true. Trent's hand stroked her arm, pebbling her skin. She felt his breath whispering across her cheek as he gently kissed her neck, behind her ear, and then returned to her lips. His beard tickled, but in the most delightful way, and sending a surge through her that matched the pace of her pulse. He kissed her again, softer this time. And she positively melted in his arms. There was no resisting him or their future anymore. Trent and Ruby spent the rest of the day in each other's presence, alternately working on Christmas in July, the inn, and stealing smooches at every opportunity. Ruby was in a closet looking for the light-up candy canes to put along the front path when she came across a box of old photographs. There was one on the top of a young boy who looked strikingly familiar. Of course now he had a beard, but Ruby was certain it was Trent. A warm figure appeared behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Find anything good?" He buried his nose in her hair. She nestled into his embrace. His presence lit her up from within. He seemed to enjoy being close to her, as much as she did being close to him. His squeeze was tight, like he wasn't repelled by her at all. He kissed her shoulder, then her collarbone. Before it went further, she showed him the picture. "Wow. I haven't seen that guy in 20-something years." He held the photo. "It's you, right?" Ruby asked. "Sure is." He hauled out the box and looked at photos of a young woman who must have been his mother and Sandy when she was younger. "I know what drew you back here, but what sent you away in the first place? If you want to talk about what happened." She knew he was an honest man, but also sensed there was part of his story that he wasn't revealing. "My mother was in her first year of college. She went home for Christmas. Announced she was pregnant. Sandy was very upset, disappointed. I suppose she'd been a single mother, and knew how difficult it was. She wanted my mother to put me up for adoption. She refused. They were both doing what they thought was right. My mother left. They became estranged. But you wouldn't talk, and she brought you here. And we left on Christmas Eve. My mother was furious. She drank a lot. It probably clouded her perception. It was an ugly argument. Looking back, I suppose I lost hope that day. That's the thing about hope and faith. It doesn't come and go on its own. It's always there if you want it. If you want to grasp onto it, and let it fill your heart." Trent stared at the photos. "I didn't see Grandma Sandy again until I was a teenager. At that point, my mother didn't care what I did. So I took off and visited her." "By yourself? Just that once?" "It must have been the time Gus let him drive the Corvette." He nodded. "The only regret I have. When I was leaving, she looked so sad. It was like that Christmas all over again. She looked like she'd break. I never wanted to cause her that kind of pain again." "So you stayed away? Trent, you do realize she was sad to see you go." "Not well, anything else. But it was the same expression she had when we left that first time." Ruby gently took his hand. "Despite the falling out she had with your mother, I can only imagine that made her sad too. Despite Sandy's sweet and salty nature, I strongly doubt she was mad at you. And that is why you regret not coming back. Deep down, you knew the truth, but you also knew you couldn't repair things between her and your mom. You were stuck in the middle. And if I know anything about Trent Cabot, it's that he likes to fix things." She gave him a small smile. Understanding had come to Ruby in real time as she spoke, but it all made sense. "Likewise, Sandy never mentioned you to me because it hurt too much to talk about." Trent nodded slowly, as though the story he'd been telling himself started to fall away. "We're always experts on other people's problems," he said. "In all these years, I couldn't wrap my head around it. Makes sense though." She gave him a soft kiss on the cheek. "You said that you met Sandy about 5 years ago. What brought you here?" he asked. Ruby swallowed thickly. "I came in on a storm. Stayed at the inn. Conveniently, Sandy had been looking for an assistant. She avoided sharing any further details. But why were you in a storm? Trent's stormy ocean eyes suggested he knew there was more to her story. She sucked in a breath. Okay. Here goes. I was a child model. Trent tilted his head and grinned. Really? I bet you were a cutie. I'll have to see some photos. She rolled her eyes. As I got older, there was a lot of pressure for me to look a certain way. To be thin. Most of it came from my mother. For years, she had me on a strict diet and exercise regimen. It was very intense. Trent's brow furrowed. But I was just a teenager. Like now, I liked popcorn and pie. Being young and carefree. As you should. And these curves, they're but one of many things I like about you. My mother and the talent agent did not. All through my teen years, I struggled with my relationship with food. It took a long time, but I healed and accept myself. Most of the time at least, I like to think about life as work in progress, moving ever closer to Jesus each day. But I feel like a lot of people don't accept me. I have no complaints. Zero. He gazed intently at her. She felt her cheeks tint. For years, I was judged at talent shows, pageants, and my photographs were constantly critiqued. It caused me to feel insecure. And that's why you don't like having your picture taken. My mother also told me that no man would ever want me like this. She gestured to her body. There was nothing but kind understanding in Trent's expression. Desire too. We've established that I am very much a man, and I want you like this. She fought a smile. It was too good to be true. But her body's response and the returned desire from him suggested there was a language that went beyond words. But there's more. All that hard work and sacrifice as a child model made me a solid income. My mother took a cut as my manager. The agent too. But the rest was put into a trust for when I graduated college. I went on to get my master's degree, knowing it was all paid for, and I had a cushion for when I was done and hit the workforce. That was the plan. When I met with the lawyer to discuss turning the trust over, it was depleted. Non-existent. I had nothing. She smoothed her hair, her old nervous habit. Trent took her fingers away and twined them in his. You say that now, and a while ago you said, all I have is an old broken-down inn. This inn is us. Not old, but broken down by the past. Sandy brought us together so we could put each other back together, and the inn. Build something new from the old. Tears of comfort and joy sprang to Ruby's eyes, and a smile bloomed on her face. Trent kissed her hands, each finger in her palms. I love every part of you, Ruby. Inside and out. Sandy said falling in love is dangerous if you're not ready. Does that include with carpenters? I suppose. Does it feel dangerous? He asked. That depends on where I land. But I think I am falling, Trent. I'm in love with you. He leaned in and kissed her again. Softly, lovingly. The fireworks were less explosive but equally beautiful, light unparalleled by anything she'd ever experienced. She let it illuminate her, burn through everything she'd ever falsely been led to believe. Where she landed was on the truth. She wanted to marry Trent Cabot, and he wanted her equally, if not more, if the deepening of the kiss just then was any indication. Her heart pounded against her ribs. His big palms pressed against the small of her back, anchoring there. But she wasn't going anywhere. They had a home. A future. Each other. She kissed him back with all the hunger she'd held back for so many years. When they parted, he went to put the box of photos away. She needed water to douse the flames. She was at the bottom of the stairs when he called, Ruby. He appeared at the top and hurried down. Something glittered between his fingers. Her mouth dropped open. I found Sandy's ring. The one my grandfather gave her. He guided her up a couple of steps, so they were face to face. Trent swallowed hard. I said I was your fiancé, but I want to make it official. Will you marry me, Ruby, making me the happiest man alive? She beamed. Yes, yes, I will, Trent. He slid the engagement ring on her finger, and she felt herself sparkle as brightly as the diamond.
Chapter 12. Trent. In the few remaining days leading to the Christmas in July Jubilee, Trent and Ruby went into full preparation mode. With Betty, Gus, Isley, Ford, Claudia, and Carter along with Billy and Rhodes's help, they decked the halls and painted the town in red, green, and gold. Literally, the sand was painted in Christmas colors that were non-toxic and would eventually fade. Throughout this period, Trent couldn't take his mind off that first kiss with Ruby. It had been explosive. Everything he dreamed of, but better. By a lot. He snuck in countless kisses since then, but they were usually hurried because the countdown was truly on. He met Ruby in the kitchen early one morning to find her already baking cookies. She had flour in her hair and a dusting of it on her cheek. Still, she was beautiful. Her apron said, "Santa doesn't count calories." "Morning, beautiful." His voice was still rough from sleep. She smiled, and her eyes were slightly unfocused, glazed over. His face fell. "Ruby, did you stay up all night?" Her nod was wobbly like a bobblehead. Trent gripped her arms. "Let me finish. Go get some rest." "I can't. We're going to come up short." "We're only going to come up short if you pass out from exhaustion. I can take care of the rest of the cookies. How hard can it be to follow a recipe? After all, he'd baked muffins, and built houses." She bit her lip as though deciding. He kissed her softly, melting into her mouth, wishing the added pressure of the Jubilee wasn't there. He understood the significance of Christmas in July for Sandy. In a way, it was a do-over for the disappointment that was the regular holiday when their family had fallen apart. He wanted to honor it in Sandy's memory, but not if it meant Ruby ran herself into the ground. She staggered on her feet and he gripped her waist. She held onto the counter. "I'm fine." Trent's inner alarm bell went off slightly at the use of that word. He pulled the apron from over her head and put it on. "How's it look?" Her smile was lopsided. "The list for what's left is there." She pointed. "And the recipes are here." She tapped a recipe box. "Okay, up to bed you go. Scoot. I got this." He cast a reassuring smile. She blew him a kiss and stumbled, sleep-deprived, to the stairs. As he looked at the mess in front of him, he wished they were still kissing. Originally, he'd been afraid to touch her. His hands were so rough. Her skin was so soft. But everything was working out. It was almost too good to be true. That was his fear. Why would she have said yes to him? A niggling voice in his head asked. It would just end in separation, so why bother? The voice told him. He ignored the voice and set to work baking the cookies. While one batch was cooking, he prepared the next, following the recipe exactly, then cleaned up a bit. Passing a mirror in the hall, the apron suited him, and he chuckled. He always envisioned himself living in a modern beachfront mansion that was all glass. The inn was close enough. No better. Upstairs, he popped in to check on Ruby. She was fast asleep. He recalled her story about her days as a child model. Her mother was awful. Who would put their kid through that and make them feel bad about themselves because they didn't meet a cookie-cutter size or shape? Then take all their hard-earned money? Speaking of cookies, he hightailed it back downstairs. The sweet buttery smell wafted up to him, but then took on a charred quality the closer he got. Oh no. Smoke filled the kitchen. He was too late. The batch had burned. Trent threw open all the windows and doors to keep the fire alarm from going off and waking Ruby. When he glanced at the woodblock countdown on the counter, it said 3 days, but when he checked the calendar it only said 2. No wonder she was so frantic. Consulting the to-do list, he called in the team. Later that afternoon, Betty, Gus, Isley, Ford, Claudia, Carter, and Rhodes stopped by. Tucker and Chevy were on their honeymoon, traveling around the country in the old Chevrolet pickup truck they'd restored. Billy was busy at Coconut Cove. Love the apron, Trent, Gus said with a chuckle. He took it off and clapped his hands together. Ruby is running herself ragged, and I'd like to get an update on how everything is going to set her mind at ease. Cookies covered every surface in the kitchen, including the burned batch. Betty eyed them. Should I serve as quality control? Trent winced. I did my best. Okay? Let's hear it. We have approval for the parade, but there is another car show this weekend in a nearby town that pulls a lot of classics. Gus shrugged. I'll do my best though. The first responders, unicyclists, and scouts are in though. I have the rest of the baking just about done, but my oven broke, so I was going to come over here, Betty said. The Egret Avenue property is empty since Tucker is moving to Chevy's now that they're married, Trent said, thinking on the fly. That's fine with us, Gus said. Problem solved, Betty said. Except I was only able to get about half the raffle baskets as usual, because we pulled a lot of favors for the car show. Claudia and Carter reported that they had the music all set and ready to go. But the carolers are on strike. Some kind of choir union problem. Well, we can sing. Trent would do anything for Ruby. Gus laughed. Have you heard me sing? I'd scare everyone away. Update on the giant tree in the center of town. Apparently, when it was on its way here, there was an accident on the highway and it lost its branches, Isley said. But that's okay because the lights won't work. Ford shook his head apologetically. How is that okay? Trent rubbed his hand down his face. Oh, and that giant nutcracker cracked the window in front of the souvenir shop. Fell over somehow. This is bad. Really bad. Ruby stood in the doorway, looking only slightly rested. It's as if Sandy is trying to tell us something. We won't be able to pull this off. It's like the 4th of July but worse. She glanced at Trent, reminding him of the condiments, bird droppings, soda, and ice cream mess. We need a Christmas in July miracle. He took her hand, the one with the engagement ring. But remember, the 4th of July turned out pretty good. We were stuck outside during a storm, she said. Everyone gazed at the floor. It was no use. They'd failed. They all broke off into quiet, despondent conversations. Trent took off the apron and dumped the burned cookies in the trash. Betty was speaking privately with Ruby, but he was nearby and couldn't help but overhear. Why would Sandy do this? Ruby asked. To bring you and Trent together, the whole town. To keep legacy of the inn alive. No, Betty. She knew it was the only way she'd get Trent to come home. He didn't have to look up to know that was Ruby's voice speaking. He thought they'd moved past that. Her comment didn't help him feel better and fully trust the relationship. It hurt. But he was big. Tough. He didn't settle. He could just walk away and spare himself the agony of losing her. It crossed his mind like a wisp of wind, but no, he'd committed. He was a man of his word and never told a lie. But he didn't tell the entire truth either, and that included the way that what Ruby had said to Betty hurt, or that he was worried about their relationship. For the next 2 days, Trent doubled down on work mode. That was what he always did. That was what he was good at. Blinders on. Work from dawn to dusk. No distractions. He'd been accused of being a workaholic, but it was trained focus. He got the job done. That was what made him beat out guys like Barson. That was what made him his fortune. He was the salt of the earth and had the resources to prove it. He and Ruby were like 2 ships passing in the morning, afternoon, and night. On Christmas and July Eve, the one remaining item on his list was to make kettle corn. The group hadn't convened for a check-in since that last one. He figured it was because they didn't want to share in the disappointment of more things going wrong. He scoured the kitchen for the popcorn and the bags to put the kettle corn in. Hey Ruby, he called to her in the basement where she was also looking for the trimming for the wreaths to put on the windows of the inn. He heard a muffled reply. Do you know where the bags for the kettle corn bells are? Bulbs, she hollered back. Bells, he replied, playing along. As far as he was concerned, it no longer mattered. He just wanted the event to be over, so life could go back to normal, and they could fix up the inn. Trent rocked back against the wall. But they were supposed to get married by the next day, and he wanted to get it over with? How could he think like that? If Ruby could read his mind, she'd be hurt too. He knew there was a reason his mother didn't love him enough to stick around, to pay attention to him. He was worthless. He stood at the top of the stairs for a long time in a state of quiet shock. When Ruby appeared, tears streaked down her face. She hadn't been joking around. Maybe she'd sensed his thoughts. Or perhaps they both just realized the truth. Concern cut through the chatter in his mind. "We can't do this," she blurted. "Sandy was wrong," he said. She nodded and then shook her head. She finished the sentence. "About us. It won't work. He didn't deserve someone like Ruby. She was the kind of woman who ought to have someone better than him. We can't get married. We can't save Christmas in July. Or the inn." She sounded hollow. Hearing her words were an echo of his own thoughts. "You're right. It was a mistake," she whispered. And there it was. The final blow. It was like a punch at the gut. The truth he'd always known. He had been a mistake. Born to a mother who was too young, and a father who'd taken off. Even his grandmother wanted to give him up for adoption. His throat felt thick. He had to go. Striding upstairs, he went to the room with the blue wallpaper and packed his bag, shoving everything inside. It didn't matter. He didn't matter. When he got back downstairs, Ruby stood there. Almost in the exact space where he'd proposed to her. They both knew it was goodbye. She held a canvas with a portrait of Sandy. Her eyes filled with tears. "Remember you wanted to buy it? Sandy always said that everyone has a gift to give. I found mine. Painting. I want you to have this." He took it from her with stiff hands. It was a strong likeness, and she captured all of the details of his grandmother's expression. "Thank you," he rasped. "I should give you my number in case you ever need anything." He jotted it down on the pad by the door. He'd never given his digits to a woman before, and wished it was under different circumstances. However, there would probably be items to clear up before Barson got the inn. He may as well. Trent didn't deserve it, or Ruby. "Goodbye, Trent," Ruby said and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. It was like she didn't want to let go. He didn't either. But they had to. It wasn't meant to be. Trent walked away from the Sandy Shore Inn and took a glance back. Ruby stood in the doorway. As he walked through town, the Christmas decorations were at odds with the hot late July day, and with how he felt. Like he'd lost everything just as soon as he'd obtained it. He thought his future was before him, but it was no different than his past. He felt as empty as the large wooden container on the town common that was supposed to hold the giant Christmas tree. He felt as dim as the lights wrapped around the lampposts that didn't work. It was almost the end of the month, and he had a job to start on the Outer Banks of North Carolina soon. It was just as well. Trent went to the cafe to get something cold to drink and contemplate his next move. He could stay in Blue Bay Beach for a few days or hit the road. He should have felt better about his decision to say goodbye to Ruby. It was what was necessary. It was what they both wanted. They couldn't even settle on what to call the kettle corn balls. How would they be able to settle down? He thought about the night they tossed popcorn in each other's mouths while on the couch, with the tunes from Sandy's favorite movie playing in the background. How they'd floated in the sea on Independence Day, the kiss they shared, and so many moments in between. Trent felt miserable, but misery was nothing new. From the corner, the jolly old guy with the white beard looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Hey there, Sonny. You look a little down around the mouth. It's Christmas and July Eve. I'd say it's a night of anticipation and hope, but I suppose that's reserved for the real Christmas Eve. All the same, something on your mind?" He got the sense the old fellow wasn't asking arbitrarily, hoping for a pat answer like he and Ruby had discussed when he called her out for saying she was fine. "I just made the biggest mistake of my life." The words were true, but there was more to the story, of course. He knew deep down that leaving Ruby was a mistake, but what else was he supposed to do? He was unlovable. She deserved better. Ah, I made one of those once. The biggest mistake of my life, that is. The man with the white beard gazed at him without wavering. There was something strangely familiar about him. Perhaps it was that they both had beards. Any sage advice? The older man stood surprisingly nimbly and joined Trent at the table. How's Angeline doing anyway? It took Trent a moment to realize he was referring to his mother. Most people called her Angie. Did you know her? Trent asked. The older man smiled, lifting his whiskers. Sure did. She's married. I invited her to come to the Jubilee, but I doubt she'd come back here. I don't suppose she would after that last time. Trent scratched his head. You knew about that? Then again, it was a small town, and this guy looked an awful lot like Santa. Who knows? Maybe he had a list with their names on it. Let me tell you something about love. It's never something we regret. It's when we don't act on it that there's trouble. I loved your mother something fierce. Then she was gone. Disappeared. Left town without a trace. It was like she never existed. I was young. Foolish. I see that now. I should have searched her out. I stayed here hoping she'd come back. Trent wasn't sure the guy's angle. Was he his mother's old flame? With all due respect, why? Because it wasn't until much, much later that I discovered we had a son. Trent pushed back from the table and got to his feet. What? Is this some kind of sick joke? I just left my fiancée, my future. Are you messing with me? He clenched his fists. The older man got to his feet and pulled out his wallet and showed Trent his driver's license. Nick Cabot? They shared a last name. Nice to meet you, Trent Cabot. You have my father's name. My last name. Trent lowered back down. His mind spun. There must have been a mistake. Some kind of joke. They talked until nightfall. The man knew too much about his family for it to be a fluke or a fake. They also discussed Ruby and the soon-to-be Christmas in July Jubilee disaster. If I could do it all over again, I would have tried to make things work with your mother. I would have tried to find you. And I'm very sorry that I didn't. I'm sorry I wasn't a father to you. By the time I learned the fullness of the truth, you were grown, and I didn't want to interfere. A failing of mine. But what would you want with an old white-haired guy like me? My father. I'd want my father. If it's not too late, you've got me now. And if it's not too late to save Christmas in July, I'd like to help you. It was then Trent realized that he wasn't the mistake, even though he'd made a few. Rather, it was the mistakes his parents and grandmother had made that made him think he'd been the one to fail them. So what do we do? Trent asked. We work a little magic and save the inn to carry on your grandmother's legacy. So you don't bear her a grudge? Nick shook his head. No, we became great friends, and I hope you and I do too. Trent clapped him on the shoulder. I'd like that, and I'd like to figure out how to win Ruby back. I'm not so sure you lost her, but let's make this Christmas in July and your wedding day extra special. You know about that? Trent asked. Small town. Congratulations, by the way. Nick's eyes sparkled. Thanks, Pop, Trent said, testing out the word and liking it very much.
Chapter 13. Ruby. At dusk, Ruby took a walk through town to say goodbye to Christmas in July as she knew it. It was a day of goodbyes. Heck, it had been a month of letting go. Of Sandy, of her dream to someday run the inn, and of her hope that her mother had been wrong, and that she was lovable no matter her appearance. But really, she was saying goodbye to the decorations in town, and the effort to put together the Jubilee. Only someone like Sandy could pull it off. The truth was stark before her eyes. Ruby just wasn't good enough. She'd figure out where to carry on the semblance of a life the next day, but for right then, it was time to enjoy one last evening in Blue Bay Beach. A storm had blown in briefly that afternoon, and afterward was the best time to go foraging for seashells and sea glass. She and Sandy used to collect them. Then, on quiet nights at the inn, and they'd create baubles, wreaths, and Christmas in July decorations. They'd sell them at the Jubilee. She was going to find a few to take as souvenirs for her time spent in Blue Bay Beach. As Ruby neared the long dock that jutted into the ocean with Coconut Cove at the very end all lit up with strings of lights and tiki torches, a tall, familiar man strolled beside a tall, beautiful blonde woman. She tipped her head back and laughed. He smiled too. A sob rose to her throat. She wanted to call out no. But her lips froze. Her throat froze. Her heart froze. Her sadness iced over. Her mother had been right. Her deepest fear was true. In the best-case scenario, Trent was only interested in saving the inn, and that was why he'd gone along with the marriage order. Anger edged against the sadness in her. In the dim evening light, the engagement ring glittered on her finger. She'd almost forgotten about it. She had the urge to toss it in the ocean, but wouldn't do that to Sandy. After all, it had been hers. Ruby would put it back when she returned to the inn. The worst-case scenario was that Trent was willing to say, "I do," because he didn't want to lose to that Ryan Barson guy. It stung. She feared he'd cheated, but had he ever been hers to begin with? No, it had all been a charade. Who did he think he was, trying to fool her? The guy had an ego even bigger than his muscles. "They're kettle corn bulbs," she whispered, her voice still partially frozen. But it was as good as getting the last word. Ruby stood in the sand watching Trent and the woman as they went inside the restaurant. Her mind churned with her mother's voice. How she wasn't good enough, the wrong size, and didn't measure up. The story she'd been believing for years about her curvy appearance was almost enough to knock her down. Then, like a tidal wave, the truth hit her. She'd had it. She was done playing small, both thinking that was the only size to be that had value and playing small in her life in general. Ruby was tired of her insecurities. It wasn't her mother's small view of how a woman should look to hook a man that was holding her back in life. It was her belief in that lie. It simply wasn't true. In real life and in society, Ruby had known women of all sizes and shapes who were beautiful, never mind successful, skilled, and inspiring. She could be one of them. The only thing holding her back was, well, her. It took a big person to acknowledge that and not blame others. Ruby huffed as she pounded through the sand and to the boardwalk. Maybe she couldn't save the Sandy Shore Inn, but she'd make something of herself. And she wasn't going to let anything chase her away from Blue Bay Beach. It was her home. There had to be a way to stay. With a glance back at the restaurant where Trent was with his date, she was resolved. If he didn't like her and chose someone else, then it was his loss. Still, it broke her heart. Everything was going so well. Perfect. But it had happened so fast. Maybe too fast. "Sorry, Sandy." "It's over," she said as she entered the inn. It was bedecked in all its Christmas splendor with wreaths on the windows and front door. Big red ribbons and swaths of evergreens hugged surfaces. Everything was outlined in white twinkle lights, giving it a gingerbread house feel, but on a much bigger scale. Ruby gripped the stair railing, knotted with garland. So much work, and they'd come up short. She'd given it a shot with Trent, too. "Sandy, I tried. I'm sorry. But it's right to let Trent go. Getting married because you gave us the ultimatum in your will won't make for a lasting relationship. And I guess I'm not cut out to fill your shoes." She went upstairs and entered the room with her paints and easel. There was one thing left to do before she fully said goodbye. After positioning the lights so she wasn't in the shadow, she finished the portrait she'd started of Trent the first night they'd met. She worked on it day after day, adding details as she committed his image to memory. The variation of color in his beard, the curl of his lips, the line of his nose was perfect. She was still getting the tones in his eyes right. Originally, she'd given him stormy ocean eyes. Those were the ones he had when they'd met. But over time, the color had settled and gave way to peaceful ocean eyes. She mixed the oils to get the right shade, and then worked carefully to capture the light and contrast as she painted his peaceful ocean eyes. As she did so, she fully said goodbye to him in her mind and heart. If it had all been fake, she did get a glimpse of the real him. She'd never forget how strong he was in his vulnerability the night they watched Paint Your Wagon, but mostly talked. Or how he told her about his family. He never did say much about his father. Didn't know him. The longer she painted, the more she realized that there had been something between them. Something true. A spark. A truth. Her hard feelings slowly dissipated, and she felt a sense of peace wash over her. "Thanks for trying, Sandy," she said as she turned off the lights in the studio room. "I'm sorry I didn't pull through." But she had learned a lot about herself, and that was worth something. Before exiting the room, an idea came to her as bright as the full moon beaming through the window. She wouldn't be able to carry on the legacy of the inn, but she could stay in Blue Bay Beach if she took up the offers to paint the storefronts for the local businesses, and maybe even some originals of Blue Bay Beach in a gallery of her own someday. Ruby knew it was her last night in the inn. Despite her desire to stay up all night and come up with ways to salvage the Christmas in July Jubilee, she drifted off and slept surprisingly soundly. However, she was up early the next morning to the sound of jingling bells and someone calling, "Ho ho ho!" She sat up in bed, shaking off sleep. Sunshine beamed through the gap in the curtains. Was she imagining things? The bells came again. She got up and went to her bedroom window, which overlooked the garden in front of the inn. The decorations were still up. She'd have her hands full that day taking everything down. The tree with the kettle corn was decked. Beyond that, and toward the town common, a tall tree stood, twinkling with lights and decorations. A sign was hung that said "Breakfast with Santa." Beside it, a man in a red suit and with a white beard sat in a rocking chair. 2 elves dressed in green plaid stood by Santa's side. "What's going on?" she whispered. Quickly donning a cute gold sundress with white frills, Ruby hurried downstairs and outside. The street was already bustling with visitors. She wanted to shout that the Christmas in July Jubilee was cancelled since so much had gone wrong, but it didn't appear to be. Not at all. The stores were open, and snowflakes hung in the windows. A surfing Santa blow-up decoration was in front of the souvenir shop. The umbrella over Cocos Cone's ice cream stand hung with colorful balls. All the while the jingling of bells and the call of "Ho ho ho" continued. Ruby approached Santa and the 2 elves. The man with the white beard looked remarkably like Nick, who did crossword puzzles at the cafe, but she didn't ask him to set up on the town common for a breakfast with Santa. The tall blonde female elf had ocean eyes much like Trent's, and he stood there with a wide grin on his face. "Merry Christmas in July, Ruby," he said. She spun in a slow circle as visitors to the town trooped by with smiles and laughter, stopped to admire the decorations, and others who partook in the many activities available. "Thanks for coming, Santa, but..." He held up a hand. "I wouldn't miss this for the world. Thanks for asking me to be a part of the festivities. We just had a slight change of plans last minute. Anyway, it gets awfully quiet at the North Pole during the summer." He winked. Ruby eyed the elves. "I also made sure to ask for some help from the elves. You know Trent, and this is his sister Lauren." Ruby felt her expression shift from shock to confusion. The likeness between the elves was evident, especially in the nose. Ruby also noticed Trent's eyes had the same twinkle as jolly old Saint Nick. The conversation she'd had with the man in the cafe filtered back. He'd said he'd known Sandy well, and had wanted to get to know Trent. Ruby knew that Sandy's husband had died in the war, so this could only mean one thing. Trent stepped forward, much too tall and broad to be an elf. Then again, she was done defining who could be what based on how they looked or their size. He was full of confidence when he took her hands in his. "I couldn't let Christmas in July turn into a failure. Not for Sandy and not for you." "Where'd you get the tree?" she asked. "I had to pull in a few favors. It helps to know people in high places and who have helicopters. Had it flown in from up north. The lights, after building and remodeling so many houses, I happen to know who goes all Clark Griswold in December and bedecks every square inch." Ruby couldn't help herself, she threw her arms around Trent. "Thank you," she mumbled into the hard press of his chest. "Thank you for doing this." He squeezed her back, lingering in the hug as if he wanted to tell her something more. As for everything else, the team came together. Gus, Betty, and everyone. He smiled. "There are a lot of people in this town who think the world of you, Ruby. They wanted to see your face on Christmas in July morning." She beamed, unable and unwilling to hold back her smile. "And breakfast with Santa was my idea. After only getting a few hours of sleep, I knew I'd be starved. And I figured even if we weren't able to pull off a few of the traditions that Sandy had created, we could add a few more of our own. Having Santa here was your idea, and the breakfast was mine. And Lauren. She's my sister. My mother married when she was on tour with a band, and had her. I asked them here for the—" Ruby cut in. "Why didn't you tell me that you had a sister? I guess the LeBlanc Cabots aren't good at talking about family. I didn't expect her to come, because we had a falling out. It was stupid. Petty. Involved her cat. I'm not cut out for babysitting animals with claws. We've made our apologies." Trent held back a smirk. "I happen to love the furry, four-legged animals," Ruby said. Trent cleared his throat. "That is not a problem. I'm over it." He winked. "I want to apologize to you." His gaze captured hers. They were pure, peaceful ocean. A feeling of calm washed over Ruby just then. It was the same as when they were floating in the ocean on the 4th of July. She knew somehow that everything would be okay. "I'll admit that I originally entertained marrying you for my own selfish purposes of not letting Barson have the inn. But quickly I saw that the inn was part of you. Then I came to care for you. To love you." Those were words that filled her heart. "I love you. Ruby, when you said we can't do this, I was supposed to say yes we can. When I said that Sandy was wrong, you were supposed to say she was right. When I said it won't work, you were supposed to tell me that it can. Then when you said, we can't get married. We can't save Christmas in July. Or the inn. Well, we were both wrong. I failed you then. But I'm showing you now. We can get married. We can save Christmas in July and the inn." Like a balloon, hope filled and lifted in Ruby's chest. "Can we?" she asked, but it was more like she was speaking to Sandy. However, she realized she didn't need to ask for an answer. She had her own. It came to her clear and true. "Yes, we can." Trent smiled. Sandy wanted us to have what she didn't. Maybe not when she was younger, but eventually she believed in second chances. She was out to prove that even if families fight, we can put aside our differences and come together, because there is something stronger than being right or getting what we want. And we're breaking the cycle now, by being together. Giving to each other, she added. He nodded. She beamed. Then his lips were on hers in one dazzling kiss that lit her up like a Christmas in July tree. When they parted, Trent said, "Ruby, if I could take a photograph of this moment, I would. But no image will capture how I feel. Complete." Then her face glowed like a tree topper, like a star, lit up and bright. "I never expected things to turn out this way, but I'm glad we saved each other." They leaned in for a second kiss. Ruby knew that there would be many more to come, along with busy days at the inn, breezy days at the beach, and forever with Trent Cabot. Epilogue. The church bells rang along with jingle bells. It was official. Trent and Ruby were married on July 25th. Because they managed to meet the deadline, the inn was theirs, but they both knew that they didn't say "I do" because Sandy threatened to turn over her estate to some lousy builder. They said "I do" to healing from the past. They said "I do" to setting aside their differences and insecurities. They said "I do" to the truth that love wasn't a one-size-fits-all matter. Ruby never expected to get married, but when the right person came along with a big truck and full of bravado, she couldn't do anything other than give it a chance. Trent didn't think he'd settle down, but when the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen came along, knocking him out with her curves and her sass, he couldn't do anything other than give it a chance. They set aside preconceived notions, grew and changed for each other. The thing was, they never saw it coming, and maybe that was why they resisted it in the beginning. As they exited the stone church on that sunny day in Blue Bay Beach, their friends showered them with kettle corn, pulling it from the little bags that had bedecked the tree in front of the Sandy Shore Inn earlier. Everyone cheered and clapped for them. Trent caught a piece of popcorn in his mouth. Ruby did too. "I see they're making good use of the kettle corn bells." "Bulbs, Trent. They're kettle corn bulbs." He paused and gripped her shoulders. She prepared for him to argue with her. "You know, we could just rename them. Settle on something we both agree on. Kettle corn bags, for instance. Doesn't quite have a ring to it. A lot of things have changed recently, let's keep that argument going." Trent laughed low and deep. "Anything you say, dear." She smirked. "Or maybe Sandy called them bulbs, balls, bites, and bags." He shrugged. "I'm sticking with balls." She nudged him with her hip. He squeezed her back. Ruby's mother had been wrong. A man did want her. A big, strong, smart man. He wasn't smart because he went along with her comment about the argument, but because he knew that they were worth fighting for. Fighting through his ego, fear, doubt, and a long night spent making sure everything was in place for the Christmas in July Jubilee. They didn't need to organize a formal wedding reception because all of their friends were there, already celebrating. Back in the town square, Claudia and Carter played Christmas carols and everyone danced, including Trent and Ruby. "I see you've given in to dancing and Christmas music," Ruby teased. Trent spun her away from him, and when she returned to his arms he said, "I'm coming around to it, for you. To start with, just twice a year. I'll get you a phone and earbuds, so you can listen to your heart's content whenever else you want." She giggled. "Look at us, already figuring out solutions." The afternoon turned into evening at the Wedding Day Christmas in July Jubilee hybrid event. Betty said a few words of congratulations. She glanced at Trent. "Earlier, I'd wished Sandy was here for the wedding. She'd be so proud of you too. Then I realized she already was. She knew this would work. She knew you were perfect for each other." Betty cleared her throat. "For years, she was always telling me to add a sprinkle of nutmeg to my pot pie crust. She said it made all the difference. Well, now I will. She knows what's good. We wish you many happy years at the inn filled with laughter, love, and kettle corn bites." "Bells," Trent called. "Bulbs," Ruby corrected. Everyone cheered and clapped for the new couple, and the argument was lost, at least for the moment. After the food was eaten and drinks were enjoyed, the sun set, and the sky went from gold to dusky lavender. The new couple were finally alone, just the two of them, while the rest of the festivities continued around them. "So what's next? Where are you going with work after the inn is done?" Ruby asked. "Where? Nowhere except wherever you are. You didn't think I'd leave, did you?" "No, we're going to run the inn together." "You're a big-time contractor though, don't you have to travel to different jobs?" She'd worried that just as soon as they were finally together, they'd have to part so he could travel for work. "The inn is my job now, and I look forward to keeping it running shipshape. Plus, I think I can find a few projects around there to keep me busy." Her shoulders relaxed with relief. "And what about you?" he asked. "Be happily married to you, run the inn, and if I have some spare time, start a little painting side business." "That sounds wonderful," he said, but sensed she was still worried about them breaking up again. Trent pinched Ruby's chin between his thumb and forefinger, directing her to meet his gaze. "Ruby, just so we're clear, I'm not going anywhere. This town and more importantly you have a hold on me. And I'm not sorry. I didn't want to leave either." Then we're both pleased with how things worked out. "But speaking of leaving, this is the first time we've been alone." He led Ruby over to the edge of the town common. Hanging above them was a sprig of mistletoe. She lifted onto her toes and planted a kiss on his lips. He wasn't wrong about her having a hold on him. He drew her closer, lengthening the kiss, and had they been a few feet closer to the water, she feared she'd float away on a wave of bliss. When they parted, Ruby said, "You know, why don't we call them kettle kisses?" Trent laughed. "I like that." At the same time, a booming sound echoed off the water. Fireworks in red, green, and gold lit up the night sky. Everyone turned to watch. "This wasn't part of the original Jubilee," Ruby said. "No, it was my addition to make up for the 4th of July, and to celebrate our wedding." Ruby was touched by how thoughtful he was, and kissed him softly on the lips. Hand in hand, they watched the light in the sky sparkle off the ocean, and she knew exactly what her next painting would be. The end.
Summer with the Doctor. Chapter 1. Cleo. After making a big, life-changing decision, Cleo Jane Carson expected dread to pool in her belly, causing her limbs to go numb and making her knees feel weak. Wearing what could only be described as a confection of a wedding gown, she wasn't experiencing that at all, as she walked along the sandy street in a town she'd never visited before. Blue Bay something or other. She only vaguely registered the sign on the edge of town when she'd passed. Instead of dismay and anxiety, she was feeling relief. Like she'd dodged a bullet. No, she'd evaded a missile. A digital video game missile, but one all the same. It would devastate most women to be left at the altar. Although technically, she was the one who'd fled. She'd have to deal with the fallout with her family on that score later. For now, she felt free. Cleo lifted her arms in the air, feeling the strain on the lace sleeves of her custom-made gown. Sparkling stones encrusted the fabric. They glinted in the sun. She looked gorgeous, but sweat pooled everywhere she didn't want it to. The gown had a V-neck and ruffles at the seat, giving way to a long train. It was a work of art. A sweat-inducing work of art. She whooped at the sea, the seagulls, and the open air. "Heavenly Father, thank you for helping me out back there. For giving me the strength to walk away," she added. "I don't know what on earth I was thinking." Brian Baker, her fiancé, was a video game junkie. He lived and breathed epic battles on the screen. He worked in the industry and had to test out the merchandise, as he'd said. It made sense in a way. It would be hypocritical for him to sell games and not have any first-hand knowledge of what he was talking about. However, he'd also said that he was in the best industry in the world because vids sold themselves. Oh, he was a Class A hypocrite, all right. When he wasn't working, he played them morning, noon, and night. However, she'd been to his office a few times, and he often had a controller in hand there too. When she'd stop by his apartment, he'd have his headset on, and the reflection of explosions and gunfire would shine in his eyeglasses. On paper, he looked great. A high-level executive at a booming gaming company. A pedigree family who would pass down their wealth to him. He'd been a trust fund kid, but went to college and got a job. In Cleo's opinion, he didn't work all that hard. Mostly he seemed to play. He didn't make any meaningful difference in the world. But she tried to look past all of that. She wanted to get married and have a family more than anything. She thought she wanted to be Mrs. Baker, but she now saw it would only result in hurt and humiliation. As awful as the last hour of her life had been, she could already see it was for the best. Or maybe it hadn't quite sunk in yet, because her mother would be outraged. Not that Winona Carson liked Brian much. No, she liked his bank account. That wasn't why Cleo wanted to get married. She wanted to share delicious dinners and engaging conversation. Long strolls on the beach. To travel and see the world through each other's eyes. To help those less fortunate. To have a family. As she hiked up the full skirt of her gown and plodded down the road, she still felt the glee of escaping what would have been a terrible marriage, but she wasn't sure where she was going. Maybe that was the point. On one side of the road, mansion homes surrounded by gates and greenery reminded her of where she'd come from. On the other side, the ocean stretched broad and endless. A sailboat bobbed in the distance, and a seabird dove into the placid water. A dusty sedan pulled up alongside her. "Excuse me, miss? Do you need a ride?" She'd grown up in South Carolina and had moved to New York when she'd started high school. But she never forgot her manners. Nor did she forget her city smarts. It was an older couple. He was bald. She had poodle-like white hair. They seemed friendly enough. Even if she took them up on the offer, she didn't have a destination in mind. When she didn't answer right away, the woman leaned over the center console and asked, "Miss, is there anything you need?" Yes. She needed a husband. A family. The clock was ticking. Cleo pulled her mind from the ditches of her most frequent thought to address the matter at hand. She gestured to her wedding dress. "Oh, you mean because of this? As you can see, I am not getting married today. I will not be taking the last name, Baker, either. I thought I wanted to, but see now that was a foolish decision." She huffed. "I think I'll walk this off, but thank you very much for your concern." She nodded to let them know she was indeed okay. The words she'd blurted to the kind older couple sounded slightly unhinged. "If you change your mind, we live nearby. Just take a right near the fire station. If you reach Cocos Cones, you've gone too far." "That's mighty kind of you. I appreciate it." They hesitated but then pulled slowly away. Cleo carried on and reached the fire station as the kindly couple had mentioned. However, she continued to walk right past Cocos Cones, Beach Wave Salon, and then Blonde and Blue Boutique. All the while, passers-by stared at her. No surprise, considering her attire. If she had her wallet, she'd have purchased a change of clothes. Despite the cost of the dress, she wasn't one to stand out. But it had been her wedding day, and her mother had insisted on over the top, which was normal for Winona. A woman walking a labradoodle approached on the sidewalk. "Are you okay, miss?" she asked when she was closer. Cleo thumbed behind her. "He left me at the altar. I left my wedding." She heard how that sounded. "Just taking a walk. You know." "Yep." She sounded like she was a sheet short a layer cake. She gently placed her hand on the woman's forearm. "Thank you for asking. If you need anything, I live just up that way. Sandpiper Lane." Cleo nodded her thanks and carried on. As she approached the church, the pastor was waving goodbye to a father and his daughter. Cleo felt the clergyman's gaze fall on her. He strode down the path in front of the church and lifted his hand for her attention. "Miss, can I help you?" His face was serene and without judgment. In fact, everyone she'd met so far had been especially kind. She nodded slowly. "Yes. Probably, but I'll have to get back to you." She winced. "Then I won't press, but you know where to find me." He pointed over his shoulder toward the church. Cleo thanked him and then carried on, passing a souvenir shop and Auntie M's candies. The town was beachy and welcoming with its tree-lined sidewalks, decorated shop windows, and classic small-town vibe. On her right was a grand bed and breakfast, and on her left, a beach rental shop. It seemed like a wonderful place to visit or settle down. She crossed to the boardwalk and the beach. Couples, families, and groups of friends gathered, sunbathed, and picnicked. Sand castles were being built, seagulls wheeled in the sky, people were laughing and splashing in the water. It was the picture-perfect scene on a perfect summer day. A little girl wearing a polka-dot bathing suit rushed up to her, calling, "Mommy, Mommy, look, a princess." Her face lit up. Cleo, already scorching, felt her cheeks heat. How could she possibly explain? How could she possibly ever have a little girl or boy, or 2 or 10 of her own? She'd always wanted a big family. The chaos, the love, and the excitement of it thrilled her, filled her, and made her wake up each day hopeful. As far as she could tell, that lifelong desire was not to be. Turning in the sand, she had to get away from there. Away from the stark reality that her dreams were not going to come true. As she rushed back to the quiet beach by the mansions where she'd whooped at the ocean, the last hours of her life chased her, then caught up. The hour before she and Brian were to get married, they were standing on opposite sides of a door, the whole don't see the bride in the gown tradition. Brian was talking to his friends. She had the stupid idea that she'd hear him confess his excitement for their nuptials. Her sisters crowded behind her, listening. For the last year, the wedding and her future were the only things she could think or talk about. Brian let her handle everything. Naturally, her mother took the reins and helped, or more accurately, mother of the bridezilla Ed. Cleo wasn't a bridezilla, but her mother had become overly involved and demanding. Together with her sisters, they got her under control. But just before the ceremony, they were all giddy and excited as they listened in on the conversation among the guys. From the other side of the wall, Brian's phone rang. It wasn't his usual ringtone. It was a rap tune about big butts. Cleo had felt her stomach twist. She'd heard that particular tune come from his phone once or twice before, but didn't think anything of it. Brian and his buddies had an overall immature sense of humor, but Cleo understood that marriage meant overlooking little things and focusing on the big stuff, the love they shared, the way they each contributed to the relationship, and how they lived out their values. His friends chuckled. From the little snippets she could overhear, Brian had met a girl online. Mandy. Username Mandalicious. As Cleo stood there, she caught snatches of the conversation among the guys. She was also a gamer. They'd hang out virtually and play video games together using headsets. They were dating on the sly. He was a cheater. Cleo didn't know to what extent, but Brian's behavior made a crushing kind of sense. The late nights at the office. The canceled dinner dates. His long trips. The constant attachment to his phone. With the devastating recent memory, Cleo's pace slowed as she walked back the way she came along a street called Mansion Mile. The harsh reality caught up with her just then. Their wedding was a result of Cleo pressuring Brian. She dropped not-so-subtle hints about the future. She was getting older. Not that old, just in her early 30s, but still. All of her sisters and best friends were married and having kids. She wanted that. It was like each day she could see her window of opportunity closing inch by inch. Since she was a little girl, she'd always dreamed of a wedding and had a notebook with everything planned out, right to the last detail. Of course, her tastes had changed over the years, and her mother had taken over planning, meaning everything about the nuptials had gotten out of hand and was over the top. But the future she saw of herself involved a ring on her finger and kids tugging on her skirt. Her father had been a chief surgeon, and her mother was a society woman. They divorced during the move from NC to NYC, not that they were together much to begin with. She had a few good memories and both of them meant well, but they operated on a different wavelength than Cleo. They were all about prestige and wealth while she preferred faith and the simple things, not that she was a stranger to the finery her parents' lifestyle afforded her. Nor was she ungrateful or spoiled, she just wanted what she felt like she didn't have, a solid partnership and a relationship with her children that involved laughter and not at someone else's expense. Cleo Jane Carson wanted her happily ever after. She didn't imagine it would happen any time soon, if ever. Plodding through the sand and dropping to sitting, she rested her elbows on bent knees and propped her cheeks on her fists. The ocean was calm and blue and beautiful. A little voice entered her thoughts. What about happy right now? Ever after will come in time. She sat with the thought for moments that stretched long. The sun lowered degree by degree. Then the stark reality smashed like a wave against the rocks down the beach. How would she face them all again, her mother, her sisters, and her friends? What would she do? Winona Mother was sure to be livid. Her father had probably rolled over in his grave. Then again, she never got the sense that he'd approved of Brian. William Carson just tolerated him, mostly. Not that he ever involved himself in Cleo's personal life. He got on well with Karen and Christy's husbands, her sisters, but she was the youngest and most often forgotten or dismissed. Cleo let out a long sigh. Movement up the beach caught her eye. A man was walking toward her. He was tall, fit, and had a distinguished look, not disheveled like Brian after playing video games all day, and not like he'd been sitting on the beach all day either. As he neared, a few gray hairs coming in at the temples glinted in the sunlight. His jaw was chiseled with a flattering amount of stubble. His electric blue eyes were unmistakable. Cleo's mouth dropped. Had she gone mad? Stress? Had she cracked? It couldn't be. The man was barefoot and only a few paces away. Dr. Caleb Robinson? She blinked a few times to be sure. He'd somehow improved with age, and he was already incredibly handsome when they'd known each other all those years ago. Not that she should have been thinking about that.
Chapter 2. Caleb. Caleb approached someone wearing ridiculous attire for an afternoon at the beach. Was it a child playing dress-up or someone who was a card short a deck? As he got closer, her profile, as she slumped in the sand gazing at the sea, looked vaguely familiar. Her auburn hair was pulled half up and trailed down her back. Her veil blew in the light breeze. She had a creamy complexion, but as he neared, tears streaked down her face. It was a woman dressed as a bride. It was Cleo Carson. She got to her feet. They just stood there, facing each other. For years, during low moments, he thought about what he'd say when they saw each other again. He'd explain. Apologize. Try to help her understand. It took him a long time to understand himself. Ultimately, he knew he'd made the right decision, but it had hurt just the same. There were no words. They studied each other. Was that really happening? She had deep olive green eyes surrounded by thick eyelashes and tasteful makeup. The cross she'd always worn looped around her neck and between the V-shaped plunge of her gown's neckline. Her features were perfect in every way, as though carved from marble like a Greek statue, smooth and curved and voluptuous. She'd loved big and lived life to the fullest. She sniffed and wiped her eyes. There were no words, just stillness as the waves ebbed and flowed by their feet. It was as if they couldn't quite believe the other was real. Caleb couldn't name how he felt, and suddenly had a new appreciation for patients who described their symptoms with vague words. A tingling. A humming. A vibration. It was under his skin and in his blood and his bones. He drew a ragged breath, finally finding words. I was sitting on the balcony of my rental house overlooking the Gulf, watching the shorebirds skittering across the sand as the waves receded. They'd been hunting and pecking on their long legs. I decided to take a walk. He trailed off because the walk led him back to her. How very pleasant of you. Her voice was as he remembered, with the faintest hint of a southern accent, but there was an edge to it. That he should have expected. Meanwhile, I was trying to outrun a missile. What? He asked, confused. Never mind, she huffed and started walking away. He hurried after her. Considering the fact that she was on a beach wearing a wedding gown, something big must have just happened in her life. Seeing him right then probably wasn't ideal. Caleb reached for her arm, halting her. While I was minding my own business, taking a walk on the beach, it's as if the past has caught up to me literally. He was her past. They were each other's past. Would have had a future too, had he not made the most difficult decision of his life. They'd met in the Dominican Republic one summer when he was a young doctor, and she was a volunteer on a Christian mission trip. They'd had a fling. It wasn't something he was proud of, considering the circumstances. They'd also had a sizable age gap that felt too wide to bridge once they returned to reality. They met when she was 22 and he was 29. She was finishing college and he was starting his career. That month he'd be celebrating his big 40. Time had snuck up on him, that was for sure. If she'd been older or him younger, they'd probably have a half-dozen kids and be happily married. All along he'd known she was the one, but apart from his trepidation about their age difference, there was another problem. One he couldn't bear to think about. Not while facing her. Cleo, are you okay? Genuine concern filled his voice. You're not the first person to ask, and at last I have an honest answer. No, not really. What can I do for you? Can I help? Again, already been asked. No, thank you. Don't want your help anyway. You already did enough harm. He flinched. That was true. He had. Put him in an operating room, under pressure, where lives were at stake and he could perform. He knew what to do. He hadn't lost anyone in his history. Except that last one. Except for Cleo. Caleb swallowed thickly. Do you want to talk about it? He wasn't sure if he was referring to their past or what had brought her to the beach in a wedding gown. He supposed either would do. She dropped into the sand as if the weight of whatever troubled her had knocked her down. The skirt of her gown spilled in every direction. She leaned back and gazed at the sky. He was a surgeon, but his training in medicine urged him to evaluate if she was of sound mind. "I know what you're doing up there," she said as he gazed down at her. "I just want to make sure that you're okay." "Wow. That's rich. You probably should have checked in on me 10 years ago." "I deserve that." She grunted. "If it isn't obvious, today was my wedding day." He'd always assumed she'd marry young. How could a woman like her stay single for a decade? It baffled him. "I was staying at a luxury resort in the next town over. My mother picked it. Said it was lucky she was able to book the place because they'd hosted the 4th of July and were in demand. Leave it to my mother to want something that everyone else does." Her family was very wealthy. Meanwhile, he'd worked hard for every cent he had and put in extra hours, if only to pay off his medical school loans before he'd gotten married. It was supposed to be a magical day. 300 guests. The best of everything from food to music to flowers. My sisters and friends looked gorgeous in their champagne gowns. Cleo went on to tell him about Brian, her fiancé, who was obsessed with work, which Caleb could relate to. He couldn't fault the guy, and had made his own mistakes in a marriage that ended in divorce. Then she told him about overhearing the ringtone and the guys joking about Mandylicious. "I'm sorry, Cleo." "Save it." "I'm not sorry. As I said, I dodged a missile. I don't know what I was thinking. He was all wrong for me and I would have ended up divorced just like my parents. I'm not judging people who do that, but all I've ever wanted was a family, and now it's ruined. If I'm sorry about anything, it's that. So terribly, utterly, deeply sorry." Tears streamed down her face. He fought the urge to place a hand on her back to soothe her. Likely, it would be unwelcome. "If you'd like, I can bring you back to the resort. You can talk to him and get it sorted out. Maybe it was a misunderstanding." She turned to face him. Tears tracked through the makeup on her face, but she was still as beautiful as he remembered. Somehow more so. "I know what I heard, Caleb. I wasn't suggesting you were wrong, but maybe there's an explanation." She shook her head. The ringtone and the conversation in the hall wasn't all. "But what could I do? Exactly as you said, there had to be an explanation. I figured that we'd go through with the ceremony and talk later. However, that wasn't the worst of it. The live string quartet started playing the processional song. The bridal party marched out. Everything was perfect. Sunny day." He squinted his bright blue eyes as he glanced at the sparkling water, then back at her. Everyone showed up and had taken their places. No crises or fire that the wedding planner had to put out, logistically speaking. Although, at my sister's wedding a few years ago, my Uncle Murray lit her veil on fire with his cigar. Thankfully, it was after the ceremony, and she hadn't planned to wear it at the reception. Her new husband had to put out the flames. He loved listening to her talk with her hint of an accent, having grown up in South Carolina. He was originally from Australia. They were worlds apart, yet somehow returned to each other on that random beach. Though maybe it wasn't so random. Sounds like a close call. Good thing she married a doctor. Caleb wished he could take back the words, but Cleo didn't seem to question why he'd know something like that. If asked, he could say that doctors knew doctors. It wasn't a lie, just an evasion of the entire truth. Back to what should have been my big day. My maid of honor, my best friend Kimmy, walked down the aisle with the best man. The music was about to change to the bridal march. It was in that pause that Brian's phone rang again. It was her. Mandylicious. The same ringtone. The rap about big butts. Cleo's nostrils flared. Caleb envisioned what happened next. She burned down the wedding, metaphorically speaking, with her fiery redhead anger. He imagined the wedding planner had multiple flames to extinguish. "And do you know what that jerk said?" Cleo asked. Anger radiated off her in tense waves. Caleb shook his head slowly. "Brian had the nerve to stop the ceremony and say, 'I have to take this.' Then I ran off and here I am." Caleb couldn't help it. The flat of his palm pressed against Cleo's back and he squeezed her shoulder. "That's terrible. I'm so sorry." She shrugged him off. "Like I said, I'm not." Her expression was open, plain. Then she started laughing. A big peal of laughter erupted from her. I don't know what's so funny about this, but I can't help myself. It's crazy. Insane. I can't deny that I'm disappointed. I always wanted to marry. That was my dream since I was a little girl. He knew that. Then, as though reading his thoughts, she added, "Too bad the guy whom I could stay up all night with talking about everything and nothing, who I thought was the one up, and walked away. On to bigger and better ventures, I suppose. Not even so much as a proper goodbye. I get it now, though. I'm not worth marrying. No one wants me. And now I'm rambling and sobbing. I'm a mess, Caleb. Why don't you go on back to your mansion or whatever, and carry on with your life? Make sure your wife knows you love and treasure her. It was nice seeing you." She was crying and stumbled as she tried to get up. Caleb reached for her. "Wait, please." She sat back down. He sifted the sand through his hands, wondering what to address first. "Number 1, I'd like to talk to you about what happened in the doctor. Number 2, you are worth marrying. You are wanted." I can't imagine what was going through Brian's mind, but he screwed up bad. He has to see that. And your rambling and sobbing is understandable, all things considered. But I don't think that you're a mess, and I'm not going anyway. She was quiet, a rarity for Cleo Carson if she was still anything like she'd been during that summer on the island. "Oh, and I'm not married," Caleb added. The nuptials with Vivian von Clayburgh had been in the society papers, so it would be no surprise Cleo would know, and if not that, surely her mother would have had something to say about it. Vivian was New York City elite. The granddaughter of a shipping magnate. The daughter of a financier. There was nothing money couldn't buy. Nothing except his attention. He wasn't able to give her enough. Sure, the Brian guy sounded like a real piece of work, but Cleo had to have seen the writing on the wall during the duration of their dating and engagement. "I didn't realize you guys split up." "I'm sorry," she said. "Same as you. Don't be. No love was lost. It was more of a marriage of convenience. It made sense. Or if you were to ask Vivian, it made sense. She knew she was marrying New York City's premier cardiac surgeon and what that meant, but even that awareness didn't change things. It wasn't enough. I heard they ranked you among the top 3 surgeons in the world. Congrats on that, by the way. A person doesn't achieve that by spending weekends at the country club and jet-setting all over the place like Vivian pressured me to do. I understood that she wanted more time with me, or perhaps it was the idea of me. The prestige. The accolades. Nothing made her happy. When I did break away and we were able to spend time together, we'd fight. Now I'm rambling. Sorry." There were so many sorries that he wanted to say, but couldn't. While Vivian may have realized what she was getting into, Brian wasn't exactly in the business of saving lives. He sold video games. Granted, he was at the executive level, but still. No doubt they take skill to create and play. I'm not undermining that, but the guy was obsessed. It was all he talked about. I blame myself for not seeing the writing on the wall. He hardly heard what else she said beyond the comment about saving lives. That was the thing. He didn't. At least not any longer. He'd failed. There was a certain expectation in that elite world that he attend charity events, but to stay at the top and save lives he had to remain at the top of his game. That meant constant study, learning, and innovation. But he'd fallen. He'd fallen hard from grace. However, that was something he could never, not ever, tell Cleo. He'd once dreamed of seeing her in a gown. But not so upset. Not with tears staining her cheeks. Caleb thought he'd had it all. He'd lost it. Now he had nothing. He could fake it. Make it look like he was still on top of the world. But inside he was crushed. Ruined. Torn in pieces. He wondered if he'd ever be whole again. Wonder if Cleo saw the brokenness in him. He didn't want her to. He put on his classic smile, flashing his pearly whites, and hid his pain from her just as he did the rest of the world.
Chapter 3. Cleo. Cleo could not believe she was sitting next to Caleb Robinson on the beach. She couldn't believe she'd told him the single most humiliating thing that had ever happened in her life. She could not believe that she still felt attracted to him. If she could, she'd toss the notion in the ocean and let it wash away, then sink to the depths. But she couldn't ignore the way he looked at her, like he was listening intently. Like she was the only girl in the world. Like her story mattered. The thing was, he'd proved that none of that was true. She couldn't ignore the way his smile invited her gaze, to wonder if his lips on hers would still feel the same. They'd kissed plenty the summer that she still tried so hard to forget. She couldn't ignore the rush of his hand on her back as he tried to be comforting. The way it zoomed excitedly through her system, like it was her wedding day. Well, it was her wedding day, but that had been one big fail. Now it was her not wedding day. From the hidden folds of Cleo's dress came the chime of her sister's favorite Brad Paisley song. My sister insisted a pocket be sewn into my gown. That's my phone. That's her calling. I assumed so. At least it's not the rap song about butts. Caleb's Australian accent wrapped around the words. Cleo almost, but not quite, cracked a smile at his voice and not the comment, though if it were different circumstances it would have been funny. To keep it from her lips, she said, Christy is clever like that. She says all dresses should have pockets. She even started a design company herself and sells dresses and skirts with pockets on Etsy. As you can imagine, my mother was less than thrilled, but the enterprise got her a deal with Bloomingdale's, so that's something. The phone continued to ring. In case you're wondering, I'm not answering it on purpose. I don't want them to worry, but I'm not ready to deal with all of it. And there would be a lot of explaining and crying and negotiating with her mother. Not for the emotional reasons associated with being left at the altar, but her mother would be sure to guilt Cleo about her humiliation in front of all her friends and associates. It wasn't that her mother was cold or heartless, she just had different priorities. What did your sisters think of Brian? Caleb asked. Cleo grunted. Then the question itself made her pause, and not because she hadn't thought of it before. Rather, it was the fact that he'd asked. Back in the doctor, the only thing she'd missed was her sisters and New York City bagels. They were cautious. She stopped herself. Do you want to tell me what happened 10 years ago? Cleo was not the kind of girl to hold back. She had Southern manners and New York boldness. Karen said she was too quick to profess her feelings. Christy said she wore her heart on her sleeve. Caleb's knees were bent, and his inner elbow rested loosely on his thighs. His feet were in the sand, and he gazed out to sea. Time had done him well. She bit her lip. After that summer fling, she deduced that he was afraid that he was too old for her. He'd once said that she still had so much to live, so many guys to date before she settled down. He didn't want to hamper her, or have her look back and regret being with him. Instead, all she did was pine after him in all the years since, and measure every guy against him. She must have misplaced her yardstick when it came to Brian. Caleb said, Do you want to finish telling me about what happened today? Get it out of the way before we open that time capsule. While she could talk in circles and loops and come back around to her point, he was always so orderly and methodical. There was merit in it. She knew that. Perhaps he was right. Best to get everything with Brian off her chest, and then they could discuss the past. The thing was, as much as she resented Caleb for what had happened, he'd always been so easy to talk to. He was a great listener. Always had insight. She took the risk, knowing full well that it might hurt on the other end. For now, she'd start at the beginning. 1.5 years ago, Brian and I met on a dating website. Christy met her soulmate there, so I thought I'd give it a shot. The first red flag should have been the words Gamer Guy GLHF. Gamer Guy thy first get, but what's GLHF? It's gamer slang. An acronym for good luck, have fun. If it wasn't obvious then, it should have been clear when the second red flag waved wildly. On our first date, he didn't eat all of his pizza. He didn't even take a doggy bag. Maybe he didn't want to eat the leftovers, Caleb said. She shook her head. Do you really want me to get into food waste in this country? We could feed all the hungry people in the world plus. One of her passions was creating sustainable practices for people, including zero waste, whether it had to do with food, clothing, or anything else for that matter. Winona said it was her grandmother's influence who'd grown up during the Depression. Not that Winona had any trouble living large. Yes, she saw the irony as she sat in her sand-covered wedding gown that was now wet along the hem from a rogue wave. Third red flag: Brian didn't want kids. I thought it was a soft no. Like, we're not married yet, so no, I don't want kids right now, but in a year or so. Something like that. Nope. It was a hard no. He didn't want kids, ever. He probably worried they'd fight for time with the video game console. Her laugh was sour. It felt good to say it all, but questions and doubts about herself crowded her mind. Why had her judgment been so skewed? What was she thinking? Was she desperate? Was something wrong with her? Cleo let out a long exhale. Now, I'm the one over here adrift in a ditch waving a red SOS flag. You can't be adrift and in a ditch at the same time, Caleb said smartly. Well, duh. But that's how it feels. Yeah. I get that, Caleb said. The sincerity in her tone, and the fact that he didn't correct her, suggested he did. Probably had to do with his divorce. I'm sorry if this brings up a sore subject for you. He brushed the sand from his hands. Nope. Not sore at all. You may have dodged the missile, but it hit me full on. She screwed up her lips, trying to offer him an expression of understanding. After a pause, giving him the chance to talk about it, she said, Was it that bad? If you ever want to talk about it. Nah. I'm good. While she was the one who openly communicated her feelings and desires, he'd always been reluctant, slow to open up. Thanks for listening to me. Brian paid more attention to his fantasy football league players and his video games than the real, live people in front of him. I could keep going with my list of red flags. This all might make me sound like high maintenance, but I'm serious. He was glued to his screens from the moment he got out of work. While we were on a date out, he'd check his stats every 10 seconds. Date nights in consisted of a running commentary on his latest post-apocalyptic shooting games. As she spoke it all aloud, it was shocking they dated at all, no less engaged to marry. Caleb inclined his head. Why did you bother with him to begin with? You'd once been madly in love with me, and we sound like two very different types of men. Correction. Your former fiancé sounds like a boy. Apparently, he changed. Then again, perhaps Cleo had changed as well. He waved his hand slightly. I'm sorry. That was blunt. I didn't mean to overstep. No, it isn't any of your business, but time was marching on and I was still single. Before he could argue with her, she said, Age is not just a number, Caleb. I had countless dating failures. My mother set me up with a lot of eligible bachelors. All so fussy. Preoccupied with money. They didn't get it. Didn't get me. That was something I always respected about you, Cleo. You understand that money isn't everything, and it'll never fill the emptiness a person feels inside. Nope. Only God can do that. Amen. Her mother had many great qualities, but like her suitors, she was preoccupied with net worth. Speaking of feeling empty inside, my mother thought they were all great. My father would have just wanted me to be happy, but he passed away earlier this year. He'd met Brian only a few times. I was so focused on getting married, I didn't think about if we were truly compatible in the long term. Because of my father's death, I also should have called off the wedding, but looking back, I was being selfish. Caleb shifted as though the subject was uncomfortable. I'm sorry about your father. Me too. It's not selfish to want to have love and be happy. I'm sure he would have wanted that for you. Caleb's voice nearly cracked. Perhaps he'd recently lost someone as well. Thanks. Anyway, my friends and sisters said I should try branching out. Maybe my pool of options was too small. Too similar. There were 3 Esquires and 3 thirds. As in Harold Hobbsworth III. He chuckled lightly. Sounds boring. So you decided to mix it up. I guess it was a way to rebel. Brian was a way to show them that I was in charge of my future. Truth is, I was just tired of dating. Do you know how tedious it is to repeat the autobiography spiel on the first date? Hi, my name is Cleo and I'm blah blah blah. I created a scale to gauge the likelihood that there would be a second date. Punctuality, manners, did he hold the door open, Is he polite to the waiter, and so on. Sounds like an analytical approach, assessing each date on a scale. Amusement played on Caleb's lips. Sounds exhausting if I'm honest, and takes the spark right out of it. Oh, and I forgot. Does he check his phone? Brian failed that right out of the gate, but by then I was fatigued. I can see that. Seems like there was a lot of pressure there too. I was the only one pressuring myself. Big of you to admit that. Everyone gently suggested that I was being too particular when it came to men. But a woman has to have standards. Don't you think? His electric blue eyes flicked to hers. Of course. But it seems to me like you're a woman who knows what she wants. She clapped her hands together. Finally, someone sees reason. I speak with conviction because I'd settled. Sure, I loved my wife in a way, but she didn't inspire me. Her life consisted of social events and shopping. It makes her sound shallow and vain. But she was beautiful. Is beautiful, Cleo corrected, stumbling over the words and not entirely comfortable talking about the illustrious Vivian von Kleberg. She'd encountered the heiress once. She was the kind to look down her perfect nose and flip her perfect hair and smile condescendingly with her perfect smile. Beauty isn't everything, Caleb said. Cleo didn't want to badmouth or think poorly of the woman, but she'd be a liar if she didn't acknowledge that talking about Caleb's ex was uncomfortable. She knew she was marrying a doctor. She knew I had aspirations, wanted to help people, and would be gone frequently. Instead of enjoying the time we did have together, she complained. Instead of finding her passion in life, she gave me an ultimatum. Scale back my practice or divorce. He winced. You chose your career. Caleb nodded. I can't pretend to be anything other than who I am. Then he mumbled, though I'm not sure who that is anymore. She wanted to pull that thread, but resisted. Being a gossip or nosy wasn't good manners. So if the choice is dodging the missile or being hit by the missile, it seems you did right by running. He shook his head. That came out wrong. You could have talked it out, but you know what I mean. What I don't understand is why Brian would do that. Then again, I guess he is who he is. I should have known going in. She echoed Caleb's comments. I think you should be asking, why would an idiot like that leave a woman like you? You're intelligent, beautiful, and have a mission-driven heart. You'd help anyone in the world. In fact, you have. Heat rose to her cheeks. If I could, I'd help everyone in the world. She went silent and then laughed through her nose. Look at us, just sitting here chatting as if 10 years hadn't passed. 10 long years, he added. I don't even want to think about it, she said, referring to what had transpired between them. She'd left those memories in luggage that she never wanted to unpack. You have to, Cleo. You were always so practical. I'm afraid I haven't changed much. With the sun lowering but still overhead and the content of the conversation, Cleo was overheating. She needed to cool off. The dress, along with the day, was already ruined, so what did it matter? We'll see about that. Cleo leapt to her feet, hiked up her dress, took his hand in hers, and started for the water.
Chapter 4. Caleb. No, Caleb hadn't changed yet, but he felt it coming on the breeze. He wasn't sure what he was in for, but if medicine had been his bride, he'd recently divorced. In fact, his ex-wife accused him of being married to medicine. It wasn't just that he was a doctor. It was his calling. To heal, cure, and prevent. To give people hope. A second chance. That was his mission. He rushed after Cleo as she raced toward the water. Her hand in his electrified him. She was serious when necessary, but also had a playful side that had always surprised him. It wasn't that she was immature, but somehow she knew that he could stand to be less somber. As much as she could, she lifted the dress fabric out of the way of the gentle waves. He moved to pick it up. Don't bother, she said as she splashed a little, getting her ankles wet. Her skin under the gown was summer tan and glowing, just as it had been when they'd had their summer fling. The memories of them sneaking out at night to go swimming in the Dominican Republic brought a smile to his face. Don't bother with the train. It's a wreck. Get it? Train wreck. She stomped back and forth in the shallows, singing the wedding march under her breath. My wedding was a train wreck. Instead of having a spread in one of the bridal magazines for how to plan a perfect wedding, my mother secured an editorial. Instead, they'll title it, How Not to Have a Disaster of a Wedding. My failed day will be a prime example. Cleo was on an emotional roll. She'd moved from sad to hysterical to angry. He couldn't blame her. Caleb rolled up the hem of his linen trousers and waded in. Oh, come on. Don't be afraid. It's just salt water. When he didn't move, she added, it's just me. That's exactly what he was afraid of. Instead of trying to coax him, she looped her arm through his and said, This is how I wished it would have gone. A small, intimate ceremony on the beach. The pastor unites us in the sacred vows of marriage. Maybe we light a unity candle. Something simple, meaningful, beautiful. Cleo kicked at the water, sending a spray toward the glowing sun. The water droplets sparkled like the gems on her gown. He couldn't help but focus on her use of the words us and we. Did she mean her and Brian, them, or was she using the general form of the pronoun? The idea that there ever could be a them again wasn't something he wanted to risk entertaining. As he'd said, he couldn't pretend to be anything other than who he was. He was a surgeon. He'd ruined one marriage. Why waste another? Not that Cleo would even be interested in him. Then a dark thought surfaced. Even if she was, it could never be. She'd never forgiven him for what he'd done. She wouldn't forgive him for what she didn't know he did. All at once, Cleo went still. She gazed at the sun as it dipped lower. Sunset was still hours away, but it no longer beamed overhead. Her eyes shone in the honeyed light. In the weeks he'd been staying in the mansion on the edge of Blue Bay Beach, he'd relished the time when the sun dropped below the horizon. When he could put another day behind him. What are you doing here? Cleo's voice came to him clear, as though so much time hadn't elapsed since their last meeting. He felt her eyes on him, burning like the orb in the sky. That was a question he simply couldn't answer in full. I'm here to help you. What do you need? How can I help? You were always right there, eager to pitch in. It's my way. Can I get you a change of clothes? A ride somewhere? She glanced down at the gown that drifted in the water like a jellyfish. It was custom made. Cost a fortune. Despite my zero waste, reduce, reuse, recycle inclinations, this is a single-use only article of clothing. I may as well get my money's worth. Unlike his family, Cleo's was wealthy, but he knew that she'd seen enough of the poverty and struggles in the world not to take it for granted and was as charitable as possible. She'd shown him that when they were in the doctor. He'd tried not to keep tabs on her over the years because the ache became too great, but from what he'd gathered, that hadn't changed about her. He glanced at his watch. Old habit. Whether on duty or on call, he was always aware of the time. Often, someone's life would depend on how quickly he could act. If he was at the hospital and got a code, he always knew the time, and that helped him manage everything that came next. If he was on call and had to go in, the ticking clock between his location and his destination often prompted what actions he'd take depending on the diagnosis. During those days in Blue Bay Beach, time seemed to wash away. It didn't matter that the sun would be set by 9:30 or when he woke up. Have somewhere to be, she asked. For the first time in a long time, the answer is no. Are you on vacation or something? Or something? He turned to the waves. Their arms were still linked, and she stepped deeper into the water. He didn't move, and she was angled awkwardly ahead of him. He worried about what would happen if they went further, not because he feared the ocean. No, he feared the future. Cleo glanced over her shoulder, casting him a smile like a fishing line. His lips quirked. He couldn't help it. That was the lure, and she was quickly drawing him in. Hook. Line. Sinker. He couldn't let it happen. He'd fight if he had to. He didn't budge. As if getting a measure of his intention, her shoulders dropped. Was she disappointed? What kind of person would he be to give her the idea that he was interested on her wedding day? She was in shock. She'd only just run from that idiot Brian. Her family didn't know where she was. She'd washed up there and somehow found her way into his arms. That was not what was supposed to happen. He dropped his elbow from hers and suddenly went cold. It wasn't the water or air. August in South Florida was sweltering, but he'd chilled from her absence. Just as he had been for so many years. Cleo, about everything that happened. I'm sorry. He couldn't hold off any longer. He had to say it. She held up her hand. You said we can talk about that later. Later is good. Later. That meant they'd have more than right now. He had to hand it to her. She was clever. Was she torturing him for hurting her, drawing it out? Or was she actually inclined to spend more than a few impromptu minutes on a random beach with the guy who'd broken her heart? That sounded conceited, but she'd said it, or rather written it, to him in a letter. And he hadn't meant for her heart to break. He didn't mean for his heart to shatter either. Cleo took a deep breath. Ever want to just hop on a raft and sail away? Sounds like you'd soon be adrift. He certainly felt adrift. Better than being in a ditch, but maybe that's where I need to be. Just float on for a while. Easy breezy. No responsibilities. No messes to clean up. No wounds to heal. Caleb tilted his head from side to side. I'd prefer a boat to a raft, but yeah, sounds delightful. The tone of her voice made it impossible to tell if she was joking or not. As if moved by the mighty ocean itself or an invisible magnet, they'd incrementally moved closer to each other so they were standing side by side in the ankle-deep water. She inhaled. What really brought you here, Caleb? He let out a long-held breath. When I have the answer, I'll let you know. There was one very distinct answer, but he couldn't give it to her. Why specifically Blue Bay Beach? It was an out-of-the-way, forgotten town a friend told him about. His grandparents had a shanty there and would camp during the summer. It reminded him of his few fond memories of doing the same with his family in Australia. That was the best they could afford. And it had been enough. Because he couldn't linger on his past any longer, he said, What have you been doing, aside from not getting married? I was working at a non-profit, helped in my church's office. I was a care center volunteer a few times a week. Sounds busy. Multi-passionate, you could say. I care about a lot of things. I also have an online store. A what? Just this little thing I do on the side. She wrung her hands. Sounds like something you do on the side of on the side on the side. How many on the sides was that? She laughed mildly. He figured she'd be doing all sorts of things. She was always so creative and visionary, dedicated. That would be my side hustle to the third power. Caleb chuckled. What do you sell online? Well, I'd like to have a brick-and-mortar store someday. But I started with artisans in the Dominican Republic. I always admired the Larimar stones. I've also spread out to several other countries. It's a fair and ethical trading post of sorts. Artisanal jewelry and other crafts so people can make faith-filled purchases, knowing they're helping others. But it's a secret. Top secret? He was joking. Now I'll have to, without warning, Cleo threw herself at him. She probably intended for him to catch her, but he lost his footing on the uneven sand beneath the water, and they both started to topple toward the shallows, but at the last second he managed to keep them both upright. They both breathed heavily. His hands wrapped around her arms. They gazed into each other's eyes. It was dizzying. Darn. My plan backfired. You know the saying about top-secret messages. I guess you're indestructible. He laughed darkly. Nope. Not at all. His body was still alive, as evidenced by the jolt that wove through him in response to her, but for so many months up until then, it felt like the rest of him was slowly dying. Are you mocking me about it being secret? She asked with a wrinkle in her otherwise perfectly smooth brow. He shook his head. I think the secret part is interesting. If it's secret, how do you make sales? It's secret from my family. Did your ex know? That was the litmus to determine what he'd just walked into. Not that he'd expect Cleo to lie or embellish the truth, but this was Sharky territory. There was no telling what that idiot Brian was all about. He had to tread carefully. Not that he intended to move in on her, but even just being with her woke something up within. Something he thought was hopeless. No, I didn't tell Brian either, and not because I was afraid he'd shoot my idea down. Or just ignore me altogether, which is almost worse. Caleb snapped his fingers. Shoot you down. Right, he was a missile. She laughed that time. I started to tell Brian about Cana Market once, but he didn't get it. He was like an overgrown child. Rich. Trust fund. Never grew up. Didn't see beyond his privileged perspective of the world. That there was more out there. That some people had less. If you asked him what fair trade meant, he'd probably say something like, if you give me the War Heroes game, I'll trade you for Bandits and Mavericks because I already played it. She did a low and goofy imitation of a male's voice. Caleb chuckled. Did you name it Cana Market like the Bible story? That and Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. They'd met there. That was what he was afraid of. He had to diminish the charge between them, sever the ties to their history. He had to be blunt. Are you ashamed to do this great work? She arched her eyebrow. You're one to talk, walking away from mission work to be Mr. Dr. Mahadi Fancypants. She had no idea what he'd walked into when he left mission work, but couldn't afford to turn the focus of the conversation on that. Mahadi, he asked with amusement in his voice. It's from a TV show. I was not likening him to you. Despite standing in the water, sweat beaded along her lip. He wondered if he'd let them fall as they nearly did a few minutes previous, if the sea would have washed away the pain of the past. Cleo thrust her shoulders back like she had something else to get off her chest. It seems impossible from a biological perspective, but yes, you're more attractive with age. Isn't there a limit on what DNA can produce? If not that, wouldn't it make more sense that environmental and lifestyle factors would have made you less attractive over time? She was bold. Always so honest. Spoke her mind. The tips of Caleb's ears heated, and he cleared his throat. I can't answer that question, but can reference some medical studies. I'll get back to you with my findings, he said jokingly. Back to your question then. No, I'm not ashamed of my business. I'm afraid to fail just as I've failed at other things in my life. He frowned. To his mind she was a success, a beautiful, smart, brave success. Name one thing you failed at. I haven't kept a record of what you've been doing over the years, but considering all the nonprofit and volunteer work you mentioned, it hardly seems like failure. Maybe you haven't found that one thing, but you were likely impacting people's lives in a meaningful way. Her green eyes landed on him with a hard stare. Didn't waver. It was like she intended to hold him accountable. Even if I haven't found my one thing, I had found my one person, Caleb. The fact that we've been talking for hours and I've told you more than I even bothered telling my sisters, is evidence of that. But maybe I don't need one thing or one person. She started to walk away. Maybe she was right. Maybe she was wrong. But he couldn't lose her again. At least not yet.
Chapter 5. Cleo. Cleo didn't want to walk away from Caleb, but she couldn't bear to have her heart shred to bits again. Lifting her soggy dress, she tromped along the shoreline. Cleo, wait, he called. He caught up to her and spun her around. Her dress would have flared and whirled had it not been soaked. As it was, she was rooted to the spot. Listen, I'd like to keep talking. To catch up. To explain. She lifted an eyebrow and planted her fist on her hip. Yes, I deserve that look. I do. But it got complicated fast. Caleb gripped his hand on the back of his neck. Rarely did he look anything less than completely dignified. At the moment he looked shy, sheepish, and boyish. Yes, she said, waiting. His eyes narrowed. Oh, if he got all righteous on her, he had another thing coming. What's that? He asked, pointing behind her to the shoreline. A cylinder-shaped glass bottle with a long neck topped with a cork jutted from the sand. They hurried toward it, both dropping to a crouch. Their eyes met, then turned back to the bottle. Looks like a message in a bottle, Cleo breathed, feeling a spark of curiosity. I think so. I've been walking this beach for weeks, and I've spotted little more than some seashells. The glass had once been perfectly clear, but had become cloudy from the sea. A bit of algae grew on the sides of the bottle, and a strand of seaweed was wrapped around the neck. Cleo peered closer. It looks like there's something inside. A rolled-up piece of paper. Caleb carefully pulled it from the sand, as though it were a precious relic. He held the bottle on its side so they could see the contents better. They both lifted their gaze at the same time. Want to come over? We can check it out. I'm sure I have something we can use to pull the paper from the bottle. Cleo bit her lip. Do you suppose we ought to? As soon as the question was out of her mouth, she had her answer. The balmy air, beach, and being with Caleb reminded her of being young and free. She wanted to hang on to that feeling. Never let it go. Everything that day had gone wrong, but the bottle was a distraction from her woes. And she wasn't quite ready to say goodbye to Caleb. Actually, let's do it. Yeah? He asked with a midge of excitement in his voice. Yeah, she repeated. And all that running away from my wedding got me thirsty. Hungry too, I bet. At least I am. It almost sounded like they were having a dinner date. At least they were past the tedium of the icebreakers Cleo had come to dread. As they passed through the gate and approached the giant Spanish-style mansion with clay roof tiles and white stucco, Cleo let out a low whistle. Being among the top surgeons in the world has treated you well. There was a hitch in his step and he said, This is just temporary. I'll be heading back to New York soon. You and me both. Or not. I could stand not to go back with my tail between my legs. Your tail is hardly between your legs. You were the one jilted at the altar. Technically, he was at the altar. I fled, Cleo clarified. He was at the altar on his phone with his gaming girlfriend. Venom laced Caleb's voice. It was odd to have him on her team, when he was the one who'd originally broken her heart. Brian didn't matter now, because he didn't have her heart to begin with. Palms and other greenery grew in lush clusters around the entry to the mansion. Caleb punched in a key code. She shook the sand off the hem of her dress. Bienvenidos a casa, he said, sweeping his hand grandly. Welcome home. They both spoke fluent Spanish, having studied it in high school and college, then applying it in real life during their time in the doctor. A staircase with a wrought iron railing stood in the center. Colorful throw rugs covered tile flooring and dark rich wood beams supported the ceiling. It was spectacular. Caleb gestured to the stairs. Would you like me to get you something to change into? As long as you don't mind me wearing this ridiculous thing a little longer, I'd like to keep it on. I feel like a princess in a fairy tale. He extended his hand as if he were going to caress her cheek, and then plunked it down. You look like one. Gracias. Caleb checked his watch. Somewhere you need to be, she asked. He shook out his wrist. No. Sorry. Force of habit. You used to live and die by that thing. Sometimes it was a matter of life and death if I had to check on a patient after treatment, surgery, or for those with certain conditions. You know what they say about old habits. Are you on the clock? He clicked his tongue. Nope. Nowhere I need to be. Good. Then be here. Classic Cleo mic drop. She brushed past him and toward the kitchen. No matter how big the house, Cleo could always locate the kitchen. No matter how posh the party, oftentimes, the kitchen was where guests ended up congregating. Let's have something to eat then and check out this bottle, Caleb said, giving her a glass of water. I also have sweet tea, lemonade, and fresh squeezed Florida orange juice. She lifted her glass to indicate she was good. The fridge was stocked, and he whipped them up a salad, warmed a couple of sweet potatoes and grilled chicken. He always ate so clean and healthy. If she was honest, it was a little boring, but he probably saw so many diet and lifestyle-related ailments in his line of work that he couldn't very well contradict what he told patients about diet and wellness. She sent her sisters and mother a quick text on their group chat, explaining she was fine and had run into an old friend. What were the chances? He set their plates at the kitchen island, and they said a blessing together. While she was on the service mission in the doctor, he'd always join the team for dinner and lead the blessing. When Caleb was in doctor mode, he was all command, all alpha. But when he spoke of God with such love and humility in his voice, she felt the extent of his faith. He reminded her that even a belief as small as a mustard seed was significant and could yield great things. That was what drove her to help people. Even if it seemed small or insignificant, extending a kindness could change someone's life. They chatted while they ate dinner, and they both kept glancing at the bottle standing on its end across from them on the island. She felt her excitement building. What did it contain? Her phone beeped a few times. Her sisters were texting a mile a minute. She quickly typed that she was still okay in the time since she'd texted them 10 minutes earlier, and she'd contact them again soon with details. Then she clicked off her phone. She waved it in her hand and said, "I noticed you don't have one of these in your pocket. Are you off the grid, hiding away here in paradise?" Something along those lines. He chewed the inside of his lip. Was it your divorce? Her tone wasn't prying but inviting. She'd certainly chewed his ear off about her troubles. If he needed someone to lean on, she'd be there for him. Sadness etched into the small lines around his eyes. I'm here partly because of my failed marriage, but it was broken from the beginning. Like I said, I was too focused on my career. I should have seen the fractures early on. It's better we're not together. You could say I'm taking a pause to reassess my life. My direction. His Australian accent had depth and meaning behind it. She didn't want to press. Should we clean up and check out this bottle? I'll get the dishes later. Let's see what washed up onshore. He passed her the bottle. You do the honors. She pulled the cork. For a split second, she half expected a genie to emerge, but that was a different fantasy story altogether. He slipped one of his skilled and steady surgeon fingers into the mouth of the bottle and lifted the scroll out. Again, their eyes met. A silent question. Should we keep going? Cleo gave him an assuring nod. She leaned closer as he unrolled the paper. He smelled of aftershave and sea salt. She breathed deep. The only thing missing was the scent of sunblock, and she'd have drifted back in time 10 years previous to that hot Dominican Republic summer. They both studied the letter printed in old calligraphy-style penmanship and heavy ink. It was written in Spanish, but they both easily translated it. For many years over the sea I have sailed. I sought that which cannot be bought or sold. A great many folk has sought riches and gold. My treasure will not leave you lonely or cold. Whosoever finds this booty will be blessed with fortunes untold. But know that abundance and prosperity favor the bold. The greatest wealth of knowledge comes from the old. I am the pirate who broke the mold. Signed. I can't read the signature, Cleo said. Caleb recited the lines under his breath. Shivers skittered across her skin. Sounds like a romantic pirate if you ask me, Cleo said with a giggle. Caleb gazed at the note as though lost in thought. He grabbed a set of reading glasses from the counter and peered at the letter. Look, he said softly. There's a faint line here. Do you see it? Cleo pulled out her phone and shone the light on it. The line he pointed to illuminated. They followed it in a disjointed ring, partially hidden behind the inked words, until it ended at a faint letter X. There were just lines. No land masses or anything to indicate where it was. The bottle could have sailed halfway around the world before washing up here, Caleb said smartly. So this is an actual treasure map? Cleo asked with glee in her voice. I think we found ourselves an adventure, Caleb answered. She turned to him, practically bouncing on her toes. Do you think we should try to solve it? Caleb smiled a full, real smile that reached his eyes, the kind that reminded her of that summer they'd spent together. It also reminded her of how much she'd lost. It was one thing to forgive him. It was another to forget. We? As in us? Solve something? I think we should address our problems first. Head on. You're the guy who saves lives with a gentle bedside manner one minute and a big-shot doctor with a cocky attitude who disappears the next. How am I supposed to reconcile the two? He held up his hands. Hold up. You think I'm cocky? You think I save lives? Well, I wasn't exactly a damsel in distress back there, but yes, if you recall, you did save my life 10 years ago. Then you disappeared. It's confusing. It hurt. She felt vulnerable being so honest, but she couldn't hold back any longer. Caleb didn't back away, as she half expected. He brushed a loose hair from her cheek. How do I reconcile the two? How do you? We don't. I lost someone. I can't talk about it just yet. His voice was strained. I just put myself out there and told you what I was feeling. I was bold, Caleb. She shook her head, instantly regretting it. I have to leave. Why? Right now? Where are you going? I was wondering if I could see you again. A grumble escaped. She had no idea where to go. She couldn't face her family and friends. No, it was her mother she wasn't excited to see. He met her in the hall. I'm sorry about what happened, Cleo. Truly. But I understand this is a tough time for you. After everything is settled in your personal life, could we get together? Maybe I could explain. What I'm asking for is a second chance. Maybe we could be friends, and if not that, perhaps closure on that part of our lives. Heat and pressure built behind her thoughts and words. The truth is, Caleb, I don't want closure. I want things to go back to the way they were. But I know that's impossible. Tears sprang to her eyes, but she fought them off. His hands gently gripped her shoulders. Another shiver raced through her limbs and all the way to her heart. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was a confusing, tough time. He smoothed his hand down his face. Yeah? Tell me about it. My life lately hasn't exactly been a picnic. A picnic. Will you go on a picnic with me sometime? Hope flared in her chest, replacing the anger. Maybe they could fix things, but could she trust him? A picnic? Yeah? Sure. It's not like I have anything better to do. And it wasn't like she could say no to the guy who'd once owned her heart. He blanched. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. I'm not. I can't show my face. At least not yet. The mess of her failed wedding was overwhelming and caused her heart to race, but not in a good way. Do you need a place to stay? You can stay here as long as you like. I have plenty of space. A stupid amount of space for just one person. His fingers found hers and laced through, gripping tightly. The home was spacious, gorgeous, and a secret. No one knew where she was. She nodded hesitantly. Thank you. Actually, that would be great. And we can think on that message from the pirate, he said with laughter in his voice. And don't forget about that picnic. She had to find out why he disappeared from her life. He showed her upstairs, leaving her in a guest room with a 4-poster bed that had gauzy fabric draped around the top. The slatted Bermuda shutters were open, letting in the last light before setting in the west. Outside, birds sang their final songs of the day and cicadas chirped, greeting the incoming night. Caleb excused himself for a moment and brought her an extra shirt. You'll find a toothbrush and pretty much anything else you'll need in your bathroom there. The homeowners had this place stocked. He pointed to the door behind her. As he said goodnight and closed the door, she had the thought that she needed him. After taking off the wedding dress and showering, she pulled on Caleb's t-shirt. It was soft and worn and smelled just like him. She couldn't bear the idea of taking it off. Keyed up from the scent, encountering Caleb, their find on the beach, and the botched wedding, she finally called her sisters. Are you okay? Christy asked. Where are you? Karen piped up. What on earth is going on? Her mother's voice came last. They must have had the phone on speaker. We've been dreadfully worried, Christy said. Almost sent out a search party, Karen added. Do you have any idea the amount of explaining I had to do? Her mother intoned. She tried to keep the question straight and keep herself from blowing up at her mother. It was always about Winona. Long ago, Cleo had learned to let her mother's self-centeredness go and not take it personally, but sometimes it tried her patience more than others. For once, she wanted her mother to be on her side, to be thinking about her feelings. She was the one whose wedding day was blown up by a human missile. I'm fine. I'm staying with a friend in a nearby town. As for what's going on, Christy, Karen, if you want to explain the butt rap song ringtone to Mom, be my guest. The bullet point is that Brian was cheating. He was a loser. It never would have worked. I just saved you from having to pay your lawyers the big bucks when we ended up getting divorced, like you and Dad. You don't even sound sad about it. Winona huffed. There was an edge to her voice that she couldn't deny. I suppose not. I cried earlier. Now I'm mad at the jerk. Well, I figured you needed some time to cool off, Christy said. You sure you don't want us to come get you? Karen asked. Thanks, girls. I love you both. You too, Mom. But I'm okay. I think I'm exactly where I need to be. Tomorrow, I'm going on a treasure hunt. I'll check in again soon. Good night. She hung up before they had the chance to protest. Cleo and Caleb would go on a treasure hunt. Maybe they'd even have a second summer fling, but keep it simple. It was the perfect distraction from her troubles, and so much like when they'd originally met. There was just under a month left of the summer. They could spend the remaining time together. That would also give her time to figure things out. It would be harmless. It would provide closure. And then, it would be over.
Chapter 6. Caleb. Caleb sat on the balcony overlooking the sea where he'd been before he'd went on a walk, and found Cleo. Her presence awoke something in him that he'd all but left behind on the beaches of the Dominican Republic. She was so refreshingly honest, had a ton of energy and beauty he'd never encountered in another woman. She'd said that he was the one. Her one person. She'd been the same for him. His heart fluttered with hope. There were reasons they couldn't be together. But he couldn't tell her. Not after what happened. But he wanted to. He wanted to explain why he wasn't at the hospital. Why he was no longer working. But he couldn't because what haunted him meant something to her too. He glanced at his watch. Yes, it was an old habit, but under the protection of night, he could be honest with himself. He'd become obsessed with the time his mentor had died. 11:59 a.m. was when he uttered the words that burned his mind. His soul. Time of death. 11:59 a.m. It was like every time that specific hour and minute came around, he relived the loss. It didn't matter if it was night or day. He checked his watch to account for every hour that he still lived and breathed, and the greatest man he'd ever known no longer did. Caleb held his head in his hand and let the gently lapping waves in the distance, the saltwater, do what he couldn't. He went to the ocean because he needed some release. Part of him wanted to cry, but tears wouldn't come. The pain bottled up inside him. Cleo wasn't wrong about him being a cocky doctor and having a gentle bedside manner. He was both. He had to be. He had to be confident, assured, and never weak. Never, ever weak. He'd learned that hard lesson when growing up. Only the strong survive. So that's what he became. He strengthened himself physically by working out, so he could endure long periods of time in the OR. He strengthened himself mentally, so there was never uncertainty or doubt in his mind. His faith was strong, and he prayed and attended church services. But there was another component to strength, emotional health. That was where he was lacking. He was afraid to feel anything other than guilt and shame. Love terrified him because he knew if it wasn't returned, he'd be vulnerable. Open to loss. And he couldn't shoulder another. The next morning, Caleb was up early and in the kitchen. The day was already warm, and the sun baked the tile as he quietly got to work. He made his usual egg white omelet and protein plus green juice. He'd much prefer a big old slab of bacon, some fried eggs, maybe even grits like they served in town, but he'd seen the havoc those wrought on the arteries and ate clean. However, he had a guest, so he allowed for an indulgence, something he recalled Cleo enjoying. Just as he poured the light and sweet in a tall glass, Cleo entered the kitchen, looking sleepy and adorable in his t-shirt. It was far too big for her, but wrapping her in his softest cotton top was the closest he could come to giving her an actual hug, something he longed to do. Buenos dias. She repeated the greeting in Spanish, and then her mouth dropped, and she scampered to the counter. She feasted her eyes on the light and sweet. I never thought I'd have one of these again. He beamed. Glad to make her happy. Today is your lucky day. If we find the treasure, I'm going to pay you to make me one of these every day, she said. No need to pay me. I'll do it for free. Then how will you afford this place? They were joking around. That was a good sign. He couldn't imagine how difficult and confusing the previous day was. His mother used to always say that a good night's rest put things in perspective. Bringing the whipped creamy coffee drink to her lips, Cleo closed her eyes. She took a small sip, savoring it. When she set the glass down, she had a tiny bit of cream above her lip. Caleb took the risk and gently wiped it away with his thumb. Goodness, he missed her lips. Swallowing thickly, he said, "You had some cream there." She cocked her head. "I was saving that for later." Then she laughed and took another sip. "As good as you remember?" "Better." She grinned. "As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder." "Oh, I thought the saying was absence makes the heart grow bitter." Dark laughter filled her voice as though reminding him that she hadn't forgotten that he had some explaining to do. He didn't blame her, but relief flushed through him when she didn't kick him out of his own house. He'd have deserved it. He deserved worse. "I figured I ought to start to mend things between us by plying you with sugar, cream, and coffee. You know the light and sweet was what won me over the first time," she said, breaking the tension. He did. It had been a late night, and then an early morning at the clinic in the Dominican Republic. He was a volunteer doctor, determined to save the world. She was on a service mission trip and assigned to help in his area. The night before, they'd both been up late with a woman and her son who was gravely ill. While Caleb treated him and Cleo assisted, they'd both prayed with his mother. And prayed and prayed. The following morning, he made Cleo a light and sweet. He knew it would be another long day in an area ravaged by a tropical storm, causing unclean water, limited resources, and many injuries on top of regular illness. The locals were swamped and Caleb was assigned to help. But it was exhausting. They found out that the boy survived the night and the next and the next. About 4 years ago, I received a letter from Alonso Perez. The boy that first night. I was thrown right into the fire. I had no idea what to do, so I prayed and followed your orders. Caleb nodded. You did beautifully. They'd worked so perfectly as a team. In the letter, Alonso thanked me, Dot and my helper, for saving his life. I was just doing my job. It's more than a job, and you know that. Last night I saw you smile the way you used to. I know you've seen anguish and sorrow, and yet you still smile. Whatever is weighing heavily on you, Caleb. Whatever it is, it'll be okay. He wasn't so sure about that, and wanted to get off the topic that skated so close to the recent loss, that did indeed fill him with anguish and sorrow unlike any he'd ever known. Cleo got up from the counter stool and stepped closer to him. Her hair was still rumpled from sleep. She had a little line on her cheek from her pillow. He wanted to see her every morning like this. A ragged breath escaped. She placed her hand on his and gazed into his eyes. Caleb, you saved my life too when I got dengue fever. Remember? I thought I was just tired. We were working so hard. You were burning up. It's hot in the doctor. The nosebleed was the telltale sign. I fainted and you took care of me. You healed me. You saved me. That's more than a job, Caleb. It's a gift. Silence laced between them. A long silence. But Caleb couldn't think of anything to fill it. His mind was blank except for the pain and guilt and shame of what had happened more recently. The person he couldn't save. What he couldn't say. However, it was like the story, the truth was begging to be released. Cleo was the first to speak. I just prayed for you. For us. Whatever needs to be said will be said. I asked that whatever truths need to be revealed will be revealed. And in whatever areas we need to find peace, we will. The sentiment washed over Caleb like a mighty tide. Thank you, Cleo. Just doing my job. She winked. It melted him. But he had to stay focused. He'd hardly gotten over the fact of her. He'd measured every woman he'd ever dated against her. A little twinge of hope fired inside. Because she didn't hate him. That was a good sign. But she would soon enough. The back-and-forth banter of his mind was making him seasick. She took the last sip of the light and sweet. Do you know that I went to every cafe in New York City looking for a replica of this? You call it a light and sweet, but it's also called Dalgona coffee, beaten coffee, whips, frappes. But it's never been the same. You make it best. I'll take that as high praise, since you sampled all that New York had to offer. Okay, maybe not all, but any time it was on the menu, I had to order it. There was a flirty suggestion between them, and Caleb felt that hope again. But he had to stamp it out. He had to be strong. Because if Cleo was his weakness, he was in trouble. There is only one light and sweet worth drinking. She set her glass in the sink and started to clean up their breakfast. He tried to get her to sit down and relax, but she said, "Let me earn my keep," and batted him away. After she showered and he went into town to get her some clothes from the boutique, he prepared them a picnic lunch to take to the beach. It was a beautiful day, but as the dreadful hour that haunted him daily crept closer, the truth in his mind got louder. Thankfully, Cleo wasn't in the room with him at 11:59, and the moment passed. She was trying on the new wardrobe he'd bought her. Not having any idea what she liked or her exact size, Caleb bought half the shop's inventory. Cleo emerged wearing a blue and white striped sundress, a wide-brimmed cream-colored hat, and strappy sandals with gems on the thongs. She twirled in front of him. Fabulous, if I do say so myself. She stopped her spin by gripping the center of his button-down shirt. You did quite well shopping for a woman. For the briefest of moments, she was so close, he could see the faint spray of freckles over her nose. He thought she was going to kiss him. Abruptly, she lowered from her toes and turned away. He felt cold all over again. It was like Cleo was a fire that kept him warm. I had help. The gal at the boutique was about your size, he said, but his voice was gravelly. Well, thank you. I never want to see that wedding dress again. If it wouldn't pollute the ocean, I'd send it out to sea. Caleb laughed as he gathered up the picnic basket. Once at the beach, they spread out a blanket and dug into the sandwiches and salad he'd prepared. They sat side by side with their legs out long, watching the waves roll in and out. The picnic basket was between them. Cleo leaned her elbow on it and gazed at him. I was thinking. Maybe we were being led to this moment. Together. Everything bad and unpleasant that happened brought us here so we could have this. And when this is over, he asked. Does it have to be? Remember our dreams. During that summer, we planned adventures and expeditions to help people. We said we'd kiss in every country. What if we find that treasure and we make it happen? She was a dreamer. A visionary. She could see the future bold and bright. He could not. There were things she wanted that he couldn't give her. I can't give you what you want, Cleo, he said. What? Why not? Do you have a secret gambling problem and the mob is after you, or owe the IRS a ton of money and are going to jail? He wanted to laugh but couldn't. You said that your ex didn't want kids and that you do. I can't give you that. The cry of the gulls filled the air, but between them was quiet. I'm sorry, Caleb. I didn't know. She took a deep breath. But do you want kids? He nodded. I do. Very much. She smiled. Then it's not a problem. You want a baseball team-sized family. How is that not a problem? You and I both know that there are countless babies and children around the world that need a home. She didn't say the word adopt, but she didn't need to. It's not a deal breaker. No, but what he hadn't yet said would be.
Chapter 7. Cleo. Cleo tugged Caleb to his feet. I didn't leave my wedding yesterday to sulk around. Life is short. Today is the first day of the rest of our lives. We are going to wipe that frown off your face and have ourselves an adventure. She planted her feet wide with her palms on her hips because she wasn't fooling around. A smirk played on his lips. Okay, boss. That's more like it. She knew something was bothering Caleb, but if it was just that he couldn't have kids of his own, well, it wasn't a problem. There were other ways, adoption among them. Some women may have been able to birth 10 kids in their lifetime, but Cleo's biological clock was ticking, and she didn't think she'd be able to produce that many in the time she had left. But creating a family could still happen. They returned to the house, put away the picnic supplies, and then pulled out the letter from the scroll. For many years over the sea I have sailed. I sought that which cannot be bought or sold. A great many folk has sought riches and gold. My treasure will not leave you lonely or cold. Whosoever finds this booty will be blessed with fortunes untold. But know that abundance and prosperity favor the bold. The greatest wealth of knowledge comes from the old. I am the pirate who broke the mold. Signed. Where do we start? Cleo asked. Who's the pirate that broke the mold? And what kind of mold are we talking about? She wrinkled her nose. Caleb blinked a few times and then said, I know. I'll be right back. He disappeared from the room and then returned seconds later holding a thick, leather-bound book. A bit of light reading, I see. He smirked. I wanted to unplug from technology and got bored, so I went to the local library and grabbed this. The title page read The Leagues of the Gulf. It's a fascinating recount of the maritime history of Florida. Caleb flipped the pages. And the pirates that scourged the sea and plundered the land. Focused on finding whatever it was he was looking for, he reached for his glasses. Cleo passed them to him. After putting them on, she warmed through. Somehow he looked even more handsome, more distinguished with the frames. He glanced up at her and she quickly looked away, feeling her cheeks heat. He stabbed the page. Found it. She leaned in to read the passage. The Spanish ship Floribel sailed from 1649 until 1715, when historians claimed she sunk off the shallow coast of Fort Pierce on the eastern side of Florida. There were 11 ships in the fleet that went down in the disaster, and many lives were lost. The ships primarily contained silver and merchandise to trade. However, the Floribel's manifest reported she contained much more, including gold, rare gems, and other artifacts. Although they salvaged much of the silver, they never recovered the ship and other treasure. Luis Alejandro Ruiz, a crewman on board, is said to have been the sole survivor on board the Floribel. Supposedly, he went overland to the Gulf Coast and there embarked upon the life of a pirate. He boasted that he possessed the Floribel treasure, which quickly became legendary. Cleo met Caleb's eyes. Do you think that's our treasure? Caleb turned the page. Keep reading. Luis Alejandro Ruiz obtained his own ship, a British brigantine called the Voyager. With it, he sailed throughout the Gulf and Caribbean during the golden age of piracy. If he'd had the famed treasure from the Floribel, it's not well understood why he engaged in piracy. In 1729, the Voyager was discovered wrecked off Port Royal in Jamaica. Ruiz was never recovered. The last known account of him alive was on the deck of his ship, throwing what looked like a glass bottle into the sea as the boat went down. The story hung in the air between them. Do you think? Cleo asked. Caleb smiled. There's only one way to find out. His hand gripped hers and they got to their feet. A thrill rushed through her. At the discovery and adventure as well as at Caleb's touch. Where do we start? Her questions were as much thinking aloud as they were asking him for answers. This line here, the greatest wealth of knowledge comes from the old. It made me think of this book, which made me think of the library. The one in town is small. Part book lending service and part historical society. Cleo grinned as the excitement built. Let's go. The walk into town was short, and they soon arrived at the old stucco building. It was small, but so was the town's population. She was relieved not to be wearing the wedding dress and seeing the place with fresh eyes. It was quaint and lovely. A place anyone would be proud to call home. The air in the library was cool and the lights dim. A small woman with a shock of white hair sat behind the desk, reading. She looked up when the bells on the door rang. Good afternoon. Ah, I remember you, she said to Caleb. Never forget a handsome face. I'm Caleb and this is Cleo. I'm Betty. Nice to meet you both. I take it you got your bridal gown situation sorted out? She said in a concerned voice. Small town for sure. Yes. Long story. They always are, and love stories are always worth it. Betty winked. Caleb held out the book. I borrowed this about a week ago. Fascinating stuff. There was mention of a pirate named Luis Alejandro Ruiz. Ah yes, El Barbaroja y Isabel, she said. Redbeard and Isabel. The greatest love story of all time. Greatest? Then why don't we know about it? Betty shrugged. I suppose it has yet to be written, but that doesn't make it any less great. I grew up here and oh the tales my father used to tell. Everything you read about Luis Alejandro Ruiz in that book is true except one thing. He was a pirate but more of the Robin Hood style. He never took a life and was fair and just. My understanding is he helped people, gave what he could and spread the wealth. In other words, he broke the mold. Cleo's eyes lit up. The corners of Caleb's lips lifted in understanding. I suppose you could say that, Betty said. Cleo looked at Caleb and he nodded. Betty seemed like someone they could trust. We were on the beach yesterday and found a glass bottle stopped with a cork, he said. Inside we found this. Cleo smoothed the note on the counter between them. Betty read then gasped. I do believe you've been chosen. What do you mean? They both asked at the same time. Legend has it that this bottle would only show up to those worthy of the challenge and, more importantly, worthy of the treasure. So there is a treasure? The Floribel was said to contain vast amounts of wealth. Greater than the other ships combined. Betty removed her reading glasses. Surely, Luis wouldn't have been able to take it with him overland. Betty waggled her eyebrows. It's astonishing what those determined and fueled by love can do. What was that you said about the greatest love story? Cleo asked. That you'll have to find out on your own, but I can tell you this. Back in Spain, Luis had been in love with a young woman named Isabel. She was a lovely girl with a big heart, inclined to help others. She came from a wealthy family, but he didn't have much to offer her family for her dowry. That's how things were done in those days. He was an honorable fellow, and wanted to offer his love the best life, and not pull her into the poverty he'd grown up in. He had the opportunity to take the voyage on the Floribel, and would be paid well upon his return. With his pockets filled, he'd then confidently marry Isabel. But that was not to be. Betty shook her head. No, the storm off the eastern side of Florida took the fleet by surprise and sunk the 11 ships. But the Floribel's treasure was never recovered. Many say Luis was intending to take his portion back to Spain and to his love. I don't suppose he ever made it, Cleo said. Which makes it a tragic love story. Ah, but Luis was never found, so we'll never know, will we? The three of them were quiet for a moment, as Betty studied the letter. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I think this is Luis's signature. If you think the treasure is out there, I suggest starting at the founder's statue in the town common. Blue Bay Beach isn't paved with gold, but Hernando Olivar sure thought it was. Thank you, you've been very helpful, Cleo said. Do you mind if I hang on to this book a little longer? Caleb asked. Be my guest. And if you find anything, well, even if you don't, be sure to stop by the Coconut Cove Cafe and have some pie. You won't be sorry. It's one of the town's greatest treasures, if I do say so myself. Cleo was so excited, so filled with purpose, she couldn't imagine being sorry. As she moved toward the exit, a wall with sepia-framed photographs caught her attention. They moved back in time as if rewinding history. The first showed the town as recently as the early 2000s, then shots of the same area, taken at 10-year intervals until 1900. The photographs turned into sketches until they reached an old map of the area. There was something about it that was familiar. Caleb, Cleo called as he said goodbye to Betty. Check this out. They were on the other end of the library, and away from where Betty could see or hear them. The older woman was right. He did have a handsome face. A face she wanted to gaze at when she woke up, and be the last thing she saw when she blinked her eyes closed and said goodnight. His face was clean-shaven and his eyes bright as he studied the map. His lips quirked when he caught her staring at him, instead of the artifact on the wall. Do you see? She asked, breaking her fog. It resembles the map we found in the bottle. Caleb nodded, in awe as he held up the letter with the faint outline of a map hidden behind the words. It probably would have been more effective if Luis drew the map on the back. Unless only the worthy can see it, as Betty said. Good point. They said goodbye again, and went outside to locate the founder's statue. It was in the town common by the boardwalk and reef rentals close to the northern shore. A man was sculpted in bronze, riding atop what looked like a dolphin. A plaque beneath the statue gave details about the founding of Blue Bay Beach and the founding father. Caleb read, Olivar is quoted to have said, Blue Bay Beach is believed to be a place glittering with gold for those who know how to look for treasure. Then why was it named Blue Bay Beach? Why not Gold Bay Beach? Caleb chortled. Seems like Hernando had a sense of humor. And a sweet tooth. Look, with his left hand, Hernando is pointing at Auntie M's candy shop. I could go for some taffy, Cleo said. This feels like a dead end, but let's go check it out, Caleb said. Maybe not for those who know how to look for treasure. Caleb's eyes crinkled with his smile. The look he gave her told Cleo that he already had found something special. Being with him felt like an endless summer, and it was only just beginning.
Chapter 8. Caleb. Cleo's hand in his was tentative at first. He looked from their joined palms to her green eyes as if to confirm he wasn't going to let go again. He wouldn't, right? He'd figure out a way to tell her the truth. He had to. Being together fulfilled him in a way little else did. From her soft laughter to her bright smile to her insight. She was the perfect woman for him. The one he'd found. The one he'd lost. The one who'd washed up on the beach. Well, not quite, but close enough. As they crossed the town common toward the candy store, he didn't even think about checking the time. At least not until he was inside. The architecture in Blue Bay Beach varied from Spanish and Mediterranean-style structures with stucco walls and tile roofs like the mansion, to Victorian like the Sandy Shore Inn, to coastal contemporary. There were also the beach cottages, which had a craftsman-style bungalow vibe. Then there were Cape-style buildings and houses sprinkled in. They typically had clapboard shingles or whitewashed wooden exteriors. Auntie M's candy shop had just such an exterior, and reminded Caleb of a general store like the kind in northern towns. Awnings with black and gold stripes provided shade for the windows. Through the glass, Cleo and Caleb watched a metal contraption pull and twist a ribbon of pale yellow saltwater taffy. That looks good enough to eat, Cleo said. She squeezed his hand and drew him inside. Chilly air conditioning greeted them, along with the sweet scent of sugar. Lining the walls were displays filled with every kind of candy imaginable. From retro treats to recent confections. Caleb recognized some of his favorites, rarities, when he was a kid. Even rarer as an adult, since he didn't often indulge. Tubs of fresh taffy were by the windows, but in the middle was a long blue Formica counter backed by an old-fashioned soda fountain and ice cream dispenser. A chalkboard sign advertised the usual soft drinks along with sundaes, floats, milkshakes, and the option of a Brooklyn or Manhattan-style egg cream. Oh my goodness! I used to love getting an egg cream with my dad. Cleo bounced on her toes. It broke his heart. He swallowed thickly. Are you a Brooklyn or Manhattan-style girl? He patted the chrome and blue swivel stool that was attached to the black and white tile floor. Brooklyn baby, she said with a cheer. My father was from Brooklyn. Self-made man. Came from nothing. Married my mother and he said he still had nothing. That's not a marriage, in my opinion. But I guess that's not for me to judge. Cleo perused the menu when a teenager, wearing a retro soda jerk uniform, complete with an apron and folded paper hat with a blue stripe, asked to take their order. I'll play it safe with just a Dr. Pepper soda. Oh, you don't want to be a little more adventurous? Cleo asked, leaning into him with a giggle. We are on a treasure hunt, after all. You'll need your strength. Yeah, he needed his strength and then some. While they waited, they caught up on what they'd learned so far. I wonder if Blue Bay Beach would still look like Hernando's version of paradise. Caleb asked. I think so. I love it here. I never want to leave. Who would have thought a hidden, magical place like this existed? The kid brought their beverages. Cleo took one long sip. As delicious as I remember, but nothing compares to your light and sweet, Caleb. I love how creamy you make them, but this is a nice treat, she said. He fiddled with his straw, trying not to reveal what it cost him to see her drinking the egg cream. She carried on talking. Yep. I like it here. A lot. The people are so friendly. I guess I'd get used to everyone knowing everyone else's business. Betty was very nice. If I had been a stranded runaway bride, I imagine she'd have helped me out. Instead, it was you who came to my rescue. She leaned against him and tucked her head under his chin. Caleb wrapped his arm around her. He inhaled her vanilla cream scent. She was good enough to eat. He took a long sip of the soda. It was as if they were two teens on a date in the old days. What he'd give if it were only that simple. Nonetheless, Caleb let himself smile. When Cleo had drained her glass, she turned to him. Wearing a thin little milk mustache, he moved to wipe it away. She smirked, licking it from her lip. Beat ya to it. She was all smiles and laughter. He wished he could take a snapshot and preserve it in time. What he had to tell her wasn't only that he couldn't give her the children she wanted. He feared it would be worse. Okay, snack break over. Back to our adventure, Cleo said, tugging him from his dismal thoughts. Her smile was so wide he couldn't help but be drawn in. He had right then with Cleo. Right then. He knew well enough that not even a minute was promised to a person. He decided that instant to forget about the past for as long as possible, and treasure the time that they did have together while it lasted. So the message in the bottle prompted you to share the article in the book which led us to the library. Betty so kindly pointed us in the direction of the Founding Fathers statue. He very clearly pointed us to Auntie M's candy shop. Cleo slid from the stool and turned in a slow circle. I will definitely be coming back here. But for now. She drifted off in the direction of the bins of taffy surrounding the taffy puller by the window. The display on the wall held smaller amounts in a variety of flavors such as bubble gum, cherry, watermelon, and peppermint. However, the prominent display was under a sign written in a similar style calligraphy as the letter from the bottle. It said pieces of 8 for pirates with a sweet tooth. Emphasis on tooth, Caleb said, making a joke about pirates having poor dental hygiene. Cleo laughed lightly. Fortunately, I brush, floss, and gargle, she answered, making the word gargle sound like a pirate exclaiming arg. So I will help myself to 8 pieces of 8. She plucked one of each flavor: peanut butter, honey, toffee, butterscotch, caramel, vanilla, banana, and lemon. They were all shades of yellowish gold. I thought you said snack break was over. Treasure hunting works up an appetite. Anyway, you know me better than that. I have a sweet tooth, Caleb. He was sweet for her. That was for sure. I also think this is clever. They have 8 kinds of gold taffy and call it pieces of 8. The young man from the counter approached them. He pressed the frames of his glasses up with his finger and adjusted his apron. I heard you talking about the taffy. My Aunt Mabel came up with that years ago. She thought it was clever too. I suspect if she were still around, she'd appreciate your compliment. Cleo, as warm and effusive as ever, said, I'm sorry about your aunt, but it seems like her memory lives on right here within these walls. This is a special place you have here. Why, thank you. My parents keep talking about selling it, but I have a year left of high school and think I might like to take over. Keep the family business going. No college or business school? Caleb asked. I started learning the ropes here when I was barely tall enough to reach the bins of candy. Just a lad, really. I love this place and have ideas for how to improve things, increase revenue, and get online without losing our small-town old-school charm. I like the way you think. I can't imagine you'll be anything short of successful. I'm Cleo, by the way. What's your name? She extended her hand to shake. I'm Caleb. No way, his name is Caleb too. Cleo thumbed him. It's a great name. Caleb nodded cordially. Can I help you find anything else? The young Caleb asked. Cleo tilted her head. Caleb smiled. Now that you mention it, yes. They explained the message in the bottle, the book, Luis Alejandro Ruiz, and Betty's insights. Young Caleb's eyes lit up. Wow. This is amazing. Fascinating. It is pretty cool, Cleo said. Also because whenever someone would move here, Auntie M used to say, the Golden Road leads to Blue Bay Beach. Both Cleo and Caleb tilted their heads at the same angle at the same time. She was a storyteller. A character for sure. My dad said she ate too much sugar. But I always believed her. Or at least wanted to. She would tell a story that when she was a little girl one day, the white sands right out there on the beach turned to gold for just about a full 24 hours. 11:59 a.m. one day as the tide came in until it washed back out. Said she never saw anything like it. The sun was golden in the sky. The sand was gold. Said it was a glorious sight. She knew it had something to do with the pirate treasure. The one brought from the Floribel. You said the Golden Road leads to Blue Bay Beach. Caleb rubbed the light stubble growing in on his chin, pondering the puzzling words as he paced. Caleb, Cleo said. Both guys turned in her direction. She approached him and pointed to the floor. Look at what you're walking on. Beneath his feet, a line of faded and scuffed golden tiles split the black and white blocks. A carpet covered part of it, along with various displays and shelves. He paused as realization dawned. It's a compass rose. Do you think it has anything to do with the treasure? Cleo asked. Looking around, in addition to the blue, white, and black motif of the shop, there were a few accents of gemstones and, more notably, gold. The old-fashioned cash register keys were gold, but so were other, seemingly random things. But they were somewhat specific, too. On the sign for pieces of 8, the E was gold, but not the rest of the letters. On the menu, the L for the lollipop display was gold. Did you make these signs, Caleb? Cleo asked the young man. No. They've been here since Auntie M made them. I thought of updating them, but imagine funds would be better invested elsewhere. Have you noticed any other letters that are gold among the rest that are printed in black? Caleb asked. Sure. There's the I for ice cream there. He pointed. Ah, and the S for sweets over there by the penny candy. Let's see. A for caramel apples and B for butterscotch by the homemade chocolates. Caleb grabbed a pen and scribbled them down on the back of the receipt from the soda fountain. LBAISE. Is it like a word scramble? Cleo asked. Could be. He tried to make sense of it. Cleo smiled at young Caleb. Thank you. You've been super helpful. I spend a lot of time here. Tend to notice things. Do you know if the compass rose tiles mean anything? Young Caleb shrugged. Ornamental, I suppose. It's always been covered by all this stuff. Although, if you look here, this one almost looks like an arrow. Young Caleb pulled a display out from the southwestern corner of the shop. See? He shrugged. Never made sense to me. Standing by the window, Cleo bounced. The sun shone on her, casting her in golden light. Her hair lifted from her shoulders in shiny sheets. She was so beautiful. He let out a rough sigh. I think you're right. It is an arrow. Pointing southwest. She peered out the window. He could only see the dock with the Coconut Cove restaurant, some sailboats, and people on the beach. I don't know what it could mean, but thanks again. Do update me if you find anything, young Caleb said. We certainly will, Caleb answered and shook the kid's hand. He realized what had been bothering him earlier. He saw some of himself when he was that age in the young man. He was focused, determined, and hopeful. But it was more than just that. He felt the grief of not being able to have children of his own. He admired the kid and would be proud to call someone like him a son. It was his inability to reproduce that had in part destroyed his previous marriage. But with Cleo, it was different. She was accepting, open. She didn't make him feel inferior because he couldn't have kids. He let out a long breath. As they walked back to the mansion, the tension in his shoulders and his entire body released little by little on the breeze that shook the palm leaves. They were on the beach where they'd first reunited the day before. How was that only 24 hours ago? Time seemed to have expanded when all he'd wanted it to do previous to meeting Cleo again was for it to pass, and fast. He paused when they reached the area where they'd found the bottle. She looked at him expectantly. Cleo, today with you has been the best in a long time. I'm sorry about everything that happened in the past. But thank you for giving me right now. The bow of her lips lifted, as did her gaze. His eyes captured hers. The late-day sunlight caught the flecks of gold in her irises. Cleo was beautiful. Radiant. He wanted not just the present with her, but the future too. But he couldn't conceive that, so the best he could do was to lean down and kiss her.
Chapter 9. Cleo. The breeze surrounding Cleo went still. The air rushed from her lungs. Caleb's electric blue eyes searched hers. She felt a pleasant zap in her belly, her limbs, her chest. She lifted slightly onto her toes and her eyes fluttered closed as butterflies took flight inside. Caleb gently pressed his lips to hers. His stubble was slightly rough but sent tingles through her. He caressed her jaw and then cradled it with both hands. She circled her arms around his shoulders and felt like she was floating. Caleb inhaled sharply as the kiss deepened. His hand skimmed her back, prompting her to move closer. Her heart thundered against her ribs and she could feel his pounding just as fast. It was so much like the last time they'd kissed, and yet new all over again. Cleo smoothed her hand over his arms, feeling the firm muscles underneath his sleeves. Her cheeks flushed as the kiss continued, melting the tension between them and transforming it into happiness, at least for Cleo. By the sound of Caleb's ragged breath, he was enjoying it too. They'd only been back together for a day, but it felt like a decade. It filled her with hope and joy and love. She continued to kiss him, desperate for 24 more hours to turn into another decade together. When Cleo and Caleb pulled apart, they linked hands and walked inside. But it wasn't a walk exactly. It was more like Cleo was gliding on clouds made of white sand, spun taffy, and warmth that she never wanted to give up. The kiss had made her wonder if she wanted a summer fling with him after all. What if she wanted more? What if she wanted a future with him? Yes. The answer was yes. A dismal what if came next. What if he rejected her all over again? What if he took off? "Will you stay a bit longer?" Caleb asked as they stood in the foyer. The question shook her from her thoughts. Confirmed what her heart longed for. She was typically bold and spoke her mind. It was the obvious shortcut to avoid confusion and misunderstandings. But the words were slow to come. What does this mean? This between us? She had to know. She didn't want to let her heart down again. He still held her hand and squeezed it then. "I'm not sure, Cleo. Can we see what happens? Have our summer adventure together? Find some treasure and then take it from there." Her slow nod turned into a smile. Not exactly what she'd wanted to hear, but it was a start. "See you in the morning." He leaned in, kissed her on the cheek, and left her with the scent of aftershave, sea salt, and sunblock, along with the lingering desire that she did indeed want something more. Up in her room, she showered and changed into a breezy white nightgown with lovely lace eyelets and embroidery. The saleswoman at the store in town must have known she'd need something to sleep in. As Cleo thanked God for her many blessings, she felt certain that she wasn't wrong to pray for Caleb. Something had happened that shook him up. He was typically very present, peaceful. But since their reunion, he occasionally seemed preoccupied, or like something was trying to pry its way from the tip of his tongue, and he was trying to find the courage to say it. She couldn't fathom what it was, but trusted he'd tell her when he was ready. That evening marked Cleo and Caleb's second kiss and not the last. As the next week passed, they shared kisses in the morning over glasses of light and sweets, during picnics, and afternoons spent searching out clues related to the letter and map. They repeatedly came up against dead ends, but Cleo never felt so alive. There was a saying that went along the lines of, "Don't count your blessing, be a blessing." That was the life she wanted to live, and she felt its potential with Caleb. She had big dreams of expanding her marketplace for fair trade artisans. For doing more service mission work. For helping those less financially fortunate than she. In the coming days, Cleo checked in with her sisters. She intended to only give them a quick recap of what she was doing and a general location, but couldn't help herself and dished her happy reunion with Caleb, their discovery of the message in the bottle, and the quaint town she felt tempted to call home. As 2 weeks turned into 3, Caleb and Cleo continued their daily habit of taking walks into town and along the beach, while continuing to search for clues. It was almost like they were on vacation. Having breakfast al fresco on the patio at the mansion by morning, and watching the sunset with a cold beverage in the evenings, was delightful. They'd gone to church several times and out to brunch afterward. It was pure ease. Relaxation. But Cleo sensed that Caleb's external cool didn't reflect some kind of inner turmoil. He repeatedly checked his watch throughout the day, and if he happened to see the time a few minutes shy of noon, he seemed to go far away in his mind. Caleb didn't have a cell phone that she knew of, so she wasn't suspicious that he was waiting for a call from someone like Mandylicious, as had happened at the wedding. Brian had called Cleo several times, but she repeatedly ignored him. It was odd that Caleb didn't have a phone, but his job was high pressure and likely he needed to disconnect fully. Maybe even reconnect with himself. With nature. With peace. There was no doubt the man had worked hard, and she imagined he was burned out. She wanted to give him space and not pressure him more with questions about his personal situation or their status, but the questions loomed, threatening to slip from her mouth. Also, doubt worked its way into the crevices of her mind. Was he still afraid that he was too old for her? Did she not adequately reassure him that it wasn't a problem that he couldn't conceive children? Or was her recent wedding fail too recent for him to feel comfortable about them being together? That afternoon, they sat in the study with every book on the history of Florida and the Spanish Main spread out before them. They still couldn't figure out the clues. The letters didn't make any sense. The arrow that was part of the compass rose pointed at nothing but wide open sea. Caleb, Cleo started. It was getting harder and harder to restrain her burning questions. He glanced up over his glasses, meeting her gaze with his electric blue eyes. Eyes that sent a charge through her. I have a question. What do you want in a partner? Just that. Just what? She repeated. A partner. Someone to share a life with. I don't believe there's such a thing as an even 50 split, but a mutual give and take reciprocity. He licked his lips slightly. Also someone with a beautiful smile. A generous heart. Faith. A woman I can trust. He cleared his throat. Who understands me, and who lets me love her. Little flares of hope that she could be that for him and more lit under her skin. Caleb leaned close. Cleo, I want you to understand something. It was always you. You were the one for me. His lips found hers and once more they kissed. She leaned in. His fingers twined in her hair, pulling her closer. She melted against him. It was as perfect as the first time their mouths had met and the second time, and she'd lost count. But each kiss was special. Magical. Magnificent. Cleo Jane Carson loved Caleb, and she wanted him to know it. But his lips were on hers, keeping the words inside. By the weekend, they'd taken to playing games of Scrabble, hoping that would assist them in figuring out what the random letters meant. LBAISE. They rearranged them in every possible configuration, but didn't come up with anything that made sense. It was late August, and Cleo remembered something very important from the summer she'd spent with Caleb in the Dominican Republic. She woke up early the next day and went to the study in the mansion and wrote out 5 clues that would lead Caleb to his birthday gift. She'd like to give him a tangible gift, but she was his houseguest and didn't even have her wallet with her. It felt strange to be so untethered, but also a bit wild, free. It was like it had been in the doctor she answered to Caleb then, and she answered to him now. Well, in a more reciprocal kind of way. She hid the scavenger hunt clues around the house, and thought it was a cute parallel to their treasure hunt. She also cut up fruit and made them parfaits for breakfast. Caleb showered after his workout and came downstairs with a smile. Someone's up early. She threw herself into his arms and squeezed tight. And someone is the birthday boy. His jaw went slack. You remembered? Would never forget. Cleo rubbed her hands together and bounced a little on her toes. And I have a little surprise for you, but you'll have to follow these clues to get your present. She passed him the first note and winked. Caleb's lips quirked, and he spent the next 10 minutes trouncing around the house, following her clues, before winding up on the back patio overlooking the garden where she'd set out their breakfast and a vase with some fresh flowers. Happy 40th birthday, she said, and then proceeded to shower him with 40 kisses. That was his present. Her. Her affection. Her love. He scooped her into his arms. What did I do to deserve you? A wide smile spread on Cleo's face. Do you have any special requests for today? A walk? Beach? I'd offer to rent bikes and take a long ride or go out on a boat, but I don't even have my wallet. I like the sound of both. A bike ride might be nice. It looks like it'll be a beautiful day. They decided. They rented a pair of beach cruisers in town and followed the trails that laced the area, going inland away along a creek and then back toward the seashore. After several hours, they'd worked up an appetite and wound up at the Coconut Cove restaurant. Remember Betty said the pie here is amazing? I say you treat yourself to a slice for your birthday. I say I treat you. Betty had appeared with 2 menus and was wearing the restaurant's t-shirt. Cleo didn't realize she worked there too. Birthdays around here are special events. Betty started clapping, portending what was likely a restaurant-wide birthday song to come. Caleb mock grimaced but played along. They sat on the outdoor deck that was at the end of the dock over the water. The sun hadn't set, but the sky was vibrant shades of yellow and rose. "How have you been, Betty?" Cleo asked, after the older woman took their order. "I'm fine, but Gus hasn't been feeling well lately. He'd been fishing a lot, down by where the creek drains into the ocean. I don't imagine that the water is too fresh. I keep telling him to see a doctor, but he's stubborn." Cleo and Caleb had met her husband several times. He resembled a bulldog, and was the kind of person who seemed indestructible. Caleb lifted his head sharply. "I'm a cardiac surgeon. General practice before that. Maybe I can have a chat with him. Can't diagnose or treat, mind you, for legal reasons, but maybe I can point him in the right direction," he offered. Betty lit up. "Would you, dear? That would be wonderful." It was the first time Caleb had really acknowledged his profession. His offer was generous and kind. It was another thing that confirmed that he was the man for her. Betty left them to their appetizers and meal. When it came time for dessert, she appeared with an entire key lime coconut cream pie and an entourage. Everyone sang happy birthday. Caleb was slightly shy about it, but also seemed genuinely touched. It was such an amazing community. She truly never wanted to leave Blue Bay Beach. After the song was over, Betty introduced Cleo and Caleb to the restaurant owner Billy and her husband Rhodes, along with Carter, who had played live guitar while they sang, and his wife Claudia. There was also Isley, Ford, and their daughter Coco of the famed Cocos Cones, where Cleo got ice cream at least 3 times a week, but had never formally met the owners. Chevy, Tucker, Ruby, and Trent also wished Caleb a happy birthday, and many returns. By then, he was beaming. So was Cleo. Everyone was chattering as they ate pie. "Oh, you've ruined me, Betty," Cleo overheard Caleb say. "I'll be here every day begging for a slice." "I knew you'd like it," Betty said with a laugh. "No one escapes Blue Bay Beach without falling in love with the pie," Billy said. Everyone laughed. And Cleo was in love. She was in love with the town, the weather, and Caleb. By the look he gave her, sending a sizzle right to her heart, he was in love with her too.
Chapter 10. Caleb. As the evening lengthened, the twinkle lights surrounding the deck came on, and the tiki torches blazed to life. Cleo and Caleb shared the treasure hunt mystery with everyone gathered. The soft light highlighted Cleo's features. He loved to see her tilt her head back in laughter, smile at a comment someone made, and lean in with curiosity as everyone shared their thoughts about the message in the bottle. The secret was no longer theirs, but she was, or at least he wanted to make her his. But the truth he'd tried to escape when he'd left medicine had trailed him to Blue Bay Beach, and he knew there was no way she'd forgive him. He could hardly look himself in the eyes. He couldn't imagine how she'd react. The guests at the restaurant dwindled as the evening wore on. Pulling up empty chairs, Betty and the others sat with them for a few minutes discussing the treasure. The young man Caleb at Auntie M's candy shop mentioned something about the sand turning gold, Cleo mentioned offhandedly. There was so much chatter and excitement about the treasure, her voice was lost in the cacophony. Betty got up from her chair and said, "Well, I ought to go check on poor Gus. I'll bring him a slice of pie. I just baked a batch of Cowboy cookies. I'll bring some by tomorrow," Chevy said. "Ice cream from Cocos the next day," Isley added. Betty laughed. "He's ornery when he's not feeling himself, but I bet he'd like those treats. Maybe stick around and tell him a story when you drop them off. He gets bored when he's not up to tinkering around in the garage. And thank you, girls." She pushed her chair out and then braced herself on it. "Are you okay?" Caleb asked, moving to get to his feet. Betty put her hand up. "Oh, I'm just fine." It was something Cleo said earlier about the sand turning gold. She leaned toward the most beautiful woman Caleb had ever seen. He could hardly look at Cleo without drowning in her beauty. "No," a little voice in his head said. "You're drowning in the secret you're keeping. Tell her." He couldn't. At least not then. "Cleo, what was that you said about Auntie M saying something about golden sands?" Betty asked. She repeated what they'd heard from young Caleb. Betty dropped into her seat. Everyone leaned in, curious, intent to hear what she had to say. I knew Auntie M well enough. Everyone in Blue Bay Beach knows each other. That's a fact. If you're a hermit or the kind of person that wants to keep to yourself, I say, move along. You won't make it in this town, she said with a laugh. A story my grandmother told suddenly came back to me. By the wide eyes of everyone at the tables, they were all dying to hear what she had to say about Auntie M and her grandmother's story. Betty, out with it, Billy said affectionately. She leaned toward Caleb. She's known for telling long stories and going off on tangents. I heard that, Betty said. And I always come back around to my point. Which is that long ago a ship sailed over the land from the Atlantic here to the Gulf. Over the land. The Floribel? Caleb asked. I reckon so. But my grandfather would butt into the story to say the ship used rivers and other waterways to come across. But at some point it ran aground. Afraid the treasure would be stolen, the captain buried it. The treasure? Cleo asked. Betty shook her head. No, the whole ship. Why didn't the captain just sail in the sea around the tip of Florida? Everyone thought it was wrecked. Probably didn't want to get found out or caught. Or worse, raided by pirates. Luis, that old son of a gun, Caleb said. Everyone laughed. So what you're saying is that maybe the ship with the treasure is buried somewhere inland? Cleo asked. That's the story. That day the sand turned to gold. Legend has it that the gold from the ship somehow bled from its hiding place and into the creek, then dried up on the sand when the tide went out. When the tide came back in, it washed away. Everyone was rapt by the story. Caleb and Cleo had walked and rode bikes to where a creek from inland washed in the ocean up the coast a ways. When the tide was out, they could cross and keep walking along the beach. When the tide came in, the freshwater and saltwater mixed, forming a pool. It was also good for fishing, as saltwater fish waited around for the freshwater fish to fill in with the incoming tide. Do you think that's what Hernando Olivar, the founder of the town, meant? On the plaque under the statue it says, Blue Bay Beach is believed to be a place glittering with gold for those who know how to look for treasure. Caleb asked. Could very well be, Betty said. She said good night. Carter and Claudia offered to walk her home, and the three of them left. Billy had to get back to work and said, Stay as long as you like and make sure to fill me in if you figure out anything. She kissed Rhodes on the cheek. We'd better get this little munchkin home, Isley said, scooping a sleepy Coco up. Ford pushed in their chairs, saying good night to everyone. That left Rhodes, Tucker, Chevy, Trent and Ruby at the table. That's something. Imagine if a ship is buried somewhere over there, Trent said, gesturing to the land behind them. I imagine plenty of people have gone in search of it, Chevy added. I don't recall Sandy ever saying anything about it, Ruby said, referring to the late and beloved namesake for the Sandy Shore Inn. What were the other clues? Rhodes asked. Cleo and Caleb showed everyone the letter with the faint map, reiterated what they'd read about Luis Alejandro Ruiz, and added what Betty told them. There was also the compass rose in the candy store, and lastly the golden letters. We don't know for sure those are clues, but the statue of Hernando points to the candy store and the compass rose points that way, Cleo said. Everyone gazed into the distance. It was dark by then, and the plump moon sparkled on the water. There's nothing there, Chevy said. Tucker scratched the scruff on his chin. Gus took me out fishing a few times. Said when the tide is right, there are little islands that appear. More like sandbars really, but he said when he was a kid, they'd go out and explore. But the tide has to be low. Very low. Usually when the moon is full. I'll have to ask him. I'm going to head over tomorrow and see how he's doing, Caleb said. I can ask then. I hope he's okay, Chevy said. I don't suppose we're any closer to cracking this, but thank you all for your insight, Caleb said as he got up. He pulled out Cleo's chair, helping her to her feet. Thanks for having a birthday, man, Tucker said, clapping Caleb on the shoulder. Thanks for celebrating with me, mate, Caleb said in his Australian accent. Rhodes shook his hand. If getting older means I get to have a slice of that pie once a year, then I'm all for aging, Caleb said. Everyone laughed. The women said good night. Caleb placed his hand low on Cleo's back and guided her from the restaurant. Thanks for the surprise birthday, he said when they reached the end of the dock. He cupped her cheek in his hand and leaned in for a kiss. She was soft and warm and everything he wanted. When they parted, she said, "Oh, and I'm going to get you to have another piece of pie before your 41st birthday." "Why is that?" "Because it's delicious. Because you deserve it. Because I don't want to feel guilty about having a slice a day," Cleo said around a laugh and pulled him along. "I wouldn't criticize you if you wanted to eat a slice of pie a day. I'm sure I could find some medical study or other that supports pie eating benefits. Let's see. The cream has calcium. The limes contain vitamin C. Don't forget about vitamin H," Cleo said. "There's no such vitamin." "Sure there is. Vitamin H for happiness." Cleo giggled. "That's very important to a person's well-being, and I don't even need to reference the literature." She poked him in the side, teasing. "Fair enough," he said with a laugh. Caleb caught her hand in his, and they strolled along the street and back toward Mansion Mile. Cleo loved Blue Bay Beach, that much was clear. He liked it too, and was definitely not a hermit. Well, not in real life. Then what had he been doing, hiding away? "You know what else contains high levels of vitamin H?" Cleo asked, breaking him from his thoughts. Puppies, kittens, lazy beach days, sunshine." He paused, but before he could talk himself out of it and keep his guard up, he said, "And you, Cleo. You make me very happy." She giggled again. "That's what I was going to say. That you make me happy." Hearing her say that sent a little jolt through him. But the secret he held revolted, trying to tear him away from happiness. He fought back, and with a mock-serious newscaster voice he said, "This just breaking new reports from the medical community suggests spending time with one Cleo Jane Carson with her abundance of vitamin H brings smiles, laughter, and joy into lives. It can't be bottled or sold, but it's an essential daily nutrient, all the same." She laughed again, and they were soon inside the mansion. Standing in the foyer, Cleo lifted onto her toes and laced her arms around Caleb's neck. "I guess this is good night. Happy birthday." Her lips brushed his. He melted inside as he slung his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. He dreamed of kissing her again, ever since they'd first done so in the Dominican Republic. When they finally did, it was everything he'd hoped for, and more. There was her soft sweetness, her vanilla cream scent. Even though he didn't have much of a sweet tooth, he wasn't immune. Forget about air, he could breathe her in forever. As the kiss deepened, the embers in his chest glowed to life, creating a fire inside that nothing other than Cleo could squelch. He loved her. Didn't want to lose her. But instead of thinking of the inevitability, he reminded himself to stay in the moment. They continued to kiss, and it was the best birthday gift he'd ever received. When she finally lowered onto her feet, she said, "I want to find the treasure, but I'm afraid that when we do, this will be over." A pang pressed against his chest. She must have sensed he was hiding something. He was surprised she didn't know. But that was the whole point. To keep the situation a secret. That was why he'd stopped returning her calls and letters all those years ago. He'd had a difficult choice to make. He never doubted he'd made the right one, but was given a second chance with her, and was so grateful. Caleb brushed his thumb across her cheek. "We can't stay here forever," he said. Her shoulders dropped an inch, but then she pressed them back. He'd left her once. Of course she feared it could happen again. It wasn't what he wanted, but he was certain, this time, she'd be the one doing the leaving. How could she not? What he did was unforgivable. Caleb kissed her once more on the cheek and watched her slowly pad up the stairs to the guest room. He loved everything about Cleo, but hated the sight of her back because he'd soon be seeing it again. And she'd be right. It would be over.
Chapter 11. Cleo. The next day, Cleo and Caleb went to Egret Avenue where Betty and Gus lived. She was at the library, but he answered the door and invited them in. After greetings, introductions, and small talk, Gus said, "Betty came home last night all atwater about that treasure. Make any headway?" Tucker from next door mentioned that when you guys went fishing, you told him about some small islands off the coast that appear when the tide is low. Gus smiled. "Sure are. Haven't gone out when the tide is right in ages, but when I was a kid we lived for those days. We track the tides, waiting for the lowest one, and go exploring. Once we even went out at night. Rumor had it, there was treasure buried there." Cleo pulled out the message from the bottle. "For many years over the sea I have sailed. I sought that which cannot be bought or sold. A great many folk has sought riches and gold. My treasure will not leave you lonely or cold. Whosoever finds this booty will be blessed with fortunes untold. But know that abundance and prosperity favor the bold. The greatest wealth of knowledge comes from the old. I am the pirate who broke the mold. Signed. After she translated it, Gus said, "Well, I'll be. This is something." We think it could be from Luis Alejandro Ruiz, the pirate. We grew up hearing about pirates, but Barbaroja, aka Redbeard, wasn't among those that were feared. He was a Robin Hood-type pirate, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. Though most famously, he buried the Floribel treasure. Any ideas what it could be, or where? Gus pressed his hand against his stomach and shook his head. Nothing comes to mind. Do you remember any of the stories about the supposed treasure? Betty had a few about the Golden Sands. Oh, that old tale. There are as many stories as the day is long. And even more if you wait for nightfall. But unlike Betty, I don't put much stock in them. Back in the day, people had to make stuff up to keep each other entertained. Cleo could tell that Caleb appreciated his pragmatism. Doubt dampened her excitement. Maybe the message in the bottle was something a bunch of kids did for laughs. Nonetheless, she went on to tell him about the founder's statue, the candy shop, and the compass. My great-grandpappy was the mason who tiled that floor. You see, Auntie M's real name was Mabel Redding. The Redding family owned that land where the candy shop now sits. It was open space long at the time, but they wanted to provide the townsfolk with a general store. The problem was, the property contained a magnificent massive compass made of marble and supposedly some real gold. It was right there in the ground. They debated what to do. They decided they'd simply reconstruct the compass inside the store. You see, laws about construction and preservation were different back then. Some of the locals squawked in complaint, I'm sure, but they went ahead with it. Gus winced. She worried about him, but knew Caleb would be able to help. Do you suppose the treasure is underneath the compass? Well, the original compass? Kind of like an X marks the spot. Cleo asked. Caleb rested his chin on his hand. No, remember, it's pointing to something. The islands? Cleo asked. Then she added, when we were inside Auntie M's, there were some letters on signs printed in gold. We've been trying to figure out if they mean anything. Caleb took out the piece of paper where they'd written LBAISE and tried to unscramble it. Betty gets me puzzle books to keep my mind sharp. Let's see. LBAISE. As he folded forward, he gripped his stomach. Can I get anything for you? Cleo asked. No, it's just this darn pain I've been having. Like I told Betty, I've had a stomach ache, and it's radiated over to the side. I'm retired now, and started spending a considerable amount of time fishing down by where the creek drains into the ocean, just as I've been doing since I was a boy. But that's when it started. Do you eat your catch? Caleb asked. Sure do. Nothing wasted. Any fever, headache, fatigue? No fever, but yes to the other symptoms. I just don't feel myself. Caleb gazed out the window in thought for a moment. Cleo admired the silhouette of his firm jaw, the line of his nose and knowing eyes. She also revered his knowledge as a doctor and dedication to his practice. He wanted to help people. Shame was, it seemed like he needed some help. He hadn't yet said why he was in Blue Bay Beach, but she'd ask him again. She was there for him if he needed to talk. Goodness knows he'd listened to her rant about Brian and her failed wedding enough. Caleb wrote down some recommended tests for Gus to get that related to dirty water and heavy metal exposure, which could happen if he'd consumed certain kinds of fish. Bring this to your general practitioner, and tell them what you said to me. Gus read the note. You think I might have some kind of poisoning? Caleb said, could be. Some types of fish contain high levels of heavy metals that can result in toxicity. It's been known to happen. It could be something in the water. No way to know until you get these blood tests. He pointed to the paper. I'll do as you say, Doc, but begrudgingly. The nearest doctor's office is almost 30 miles away. Too far if you ask me. I hope you feel better fast. Please come to me if you need anything at all, if you have questions, or if I can help in some way. By the tone of Caleb's voice, it seemed like it felt good for him to say those words after having been away from his practice for almost a month. To do what he was put on earth to do. To help people heal. Gus's comment gave Cleo an idea. She wondered if Caleb would ever consider leaving surgery and returning to general practice and opening up a small office in Blue Bay Beach. She'd have to ask him later. Just as they were about to leave, Caleb turned and asked, "By any chance do those little islands you mentioned have names?" His question prompted Cleo to recall the old map in the library. Oh sure, there was La Isla Ora, La Isla Corazon, and La Isla Isabel. That's Gold Island, Heart Island, and Isabel Island. Of course they both were fluent in Spanish and knew that, but realization dawned. Caleb held the message and the paper with the letters LBAISE printed on it. He glanced down and his eyes widened. Cleo's did too. Gus, you're a genius. Rearrange these letters, and you get Isabel. Get yourself to the doctor ASAP and then call me, Caleb said as they both took off running down Egret Avenue. Cleo waved goodbye over her shoulder. They were both giddy with excitement over the discovery. When they reached the library, Betty was inside. They were both nearly out of breath and filled her in on the chat with Gus, Caleb's suspicions about his health and their discovery. The three of them went over to survey the map. Now we need to know the tides, rent a boat, and find the right island, Caleb said. Betty held up a finger. Hang on. Gus gets on my back about it, but I save everything. You never know when you might need it. We've seen a fair number of our loved ones leave this earth and return home to God, but that doesn't mean they're forgotten. I keep a record of their lives. The library was small, and they followed her to a back room packed with boxes. I don't get too many patrons, so I have plenty of time on my hands. Gus has his garage and I have my projects here. I don't know if this is common in your generation, but in mine, we kept journals, made scrapbooks, and held onto news clippings. We didn't have devices where you could find out just about anything with the click of a button. Don't get me wrong, they have their place, but you won't find any of this, she gestured around the room, in there. Betty pointed at Cleo's phone, which she held in her hand. These boxes contain the personal history of regular people like you and me. Dreams, desires, heartbreak. No, it's not necessarily the stuff you'd ordinarily find in a library, but that doesn't make it matter any less. Now let me see. She shuffled around several boxes labeled with names and dates. Glancing around, there was so much history in that room, Cleo could practically hear the voices of the past. Love won and lost, children born and families created. Her nose twitched and her eyes felt scratchy, whether from the dust or something else, she wasn't sure. Aha! Betty said at last. Here it is. My father did this drawing when he was a young boy. He labeled the 3 islands, see? Betty showed them a rough sketch on yellowed paper. He said the best fishing was off Isla Ora. But you'd find plenty of snails on Isla Corazon. Cleo took a photo with her phone. And the treasure? Could it be on Isla Isabel? Betty nodded. I'd imagine so. After all, Isabel was Luis Alejandro Ruiz's great love. Inspired, they went to the map on the wall by the old photographs and copied down the coordinates. After thanking Betty, they hurried to Reef Rentals to inquire about the tides and renting a boat. Cleo waited outside, bouncing with excitement. Don't forget, we'll need a shovel too. Caleb went inside to conduct the transaction. Cleo would have needed her wallet with her ID and money in the very least. She knew she had to return to her life soon, though she had scheduled the month off for her honeymoon. Her excitement faded slightly at the reminder of that mega failure. She wanted to give Brian a piece of her mind, but had to wonder if it was worth it. Still, she soon had to leave the bubble of Blue Bay Beach and return to reality. Whatever that was. But would Caleb be a part of it? With her entire heart, she hoped so. He appeared and gave her the thumbs up. The tide will be low this afternoon. He checked his watch and then stiffened. Shaking his head slightly, he found his smile. There is a boat available. It's small but will get the job done. The treasure will be ARGHS. Caleb intoned the word our to sound like pirate speak for ours. She giggled. That's the spirit. After lunch at the snack shack up the beach, the Reef Rentals employee instructed them on boat safety and then passed over the key. Soon, they were in a little outboard rig with a metal hull. The water was placid, the sun was high, and Caleb was captain. Over the boat engine, Cleo called, "If you were a pirate, what would your name be?" Caleb's laugh seemed forced. Jolly Roger? No, Whitebeard. You only have a few white hairs and I think they're handsome. You do? Well, in that case, should I come upon a fair maiden dressed in a gown on the beach, she will be sure to win my favor. His voice strained, but it could have been because of the wind. Cleo giggled. Soon the land behind them shrunk. She consulted the compass on her phone for the coordinates. Instructing Caleb where to go, they soon came upon 3 sandy bumps in the otherwise flat and pristine blue water. Caleb let off the throttle. Not much island to speak of. Remember, Tucker said the tide has to be very low, but that one is Isla Isabel. I think there's enough ground to work with. They dropped the small anchor and waded into the shallows. Little fish darted away. Cleo imagined an impressive ship flying a Jolly Roger in the distance. It's amazing out here. So peaceful. Caleb squinted into the distance. I don't like the look of those clouds. In that case, let's get digging. While doing so, Cleo thought about the note from Luis Alejandro Ruiz, which she now had memorized. For many years over the sea I have sailed. I sought that which cannot be bought or sold. A great many folk has sought riches and gold. My treasure will not leave you lonely or cold. Whosoever finds this booty will be blessed with fortunes untold. But know that abundance and prosperity favor the bold. The greatest wealth of knowledge comes from the old. I am the pirate who broke the mold. I wonder what the treasure could be, Cleo said. If we find it, Caleb answered with a grunt. Ever since he checked his watch, he seemed preoccupied. Slightly distant. Then again, maybe boating was outside his comfort zone. Or perhaps the gathering clouds had him worried. They spread out the circumference where they dug. Considering only part of the island was above the surface, the treasure could be anywhere. They were distancing physically as they dug, but it also felt like they were distancing emotionally. He'd been so quiet. So wrapped in his thoughts. Doubt sunk in Cleo's stomach. She worried the end of the summer would be no different from the other one they'd spent together. He'd left her once. What was to stop him from leaving again? In terms of returning to New York, she was worried about things with her mother mostly, what she was going to do when she left Blue Bay Beach, and how things would turn out with Caleb. There was so much uncertainty. They dug in silence as the sun disappeared behind clouds. It was starting to look like they weren't going to find the treasure after all. If nothing else, it had been a fun distraction. But Cleo didn't want Caleb or the treasure, or her life for the past month to be only a summer memory. She wanted more of it. And why not? Before she could answer the question, the rhythmic sound of Caleb's shovel hitting wet sand, and then it scattering behind him, made a thud. She stopped digging and looked up. His eyes were especially blue, surrounded by sea and sky, but they were clouded too. We'd better hurry up because it seems like a storm is coming, but my shovel hit something hard. Probably a rock or a shell. We'll see about that, matey, she said in a pirate voice and continued to dig. Sure enough, something solid slowly appeared from the sand. Together they hauled out a wooden chest bolstered by metal straps and fastened with metal bolts. A rusty lock hung from the closure. The chest was slightly bigger than a picnic basket and not overly heavy. Cleo and Caleb made sounds of awe as thunder cracked. We'd better go, Caleb said, making for the boat with the chest under his arm. Cleo got in, and with a glance back at Isla Isabel, they hightailed it back to the mainland.
Chapter 12. Caleb. Caleb had gone boating as a kid. It was one of a handful of memories he had of his father before he took off on his wife and son. The last time he'd boated was with his mentor, though it was of the yachting variety. He didn't expect the impact being on the water would have on him. It was like the proximity of the salt in the water was drawing his sadness out of him. Before, he was battling his emotions. Now they were trying to outrun a storm. Lightning cracked and thunder rumbled. The sky was a purple bruise, and the wind chop on the water was almost too much for the tiny boat. Cleo focused on the land, and the breeze blew her hair away from her face as her gaze sharpened. He wanted to explain. He had to explain. But first, he wanted to complete their treasure hunting mission. Then he'd have to say goodbye. As Caleb docked the boat, fat raindrops started to fall, drenching them. He had a car back at the mansion, but walking around Blue Bay Beach was far easier. They'd just have to wait out the weather before heading back to the house. Cleo was nearly shivering from the wind and wet. She said, "Do you think Betty is still at the library? We could bring the chest there? It's closer than the house." Carrying the chest, they hurried to the library, but it was closed. Maybe she brought Gus to the doctor's office for those tests. "I guess we'd better just make the schlep to the house," Cleo said. It was like they were both dragging their feet, prolonging the inevitable. After they opened the treasure chest, the quest would be over, and so would their summer fling. By the time they got back to the house, they were both soaked through. Leaving the chest on the kitchen island, they both went to their rooms to freshen up. When Cleo reappeared, she wore loose pants and a Blue Bay Beach sweatshirt, more garb from the shop in town. His hair was still damp as he made them both warm tea. "Would you like to do the honors?" he asked, gesturing to the chest. "I think we should document this, since Betty and the others aren't here. They're part of this too." She turned on her phone and started recording, adding narration. Caleb used a set of pliers to remove the lock and then carefully lifted the lid. He figured it would be empty or filled with sand. Instead, it contained 12 glass bottles in a variety of colors and topped with corks. They were all in decent condition. Cleaner than the one they'd found washed up on the shore. Cleo peered inside. "Caleb, I think there are messages inside each one." Again, he carefully removed a bottle. Sure enough, she was right. As before, he pulled out the rolled-up piece of paper and uncurled it. Cleo hovered her camera over the letter and then turned off her phone. "We can get the rest later." Her voice was little more than a whisper. Across the top of the first letter were the words "Mi querida amor." "My dear love," Cleo read. Written in Spanish, the rest was a love letter to Isabel. Luis Alejandro Ruiz professed his affections, how much he missed her, and promises for their future together. The other letters followed suit, each addressing her with similar terms of endearment. "Mi corazón, mi vida, and mi Karina." Cleo read, "My heart, my life, my dear." She had tears in her eyes when she said, "Isabel never received these. He buried them. He must have known he'd never be able to return to her." Caleb rubbed her back just as he'd done when they'd met on the beach all those weeks ago. Touching her felt right and he wanted more, but like Luis, he'd soon be leaving his love. Caleb's brow furrowed. "This certainly wasn't what I was expecting. This is something for a museum or to return to Isabel's family in Spain. Betty can help us. She has half of South Florida's history in that little library. She'll know what to do." Cleo turned to him then. He saw the question in her gaze before she spoke. "But what about our history? What about our future?" He scrubbed his hand down his face. The time had come. But where to start? Cleo was the brave one. The bold one. She spoke first. "After that summer together, our phone calls turned into texts that turned into emails that turned into silence. Caleb, I didn't wallow." Her tone suggested that indeed she had. Guilt pierced him. He hadn't meant to hurt her. "Okay, maybe for one night I polished off a pint of ice cream and a bowl of popcorn with extra butter, and binged Hallmark movies on Netflix. Fine, I didn't leave the house for the entire weekend. But then I picked right up and got back to work. I told myself to take the summer fling for what it was and let it go." Her jaw twitched as though she'd traveled back in time to the pain of losing him. Caleb had to find the words to tell her why he'd disappeared. "I had dreams, faith, and a future. I wasn't going to let heartbreak stop me. But I was going to get married as soon as possible. Whatever it took." 10 years later, that was a big fat fail. But all through that period, I braided my time with you into the fiber of my being. Rarely did a day pass that I didn't think of you. But I never thought I'd see you again. I hoped but never expected it. Her vulnerability lent him courage. All those years ago, all along, I knew you were the one. I'd already planned my proposal, envisioned our wedding and future. But it's true. I had trepidation about our age difference. But it's only 7 years. If we're meant for each other, numbers don't matter. They mattered to some people. It was like he'd slapped her across the face. That came out wrong. What really happened, Caleb? She knew there was more. She had to. There was no way she didn't detect that he had a secret. I was at a different phase of my life, he said, speaking to the age difference and what he had yet to say. That sounds like an objection rather than a reason. I wanted you, Caleb, and a family, kids, with you. I didn't find out that I couldn't be a dad until later. Just because we can't conceive doesn't mean you can't be a father. The word father made him feel like she'd slapped him back. It was so loaded. So close to the truth. He drew a deep breath. He had to do it. Pull the bandage off style. When we were still in the doctor, I was thinking a lot about the shape the future would take. I considered opening my own small practice so I could continue to help people more directly. In fact, it had been a dream of mine. The corner of Cleo's lip lifted. Blue Bay Beach could use a Dr. Robinson, she said. He couldn't bring a smile to his lips in return. It was too close to being over with her. I was offered the prestigious internship that would guarantee a different path for me, taking me outside general practice. That took you on the surgery track. He nodded. It was at the premier facility in the world for cardiac health. Cleo's expression flashed. Likely, they were thinking about the same person. The Carson Center, he said. Her fingers pressed against her lips. Those 3 words told her enough. Tears welled. He gripped her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. He'd already had her eyes memorized but took a snapshot in his mind so he'd never forget. I went in for the preliminary interview. The follow-up. The 3rd and 4th rounds. I'd made it. William Carson himself, your father, offered me the position. I'd have been a fool to turn it down. But I figured we could make a long-distance relationship work. Or maybe you could get a place in North Carolina, and we could still see each other. Get married. Everything you said. Her forehead formed ripples. She still didn't understand. Each word spoken brought him closer and closer to the painful truth. Soon she'd hate him. There was a framed photograph on Dr. Carson's desk. 3 girls. Each beautiful. One especially so, with auburn hair. Green eyes. My own eyes must have lit up. I told your father that I knew you. That we'd spent the summer together in the doctor, that I'd fallen in love with you. She shuddered a breath. He gave me an ultimatum. Stay away from you. Never speak to you again, and the job was mine. The future and everything I'd ever wanted was all within reach. He'd train me himself. Teach me everything he knew. I'd be his protege. Caleb felt disconnected to his voice as he spoke the painful truth. Everything would be yours if you gave me up, Cleo said, guessing correctly. Caleb nodded. If I had to do it all over again, I probably would have chosen differently. But I can't say for sure. The tears in Cleo's eyes were close to spilling over. You saved so many lives. I don't blame you. I just wish I'd known. Why did my father forbid you to see or talk to me, though? Why? He'd said, men like us can't get mixed up with marriage. We have to remain focused. We couldn't dedicate ourselves to our careers and a woman. It has to be one or the other. Her head slid slowly from side to side. That's not true. You can make a difference and still have a loving relationship. Just because it didn't work out for him. I know that now. I was foolish back then. Being with you is wonderful. But it also brings me reminders of him. The egg creams, for instance. He had a place he loved in Brooklyn. Mario's, Cleo said. He nodded. Even boating. He loved being out on the water. Cleo brushed her hand along his shoulder. I'm sorry, Caleb. I didn't realize that he was your mentor. You've been grieving. You lost him too. He had to get it out. No, Cleo. I killed him. He expected her to run, but she froze as the words filtered between them. She whispered, time of death. 11:59. She understood then. He had to explain. 3 arteries blocked at nearly 100%. The 4th was barely hanging on, 89. He'd been having pains. The cause was so close, right under his nose, but he didn't recognize it. Or ignored it. I don't know. When he had the first recorded heart attack, I read his proxy. It confirmed what he'd told me. I was the surgeon to perform the bypass. Me and no one else. He only trusted me. He said he taught me everything he knew. His hands would guide me. He said, Caleb's voice cracked. He said it would be as if he were performing it on himself. He trusted me, Cleo, and I failed him. Cleo was openly crying and clutching him. He didn't make it, but you. He broke free. Facing her anger and disappointment felt impossible. He turned away. Figured that she'd be the one to leave that time. He'd done it to her. But he didn't imagine it could hurt so much. He regretted leaving her more than anything, but understood why she'd do the same. Just then, Cleo's phone rang. She answered. As she went upstairs, he could still hear part of the conversation. It was a male voice, and just before she slipped into the guest room, Caleb heard her say, "Okay, Brian. I'll be there soon." Caleb remained in the foyer. He wasn't sure how much time passed, but Cleo reappeared with her wedding dress filling her arms. So that was it. This is where we say goodbye. And this time I'll add that I'm sorry. His voice was rough. I understand why. He couldn't finish the sentence with, "You wouldn't want to be with me." From outside came the sound of a car honking. She must have called a cab. Her face was pained as she whisked outside. Caleb remained in the doorway, watching her leave as the rain continued to pound down. Caleb could have gone back to the warm shelter of the house. Instead, he set off across the street to the beach where he watched the waves crash to shore. They may as well have been slamming into him. He felt torn apart, desperate, lost. He knew it would hurt to see her go, to let her go, but not as much as it did. The pain tore through him, saturating him like the rain. He deserved it, though. She deserved better. He couldn't remain out there forever. He couldn't be with her forever. That was what he'd wanted more than anything. The sound of a car honking startled him. Was she back? Did she want to throw sand in his face, pelt him with lashing rain? He probably deserved that too. Up on the road, Betty waved from a small SUV. "Caleb, what are you doing out in this mess?" He didn't know how to answer. Before he could move, Gus was out of the car, guiding him into the back seat. They pulled into the driveway of the mansion and helped him indoors. After getting warmed up and changed again, he felt as if he owed them an explanation. They were in the kitchen. Gus was eating some cantaloupe and Betty had tea. "We made ourselves at home. You didn't have to help me." Gus screwed up his bulldog features. "We most certainly did. You saved my life. Turns out it's lead poisoning. Messed up my kidneys. They said my liver was next. Doc said had I waited any longer, I'd be in trouble." The news pulled Caleb from his stupor, and he asked about the plan for his care and recovery. The clinical nature of the conversation put distance between himself and what happened with Cleo. Just when he was about to let them know he was fine and they could head home so he could carry on with his wallowing, Betty cut him a glare. "Where's Cleo?" she asked. Caleb hung his head. Betty tapped her nails against the counter. When Gus went back to the fridge for seconds, he had a feeling they weren't going anywhere. The rain continued to pound down, and he figured they were better off waiting it out. His chest was heavy. His heart hurt. He thought of William, his mentor. How his heart had failed. How Caleb had failed him. The entire story spilled out. Gus had polished off the entire globe of fruit and around a mouthful said, "You're telling me this was the guy who trained you? Taught you everything you know? He demanded you do the surgery?" Caleb nodded. "You also maintain that you killed him?" "Gus dear, this isn't a cross-examination," Betty said. "Since he hasn't been feeling well, he's been watching a lot of courtroom shows." "Well," Gus asked, "what exactly did you do wrong in the surgery?" Caleb held his head in his hands. "It's a lot to explain. Son, we're both old. Please give us some credit. We may not be able to perform surgery, but we know how to listen." Caleb drew a deep breath and did his best to explain it in layman's terms. When he was done, both Betty and Gus sat in silence for a few long minutes as though digesting what he told them. Betty said, "You followed all the protocols. Did everything to the letter." He nodded. At last, Gus said, "You said that the rate of success was low. But William entrusted me to do it. To pull off the impossible." "You're not God," Betty said. "Only he can perform miracles." "I think William made a bad call asking, no, demanding you do the procedure, Caleb. Had you not, he would have died anyway. As I see it, you're innocent. You did your best, son. His arteries were beyond repair." Hearing someone who was completely impartial landed the words in a different way than they did when he'd heard them from his colleagues, and as they played and warped in his mind since William passed. They were right. But it still hurt. "Come on. I have someone you need to have a word with." Betty walked to the door. The rain slowed to a drizzle as they arrived at the church. They all went in, and Caleb sat on a bench and prayed and cried and listened to God for once instead of begging for William to come back. He also prayed that Cleo would someday see it in her heart to forgive him. Afterward, they went back outside. The rain had let up. Arcing over the ocean, a bold rainbow stretched through the sky. It was almost as if it landed on Isla Isabel, where he and Cleo had found the treasure chest with the notes. He'd forgotten to tell Betty and Gus the news of their discovery. Standing in the churchyard, he filled them in. The heavy longing for Cleo lifted sometime between then and when he'd been inside the church. He had to talk to her. Gus was right along with the dozens of others that he spoke to before he resigned from his position, and the team who did an inquiry after William's death. It had been his idea. There had been other surgeons assisting him during the procedure. Nurses and medical professionals. They all knew he'd done everything he could to save William's life. He wanted to do more. But he was only a man. A man big enough to apologize to Cleo and ask her to forgive him. "I can't wait to see the love notes," Betty said. "They're historical artifacts for sure." Gus rubbed his stomach. "This whole pirate and treasure hunting and the lead poisoning business got me thinking." "You're going to stop eating the fish you catch in the creek," Betty scolded. "You bet. We're also going to find the Florabelle, but before we do, Caleb's going to get Cleo back," Gus said. He was already hurrying down the street.
Chapter 13. Cleo. Cleo was in such a state of shock when Caleb told her about her father, that when Brian called, she was on autopilot. The farther the cab carried her from Blue Bay Beach, the more it felt like she was leaving her heart behind. She thought that Caleb was sending her away again, but really she'd been the one to leave that time. She'd walked away without an explanation. The more she recalled their conversation, the more she realized that she left because she was afraid that if she didn't he would. He was just feeling guilty about William's death and the ultimatum her father had given him. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The salt and sand-stained wedding gown sat limply on the seat beside her. Her ex-fiancé wanted to talk to her. Explain his side. She figured she ought to let him and experience the satisfaction of telling him exactly why she'd left, and then say a final and stern goodbye. There was no excuse for what he'd done. However, she could hardly comprehend what had happened with Caleb. Had the divorce broken her father so much he'd warned Caleb away from her? She'd never have an answer, but would call her mother to find out. First, she'd call Brian because as she returned to her senses, he was the last person she wanted to see, never mind talk to. His number rang and rang. He wasn't much of a talk-on-the-phone guy. More of a text and direct message sort. She tried the first with a very blunt, "Were you seeing Mandy while we were engaged?" The little bubble, indicating he was replying, blinked. "Yes. Sorry about that. I kind of freaked out. I don't think I'm the marrying kind of person." "Is this what you wanted to discuss?" she typed. "That and just to say I'm sorry things didn't work out," he replied. "There. You said it. Thank you for being honest. Good luck with Mandylicious. I wish you the best." He was typing again. "We broke up. I'm dating Candy XOXO 533. She didn't have anything to say to that. How had she been such an idiot to think she had a future with him? Thank goodness they didn't have kids. That would have been a disaster. Forget about seeing him again. It was nice of him to get a hold of her to apologize, but there was no need to see him in person. She deleted him from her contacts. Next up, Cleo had to call her mother. Winona answered on the first ring. "Young lady, it's about time. Your sisters insisted I give you some time, but a month? What on earth have you been doing?" "Wait. Don't answer that. First, tell me why you left your wedding." "Darling, we could have figured out a way to make it work." Her mother instantly got under her skin. Cleo took a deep, centering breath. "For a woman who is so big on manners, you sure set a poor example. Young lady, watch yourself. I may be younger than you, but I'm in my 30s. Please don't scold me." And by way of greeting me, the appropriate thing to have asked would have been something along the lines of, "Dear, are you okay, or I've been so worried. How can I help? Or is there anything you need?" Even a simple hello would have sufficed. Winona huffed. "I walked out of the wedding because Brian got a call from his mistress during the ceremony." "Well, yes, but surely we could have dealt with that. He and I were on the phone earlier. I told him to apologize to you and try to patch things up. The wedding license is still valid. You could go ahead with it still." "Mother," Cleo said. "He's dating someone named Candy Zoe XO 533. He does not want to marry me, and I do not want to marry him. Why would you want me to?" The line was quiet. "Mom?" Cleo asked. "What have you been doing?" Winona asked, but there was a tremor in her voice. "Please answer my question. Why would you want me to marry Brian?" Winona's voice was small when she answered. "Because I don't want you to be lonely like I am." "Mom," Cleo repeated more softly. "I didn't know. Your father was always gone. Working all the time. I had you girls, but it wasn't the same. I married your father, not Captain Surgery USA." Cleo laughed lightly at the name Winona used to tease her father with. "But if I could do it again, I would. Now that he's gone, I'd marry him all over again and figure out a way to make it work." "Caleb told me about what happened," Cleo said. She assumed her mother knew. "Caleb Robinson? Oh, that poor young man. He took all the blame for your father's death. It wasn't his fault. He ordered a full inquiry because he felt so guilty. I pray every day that he realizes that he's held harmless. Caleb also told me that Dad forbade him to date me." "Oh, that." The sound on the line was quiet. "You knew, Mom?" I'm sorry. William thought it was for the best. But you knew my heart was broken. To be honest, I also thought you were better off not dating a surgeon. One way or another, you would have experienced heartbreak. No pun intended, considering they both worked in the cardiac field." Cleo had to laugh lightly at that. Her mother likely wouldn't change much, but she had. And despite everything, she loved her mother, and to hear she'd been lonely made her sad. "You asked before, what have I been doing? I've been falling back in love. I'm in love with Caleb." As they continued to talk, the rain started to let up, and a giant rainbow spread across the sky. Cleo hadn't just fallen back in love. She was in love, and she wanted Caleb despite the past. She wanted the future with him. Cleo held her hand over the mouthpiece of the phone and asked the cab driver to turn around. "Please bring me back to where you picked me up." She turned back to the call. "Mom, listen. I have a place I'd like you to come visit. I think you'd enjoy Blue Bay Beach." "Oh, where's that?" Curiosity infused Winona's voice. "Where I've been, where I'm going. Where my future is." Cleo was bobbing in her seat by the time the cab reached the sign for Blue Bay Beach. She had to tell Caleb how she felt. He'd referred to Brian as a boy. She'd been immature as well. She'd fled. No honor there. She owed Caleb the truth. If it didn't work out, then at least that would be better than another decade spent wondering what had happened. As they turned the corner, she realized she was no longer afraid. Whatever happened with her and Caleb, she could handle it because she loved him, and nothing could change that. When the cab pulled into the driveway, Cleo rushed to the door and knocked rapidly. There was no answer. She tried again. She called Caleb's name. He wasn't answering. She took out her phone, but he didn't have one of those she could call. Well, he probably did, but it was turned off or back in NYC. She started back toward the cab when she spotted a figure seated in the sand on the beach across the street. Cleo bit her lip and gave the cabbie the 1-minute symbol. She went to the beach and sure enough, Caleb was sitting there watching the waves just as she'd been doing earlier that month. Although, he wasn't in a wedding dress. She cleared her throat. I'd offer the cabbie the gown in exchange for the ride, but I don't think he barters. Caleb looked up, and his face burst into a smile all the way up to his electric blue eyes. Relief washed through her. He got to his feet and wrapped his arms around Cleo. They spun around and then he set her down. Can I borrow like $50? If you're open to bartering, I'll trade you a long explanation, an apology, and some kisses. She bit her lip. No, it's me who owes you the apology. Caleb went into his wallet and gave her the cash. She paid the cabbie. Caleb was waiting in the entry to the house. Care for something to drink? He asked. If it's light and sweet, then yes, please. As before, they settled in the kitchen. Caleb cleared his throat. Cleo, I want to apologize for disappearing on you, for not standing up to your father, for losing him. I forgive you for all of the above. I'm sorry I left earlier without telling you how I felt. I was shocked, confused, and yes, hurt, but I know you didn't kill my dad. It's true he trusted you, but that also meant you were the right person for the job. If anyone had a shot at performing the procedure correctly, it was you. I felt so guilty for so long. Cleo interrupted. You have to forgive yourself, Caleb. It only hurts you to not do so. You're right. I spoke with Betty and Gus, and God. They brought me to the church. I had a come to Jesus moment. I suppose we both had some growing up to do. But I think we were being led to this moment. Together. He took her hand in his. What if we don't hold back? What if we live right now? We hope. We risk. We dare. We love. We live this adventure together, but we don't even need to go anywhere. We can stay right here. She leapt to her feet and embraced Caleb. I love Blue Bay Beach and I love you, and I never want to leave. It's enough. More than enough. She met his gaze. Can we be enough? We can be whatever we want to be, but even if I were to write you 12 love notes and buried them at sea, it wouldn't be enough to express the depth of my love for you, Cleo Jane Carson. And I wouldn't want you to bury your love. I want to keep it out in the open. He held her waist with one hand, drawing her close, and smoothed her hair with the other. Cleo, all this time we've been searching for treasure. But I realize that the real treasure is each other. You know, I have a wedding dress over there, she hinted and pointed to the chair in the foyer. Caleb's lips quirked, picking up on her meaning. There's something I wanted to ask you 10 years ago. He pulled out his wallet, then drew a deep breath before pulling out a shiny silver ring with a blue Larimar stone in the center. Cleo's mouth fell open. That was the ring I was admiring in the market outside Punta Cana. I bought it for you that day, intending someday to return to the beach where we first met. There, I was going to ask you to be my wife. At the time, it was all I could afford. Cleo squealed with glee. You never took it out of your wallet? Made a few long car rides a bit painful in the old rear. He patted his back right pocket. It's perfect, Caleb. What's more perfect is our love. I love you, and want to spend the rest of my life with you, Cleo. Will you please marry me? Sí, she said in Spanish, as she may have done had he asked her, as he'd originally planned in the Dominican Republic. Caleb slid the ring on her finger. She lifted onto her toes, and he dipped his head. Their eyes caught. Confirmed. Yes, it was love. Love shared. Love forgiven. Love forever. Their lips met. The kiss and their love was a treasure. Epilogue. In the days after Cleo and Caleb separated and then reunited, They, along with Betty, Gus, and their new friends in Blue Bay Beach, went on a pirate-worthy adventure. After the discovery of the message in the bottle, and then the love notes treasure on Isla Isabel, paired with Gus's lead poisoning, he had a hunch. A hunch that wouldn't quit, and it drove Betty crazy enough that she decided they ought to pursue it if for no other reason than to shut him up about the shipwreck on land. As Betty, Gus, Cleo, and Caleb trudged along the trail that ran along the creek and backed against Blue Bay Beach, they all held metal detectors to try to find the Florabelle buried somewhere beneath the sandy soil. "I know it's here somewhere," Gus called from across the marsh. "We do too," Caleb said. And he did. He had a feeling the old fella was right. The clues made sense. They'd started back at the library, researching the waterways in the 1700s. Numerous minor rivers crisscrossed the state that had since dried up and were overgrown. Of course, topography had changed over time, which would explain why a ship floating downriver could have run aground. Likely, Luis Alejandro Ruiz had a guide and sailors helping him navigate. Through reading, they guessed that he buried the ship with its treasure because he didn't want anyone to find it and intended to go back for the bounty. Likely, that was never to be. What convinced Caleb the treasure was still out there was the lead poisoning. He imagined the ship was nearby, one of the waterways that fed the creek where Gus fished and had leached heavy metals into the water. If they found the ship, not only would they solve a historical mystery, they'd also help the environment. Caleb and Cleo had a few more days with the rental on Mansion Mile, and they were determined to locate the Florabelle before they each returned to New York City, packed up their lives, and then started house hunting in Blue Bay Beach. "I like the cottage on Pelican Lane," Cleo said as they walked side by side parallel to the creek. "It's a bit small, especially if we have 10 kids, Caleb said. "There's a rental available on Egret Avenue until you figure things out." "Offer stands," Betty called. "Tucker stayed there before he and Chevy got married. Nice little place. Speaking of weddings, my mother is already sending me email links to theme ideas, dresses, and vendors." Cleo shook her head. "I don't think I want another big to-do." "I had a wild idea," Caleb said. "Wilder than scouring the marshlands of South Florida, looking for a ship that was believed to have sunk in the waters off the coast on the other side of the state? What if we did a destination wedding?" Caleb asked. Cleo stopped in her tracks. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "The Dominican Republic," they both said at the same time. Cleo started jumping up and down when a loud beeping sounded from nearby. "I have a live one," Gus called. Betty hovered her metal detector close to where her husband stood. It beeped. Cleo and Caleb hurried over and did the same. The beeping was like a cacophony of crazy cicadas. The four of them looked from one to the other. Backing up, they spread the perimeter wider, and the beeping continued. "How'd we miss this before?" Betty asked. "We never came quite this far inland," Gus said. "I suppose you're right. I haven't been on these trails since I was a youngster." Soon they were several yards apart, forming a rough rectangle. Gus had neon marker ribbon and cordoned off the space. Cleo captured the coordinates with her phone. They had supplies for light digging, but would have to go back with machinery. "Good thing I own this property," Betty said. "We'd need to get the state or landholders involved, and that can get messy." She added, "You can thank my daddy for giving me lead poisoning," Gus grumbled. Betty giggled. "He wanted to make sure you treated me right. But you can't blame him for a ship buried on his land that he didn't know about." "Have I done okay treating you right, dear?" Gus asked his wife. "More than okay." The couple gave each other a peck on the cheek. Cleo cooed. "Let's be like that." Caleb kissed her cheek. "Definitely." "Okay, lovebirds. We have to get Tucker and the boys in here with the swamp logger," Gus said. Speaking of lovebirds, a little birdie reported chirps about a wedding in the Dominican Republic. Betty waggled her eyebrows. "It's an idea," Cleo said. She barely hid the excitement from her voice. "We'd both like a small, intimate, meaningful occasion. We've both already survived big, fussy weddings. It's your day. You do it your way," Betty said with an air of approval. Just have Betty tell you about our wedding day, Gus said with a laugh. It's a story for the ages. After returning to town, they got a hold of Tucker and a few others who knew how to operate heavy machinery and headed back to the marshland. They had to be careful of alligators and snakes, which was probably a reason the ship had never been recovered. Cleo and Caleb walked beside Betty. You said your father left you this property, and you own a few houses in town. Anything we should know about Florida homeownership? Oh, loads. But as far as Blue Bay Beach goes, it's believed to be a place glittering with gold for those who know how to look for treasure. She winked. That's what it said on the founding father Hernando Olivar's plaque, Caleb said. That's right. My daddy made sure I had it memorized. You see, my maiden name is Olivar. You're a descendant of Hernando? Cleo asked. Sure am. There's a lot that's special about our town. I'm glad I get to share it with you. I hope my mother likes it here. She confessed that she's lonely, Cleo said. Oh, we'll welcome her with some key lime coconut cream pie and make sure she falls in love too. Betty winked. They reached the place where the metal detectors had gone bananas. Tucker operated the swamp logger, using the hoe attachment, and started to remove the earth from the area. It was slow going, but Cleo wanted to document and no one wanted to miss it if they discovered the ship. The mosquitoes were fierce as the sun started to lower in the sky. They still had plenty more daylight, but everyone was as jittery as the flying insects with each pull of mud from the earth. All at once the machine went still, quiet. Tucker hopped down from the cockpit. Wearing waders, he trudged into the midst of where he'd been digging. Dressed the same, the others followed with metal detectors and shovels. Wait, Tucker called. The wood of the ship probably rotted. There could be sinkholes. Everyone use caution. Betty's device beeped loudly, and they proceeded to dig. It was grueling, sweaty work, but sure enough, they found a metal chain and an enormous anchor. Everyone cheered loud enough to be heard back in town. There's probably a proper way to do this, but I can't resist. The Florabelle is down there, and we're going to find that treasure. Betty whooped. Isley, Ford, Carter, Claudia, Billy, Rhodes, Chevy, Ruby, Trent, and young Caleb chipped in. Just before dusk, they'd cleared the area to reveal the skeleton of the ship. In what would have been its cargo hold, they excavated vast amounts of mud-covered gold, silver, jewels, crowns, candelabras, and all manner of treasure. Cleo filmed while they carefully removed and cataloged it all. Tucker had gone back to town for floodlights, enlisting more help. Soon, half of Blue Bay Beach was watching like it was a spectator event. And it was. It was amazing that there was treasure hiding in what was essentially Betty and Gus's backyard. But really, the community in Blue Bay Beach were the real gems. People brought cold beverages, snacks, and bug spray. Others brought sparklers and music. It turned into a party. She found Caleb, sweating and covered in muck. She gave him a side hug, also covered in sweat and dirt. I feel like this is in part to celebrate Luis and Isabel. Even though they were never able to be together, they brought us together. All of us, she said. Caleb smiled, and his electric blue eyes crinkled before he kissed her softly on the lips. I think you're right. They'd solved the mystery of the Florabelle. The news covered it, and Betty ensured that they took care of everything properly for historical preservation. It was like she'd been preparing for just such a discovery in that little library of hers. Betty and Gus gave Cleo and Caleb each a generous portion of the proceeds. Caleb gave his portion to young Caleb to invest in his business, and Cleo was reinvesting hers in the town. She was adding a brick-and-mortar component to Cana Market and enlisting her mother's help to run the place. A few days later, after dinner at Coconut Cove with everyone, Cleo and Caleb headed back to the rental on Mansion Mile. They paused in front of the vacant shop she was going to rent. Caleb rested his hand on her low back. You mentioned that you were afraid to fail in your business. I'm proud of you for going for it. I have to admit that part of me is a bit afraid to fail in this relationship. Being a doctor has a lot of variables, but there are also set protocols. Do X and Y should follow. If you're faced with Z, you open up the physician's desk reference. Relationships don't come with a PDR, but I'd say you've already succeeded. Cleo gazed into Caleb's eyes, and then beyond to his office space above what would be Cana Market. I'm proud of you for continuing to follow your calling with a slight modification. The signs for their respective businesses were already hung. Cana Market on the bottom and Robinson Family Medicine up top, with the addition of a banner that said, "Coming soon." When they got back to the house, Caleb smoothed his hand over the wristband of his watch and then took it off. "It's time to let this go." He set it on the counter. Cleo kissed him on the cheek, lighting him up. "Now that we've found the treasure, we have to plan our next adventure." "And what's that?" Caleb returned the kiss. "Planning our wedding in the doctor." She kissed him on the other cheek. "And about our honeymoon? Remember the adventures we were going to take where we'd kiss in every country?" Caleb kissed her other cheek too. "I like the way you're thinking," Cleo said, finally settling on his lips. "I love you, Cleo," Caleb said, returning the kiss. She returned the sentiment and sealed it with a kiss that stretched leagues and miles and lifetimes. "I love you too," she said. The end.
I want to thank you for joining me in Blue Bay Beach. I hope you enjoyed the stories, and if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel and be sure to like and comment below. Let me know what you thought of Blue Bay Beach and the crew there. And thanks again for listening. It means a bunch.